Chapter 1 The Dispossessed Viscount. Hadhanon hiwu traversrium, lindwood have undoubtedly opteto assist the Ziongerzister Witham or Sirena Pharmagame, such as Rune Factory or Stardew Valley, rather than indulgent genotating simulation. Even as if a themid game would have ja feist, as it would at least guarantee an experience seen reked be futuristic technology, rather than the current predicament ta flaying with a throng of furfies. Lind found himself transported in Toth of Origami, had last played Priordo his demise. These ways a single player ato mega mesit gain staff fantastical media eval backdrop, notable for its profoundly intricate tech combat system that garnered considerable attention. Of course, as a player of photoms, Lind would typically steer clear of such tit leshover, that epthof t combat system had inadvertently caused desister, and of idphenophotomy games, to become stuck and dunable to progress. Consequently, Shahad summoned Lind, Hohad return them for the holidays, to assist Theron achieving Galdagamess accomplishments. Inevitably, a twist of fatin sued. After Lind successfully completeth the game, heaven shored outside to baskintha soonlight, only to meet an untimely and while heroically intervening in a dere situation. Thus, he was thrust in Toth world oft he Verigami had just conquered. The silver lining was that Lind had inherited the attribute soft te protagonist from the cleared save file, granting him access to the fulere oft he heroine skills. The downside, however, was to tal oft his abilities were supportive in nature, rendering theme ineffective wetalize. Thean lysami what valuable skill he possessed was the ability to craft thola water, but this required an assortment of materials sand hatical down measured in days sus the blimmerly aunts, which was rather impractical for Lind's current circumstances. Moreover, the heroine's level cap was at 49, classifying a tier 4 practitioner. This level was decidedly awkward just beyond it lay Therium's off tier 5 and tier 6, wherein he might exhibit a degree of prowess akin to a legendary hero. Conversely, those below tier 4 were lie recognized as ordinary individuals, lacking gani significant strength. Thus, Lind found himself trapped in this liminal space, unable to ascend descent. Another piece of fortunate news was that Lind had not direct light transposed in Tothi heroines form but they'd instead assumed Theodina Tava meaner lord sharing. His unjur brother remained safe, at least. On the other hand, the unfortunate reality was that this body belonged to a noble was a turritora hadrescent la fallen to an onslaught by border-dwelling demons, rendering high may disgraced Viscount now, flaying in hasty under the protection of T border guards, accompanied by his subjects. Sukkis thune predictability of life, Lind lamented while he ate upon a tristem pin theme campment. Having lost his land sand lacking acquaintance in this world, Hakuden li dispe plus southward in their per retreat. Care for peace, a scruffy, middle-leagued soldier with a distinct roguish demeanor approached Lind, offering Gamalink the loaf of bread. The soldier was a boarder of a surnamed Lori, who, despite his rank, was decided Lemorio Fazaldira Theart, preoccupied with the notion of consuming provisions while ensuring Lind and safe passage. Thank you, Lind replied, taking the bread, only toner la chipitup in his first bite. Lori irrupted ta laughtereth aside tand prompt, li demonstrateth the proper technique for consuming a bread. He struck the loaf against a near barak with considerable force, shattering it into twa pieces, and proceeded tagather thefragmentthroth. Surely, this gold du belisuiapin, Lind exclaimed, astonished by their resiliency of Tebred and Hishand. Lori us nordinera soldier and office Galiber had certain lierne, die saw Pfizer stachus thruff his capabilities. Had hestruck an uner mord foe, Theblo could have proven fatal. In his previous life, Lind only heard talsoft he hardness of bread from thwest, never imagine in jit could be formidable. Perhaps, in this fantastic realm, even bread had been imbued with extraordinary properties? Yet, Lind merely chuckled at the absurdity, fully aware of to duress circumstances athend. Hehadal Rita sold off all that was valuable to Procorfood, and if a nuderatory was not secured, the survival of his people would be in jeopardy. However, the kingdom had long since passed through if expansional yan had been divided, event the wastelands, which were nominally owned by Theverius Dux. In the northern region, where Lind currently found himself, unauthorized attempts at settlement were strictly prohibited without Tedux express permission. Thus, Noten-lidded Lind lacked advantageous beginning sophispheres, but through a salsa bered from any perspective establishing new holdings. Ion Cisazomionu yielding bread as op a ninth royal capital heeking evin dubbed himth breadstick night, Lori recounted, gesturing amusingly with the remaining pisav beread. You've been to the royal capital? Lind regarded Lori with skepticism. Asked this man, despite his really ability, often spoke with an air of exaggeration. Of course, didn't it mention? Until it was struck beyond a row in Thekni, it ways are renowned mercenary throughout he kingdom, and even Rodi Adragon. Though Loria spoke confidently, Nuni took him seriously after all. Renowned mercenaries were typically hittier practitioners, and it was implausible for Simeo Novlori's caliber to possess only tier 2 skills. Yet, this time, Lind refrained from jesting gormicking Loria's bravado and instead asked earnestly, Did you hear any gossip Willie in the capital? Perhaps something about the church appointing a new Zaintus or prince betrothed? Suk inquiries were futmust importance to Lind, for since his arrival in this world, he had been unable to ascertain he'd mill in events within the gam. In Thai's altered medieval setting, the flow of information was nearly non-existent, machakan ta the original medievalera. Thegames narrative primarily unfolded in the royal capital, with border affairs legend. Consequently, Lind had no knowledge of the heroine's current progress. If the heroine had yet entered the Royal Academy, it would be prudent for him to ally himself with tis distinct maiden. Mivis it to the capital wasteware sego, Loria replied solemnly. He continued, to your spreer, the fourth prince, his highness clan Augustine, known as the future-ecking, hater-author public quarrel with this fiance, Lady Rhaena Lars, granddaughter of four northern duke. The uproar was so significant that Tevanai, a freshly arrived mercenary, wasawario fit, though I cannot fathom what the entire city was so invested in. Because of his sanitome, Lind internally scoffed. It was reminiscent of those antiquated dating simulations where ephemery appearancy of time laley din cite a throng, sofa namaradral steflenar. One could surmise that Tevin the princess breakfast choices would becoming knowledge by afternoon, perhaps event spawning gatrin do fidentical breakfast offerings. The incident Laurier fearenced like clipper tame toth heroines for sty your participation in a ball hosted by Prince Clan Augustine, which had incited Lady Rhaena Lars fury. Thus, the current Tameline must align with the heroine's graduation as a saintess, while he antagonistic character, Rhaena Lars, had been exiled to the borders for attacking the royal family during the graduation ceremony. It was only due to Thler's familismen opposition to their exilus commutator le surfate thofitrim and dunkier tauhum schwood bewed. Alas, Lind sighed heavily, realizing that the protagonist they descended tos tata so fasantis, rendering a showpiece off gaining her favor all. Chapter 2 A Son-in-Law? How delightful. Asked Hedegigos, heaven deuce not closial doors. Just as Lind and Lori contemplated the perspective banding Togathris outlaws, an envoy from the royal capital arrived, seeking lined out. Thene Void ascended from an opulent carriage at her Ned with sapphires, bearing the royal crest off tet woe-headedly. Lind felt compelled to kneel in deference, adhering to the protocols of nobility. However, the envoy, clad in a blue robe, hastily approached to assist Lind, warmly grasping Shanars. Viscount Lindroar, I have low for you. Iverse and Silern defio yurta retorisful, I have no trusted until I found you. Thank the goddess, you were unharmed. Theenvoy exclaimed with fervent enthusiasm. Lind was taken aback be Theenvoy sexuberancy could it be they the salong lost royal bastard. The memory is soft he original owner of this but Alfred and wan sight into such a matter. Why was this royal envoy so affable? Your Excellency, please speak plainly. It must guide him as subject stow place off refuge. Lind urged. Theenvoy clapped Hishin, Stoj the Rand declared, Well, how fortuitous. My purpose here I bestow upon you anudoratory, my lord. Lind Shart skipped a beat. Could it be they the truly ways a royal bastard? Such annotation seemed implausible. Theenvoy then produced a scroll from within his robes and addressed Lind. I be your goodness. Can you guess what is? Have I suddenly acquired an unknown father? Lind ventured. Theenvoy shookished with a smile. Am I to inherit tight line the royal capital? Lind inquired. Only torsivi another shake hoft he had. What, then? A nominous premonition began to zettily over Lind. Congratulations, Viscount Lindroar. With unanimous decision oft he sent us on Duklars, Ewardo Beccamethesin in Lawoflar's family. Theenvoy then unfurled the scroll and hishened, revealing a marriage contract. Thenamioff Lynn's fiancé baldly proclaimed above was Rhaena Lars. What? A.M. Mito Mary Rhaena. Is this for real? Lind near la choca dona mouth fuel off blood dau kudit bethought, than fortunate tinabri t border, is depicted a theme doftigamy, was nonio thirthan himself? The envoy from the capital, standing beside him, continued to ferry assurance, saying, "Do not binxius ditsinus equidormal. Take a deep breath. How I wish I cold curse you, old wood." Though Lind long had touter such words, Heinstead foreseed as mily fate was mar grotescuthan tersand inquired, "Esteemed envoy, is this marriage a truly unavoidable? It was not that trainaler sways extraordinarily unattractive being, chosen as a princess consort, surely implied a certain level of booty. However, discussions in the aftermath of Tigomir revealed that trainalars, harboring discontent towards the royal family, had dragged hero fated husband into rebellion, ultimately leading to their family's execution. For Lind, this fell taken to in JDF sentence. Thien voice expression suddenly torn edge rave, and huspoquito Lind in a threatening tone. Midir Viscount Lind, do you understand the consequence of refusing? Scheist the grand after off du clars. In truth, Thien voice felt some trepidation himself. Rianas reputation in the capital was saturli tarnished, shu is little adashru, a jealous woman, and themist command pathet was the disgrace of the nobility. Merrily fistidal condom drianato amata foracle deaths in unable society. Following Thedacrio for downward marriage, the nobles in the capitale adopted denata to dov complete avoidance. The northern nobles were even more extreme in their disdain for Reina, evading her presence as possible. In fact, many eligible men from the north had hastily arranged marriages overnight, as the number of noble maidens was severely limited, leading to numerous amazing elopements. The current situation in the north way is exceeding complex, and the noblest the regarded drea at heaven, more severity than those in the capital. Thus, Thien felt pressing urgency to fulfill his mission, for finding galling candida tito taken thisperdine was the task. However, Lind's demeanor caused Thien to suspect that Thisnable, who had fled from Thberder, had caught wind of some troubling developments, which only heightened Thien anxiety. Observing Theager face soft to subject spearing from behind Lind, Thien suddenly concocted a scheme, pointing at Theoderm's off to marriage contract and exclaiming, loudly, "My lord Viscount, you must think carefully. If you refuse, then a lands bestowed be du clars will be forfeited, and do endure subjects hall continue to under aimlessly. Surely, you do not wish for or people to endure, further hungeran hardship? Thoth higher ned to advise a themissary you hope hered to be from an island nation to exercise restraint. Lind nevertheless scrutinized Theoderm's off t marriage contract. The contract indeed stateth that, Ducler's explicit lie promised de grantage substantial tracto flanto his granddaughter Schuspend. Although it was soon cultivated wilderness, it remained for to lay land abundant in resources. Whereth a truly meant for Lind? Not quite, for Ducler shad specifically no et the twile Lind would be tenomenalord. The land would be joint lie administered be Hymandrana. Watana tushan off joint administration. Lind scoffed inwardly while a contract spoke of share edgevirnance. How could Thegrandotirof tedu canodius eliminate her outside her husband? These wasmerly yamin sto bestolen upon his granddaughter under the Gasofa contract. Yet, the subjects behind Lind gazed at them with a pifule shewed thirlerdicus, they could soon find stability in the neuteratory. Moreover, to these commoner soft to north, Ducler sways an oblique greater significance seth in the emperor himself. The emperor might find it difficult to manage in northern affairs, but Ducler scowled. Why would their lord refuse? Lind recognized that he was being morally coerced, but after taking a deep breath, Heselum listated, very well, esteemed envoy, I shall sign t marriage contract thouver, I have owner request her supplies are nearly depleted, and I hope I can provide sufficient provisions for my subjects to accompaniment othinolens. Not a problem, of course. Thien voyager lie thrust the marriage contract into line shans. Thesanites will escort one door subjects to Thinolens, granted be du clars. Lind's request posed not difficult for Thien the coast off eating Lind subjects along the journey cudi salibi covered biasinglamia lawford bienano blitha encountered. Thien secret lie reois de thizecuritia, sumption honorable willing to flay with his subjects sur lipo cessida ire moral standing, making such nobilita Theseus to manage. Hearing Thejubal and cheer soft a subject sand the border guards behind him, Lind suddenly felt that marrying Rainaler swas not to Jadir Fatifter Lathaver released, Hahadri solved the immediate tech crisis, even if it fell take into selling his own soul. Thus, Lind began to meticulous lie read the marriage contract. What? I am no divinison in-law? Upon reaching the bottom of the contract, Lind Waisistanish to discover that after their marriage, Rihanna would change her surname, severing Galtis with Lars family. It was no under Thetan latter discussions, Rihanna's rebellion against Lars familielicided, however. Of course, my lord Viscount, what were you expecting? This is a downward marriage, no tan adoption. The envoy looked at Lind with curiosity alt Hofby and Gasson in-law wasquitecamanine, this world Javin thought woman had inheritance serites fee actively suff Toby Cumion. With essentio resignation, Lind closed the marriage contract. Itapiridi could no longer jestingly proclaim, help, there's an in-law Lars family Haskenarog. Although not officially as an in-law, in practical terms, Lind's position after marrying Rihanna washered different from Thatophone. One cold not to that Dukler Shaden advertent liar solve Theagiol Dilameof Tessin in-law usurping power. Chapter 3. The Grey and White Territory. The Grey and White Territory, nestled against the majestic Giant God mountain range and traversed by the Tyr River, though somewhat remote, can indeed be considered fertile land. It is a carefully chosen domain by Duke Lars for his granddaughter, one that is neither impoverished nor overly conspicuous, a perfect place for retirement. If Rhaena were to refrain from causing mischief, she could comfortably reside here until her last breath. Beyond the Giant God mountain range lies the esteemed Elven Empire. Even if one day the northern territories were to fall and the demonic forces encroached, she could take refuge in the mountains and seek the aid of the elves. The sole drawback is its location in the far west of the northern territories, where the population is sparse and the remoteness is somewhat pronounced. However, given the current chaotic state of the northern territories, this seclusion may serve as a shield against the ravages of war. Upon arriving at the Grey and White Territory with Lind and his entourage, the envoy from the royal capital departed without a backward glance, and Lind finally met his fiancée, whom he had encountered numerous times in the game. It must be said that Rhaena's beauty in reality surpasses that of her game counterpart. Even clad in armor, her tall, well-proportioned figure is evident. Her golden hair shines like the morning light at dawn, and her emerald eyes exude a clarity that, paired with the attire of a knight, enhances her striking presence. Unfortunately, aware of Rhaena's impending fate, Lind harbored little interest in her. Coupled with the various restrictive clauses in their marriage contract, although he was not officially a dependent son-in-law, Lind had already resigned himself to the prospect of living off her wealth. After all, there is no shame in being a kept man, especially when the benefactor is such a lovely young lady. After exchanging pleasantries, Lind entrusted the subjects he brought along to Rhaena, who subsequently arranged for a personal maid as a form of response. Before Rhaena could utter another word, Lind, quite self-aware, took the maid and departed, adopting an attitude of indifference towards the affairs at hand. Although he had never lived off others in his previous life, he understood the dynamics of such a situation. After all, with Rhaena backed by the most powerful family in the north, how could Duke Lars possibly lack for a meal? As long as he could find a way to prevent Rhaena from rebelling, he believed he could lead the life of leisure he had always dreamed of in this world. Thus, as Lind meandered through the territory with his personal maid, he began contemplating strategies to thwart Rhaena's potential insurrection. Given that the Grey and White Territory was previously a wasteland and Rhaena had only just arrived, it was common to see overseers wielding whips, directing the laboring subjects. Are you a fool? Just a couple of taps on the ground and you're done? If the tent blows away tonight, I will submerge your head in the Tyr River. Observing an overseer employing violent tactics to urge a seemingly inept subject into erecting a tent, Lind furrowed his brow and, somewhat displeased, turned to his maid and inquired, "Are these subjects serfs?" "Not entirely," the maid began to explain in detail. Due to the need for new land cultivation, wealthier farmers and free citizens with land are unwilling to come. These subjects are either serfs from Duke Lars's domain or free citizens burdened with debts they cannot repay. Lind then posed several foundational questions, to which the maid provided comprehensive responses, allowing him to swiftly grasp the basic circumstances of the territory. "What is your name?" Lind asked, curious as to why someone so well-versed in the territory's affairs would serve as a maid. "You may call me Lila," she replied, curtsying. It was evident that this maid was no ordinary individual. She was likely sent by Duke Lars to assist Rhaena, though it appeared she wielded little authority. After their brief exchange, Lind learned that Lila's status as his personal maid stemmed from her being ostracized by Reyna's small circle. This was not to imply that Reyna lacked discernment in appointing capable individuals. Rather, the knights she brought formed a natural interest group that, whether out of loyalty or self-interest, did not favor Lila, whom Duke Lars had placed among them. Reyna herself did not favor her either, hence Lila was handed over to Lind. I merely urged the young lady to work diligently, as there remain numerous unresolved issues in the territory. And she cannot afford to rest, Lila remarked, observing the disarray surrounding them. Lind wholeheartedly agreed with her statement, considering that he had fled from the northern border to this place, yet Reyna, having arrived earlier, had managed to set up only a few sleeping tents, leaving everything else undone. To his astonishment, Lind later discovered that the remaining serfs, lacking tents, were sleeping on boats docked at the harbor, which had been constructed in advance by Duke Lars. Nevertheless, upon seeing the supply ships by the harbor, Lind could not help but marvel at the extent of Duke Lars's affection for Reyna, as the abundance of resources was staggering, so plentiful that a few more ships could potentially block the riverway. Yet, due to the painfully slow progress in constructing the territory, a significant quantity of supplies had yet to be unloaded. The good news was that there were enough resources for even the serfs to have tents, while the bad news was that those tents were still in the process of being made. With such poor management, could there truly be aspirations for rebellion in the future? Lind was perplexed by the audacity Reyna might possess in such a scenario. Surely it could not be attributed to the melodies of Liang Jingru. Initially, when he witnessed the overseers whipping the serfs, he felt a pang of compassion but refrained from speaking out, as he was merely a dependent. However, when he saw the subjects he had brought also receiving lashes, and even the border soldiers he had brought along suffering under the overseers' whips, Lind could no longer contain himself and rose to deliver a kick to the overseer. "What in the blazes are you doing? Is this how you motivate people to work? Are my people under your jurisdiction?" The overseer intended to retort, claiming there were plenty of others to do the job, but upon noticing the maid accompanying Lind, his demeanor shifted to one of respect. "My lord, I do not whip them. These individuals would surely find a way to slack off otherwise. I am merely trying to expedite the improvement of the territory." At that moment, many of Reyna's knights turned to observe the commotion. Although they remained silent, merely offering warning glances, Lind felt it prudent to refrain from further escalation. He decided to separate out the elderly, weak, women, and children from his subjects and ensure they were settled properly. Having endured a harrowing journey, it was no small feat for these survivors to reach this point. Lind was determined not to see them suffer any further. In that instant, Lind came to a profound realization regarding the archaic nature of Reyna's management system. Labeling it feudal would be an understatement. It was closer to slavery. With such a territory, could there truly be dreams of rebellion in the future? Chapter 4. Reyna. What was Reyna's portrayal in the original storyline? For Lind, who had never delved into female-centric narratives or played other otome games, the situation was rather difficult to articulate. She would readily confront the protagonist over trifles. And as a princess cultivated by the Lars family, she exhibited no discernible cunning or strategic intellect. She merely orbited the fourth prince like a Navi, sweet soul, manipulated by the royal family from behind the scenes, ultimately becoming a pawn in the political game. The sole aspect worth mentioning is her unreasonable combat prowess as the final boss in the battle system. Notably, while the highest level in the original game is 49, Reyna herself is a level 65 boss, a prodigy amongst the four-tiered practitioners in this world, and yet she is still quite young. Is it not enviable? Exchanged for intelligence. How could the rightful consort of the kingdom's heir be so easily replaced simply due to the prince's personal disinterest? Furthermore, Reyna is the granddaughter of the most prominent noble in the realm. From the clues within the game, it is evident that Reyna has fallen to the fate of a lesser marriage solely because of the royal family's covert suppression. Without the royal family's machinations behind the scenes, even if the protagonist possessed extraordinary fortune, it would be utterly improbable for her to connect with so many noble figures of the court. Yet, Reyna in the narrative remains entirely oblivious to this fact. She naively believes that the protagonist has stolen her betrothed, and even after being sold off, she continues to assist the royal family in counting their riches. Hoping they will deliver her justice, it is likely that Duke Lars recognized this ignorance, which is why he arranged for Rena to be placed in a remote location, merely wishing for his granddaughter to live a life free from calamity alongside a simple man. On the following morning, Lind, having risen early under the attentive service of Lila, experienced the decay of the noble class, before proceeding to seek out Rena. After all, the marriage contract stipulated joint management, even if Lind was merely an observer. He needed to occupy a place within the Lord's tent. Moreover, the slave-like conditions he had witnessed yesterday lingered in his memory, and if this continued, not only would rebellion be out of the question, but the territory itself might very well self-destruct. After exchanging brief pleasantries akin to the day before, Lind settled beside Rena. It must be said that although Rena appeared busy, she spent most of her time attending to trivial matters. The current structure of the camp, or rather, the complete lack thereof, was such that some knights assisted Rena directly in managing the vassals, while others oversaw the overseers, and yet others did nothing but linger by Rena's side, helping with administrative tasks. These so-called tasks varied widely, from the logistics of unloading cargo from ships to the minutiae of how deep tent stakes should be driven or where tents ought to be pitched. There were even inquiries about how to cultivate new land that required Rena's approval. However, Rena's handling of these matters could only be described as chaotic. Just moments after a knight approached her to confirm which goods were to be moved that day, Rena promptly forgot, providing a completely different answer when another knight sought the same information. Observing Rena's flustered demeanor, Lind finally grasped why the management of the territory was so abstract. Eventually, when Rena committed yet another blunder by assigning a serf to 2 knights, Lind could no longer remain silent and intervened to offer a reminder. Thus, Lind remained within Rena's tent, watching her grapple with these so-called duties, occasionally pointing out her errors like a seasoned strategist observing a game of chess. He assured himself that he was not being deliberately obstructive. In his past life, he had been a true gentleman who watched the game in silence. Yet Rena was not merely playing poorly. She was misusing her pieces, treating cannons as chariots and horses as artillery. If this continued, the board would surely be upended. Finally, with her face flushed from frustration at the ever-growing pile of paperwork, Rena turned to Lind and said, "Why don't you take over, Miss Lars? I am merely offering suggestions." I do not wish to. Lind's words were cut short as he noticed the resolute determination in Rena's gaze. Suddenly realizing she was earnest. "You really want me to?" he asked tentatively. "Otherwise, are you not the Lord? If you do not come, I must handle these matters myself. If you come, I will still have to manage them." "What purpose would your presence serve?" Rena shrugged, looking at Lind with a puzzled expression. Unbeknownst to Lind, although Rena had been groomed since childhood to be a prince's consort, her training primarily focused on etiquette, leaving her utterly unprepared for the essential lessons in territory management that a typical noble would acquire. This is precisely why Duke Lars had stipulated joint management in the marriage contract rather than granting Rena full authority. In terms of etiquette, Rena's aptitude was on par with her governance skills. She only passed her etiquette classes because, during one particularly rigorous session, the instructor's rod broke while striking her, leading to a begrudging passing grade. What Rena truly desired was to lead her knights into battle, and those knights were her staunch admirers, eager to slay the demon horde and earn military accolades, rather than engage in administrative labor. However, these knights naturally upheld Rena's authority, and the recent events in the capital had rendered them particularly insular. Upon hearing Rena's response, Lind nearly choked on his own blood. Had she truly taken the marriage contract at face value, believing herself to be the actual lord? All the thoughts he had entertained the previous day were for naught, as he had been engaged in a battle of wits with thin air. Such naivety could not be blamed solely on Lind's oversight. It was evident that Duke Lars had designed the situation thus, though he had significantly underestimated his granddaughter's innocence. Rena was as oblivious as a blank slate, completely unaware that she was the true master of this territory. However, this revelation sparked ideas within Lind. Is it possible for me to absolve the serfs and free citizens of their debts? He mused. They were never worth much anyway. I had long since decided against demanding repayment. And what of the overseers? They drive me to distraction, reporting even the most trivial matters. Perhaps they should report directly to you from now on. I have no desire to deal with them any longer. When it came to the knights, Rena finally displayed some reaction, saying, "Do not concern yourself with those knights. I intend to take them hunting." At this response, Lind felt a sense of relief wash over him. Not only had Rena granted herself all the powers of governance, but she had also distanced herself from the knights who might refuse to heed Lind's commands. Truly, he was on the verge of tears. Chapter 5. Census having recently acquired lordship, Lind did not rush to tackle the overwhelming stack of paperwork before him. Instead, he sought out Lor, the veteran who had accompanied him throughout the journey. Lor, being a second-tier professional, was well regarded by the knights. Upon arriving at the territory, he had begun to loaf about, engaging in banter with Rena's knights, and had even achieved a degree of fame among them. When Lind called for Lor, the latter was initially reluctant, expressing a desire to remain with the knights. Ultimately, however, he acquiesced as it truly so enjoyable to mingle with those noble knights. Lind's face betrayed his exasperation. Given the short duration of their acquaintance, he could still summon Lor. But in a few days, the knights would likely have fully embraced him as one of their OWN. At least, he would be spared the lash. Lor casually found a seat and slouched down, the two having grown familiar with one another during their flight, akin to old friends, devoid of pretense. Thus, Lind bypassed any idle chatter and spoke directly. "We must instruct everyone in the territory to halt their current tasks. Let your border guards take over management and record the names, ages, and occupations of all individuals if possible. We should also establish a household registry." Lind had previously engaged in basic record-keeping with Lor while fleeing. But Lor grumbled, "Hey, my lord, simple registration is one thing. Creating a household registry is another matter entirely. The veterans are not particularly adept at this task, and most of the border guards cannot read or write. Only a few can manage it." Lind glanced at Lila, who stood nearby, and replied, "This maid will assist you along with the other maids. There is no need to be as meticulous as other nobles. We only need to ascertain the number of households currently in the territory." Rena did not require an excessive number of maids, so Lind decided to assign the entire maid team to Lila's supervision. Most of these noble maids possessed some literacy, and as natural service personnel, they could serve the populace rather than simply the nobility. Having seemingly prepared for this moment, Lind continued with his directives. "Additionally, I want everyone, except for the knights under Miss Lars, to gather by the riverbank tomorrow morning. I have an important announcement to make." With that, Lind prepared to take his leave. "Where are you off to?" Lor inquired curiously, watching Lind as he moved to exit the lord's tent. "I wish to examine the resources that Duke Lars has bestowed upon his precious granddaughter." Lind casually picked up a list of supplies from the desk. Mumbling, "And I need to clarify how to properly set up the tents." After arranging everything, Lind sighed as he looked at the list in his hand. The opulence of the rich is truly repugnant. As Rena dashed away with her knights, the transfer of power proceeded remarkably smoothly. After all, Lind was the de jure lord, and there was no one who would refuse a request for a day of respite. However, the registration process proved somewhat cumbersome. Aside from Rena's knights, the majority of the inhabitants were common folk, with literacy being a rare skill. As the household registrations needed to be compiled, Lind's entourage also required re-registration. Fortunately, the maids were diligent in their duties. After all, for those who had sold themselves into noble households, being busy was preferable to idleness, which was far more daunting. Registering the common refugees was not a burdensome task for these maids, as it was, at least, legitimate work. Gossip within the maid community often delved into far more scandalous matters. It was not uncommon for nobles to tire of their maids and cast them aside among the refugees, a practice that was hardly new in these circles. Moreover, several serfs lacked names, prompting Lori to whimsically devise a few quirky titles, much to the gratitude of the newly named serfs, who kissed Lori's boots in thanks. Lori accepted these gestures with a sense of self-satisfaction, despite Lila's disdainful glances. Lind, however, was even busier than the two of them. Due to Rena's chaotic management, a plethora of supplies had become disordered, necessitating his personal inspection of the ships to ascertain which vessels were carrying which goods. Furthermore, erecting tents proved to be more laborious than Lind had anticipated. The varying terrain required different standards for tent construction. Under the guidance and assistance of the overseers, Lind managed to erect a large tent all by himself. By the time he completed these tasks, evening was approaching, and Rena finally returned with her knights, 2 wild chickens in hand. How has the work progressed, my lord? Rena inquired as she entered the grand tent. Removing her helmet and allowing the glistening sweat to mingle with her beautiful golden hair. Despite her sweaty appearance, Rena's spirits were evidently high. It had been a long time since she had galloped freely alongside her knights. And upon her return, she even felt inclined to tease Lind. It's a total disaster, Lind replied sternly, having set aside his quill, which had been busy under the flickering oil lamp. Your previous management was utterly chaotic. Everyone's meals differ daily, and their tasks are inconsistent. Those who pitched tents today were reassigned to unload goods tomorrow, and then sent off to build fences the following afternoon. The standards you set for clearing land and erecting tents vary daily, and even the goods to be unloaded differ from day to day. Moreover, there are 3 overseers, with 2 knights simultaneously managing a single serf. You might as well do nothing at all. Lin's frustration, stemming from Rena's earlier mismanagement, had transformed his demeanor from one of subservience to assertiveness in response to Lin's critique. Rena turned her face away, awkwardly whistling. In truth, Rena was aware that her management of the territory had been a shambles over the past few days. Hundreds of people remained unallocated, and she often forgot the orders issued in the morning by the afternoon, only to be reminded by her knights the next day that such actions were ill-advised. Turning her face was Rena's final act of stubbornness. Observing her averted gaze, Lind calmed himself. After all, she was not only his ally but also a significant benefactor, and further scolding would not improve the state of the territory. More importantly, he noticed that Rena was indeed absorbing his criticisms, as evidenced by her turning away, a sign that she possessed some sense of shame and recognized her shortcomings. Rena, much like her portrayal in the game, was naive yet clear-headed. As long as matters did not involve her former fiancé, Prince Cran Augustine, she was capable of discerning the gravity of situations. However, Lind had not anticipated that Rena, the eldest daughter of the Lars family, would be entirely inept at governing a territory. Lady Rena, as the treaty with Duke Lars stipulates joint management of the territory, there is something I need to discuss with you regarding the supplies at the docks. I need to requisition a portion of them. Is that acceptable? Lind then presented Rena with the meticulously prepared list of supplies. Rena merely glanced at it superficially before nervously responding, "No problem, my lord. You may utilize whatever supplies you require." After returning the list to Lind, Rena waved the wild chickens in her hands and added, "Please do not be upset, my lord. Enjoy my chickens." Chapter 6, 3 Matters. The following morning, Lind rose early and made his way to the temporary platform erected by the riverbank. That moment, all the inhabitants of the territory had gathered beneath the platform, awaiting the address from their previously unseen lord. Rena, instead of vanishing with her knights as before, stood aside, prepared to observe Lind's intentions. Standing atop the platform, Lind felt a twinge of nostalgia. He had once envisioned grand plans for the future, never expecting to acquire power so effortlessly. Thus, the upcoming task was straightforward: to develop the territory while preventing Rena from inciting rebellion. However, Lind felt perplexed by the notion that Rena might stage a revolt. Their interactions over the past few days did not suggest that she possessed the mindset of a rebel. Greetings, my fellow subjects. Although many of you may not have met me before, I must inform you that I am your lord. From this day forth, all shall abide by my commands. Upon hearing these words, many of Rena's knights stirred restlessly. To them, Rena was the true mistress of the land. While Lind may have been the nominal lord in practice, he was merely a dependent son-in-law. Had Lind's status on the marriage contract indeed been that of a dependent, the knights might have already begun to shout, "Alas! The dependent of the Lars family has usurped the lordship." Rena raised her hand to quell the agitation among her knights. Last night, Lind had engaged in a lengthy discussion with Rena, and although she had fallen asleep shortly after he began speaking, she still vaguely recalled his mention of the importance of unified governance. If authority were fragmented, it would lack credibility. If policies were not uniformly established, contradictions would arise. Rena was not entirely comprehending, but it mattered little. She was simply pleased to have assistance in managing the territory. Today, I come to Grey-White territory for 3 matters. First, in the name of the Lord, I hereby declare that all debts owed to the Lord, including those of Duke Lars and Lady Lars, shall be absolved. Regardless of your reasons for being here, whether you are serfs or free folk. From this day forth, you shall no longer bear any debts to the lord or the Lars family." The anticipated cheers and shouts of huzzah did not materialize for the indebted serfs and free folk. The weight of their debts remained unchanged, as Duke Lars was well aware that they could not repay them. In reality, no one had come to collect. Ironically, the debts that were insurmountable for the serfs and free folk were but mere pocket change in Rena's eyes. Among the inhabitants Lind had brought, many owed money to the original owner of his body, yet both Lind and the original owner were known for their benevolence, so the absolution of their debts came as no surprise to them. The second point was that all serfs in Grey-White territory would have the opportunity to become free folk. "Henceforth, I shall issue a series of tasks and jobs. As long as you fulfill these requirements, you will earn corresponding work points, which, upon reaching a certain threshold, will allow you to apply for the status of free folk." A stir erupted among the crowd, primarily among those Lind had brought with him, as they held a degree of trust in their lord, who had led them through trials and tribulations. However, the serfs of the Lars family were more skeptical, most displaying indifference. Transitioning serfs to free folk was not unheard of, but such instances were typically accompanied by stringent conditions, often amounting to mere empty promises. Only a select few serfs who had ingratiated themselves with the nobility could hope to attain freedom. At this juncture, the importance of Lori became apparent, as an old soldier embedded among the inhabitants promptly posed a question to Lind. "My lord, what specific tasks are there? How long must I work to become a free folk?" Lind smiled, striving to project an air of approachability. Perhaps due to inheriting the protagonist's skills, he also bore a certain charm that made him seem more relatable to the crowd, enhancing the credibility of his words. The primary tasks and jobs included bridge repairs, road paving, and house construction. Those who were physically robust could opt for mining or enlist in the future military, which would yield more work points. For women, children, and those in poor health, lighter tasks such as fishing and weaving would be available. I swear by the name of the goddess, any industrious serf can attain the status of free folk within 1 to 3 years of diligent work. Furthermore, those who make significant contributions to the territory will have their bonds burned by me personally, granting them the identity of free folk. Upon hearing the specific tasks and Lind's solemn vow, the serfs of the Lars family began to murmur among themselves. These were tasks they could realistically undertake, unlike the grandiose and unattainable conditions set forth by other nobles, which often involved slaying a dragon or similar feats. Meanwhile, Lori, once again, raised a question. "Can we, as free folk, also undertake these tasks?" "Certainly, anyone is capable of undertaking these tasks, and upon completion, they will earn corresponding credits, which can be exchanged for food and goods within the territory, or even converted directly into currency. Furthermore, should the points of a freeman reach a certain standard, there will be additional monetary rewards." Subsequently, Lind made a supplementary remark. "The specific regulations and terms have been posted in the central area of the territory, and literate individuals will take turns standing guard to explain them to you. If anyone has any questions, they can visit the central area during their free time to seek clarification." After Lind finished speaking, it was not the serfs who immediately rushed to the central area to learn about the regulations, but rather the knights surrounding Reyna. One of the female knights, panting heavily, returned to Reyna and exclaimed, "My lady, this fellow truly intends to transform the serfs into freemen. I observe that for knights like us, it only takes half a year to meet the criteria for becoming a freeman." Reyna, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Isn't that a good thing? What is wrong with turning serfs into freemen?" Perhaps due to Reyna's naive innocence, she failed to comprehend what serfs represented to the nobility. She merely empathized with the serfs, thinking that if she were one, she would certainly strive to become a freeman. "My lady," the female knight urged, "if all the serfs become freemen, and neither the serfs nor the freemen owe any debts, who will work for the territory? In my opinion, this Lindroar knows nothing about governing a territory. To the noble class, serfs symbolize cheap labor, a resource to be exploited until the last drop of blood is squeezed from them. The nobles, who only understand how to increase taxes and extend labor hours to amass wealth, cannot fathom the advantages of liberating the serfs." Reyna, while unable to grasp this concept, nonetheless demonstrated remarkable wisdom and the ability to empathize. "Susan, are you a serf?" "Of course not, my lady. I am a noble knight of the Lars family." The knight named Susan seemed puzzled by Raina's sudden question. Do you owe our family any money? No, you and your family have always treated me well. I have never been in debt. Then why do you work for me? Upon hearing Raina's piercing question, Susan was momentarily taken aback and eventually spoke of knightly ideals and family honor in vague terms. But why can't serfs have ideals and honor? I believe the Lord's actions are justified. Those who can persist in completing these tasks already possess the qualifications to become freemen or even knights. Hearing Raina's words, Susan was finally rendered speechless and retorted, But my lady, we are nobles. Our veins run with noble blood, whereas those serfs are mere slaves. So what? Raina replied indifferently, My grandfather once said that our Lars family has roots in ironworking. Chapter 7. A Feast of Meat. As for the third point, Lind addressed the emaciated serfs, stating, Today, the tents and fences to be erected constitute my first decree. Although there will be no overseers, I have arranged for groups to be formed and designated work areas for each group. Only those who meet my requirements will be considered to have completed their tasks. Confronted by the dazed crowd, Lind continued, The first 5 groups to complete their work will be rewarded with meat tonight. Instantly, a spark ignited in the eyes of the previously bewildered serfs. Meat. How long has it been since they last tasted it? Even in peacetime, it is a rarity for commoners to enjoy a meal of meat, let alone in the current chaos of the North, where only true noble lords could afford such luxuries. Crucially, Lind's proclamation was not an empty promise. It was a tangible reward for that very evening. Many involuntarily licked their lips, and the crowd stirred with excitement, eager to learn their group assignments and designated work areas. Observing the flickering hope in their eyes, Lind felt a sense of relief. He now needed an initiative akin to Shang Yang's stake to establish his authority, and it appeared he was well on his way to achieving that. Amidst the growing restlessness and rising chatter, Lind continued, From today onward, those participating in arduous labor will receive an additional meal in the morning. Soldiers from the border troops will inform you of your group assignments and today's work areas at the breakfast distribution point. Remember, there is to be no looting of the daily rations. Any group found guilty will be collectively punished and barred from participating in the next day's work. Repeat offenders will lose their group's eligibility to work. As an example, everyone today will receive an extra breakfast. Soldiers will guide you to the distribution point shortly. After delivering this message, Lind casually descended from the platform, and after a brief moment of silence, the serfs and commoners erupted into cheers, rushing after the soldiers toward the breakfast distribution area. The border troops led by Lori had prepared wheat porridge and were maintaining order, while many selected as group leaders shouted the names of their team members from their notebooks. Due to Lind's final warning, no one dared to rush forward and loot. There was much more at stake than just work. There was their future. Even timid serfs, despite being ravenous, dared not speak loudly, closely following their group leaders and anxiously awaiting the porridge, fearful of violating rules and losing their eligibility to work. The scene of these orderly serfs left Lila feeling somewhat unnerved. Although she had been aware of Lind's intentions, and had even arranged some matters herself, witnessing the formerly lazy serfs actively adhering to orders still filled her with a sense of awe. Would these individuals ever resort to laziness again? Lila was uncertain, but at the very least, no one would dare to challenge Lind's authority any longer. As evening approached, the meat was brought forth for stew. Lind emphasized, the stew must be prepared in a visible location for all to see. And there must be enough meat for 5 groups. We truly need to prepare that much, my lord? Though Lila had sensed Lind's seriousness, hearing him personally issue the order left her somewhat incredulous. Indeed, I have stated that all commands in this territory will be guided by my directives. No. I am not questioning your authority, Lila clarified. What I meant was that even for the quantity of 5 groups, you could manage with a portion comparable to that of wild fruits, and the serfs would still be grateful. Even if they do not appreciate it, you can always claim it was my doing. Lila, having been chosen by Duke Lars to assist Raina, knew full well that nobles typically avoid taking direct responsibility for such matters. Someone must bear the blame. Nobles cannot be wrong. Any mistakes lie with those below them. Should the serfs raise a fuss, Lind could easily deflect by claiming, the issue lies with the execution of my orders. I initially requested meat for 5 groups. In that moment, Lila was willingly stepping into the role of scapegoat. This head maid, please remember, Do not attempt to interpret my intentions or make unauthorized interpretations. The amount of meat I specify is the amount that must be provided. Or shall I say that the supplies brought by Duke Lars cannot even meet the needs of 5 groups? In that instant, Lila felt an unprecedented pressure. The once equal demeanor of Lind seemed to vanish, replaced by the weight of absolute authority, an assertion of control that transcended Lind himself, emphasizing the ruler's absolute grasp over power. However, this sensation quickly dissipated. As Lila's beads of sweat hit the ground and she nodded in agreement, Lind appeared to revert to his gentle lordly self. Watching Lila arrange for the meat, Lind sighed in exasperation. It seemed all too challenging to change these people's perceptions in a short time. Many policies fail due to misinterpretations, and even those in power often enjoy playing the role of Riddler. While such a governing style may be effective in managing people, it is evidently detrimental to the initial development of the territory. In summary, the Riddlers must vacate the gray-white domain. Lind perused the population list and the territory's topographical map. Recognizing that road construction and land reclamation still required careful planning, yet the population of the territory was clearly insufficient. The supplies brought by Duke Lars exceeded Lind's expectations, but most were designated for maintaining the noble lifestyle of Reyna. Lind intended to discuss with Reyna about persuading Duke Lars to send over more practical tools, ideally seeking some seasoned craftsmen for the territory. The border troops brought by Lori were also wholly inadequate. There remained a scarcity of literate individuals, yet Lind was reluctant to utilize the noble knights close to Reyna. Relying solely on Reyna's maidservants was not a viable solution. Sigh. Initially, I believed that with the support of the Lars family and my prior life's experiences, managing the territory would proceed seamlessly. However, despite the abundance of resources and the smooth progression of affairs, Lind felt an undeniable weariness. The work points system, merely a reference from my past life, was hastily devised overnight. And it functioned as a dual system of work points alongside wages, serving as an alternative means of relief through labor. The territory was devoid of any output, entirely reliant on the continued lifeblood provided by Duke Lars. Lind lacked practical experience in road construction and housing, leading to an inevitable increase in future challenges. While Lind pondered these matters, Reyna approached him with an eager stride, exclaiming, "This is truly remarkable. I've never seen serfs adhere to order so diligently, nor voluntarily engage in work." Lind turned to follow Reyna's gaze and discovered several groups of serfs waiting in line for porridge, earnestly urging their team leaders to finish their tasks before partaking in the meal, thus demonstrating a commendable initiative. "How on earth did you manage this? You seem to command them without any need for a whip." Observing Reyna's animated chatter, Lind produced a booklet and remarked, "This little item proves far more effective than a whip." The booklet contained records of all individuals within the territory, detailing their household registrations, group assignments, and accrued work points. Reyna flipped through a few pages, failing to comprehend their contents, and simply praised, "Though I can't make sense of it. It certainly appears impressive. You are indeed the one fit to manage this territory." With that, Reyna puffed out her chest proudly, as if sharing in Lind's achievements. Yet, Lind doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water, brandishing the territorial planning map as he admonished. "And you dare say that, during your tenure, you neglected even to dig drainage ditches? Even if we currently reside in tents, how could you overlook a drainage system for a settlement housing hundreds?" "Drainage system? What is a drainage system?" With Reyna's innocent expression, Lind realized he was speaking to a wall. "Well, never mind. You may entertain yourself." Sensing a hint of disappointment in Lind's tone, Reyna clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Oh, come now, you have me here, right? You handle the work, and I trust you. Just focus on building the territory, and remember to come to me if you encounter any difficulties." This is precisely why Lind viewed Reyna with a kind of innocent foolishness. She remained blissfully unaware of the power she wielded, mirroring her character in the game. Were this a certain tale, Reyna would likely meet her end within just a couple of chapters, counting coins for others. Such a character could hardly orchestrate a rebellion. Lind gazed at Reyna's spirited yet somewhat foolish face, lost in contemplation. Chapter 8. Do not underestimate a young woman's poverty regardless. The gray-white territory had finally found its footing. Under the guidance of the new system, the serfs exhibited an unimaginable enthusiasm for work. No longer did overseers wield whips to spur labor. Instead, it was the laborers themselves who urged their leaders for inspections and validations. The supplies sent by the Lars family were mostly marked with work points for the residents to exchange, though, as the territory was still in its nascent stages of development, few sought to claim them, primarily exchanging for food. Currently, due to a lack of external contact, work points temporarily assumed some functions of currency. However, once the territory began to flourish, work points would transform into mere contribution points. A territory unable to sustain itself would inevitably rely on wages to procure goods for merchants. Which is precisely why Lind distributed both work points and wages. As usual, Lind stretched lazily within his tent, not realizing until he felt a stiffness in his limbs that Lila and most of the literate maids had been assigned to work positions, thus dismantling the noble lifestyle he had only recently enjoyed. Just as he lamented his own corruption by the lavish life, he noticed Reyna, who had previously ventured into the mountains for hunting, now uncharacteristically waiting at the entrance of his tent. Once assured that Lind was properly dressed, she entered, performing a deep bow with all the decorum she could muster. This gesture sent a shiver down Lind's spine, prompting him to hastily seat her and scrutinize her expression, as if attempting to discern whether Reyna had perhaps taken leave of her senses today. Though they were nominally betrothed, the relationship between Lind and Reyna was exceedingly delicate. Both had tacitly agreed to avoid discussing their engagement, leading lives distinctly apart, with neither contemplating marriage. After all, in the far northern realm, where the skies were high and the king distant, the engagement had seemingly slipped into obscurity. Observing Lind's restless pacing around her, Reyna could no longer contain herself and declared, "Brother, rest assured, I am well. However, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you." The more she insisted, the more apprehensive Lind became. In the narrative of the game, Reyna had concocted a fair share of troublesome schemes, even masquerading as a man to pen love letters to distract the protagonist. "I'm just a bit anxious and uncertain how to approach you. I don't know if you'll support me." Reyna's once proud and spirited countenance was now etched with trepidation and unease. Yet Lind bluntly interjected, "If you don't know how to convey it, then perhaps you should refrain from speaking at all." Lind was genuinely fearful that Reyna might suddenly proclaim, "Brother, I intend to rebel. You wouldn't oppose me, would you?" Though Lind currently wielded considerable authority within the territory, the primary military force comprised over 50 professional knights brought by Reyna, each capable of dismantling Lind's veteran troops. If Reyna so desired, she could easily orchestrate a coup and reclaim authority. That cannot be. After Lind's words, Reyna sprang to her feet, slamming her hand on the table, seemingly ignited by his remarks. "Go be frank, brother. I was originally the fiancée of the fourth prince, but I was forced to come to gray-white territory due to treachery." With this revelation, Reyna appeared markedly relieved. Continuing unabated, "If you assist me in returning to the royal capital, I will petition the royal family for justice, allowing me to reclaim my status as the prince's consort. Once I become queen, I shall appoint you as the chancellor of the kingdom." Reyna's statement was so riddled with absurdities that Lind found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "First and foremost, sister, are you certain you wish to return to the royal capital and oppose the protagonist? Are you genuinely intending to confront her? Furthermore, how do you plan to return to the royal capital? Are you suggesting we march back there? Even if you were to somehow return and the old king were to inexplicably regain his senses and reinstate you as the prince's consort, how could you then appoint me as chancellor? Would it be a case of court intrigue or a power struggle from within the family? While such affairs are not unheard of in the medieval context, should we not wait until the king has passed on before delving into such matters?" Most strikingly, Lind could not shake the impression that Reyna's words bore an uncanny resemblance to a scam message. "I am Qin Shi Huang. If you give me 50, I shall make you the Grand Chancellor of the Qin. In truth, her proposition was hardly distinguishable from a fraudulent solicitation. Nevertheless, Lind adeptly masked his reactions, cautiously inquiring, "Miss Lars, I am indeed eager to assist you. But how do you intend to return to the royal capital?" "By becoming the heir of the Lars family, of course," Reyna replied matter-of-factly. At that moment, Lind, who had not paid close attention to the plot, finally recalled a detail from the game. heirs of the four duchies were required to remain in the royal capital's academy for their studies. While it resembled a form of hostage, it actually afforded them greater freedom and status. This arrangement was primarily established to facilitate interactions between the protagonist and the heirs. However, Reina now viewed it as a lifeline to her goal of returning to the royal capital. Does the Lars family currently lack an heir? Lind inquired, puzzled that in the game, the heirs from the other three duchies in the royal capital had shown favorable inclinations toward the protagonist. Yet, it seemed that Reina was the sole representative of the Lars family, and she was not the heir. Upon mentioning this, Reina's demeanor shifted, her expression darkening as she spoke with a hint of sorrow. The original heir was my father, but he disappeared 5 years ago. No wonder the game narrative made no mention of the heir from the Northern Realm. Just as Lind prepared to offer words of comfort to Reina, she swiftly regained her usual enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Thus, the position of heir in the Lars family is entirely vacant. My grandfather established a rule. Among the descendants with land grants, whoever manages their territory best and earns the most military merit shall become the next duke." Although Reina spoke in vague terms, Lind was able to roughly surmise the thoughts of Duke Lars. The heir, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, had gone missing, and the forces below were restless. To prevent the descendants from resorting to unscrupulous means to vie for the position of heir, it might be prudent to establish a rule that the victor shall ascend. This method has its advantages and disadvantages. If successful, it could cultivate a remarkable individual to restore the glory of the North. But if it fails, it could lead to internal strife or even division. However, the Duke likely had the confidence that while he still lived, none of his descendants would dare to act recklessly. Yet, this also indicated that Duke Lars could no longer fully control the entire family. At the very least, the Lars family was no longer a one-man show under Duke Lars. "So, brother, you see, we are not yet officially married. Do I still belong to the Lars family?" "Indeed." Lind nodded slightly to it. Was only after their formal marriage that Reina would need to change her surname. For now, she remained a member of the Lars family, and the Grey-White territory is jointly managed by you and me. Can it not also be deemed my domain? Certainly. Lind felt a bit embarrassed yet acknowledged it. After all, while Reina might be easily swayed, the knights behind her had already taken hold of their sword hilts. Then, as a member of the Lars family with a tangible territory, does that not qualify me to partake in the competition for the position of heir? Observing Lind's growing confusion, Reina continued, "Originally, I thought it mattered not who became the heir, as I might not belong to the Lars family afterwards. However, since you possess the capability, why not give it a try? You manage the territory while I lead the troops. With us brothers united, how could there be a lack of competent generals?" Upon hearing this, Lind nearly sputtered in shock, realizing that this matter had arisen because of him. Reina, misinterpreting Lind's silence as concern over competing against the other members of the Lars family, reassured him, "Do not worry, brother. Although my uncle and siblings possess more prosperous territories than Grey-White, they lack grandfather's support. Grandfather has provided me with ample resources, undoubtedly wishing for me to become the heir." Lind was tempted to retort that if Duke Lars truly thought this way, he would not have assigned the territory to such a remote location. However, Reina's subsequent remark quelled his urge to complain. "I want those in the capital who once mocked me to know that fortunes can change. Do not underestimate a young girl in poverty." Lind was finally at a loss for words and tentatively asked, "Palace Jade liquid. What, brother? Do you wish to drink?" No, it's nothing." Lind pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Did this phrase truly exist in Chao Den's alternate world? Upon reflection, although he was not a son-in-law, was Reina not indeed a rejected genius? Could it be that Reina's ring contained an ancient spirit or artifact? This could explain why Reina, at such a tender age, had already reached the level of a formidable warrior. Nonetheless, regarding the competition for the heir's position, Lind felt it was indeed worth a try. Should Reina become the heir, their engagement could be directly annulled. Moreover, with Duke Lars presiding, the war for the heir would certainly not be too extreme. It could be described as a venture with nothing but benefits, making refusal illogical. After Lind expressed his support, their relationship instantly grew much closer. Seizing this opportunity, Reina recounted the game's plot from her perspective. However, when Reina reached the midway point of her narration, Lind suddenly called for a halt, looking at her with a mixture of suspicion and astonishment. He asked sternly, "Wait, Miss Lars, what is the name of the new saint who took away the fourth prince in the capital?" "Lilith Doran. She seems to be a minor noble from the eastern region. Although she is petite, she is indeed quite adorable. However, I do not particularly like her. I always feel she presents two different faces, one in front of the court and another in front of others." Reyna continued speaking, completely oblivious to Lind's unease. "Something is amiss." Lind began to nervously tap the table. Was not the official heroine in the game named Isha Nebbit? Furthermore, was she not supposed to be a silver-haired beauty rather than the black-haired lowly Reyna described? More critically, even if the heroine's name and appearance could be customized in the game, her origin was fixed. Was not the heroine a commoner born in the north? How could she have become a minor noble from the eastern region? To validate his suspicions, Lind interrupted Reyna once more. "Miss Lars, do you know a Northland commoner named Isha Nebbit from the academy?" Reyna initially felt a bit annoyed at being interrupted, but, seeing Lind's serious expression, began to reflect earnestly. Indeed, the Lars family had kept tabs on Northland individuals in the academy, especially commoners, who were a rare breed in noble institutions. "Is she the one with beautiful silver hair?" "I do recall her, but I was brought here before graduation, so I do not know where she went afterward." "Is she a relative of yours?" Linda's expression turned to one of horror. There were indeed other transmigrators, and that transmigrator had successfully usurped the heroine's identity. Chapter 9. New Theology. At this moment, Isha Nebbit, the heroine of the game, was leading a group of refugees in Leyelian territory, waiting for the Lord to distribute relief supplies. Having strayed from the original storyline of the game, Isha had not become a saint but had returned to the war-torn north, where she was using her skills to provide medical aid at the sanctuary of the Blessed Mother. As the North's front lines continued to falter, vast tracts of farmland were devastated, transforming a significant portion of the rural population into refugees. The sanctuary was overwhelmed and could no longer accommodate so many displaced individuals, forcing them to become vagrants heading south in search of safety. In light of this backdrop, Isha left the sanctuary, taking the refugees with her. Yet as their numbers swelled, she began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. The savings she had accrued while working in the capital were rapidly depleting, all while more and more refugees followed her. "Old villager, drink this holy water, and you will soon recover. May the goddess bless you." After saying this, Isha brought the vial to an elderly man's lips. "Revered nun, how could an old man like me use such precious holy water? Perhaps it is better suited for the young." The old man spoke faintly, as if his time was short. "Do not worry, old villager. I have plenty more. Yesterday, the Lars family's relief supplies were delivered to the castle and will surely be distributed soon." Persuaded by Isha, the old man finally managed to sip some holy water, and the color on his face improved significantly. In truth, Isha's potions had long been exhausted on the journey. The water in the vial was more accurately termed a placebo. Simply ordinary river water mixed with ash. For Isha, her 3 years of study in the capital felt like a dream. She had once wondered what it would have been like had she accepted the church's invitation to become a saint's attendant. At least she would not be wandering with a group of refugees now. Right? Even her once striking silver hair had dulled to a monotonous gray on the road of hardship. Yet Isha felt no regret. Even if given the chance to choose again, she believed she would still return to the north to save the refugees. After ensuring the old man was cared for, Isha rejoined her group. They had been in Leyelian territory for several days, yet the local lord, Count Yag, showed no intention of distributing relief supplies. As the number of refugees in the north surged, Duke Lars issued a relief decree mandating that all vassals of the Lars family were obligated to provide relief supplies to the refugees arriving in their territories. The Lars family would then compensate these nobles with food or currency for their efforts. The refugees, of course, were aware of this news, but unfortunately, no group of refugees had yet received any of the so-called relief supplies. Watching the fading holy light in her hands, Isha fell into a state of confusion. The brightness of a cleric's holy light does not necessarily reflect their faith's steadfastness. Many factors influence the holy light, including magical aptitude. However, if a cleric's holy light grows weaker, or even dims, it could only imply a wavering of the cleric's faith. To reflect on why her faith had begun to falter, Isha had been diligently studying the scriptures in her hands these past few days. Yet the more she studied, the more she found the reality starkly at odds with the teachings. The goddess's doctrine proclaimed that all were children of God, and that the status of God's children was equal. Why then did disparities of wealth and status exist? The teachings of the goddess assert that sin is unforgivable and must be met with severe punishment to atone for transgressions. Yet, why do the affluent escape retribution through indulgences? It is evident that the power of excommunication resides with the goddess and the Pope. Why then do certain monks wield excommunication as a threat against ordinary believers, coercing them to contribute donations? The divine oracle clearly calls for unity among the faithful, yet under the interpretation of high-ranking bishops, this oracle transforms into the notion of offering one's right cheek when struck on the left. Initially, Isa did not perceive any flaw in the ecclesiastical text she held, yet upon her return to the northern realms for an on-site investigation, she discovered that the utopia depicted within the scriptures was a mere illusion. The demon kin would not cease their hostilities simply because one extends their right cheek for further blows. The church's so-called unity was exclusively for the nobles. The less affluent the believer, the greater the demand for their donations. Isa felt her faith beginning to waver, especially as the refugees accompanying her began to succumb to starvation, while not a single lord or noble was willing to part with provisions. Even as the churches across the land remained tightly shut, if no action were taken soon, it seemed inevitable that the refugees, who had been brought forth from the sanctuary of the Holy Mother, would perish from hunger within the leafy domain. Among the refugees, a man was grinding a rusted shovel on a stone, a tool intended for protection against bandits. Although the blade could not be sharpened by his efforts, he continued to grind with reddened eyes, cradling a shriveled, foul-smelling infant corpse in his arms. Just days prior, Count Jage had opened his gates to offer a small bag of grain, but only in exchange for a young and beautiful woman. This was not a charitable act, for Count Jage had proclaimed, "Let us first define who qualifies as a refugee. Those who have made it to the leafy domain are clearly capable of filling their bellies, and thus cannot be considered refugees. Therefore, I am unable to provide you with relief provisions." The man's wife had been chosen that day to enter the castle, traded for a single bag of grain for their child. Yet, that grain appeared to be spoiled, and after consuming it, the child fell gravely ill, succumbing the following day due to lack of medicine and chronic malnutrition. Isa's holy water could not revive the child, nor could the dimming sacred light. No one blamed Isa. This silver-haired nun had sold everything she possessed along the way, even relinquishing her identification as a nun, all to procure more grain to sustain the group until they reached the territory that dispensed relief. Isa had already become the spiritual leader of the masses. However, every time she recalled the man's anguished words as he wept over the corpse of his child, claiming, "Surely the goddess favored this child," taking them to her divine realm, she felt as though her heart was ensnared. It was not only the man. Many of the refugees gathered outside the castle clenched their farming tools tightly. Some even felled trees to fashion spears, unconsciously gravitating toward Isa's presence. 2 days prior, Count Jage had not only exchanged expired grain for a woman, but had also witnessed Isa's inability to produce the church's credentials, attempting to forcibly drag her into the castle, only to be repelled by Isa. Unexpectedly, rather than inciting his anger, this only seemed to exhilarate Count Jage, who granted Isa 2 days to reconsider. Should she refuse once more, he would dispatch his guards to eradicate all the beggars obstructing his castle gate. During those 2 days, Isa did not remain idle. Despite the increasingly dim light of the sacred, she continued her preaching daily, though the content had shifted to reflect her own insights from the sanctuary of the Holy Mother to the leafy domain. This was a doctrine derived from the texts, yet detached from traditional exegesis, focusing on poverty, oppression, and injustice, striving for social justice and equality, and emphasizing the coexistence of divine and human rights, with violence as the means to achieve these ends. Isa had come to realize that medicine alone could not save the North. Only through struggle could liberation be attained. Though these thoughts were still in their nascent stages, had they reached Lind in the gray and white domain, one could only imagine the exclamations of disbelief. Liberation Theology, Chapter 10. The story of the radiant martial arts Isa found it perplexing that she was held in such esteem by the refugees. To her, the monks steadfastly defending the front lines at the sanctuary of the Holy Mother deserved far greater respect. Just 2 days prior, she had not been prepared for confrontation and had contemplated self-sacrifice. However, the former village elder had posed a poignant question to her. Do you truly believe that sacrificing yourself will ensure the survival of others? The elder was acutely aware of the grim realities, yet he still consumed the holy water offered by Isa, reassuring her. Now, the only path laid before them was one of struggle. The starving refugees faced the fully armed noble guards. Their fates seemingly sealed, especially in a world imbued with magic, where merely 1 or 2 mages could easily subjugate these powerless mortals. Yet, it mattered little. Those unwilling to perish as mere corpses had no choice but to wield their blades or meet their end. Since death was inevitable, why not make one final stand? As had been agreed, the castle gates gradually swung open, revealing Count Jage's overly rewarded visage once more before the crowd. During the past 2 days, Count Jage had lamented the fleeting nature of the refugee women, having seen 3 perish in just 2 days, one of whom had been murmuring about her child before her demise. A truly repugnant sight. The Count paid no heed to the multitude gathered at the castle gates. To him, the gathering of such lowly bloodlines held no significance. Once he had successfully lured the silver-haired nun into the castle, he intended to eliminate all those wretched souls. Upon opening the castle doors and beholding Isa surrounded by the throng, Jage maintained his noble decorum and elegantly inquired, "Have you reached a decision?" "Counterfeit nun?" Just as Jage reveled in his own poised demeanor, he sensed an awkward tension in the air. The number of refugees at the castle gates far exceeded his expectations, and he was at a loss as to when so many had gathered around his castle. Originally, he had intended to merely draw a woman into the castle, so he had brought only a few attendants. The multitude of desperate eyes now staring at him stirred a flicker of fear deep within Jage. After all, they were merely lowly bloodlines, he reassured himself. Jage, you are a nobleman, a nobleman. Having comforted himself thus, Jage regained his haughty demeanor. But before he could utter his next words, a singular command of kill echoed through the air, filling Jage's mind. The refugees outside the castle, brandishing scythes, hoes, and wooden sticks, surged towards the castle gates. Jage's first instinct was not to order the gates closed or to hide behind his guards, but rather to shout, "I am a count bestowed by his majesty. How dare you, you rabble? How dare you?" Had it not been for the guards pulling him back, Jage would surely have been struck down by the man at the forefront. However, it was precisely because Jage hesitated to issue an immediate command that Isha, leading the refugees, surged into the castle. In that fleeting moment, the divine light in Isha's hands had all but faded. Yet she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. A multitude of refugees poured into the castle, venting their emotions with fervor. If one person could not topple Jage's reinforcements, then 5 or 10 would join together in their efforts. In that instant, Isha seemingly glimpsed the true decree of unity as described in the sacred texts. At that moment, a second-tier mage hurriedly entered the fray, appearing disheveled, clutching a staff while remnants of sauce still clung to his lips. The mage waved his staff, attempting to conjure a spell, but Isha, utilizing the last vestiges of her divine light, unleashed a blinding flash, momentarily dazzling the mage. With no one available to assist him in his haste, the once noble mage, whom the refugees dared not even glance at, was soon engulfed by the throng. Yet, that was where the tide turned. The castle, designed not for comfort but for military function, proved resilient. Much like Jage's fortress. Although the outer defenses had been breached, the guards swiftly escorted Jage into the inner sanctum, sealing the entrance behind them. The sheer number of refugees could not breach the inner gates, which continuously discharged soldiers from designated access points. Following the initial wave of assault, the refugees lost their fighting spirit. Some, too famished to continue, collapsed, while others mindlessly sought out food, devouring whatever scraps they could find. Meanwhile, Jage's soldiers appeared to be inexhaustible. However, the overwhelming number of refugees rendered the battlefield somewhat balanced. Fortunately, the refugees surrounding Isha remained steadfast, undeterred by the chaos, guarding her resolutely. Isha even refrained from relying on divine light, personally incapacitating several soldiers with her shovel. Yet, at that moment, some refugees lowered their weapons. For Yage, the Count had hung several figures against the inner wall, while he himself, amplified by the mage's magic, bellowed threats to the refugees. "Listen closely, you wretched bloodline. If you dare to soil my castle with your filth-ridden feet, I shall execute a woman every 10 minutes." It was then that the refugees recognized the figures hanging from the walls were the very women Yage had brought into the castle 2 days prior. Without needing Yage to act, some women had already succumbed to death, their bodies marred with wounds. To Yage, the paramount issue was that these unshod refugees dared to tread upon the meticulously arranged floors of his castle. In a bid to protect his domain from the taint of their lowly blood, he refrained from deploying his professionals from the inner castle, opting instead to threaten the refugees to vacate. Concurrently, a third-tier mage hurled a fireball into the sky, instilling fear among the masses. "What the hell?" The man wielding the shovel gazed tearfully at the corpses on the wall, yet the refugees remained silent. Seemingly cowed by the mage's magic, an overwhelming force they dared not confront. However, Isha, witnessing the bodies, could no longer contain herself. All notions of faith and divine favor were cast aside as she yearned to confront Yage. Intent on interrogating him in accordance with the sacred texts, disregarding whether she had the right to do so. Liberate the castle, capture Yage. Fueled by emotion, Isha raised the sacred tome, a symbol of divine decree, and shouted fervently, "Kill her! Execute her!" Yage, now too consumed with fury to spare Isha, frantically directed the mages. The mages swiftly responded, preparing to capture the leader before the minions. Yet, at that moment, a miracle unfolded. As Isha continued to chant her rallying cry, a meteor streaked across the sky, plummeting directly towards the castle. Everyone present held their breath, watching as the meteor exploded mid-air, raining fire down upon Yage's forces. The firestorm spared the refugees, striking only Yage's army with pinpoint accuracy. Divine retribution was the singular thought shared by all. The fiery deluge shattered the morale of Yage's troops. Several mages, attempting to conjure protective barriers, were swiftly incinerated before they could cast a single spell. The refugees stood in stunned silence, beholding the scene, as if a deity were aiding them directly. Although Isha felt incredulous, pondering if perhaps the goddess was watching over her, she quickly gathered her wits. Rallying the refugees to chant, "Liberate the castle, capture Yage. Liberate the castle, capture Yage." A miracle had occurred, and Yage could see it. The previously scattered refugees united under the miraculous event, finally organizing an effective offensive. While Yage's soldiers, terrified by the celestial flames, faltered, the refugees surged forth, effortlessly breaching the defenses of Yage's castle. Chapter 11. The failure to boil water. The proposal to construct public latrines within the territory was swiftly endorsed by Reyna upon its presentation by Lind. This initiative was given heightened priority, with Reyna even offering her own funds as a supplementary reward. It was unavoidable. While the capital in the game sparkled with grandeur, the civilization at the borders was far from commendable, perfectly encapsulating the essence of the Middle Ages. Even during the Age of Exploration, most Western cities, particularly port towns, were rife with filth, requiring individuals to wear broad-brimmed hats to shield themselves from the refuse of those above. While high-heeled shoes were donned to avoid the fresh droppings of the morning. Forget about composting with waste. Many ordinary individuals lacked even the concept of a toilet, opting instead for immediate solutions. Reyna, having lived a life of nobility, had initially overlooked this pressing issue, and Lind, consumed by the struggles of survival, had similarly neglected it, resulting in a territory now suffused with an unbearable stench, particularly after the inhabitants had their fill. "My lord, the water has boiled." Lila entered the tent, carrying a stack of experimental reports to present to Lind. As before, although the boiling water produced steam, it failed to generate the expected propulsion. Listening to Lila's report, Lind, somewhat exasperated, ran his fingers through his hair. The process of boiling water was proving ineffective in this world. Though the procedure mirrored that of his previous life, the steam's generated force was significantly diminished. Merely causing the boiling water to bubble slightly, Lind pondered whether the water in this realm was fundamentally different. Yet aside from the steam's inability to produce power, all other physical reactions appeared identical to those he had known. Something must be obstructing or diluting the steam's force, and the most plausible culprit was magical energy. The experimental report corroborated Lind's suspicions, indicating that the water element in this world diluted the steam's power. However, under current conditions, this was the extent of their findings. What had become of the diluted energy, and whether the water element could serve as a new source of power remained unknown. In summary, relying on boiled water to achieve breakthroughs was evidently futile. To embark on industrialization, alternative methods for generating stable power must be discovered. What troubled Lind most was the possibility that if steam's power could be diluted, so too might the force of gunpowder be affected by the elemental fire. What was the microcosm of this world? Did microorganisms behave differently than in his former life? If so, even the composting efforts in the territory might not succeed. While Lind had always believed that the greatest advantage of a transmigrator lay not solely in modern technologies like steam engines, but rather in the concepts of standardized industrialization and exceptionally advanced insights, the inability to boil water was nonetheless disheartening. Nevertheless, Lind quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, this was a world of magic. Clinging to the notion of boiling water for power sources seemed a futile endeavor when magic offered a more convenient energy alternative. Having inherited the protagonist's skills, he could even manipulate divine light. Clinging to the physical laws of his past life felt somewhat idealistic. Moreover, those principles of physics were not entirely obsolete. At least, the laws of physics were still applicable. From pulleys to levers, all were relevant, and gravitational forces remained unchanged. Lind need not worry about becoming a mere hydrogen being. With his mindset realigned, Lind set aside the report and inquired, "Have we successfully replicated the previous results with sugar production? Although the quality is lacking, the first batch has been produced successfully." However, Lila hesitated before continuing. "Mass production remains elusive, I understand. There is no need to rush. Please take a batch of finished products and arrange for our journey to the downstream town of Faison. At your command." Lila gracefully lifted her skirt but did not make a direct exit. Instead, she stared intently at Lind, her dark circles betraying her fatigue. In exasperation, Lind found himself echoing Lila's earlier words to Reyna. "Lila, the head maid, there are still numerous issues in the territory that remain unresolved, and you cannot afford to rest just yet." Although Lila's face was etched with exhaustion, Lind was at a loss. Reyna's knights were disinclined to work under him, and the current labor force could only be compared to the standards of his past life, where those deemed useful were exploited to the fullest. Despite failing to boil water, he had succeeded in sugar production. The territory boasted beets capable of yielding white sugar. Through a laborious process of washing, shredding, extracting, heating, precipitating, boiling, and finally allowing it to cool naturally, Lind had, after numerous experiments, managed to slightly improve his dietary provisions. However, due to the absence of professional equipment, the entire process was exceedingly rudimentary. Even the simplest separation apparatus was merely a crank and a wooden barrel, yielding only a meager amount of sugar each day. Even with an assembly line approach, the inadequacies of the equipment rendered the output disappointingly low. Yet, it sufficed, as the female workers in the territory trembled with excitement upon witnessing the crystallized white sugar. Lind learned from Reyna that in this era, white sugar was predominantly produced by alchemists through an exceedingly intricate process involving abstract materials, even including bats' tears and frogs' urine, requiring a bewildering array of peculiar substances to forge some crystalline sugar. The residents still believed that Lind had secretly employed some form of magic to produce these sparkling white crystals rather than relying solely on his own efforts. This misconception was likely compounded by the assembly line method, rendering the workers unaware of the entire sugar-making process. Nonetheless, Lind had no intention of correcting them. The complexity of sugar production had likely arisen from market demands. After all, the more convoluted and mysterious the process, the more the nobility seemed to covet it. The sugar transported by the Lars family was somewhat more acceptable to Lind in terms of raw materials, as it at least utilized honeybee excrement, which, at the very least, was sweet. However, that too was a stretch. One could only say that the existence of magic had led to a rather absurd technological landscape, even though beats along the roadside were naturally sweet. The nobility dismissed such common fare as unworthy, neglecting to consider it for sugar production in favor of pursuing incomprehensible magical concoctions. As for the yellow mud water method, it bore no distinction from alchemy to Lind at present. This yellow mud was not mere slurry. Some speculated it to be an alkaline clay, yet no one had been able to reproduce how this alkaline clay was made. This was not due to a recording error but rather a simple loss to history. Lind had always harbored disdain for those who dismissed an entire text like Tiangong Kaiwu simply because a particular method could not be replicated. After all, the dragon bone water wheel recorded within it was still in use in Lind's homeland in his previous life. And he had even operated one in his youth. Lind had just completed the design for the dragon bone water wheel and was preparing to promote its use in the territory. Presently, the most pressing issue for Lind was not the knights, who occasionally sought to trouble him, nor the sporadic conflicts between the original residents and those brought by the Lars family. The territory's greatest dilemma was a severe lack of labor. In reality, the population stood at around 700 to 800, accounting for Reyna's knights and the veterans Lind had appointed as officials. The number of available workers was still alarmingly scant. Constructing latrines required manpower, building shelters necessitated workers, and even Lind's experimental endeavors demanded labor. Despite Reyna's daily excursions into the mountains to seek out minerals, which were more akin to leisurely outings, a significant labor shortage persisted. While experiments involving cement and gunpowder had yet to commence due to material constraints, it was evident that they would require considerable manpower, and not just any ignorant serfs. Reyna's letter to Duke Lars had already been dispatched, and Lind could only pray that the Duke would send more craftsmen to the territory rather than luxury goods, especially those sweets made from honeybee excrement. As for the matter of someone usurping the heroine's role, Lind had already asked Reyna to find someone, though it seemed somewhat odd for the villainess to seek out the original heroine within the confines of the game. Of course, due to the lag in information during this era, Lind was unaware that Reyna had yet to rebel, while the original heroine had already taken the initiative. Chapter 12. Why is this world's technological development so abstract? Even during the medieval period of my previous life, large water wheels had already been invented, and later developments led to hydraulic hammers that significantly reduced the cost of plate armor for those knights. Yet, in this world, there was no such advancement. Not even large water wheels could be found. The reason was simple. Magic. In a context where second and third level mages, and even some apprentices, could easily summon rain or divert water for irrigation through the use of magical arrays and scrolls. Who would think to invent irrigation tools? Much like how, with the existence of freezing spells, no one would consider creating refrigerators or air conditioners. The nobility, in particular, would never entertain such notions, even if they were financially unable to hire professional mages or druids to irrigate their fields. It would still be cheaper to pay serfs to fetch water. Even if some clever peasants could conceive of similar devices, their poverty would either prevent them from realizing such inventions or render them unable to disseminate their ideas, leading them to be lost to history. Especially in this world, where feudal ignorance held overwhelming sway, the development of civilization would stagnate for centuries. The abstract nature of the technological tree is a concrete manifestation of this stagnation. Amidst the awe of the residents, Lind personally operated the dragon bone water wheel to channel water from the irrigation ditch into the fields. Unlike the earlier sugar production, no one exclaimed that this must surely be magic. The principle of the dragon bone water wheel was not particularly complex. Understanding chain drive mechanisms was sufficient to construct it adequately. Many children, witnessing the foot-operated chain wheel, were eager to try their hand at it. However, before any child could leap onto the contraption, Reyna had already removed her boots and climbed onto the water wheel's turning wheel. "Wow, look how fast this wheel is spinning," Reyna exclaimed, her delight akin to that of a child with a new toy. Pedaling furiously. Unfortunately, as the water wheel was still in the experimental phase and Reyna's strength was formidable, it soon fell apart, sending her tumbling into the field. The knights quickly surrounded the grinning Reyna, while the surrounding residents stifled their laughter, struggling to suppress their smiles. Lind could only facepalm in disbelief. In recent days, Reyna had truly become increasingly carefree, bordering on reckless. though thankfully she had not engaged in anything truly wicked, merely competing with the children for toys. Strangely, during those moments, she did embody the essence of a villainous young lady. Dusting herself off, Raina turned to Susan beside her and said, "This is wonderful. Have a sturdy one made from black iron for me, so I can play on it every day." Yes, seeing Susan's serious expression, Lynn found it hard to comprehend why Raina's knights could maintain their composure. Was it merely habit? "Do you have any more of these toys?" Raina inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lynn refrained from correcting her misconception, pondering whether it might be feasible to create a bicycle ahead of time. While mass production was out of the question, as bicycles would hold no practical significance without roads, crafting one for Raina to enjoy should pose no problem. After all, she was the benefactor, and it was essential to keep her pleased. Subsequently, after circling the dragon bone water wheel, Raina posed another question. "Brother, do you think we could add a rod that rotates with the chain wheel, placing the other end in the river of tears, using the water flow to drive the chain wheel?" "A transmission rod?" Lind instinctively articulated the device Raina was describing. "Yes, that's it, brother. You truly are a worm in my belly." "That's a tapeworm," Lind, still momentarily stunned that Raina was not as foolish as he had assumed, returned to observing her in astonishment. "However, if that were the case, the water wheel you described would need modifications." Raina casually picked up a stick and began to sketch on the ground. The more she drew, the more horrified Lynn's expression became. Indeed, it was horror. From these casual sketches, Raina had already discerned a rough model of a water-driven water wheel. This was akin to a fool stumbling upon a formulaic theorem. Could it be that this fool was truly a genius? It was worth noting that Lind had previously inquired in detail about the absence of water wheels in this world. Yet, he had only provided a theoretical foundation and model, and Raina had already designed a tool never before seen. "If what I've drawn is feasible, could we adapt it further to use water flow for forging steel and armor?" Lind was taken aback. In the brief moment he had been distracted, Raina's thoughts had leaped to hydraulic hammers, and she had even begun drafting design plans. "Miss Lars, how did you conceive of using water power for forging steel?" Linda's expression had grown quite serious, yet Raina shyly smiled and remarked, "After all, our Lars family has a history of blacksmithing. My grandfather always told me that our family craft must not be lost. Should we fall into misfortune, we could still make a living." In that instant, Linda found himself questioning whether Raina's lack of common sense was hereditary. How could the illustrious daughter of the Northern Duke consider resorting to blacksmithing out of desperation? However, witnessing Raina's silly grin made Linda suddenly comprehend the gravity of the situation faced by Duke Lars in the capital. Perhaps he was indeed serious. As Linda observed Raina tirelessly refining her sketches, he picked up a twig and joined in, and with Linda's assistance, a theoretical blueprint for a functioning hydraulic hammer was thus completed. Along the way, Linda imparted some physics knowledge to Raina, who grasped it with astonishing speed, even managing to outsmart Linda, who was not a physics major, in the process. Raina was truly a genius in every sense of the word. Although it seemed unlikely that the device would operate successfully, Linda couldn't help but wonder, were there even materials available to support variable speed and transmission? If not, it would merely be a large toy. Linda sighed in self-pity as he gazed at the sketches. Yet Raina immediately responded, "Materials are easy to come by. We can use alchemical substances. Just state your requirements, and those alchemists will craft them for you. It's merely a question of price." Then, with a confident smile, Raina added, "But for the Lars family, money is not an issue." It was then that Linda remembered that this world indeed possessed magic and alchemy, and he nodded in agreement, saying, "Then let us visit Farson Town tomorrow. I happen to have some additional ideas that require a substantial amount of alchemical materials." "Farson Town? Are we going to the champagne market?" Raina's energy seemed boundless as she bounced around Linda, eager to embark on the adventure. "Not entirely. I have matters to discuss with Viscount Jefferson of Farson Town, and of course, we shall also go to the champagne market." Upon hearing this, Raina exclaimed in excitement, "Absolutely. I've never explored a commoner's market before. I'll pack my things right away." No sooner had she spoken than she dashed off with a throng of knights, prompting Linda to helplessly shout, "We'll be back the same day." "No need to pack. The champagne market is renowned throughout the western regions of the north, but its location is not fixed. It rotates among the territories of the so-called champagne nobility. This time, it happened to be hosted by Viscount Jefferson of Farson Town, Linda's downstream neighbor. Although a viscount, Jefferson had become exceedingly wealthy through the champagne market, to the point where even some earls and marquises found themselves borrowing money from him. Moreover, the champagne market was not merely a place for selling wine. It had evolved into a significant commercial event, featuring a multitude of shops and even circus performances. Having been raised in a strict household, Reina's understanding of markets was derived entirely from nightly novels, making her exceptionally eager for this excursion. At the break of dawn the following day, she dragged the still-sleeping Linda onto the boat. Even after disembarking, Linda had no opportunity to greet Jefferson before Reina whisked him away to the market. The market was a vibrant tapestry of stalls, with the cacophony of merchants and the bustling crowd converging to create a lively scene. Farmers displayed their colorful fruits and vegetables, vendors showcased various poultry and livestock, while artisans exhibited their crafts, such as wood carvings, pottery, and leather goods, capturing the attention of passers-by. Some stalls were particularly unique, such as those of healers, mages, and fortune-tellers. I can't sense a hint of magical energy from those mages. How impressive! Reina marveled at a stall selling talismans accompanied by divination services. That one is a fraud, Linda replied, exasperated as he pulled Reina away. The knights accompanying Reina each clutched an array of peculiar trinkets, yet she continued to browse, buying various items that paled in comparison to the exquisite pieces found in her home. She would hardly have given them a second glance in the capital. Nevertheless, Reina purchased them, for the expressions of the artisans selling these wares mirrored the looks of her former subjects during her time in the gray-white collar, reminding her of her past failures. This compelled her to want to do something for them, but ultimately, she could only buy their inexpensive crafts. The market was bustling, yet not quite as Reina had imagined. Weapons clashed and bottles shattered amidst the shouts and skirmishes, with pickpockets perhaps outnumbering legitimate customers. Mercenaries and adventurers were far from the gallant figures depicted in knightly tales. Instead, they roamed in packs, threatening the hapless vendors. The champagne nobility enforced a system where zero-sum purchases were non-existent, compelling merchants to offer steep discounts or face dire consequences. This was their interpretation of free trade. Reina initially found it outrageous that an old soldier near Linda claimed to have ridden a dragon, but was taken aback when mercenaries in the tavern boasted of slaying dragons and bathing in dragon's blood, now invincible and capable of. The remainder of the tale was muffled as Susan covered Reina's ears. Though even Reina sensed the absurdity, as the man, like the old soldier, stumbled over his words when asked to describe what a dragon actually looked like. Chapter 13. The Alchemical Society of Runes. The trade at the market surpassed Linda's expectations. Once he negotiated with the merchants selling materials and alchemical equipment and paid a deposit, they would deliver the items directly to Linda's territory. With the backing of the champagne nobility, there was little concern that these merchants would abscond with their funds unless they wished to forfeit their standing in the north. It was somewhat ironic, as the nobles overseeing the northern market wielded more control than the current Lars family. The procurement of materials for gunpowder and cement also proceeded more smoothly than Linda had anticipated. Having previously observed a witchcraft market in Africa, where materials were as bizarre as they were varied, he recognized that this world's market was no different, and the existence of genuine magic only enhanced the trading of materials. For instance, the ingredients required for gunpowder, saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, were all commonplace alchemical materials, making bulk purchases quite unremarkable. Furthermore, one could specify requirements for these materials, such as requesting the charcoal be fully dry distilled before delivery to the territory. This piqued Linda's curiosity about the world's alchemy. Truthfully, he was more eager to bring those alchemists back with him than to gather alchemical materials. Thank you for your patronage. The total comes to 247 silver leaf coins. I'll round it down for you to 240, the shopkeeper, a woman in her 30s clad in a loose yet fitted magical robe adorned with golden threads, held a gilded smoking pipe, exuding an air of sophistication. Her tone was somewhat languid, yet her words were remarkably polite. Despite Linda purchasing a substantial amount of materials, they were not particularly expensive, comparable to Reina's weekly allowance, and he readily paid the deposit. These materials included not only those needed for gunpowder, but also numerous chemical supplies that Linda recognized, akin to preparing for a training session for the alchemists in his territory. Of course, the affordability stemmed mainly from Linda avoiding abstract materials. Had he sought those highly esoteric magical components, the prices would have skyrocketed. For example, items such as a powder made from unknown animal bones, possibly even human bones, dried organs devoid of blood, shriveled snake specimens, and suspiciously dung-like dragon excrement would command exorbitant costs. "Sir, are you interested in hiring an alchemist?" the shopkeeper inquired after exhaling a plume of smoke. "Yes, I've heard that a qualified noble should have a dedicated alchemist. Do you offer such services? I would prefer someone proficient in both runes and magical array systems." Linda had previously gathered a rudimentary understanding of the world's magical framework from Reyna. Although her explanations were peppered with various pronouns, he grasped the essentials. Alchemy was the most lucrative magic, while rune magic arrays held the greatest potential for directly enhancing productivity. While there were magic craftsmen capable of utilizing runes in his territory, Linda still required systematic instruction to fully comprehend the intricacies of runes in this world. The shopkeeper, noticing Linda dispelling the smoke before him, discreetly tapped her pipe to extinguish it. "Certainly, at the Shuo Jin Merchant Alliance, we sell anything, including people." Upon concluding her words, the proprietress extracted a document from her bosom, extending the warm-to-the-touch papers to Lind. Disregarding the proprietress's peculiarities, Lind accepted the document and began to scrutinize it meticulously. The academic landscape of this world is rather chaotic. Within the realm of alchemy alone, there exist numerous schools, both large and small. This does not even account for those clandestine sects hidden from the public eye. Alchemists, akin to professionals in this world, are individuals capable of wielding and manipulating magical energy, each varying in their specific vocation. Unlike the alchemists of the Renaissance in his previous life, these practitioners cannot simply stir materials in a cauldron to yield results. Instead, they must employ a form of transmutation magic to harmonize the components. It is worth mentioning that knights, primarily focused on melee combat, also belong to this category of professionals and are capable of utilizing and channeling magical energy. Centuries ago, this energy was referred to as fighting spirit by knights. However, scholarly inquiry has revealed that this so-called fighting spirit is merely another manifestation of magical energy. This research has resolved the age-old debate regarding whether knights or mages are superior, revealing that knights are but a different form of melee mages. Although magic exists in this world, it is unexpectedly materialistic in certain aspects. For instance, the human body comprises water, proteins, fats, carbohydrates, minerals, and vitamins, thus imposing a limit on physical strength. One cannot simply train their body to the extent of withstanding temperatures in the thousands of degrees or breaking the sound barrier. Mages project condensed magical energy outward, constructing various spell models to cast different magics, while knights essentially envelop themselves in a form of permanent powered armor through magical energy, enabling them to achieve feats beyond human physical capabilities. Those knights who solely hone their physical prowess without engaging their intellect have long been consigned to history. After considerable searching, Lind finally located the alchemical school that most closely aligned with his requirements: the Rune Stigmata Alchemical Society, abbreviated as the Rune Society. This organization, comprised of alchemists specializing in runes, later welcomed mages researching scrolls and practitioners studying stigmata. The society adheres to the belief that different runes and symbols can yield various powers, striving for the perfect arrangement of runes and the meticulous construction of spell models. "Are you interested in the Rune Stigmata Alchemical Society?" The proprietress, while toying with her smoking pipe, noticed Lind's lingering gaze on the document. Before Lind could respond, she continued, "While the Rune Society appears to meet your criteria splendidly, I must caution you that most alchemists possess some knowledge of runes, and indeed, some may surpass the Rune Society in their expertise." Lind comprehended the proprietress's implication and, perplexed, glanced at the document in his hand, inquiring what issues plague the Rune Society. "They have recently encountered internal strife. The former president has just passed away, and due to their unconventional research topics, they went bankrupt, leading to a shortage of funds for their endeavors. Consequently, most members have departed, leaving behind a handful of alchemists of modest skill eyeing the remnants of the society. Generally speaking, alchemy, being one of the most lucrative forms of magic, ensures that alchemists typically do not suffer from financial woes. Even if alchemy is incredibly costly, as long as they can secure sponsorship among the nobility, their income will swiftly surpass that of other professionals of similar rank. What sort of research topic could drive an alchemist society to bankruptcy? Compelling the majority to abandon it? Sensing Lin's confusion, the proprietress elucidated, they aim to enable ordinary individuals, who cannot perceive magical energy, to wield magic, which has deterred any noble from offering their patronage. Lind nearly spat out his tea. Was this not the ambition of a time traveler? Did the indigenous thoughts of this otherworldly realm truly possess such advanced notions? Have they succeeded? As far as I know, there has been no progress whatsoever. Noticing Lin's interest, the proprietress began to expound upon the Alchemist Society. It is said that the society was established by the late president in a bid to cure his ailing daughter. But following his demise, the family chose a different heir to inherit the title, resulting in the society losing its primary source of financial support and becoming fragmented. After all, which noble would wish to allow ordinary citizens devoid of any magical talent to wield magic? Even nobles lacking magical aptitude themselves would hesitate to sponsor the Rune Society, for doing so would be tantamount to admitting their own incompetence in magic. With such funds, it would be wiser to sire more children or adopt two talented youngsters from the vast network of noble connections. Thus, the Rune Stigmata Alchemical Society not only receives no sponsorship but also faces numerous obstacles, even attracting hostility. Even the Shuo Jin Merchant Alliance, an organization that typically prioritizes financial gain, refrains from recommending the Rune Society to clients, believing it unlikely to generate future profits. After absorbing this information, Lind could not help but reflect that being a step ahead of one's time marks one as a genius, while being 2 steps ahead may render one a madman. Although the Rune Society's intentions may not be deemed progressive, the subject matter of their research is, by contemporary standards, excessively advanced, resulting in widespread misunderstanding and hostility from those who do comprehend. Yet, it is precisely this aspect that piques Lin's interest in the Alchemical Society. His territory is in need of individuals capable of imparting foundational knowledge of alchemy and runes. Thus, this society shall suffice. With that, Lin produced 3 times the required deposit, elegantly placing the gleaming silver coins atop the Rune Society's documentation. The hiring price of the Rune Society was considerably modest, not warranting such a sum of silver. The proprietress attempted to return the coins, only to be halted by Lin's outstretched hand. "No, I do not wish to hire. I intend to purchase them." Upon hearing this declaration, the proprietress, seemingly enlightened by the prospect of someone willingly alleviating the society's financial burdens, donned a businesslike smile and retrieved a contract from her bosom, stating, "What a sagacious decision. The Rune Stigmata Alchemical Society is indeed exceptionally suited for teaching novices. Your discerning eye is commendable. The talents you seek will be dispatched to your territory shortly." After signing a mutually satisfactory contract, Lind exited the Shuo Jin Merchant Alliance's chain store, feeling quite fulfilled. Upon stepping outside, Lind spotted Reina, who was squatting at the entrance, devoid of any semblance of nobility, waiting for him. "Did you finish your discussion with your brother?" Lind nodded, observing Reina's somewhat dejected demeanor. Out of concern for his benefactor, he inquired, "What troubles you, Miss Lars? You seem rather disheartened." "It's nothing. I just feel that the market is not quite what I envisioned." This expression reminded Lind of a former female colleague who had visited Paris for work, who incessantly lamented the city's unpleasant odors and the abundance of human waste on the streets, leading others to avoid her company during meals. There exists a term, Paris syndrome, that encapsulates such disillusionment. It appears that this champagne market has not lived up to the grandiose images Reina had gleaned from nightly novels, resulting in her shattered dreams. "Let us depart. Do you not still have matters to discuss with Jefferson? After our conversation, we should return promptly. I wish to see the gray and white territories." Reina composed herself and promptly brushed the dust from her skirts, donning a smile reminiscent of her usual self. Chapter 14. What? The protagonist has revolted. If there exists a quintessential template for nobility, then Jefferson could undoubtedly be considered its embodiment. His meticulously styled hair harmonizes splendidly with his resplendent golden beard, showcasing his noble lineage and authority. A lavish coat drapes over his broad shoulders, adorned with the emblem of the town of Faison, further proclaiming his family's heritage and status. Jefferson's languid yet graceful demeanor prompted Lind to glance at Reyna, who appeared overly reserved, casting doubt upon who truly epitomized the essence of high nobility. The etiquette of a mere viscount from a border province far surpassed that of Reyna, which explains why Prince Clan of the game held her in such low regard. Lindroar, Viscount, I have heard of your circumstances, and I extend my deepest sympathies for your plight. After speaking, Jefferson cast a meaningful glance at Lind and Reyna, leaving one perplexed as to whether he was expressing sympathy for Lind's loss of his original territory or pitying him for marrying the granddaughter of Duke Lars. Jefferson exhibited little respect towards Reyna, his manners merely reflecting the decorum expected when addressing a noblewoman. This was not due to a lack of understanding of etiquette on Jefferson's part. After all, his lessons in propriety had certainly surpassed those of an individual who had merely passed by using their ample posterior to break a teacher's ruler. The hierarchy among nobles was exceedingly intricate, necessitating consideration of the political climate, alliances, and family wealth of the time. Though Reyna's status was indeed not comparable to that of an ordinary noble, the political turmoil in the royal capital and Jefferson's own position as an unusual viscount led him to regard Reyna merely as Lind's wife. Moreover, the primary reason was that Jefferson had quickly discerned at the dining table that Lind was the true decision-maker among the upper echelons of the gray and white collar, while Reyna appeared to be nothing more than a decorative figure. To be candid, although Jefferson treated Lind with due courtesy, he did not extend any genuine respect. In the eyes of the northern nobility, Lind was merely a son-in-law of the Lars family, lacking even the standing of a collateral branch. Furthermore, despite Reyna being the eldest granddaughter of the Lars family, she had not participated in the Northern Air Wars, at least not from Jefferson's perspective. Meanwhile, Jefferson had discreetly invested in several other members of the Lars family, ensuring that regardless of which Lars ascended, he would occupy a significantly superior position compared to Lind, this mere son-in-law. Thus, in response to Lind's visit, Jefferson did not host a ball or extend invitations to other nobles. For Reyna's reputation was in tatters. Even if he had invited others, most would likely decline. Mr. Jefferson, I have not come to lament to you. Besides, I am currently thriving in the gray and white collar, and I quite enjoy my life now. Due to inheriting the protagonist's charm, Lind spoke with a gentle, approachable allure that stirred a modicum of fondness in Jefferson, albeit limited to that. Jefferson even internally scoffed, acknowledging that with Duke Lars's material support, life could hardly be lacking. I have come primarily to discuss a business proposition with you. With that, Lind produced a box that was not particularly exquisite. Although there were many elegant gift boxes due to Duke Lars's assistance, Lind could not comprehend the aesthetic of the nouveau riche prevalent in the kingdom and had to design it himself. Upon seeing the rustic wooden box, Jefferson inwardly chuckled. What is this rubbish? It must be that this son-in-law, unable to manage his territory, is attempting to sell the fashionable trinkets given by Duke Lars. He had already devised a polite refusal for Lind. However, the moment the wooden box was opened, Jefferson sprang to his feet, instantly adopting a formal posture, internally exclaiming, "Goodness, I must sit up and converse with him." Inside the box lay a handful of crystalline white sugar, distinct from the odd concoctions of sugar made from peculiar materials. The sugar within the box was almost devoid of impurities and of exceptionally high quality. Moreover, Jefferson understood that Lind was not merely reselling the white sugar brought over by Duke Lars, for even the sugar produced by the Lars family, made from a pot of bee excrement combined with expensive materials, could not boast such refinement. Connecting this with reports from his attendants about Lind's significant purchases of alchemical supplies at the Champagne market, Jefferson could almost ascertain that Lind had mastered a new sugar-making formula and was preparing for mass production. Lord Lind, may I sample it? The allure of sugar was irresistible to the nobility. Even Jefferson could not conceal the glint of greed in his eyes. Of course, this box is a gift for you, Mr. Jefferson. Upon hearing Lind's response, Jefferson found that even the somewhat simple wooden box had taken on an air of antiquity, simplicity, and elegance, as if it embodied a refined aesthetic distinct from the increasingly complex tastes of modern nobility. Jefferson meticulously wiped his silver spoon with a napkin, carefully scooping a spoonful of white sugar and placing it in his mouth. The taste of the sugar was akin to the sweet breeze of a spring day, gently caressing his tongue, evoking boundless pleasure and satisfaction. This sweetness differed from the white sugars that failed to mask the flavors of other alchemical materials. It was a pure sweetness. The sugar stimulated Jefferson's mind, rendering him unable to maintain the reserved demeanor expected of nobility. He somewhat impolitely placed the wooden box beside him and solemnly closed the lid. "How much do you intend to sell it for in silver leaves? How much stock do you have? Can these snowflake-like sugars be sold entirely to Farson Town?" After posing a series of questions, Jefferson realized he had overstepped, his cheeks reddening as he dabbed his mouth with the napkin to mask his embarrassment. Lind, however, feigned ignorance, responding to each of Jefferson's inquiries. "Currently, we do not have much stock. Our population is too small. Producing these snowflake sugars has already involved a quarter of our territory's populace." The term quarter referred to those laborers, excluding Reina S. Knights and the veteran management, meaning a quarter of the remaining laborers consisted of the elderly, women, and children. As for the name snowflake sugar, Lind felt Jefferson's description was quite apt, at least more appealing than plain white sugar, and thus decided to continue using it.as for whom we sell to. As you can see, our territory has only just begun to develop, with few merchants available. Apart from the waterways, transportation is inconvenient, so we intend to temporarily have you, Lord Jefferson, act as our sales representative. Very well, I will purchase whatever quantity you have. Jefferson, eager to interrupt Lind, immediately declared his intention to buy all in future transactions. The two parties then discussed further details, such as if other nobles sought to acquire the rights to sell snowflake sugar, Lind would need to notify Jefferson and negotiate with him. This was unavoidable. Before the gray and white collar began road construction, they could only rely on Jefferson's champagne market and connections for sales. In turn, Jefferson would regularly organize merchants of daily necessities to trade in the gray and white collar. Regarding pricing, Lind had initially planned to sell each box for 60 silver leaves, but in an effort to obscure costs, he boldly requested 200 silver leaves. To his surprise, Jefferson agreed without a moment's hesitation. At which point Lind realized he had underestimated the wealth of these nobles. A prosperous farmer might barely earn 20 silver leaves in a year, yet a noble would feel they had profited by purchasing a box of sugar for 200 silver leaves. No wonder Reina felt her weekly allowance of over 200 silver leaves was insufficient. Lind's poverty had limited his imagination. Thus, amid Reina's astonished gaze, Jefferson promptly ordered 100 boxes of snowflake sugar, which was merely the minimum quantity stipulated by Jefferson. Lind would supply as many as he could produce thereafter. A transaction worth at least 20,000 silver leaves was thus concluded. At one point, Jefferson excused himself from the banquet, taking the box of snowflake sugar with him. The more he examined the rustic, minimalist box, the more he appreciated it, particularly the sophisticated aura emanating from its simple lines. As if this were the type of item befitting a great noble family. After handing the box over to his steward, Jefferson remarked, "Have several replicas made from sandalwood and gold thread based on this design. I am certain they will be more esteemed by the nobility than the garish aesthetics of the Augustine family." In response to his master's audacious statement, the old steward remained unfazed. In the current northern territories, the foremost currency was gold coins, followed by the Lars family, and lastly the royal family, and Jefferson happened to possess ample gold. Also, instruct the staff to procure all the alchemical materials and equipment that Lord Lind purchased at the champagne market today, and have the family alchemist attempt to replicate this snowflake sugar using those materials. After arranging everything, Jefferson returned to the dining table with a warm smile. By the way, my dear brother, there is also a result regarding the matter you entrusted me with in your letter. Jefferson elevated his address to Lind, now calling him my dear brother. While holding a roll of parchment in Lind's previous correspondence, he had specifically requested Jefferson to assist in finding information about Isha Nebbit, the protagonist of the original game. At the time, Jefferson had not taken it seriously, but now, to strengthen their relationship, he had hastily instructed someone to gather any information related to her, regardless of its veracity. The nefarious heretic, the White Witch Isha Nebbit, is currently mustering an army of 100,000 in the northern territories, attempting to overthrow the rule of the Capet Kingdom. From the very first sentence, Lind couldn't contain himself and nearly spat out his tit. Was then that he became acutely aware of the world's information transmission, or rather, how utterly unreliable those bards could be. The parchment contained accounts from the northern bards regarding the protagonist, Ishtar. Moreover, several versions had already emerged, each differing from the last. Among them was the claim that Ishtar had become the chosen of the goddess of the undead, leading an army of 100,000 undead warriors to conquer and pillage. Another version suggested that Ishtar had transformed into Yuri, now commanding nearly 1 million brainwashed followers. It was also said that Ishtar had amassed 500,000 gold shield coins from the demon clan and was currently wreaking havoc throughout the north. Most absurdly, Lind even found his own name listed among the victims. To add to the bewilderment, it was rumored that during Ishtar's confrontation with Count Jaeger, a sudden tempest enveloped the land, rendering the skies dark, followed by a rain of meteors that swiftly dispatched Count Jaeger. What on earth was happening? Had they summoned Lucio or Judy? More plausibly, it was suggested that Ishtar had instigated a rebellion alongside refugees and serfs. Yet it also emphasized the ruthless methods she employed against the nobility, so detailed that Lind suspected the author of this report might have been a writer of our 18G content. The only certainty was that the original protagonist had taken the lead in the uprising. Even outpacing Lena, the future rebel. It was chaotic. The world had gone mad, and this was the sole impression Lind gleaned from the information on the parchment. Chapter 15. The invitation. Lind politely declined Jefferson's invitation to spend the night and returned to Grey-White territory with Lena that very day. The intelligence Jefferson provided regarding the protagonist Ishtar was not entirely without merit. Amidst the absurd claims, 2 points could be confirmed. Firstly, Ishtar Nebbit had slain the Lord of Leyelian, proclaiming herself the Saintess of White and raising a banner of rebellion. Secondly, Ishtar Nebbit was currently advancing westward toward Grey-White territory. Delving into the reasons behind Ishtar's rebellion seemed futile. Lind was far more concerned about when she would arrive at Grey-White and how many followers she would bring. Despite the exaggerated accounts penned by the bard, Lind estimated that Ishtar's following was not extensive. At most, a few thousand. Certainly not the tens of thousands claimed, as the entire North simply did not possess such a population. Although she was said to be rebelling, Ishtar had yet to establish a stronghold, having failed to secure even the initial conquest of Leyelian. Lind surmised that Ishtar was lacking any significant backing, as there were few professionals among her ranks, making it virtually impossible for a group of commoners to maintain control over a territory. The gulf between ordinary folk and professionals remained insurmountable. Furthermore, her westward march toward the north was likely due to the presence of numerous lesser nobles, whose influence was generally weak. Even in the sparsely populated north, the western region boasted a notably low population density, making it plausible that no one would contest her for a hilltop there. Upon returning to the territory, more accurately, still a camp, Lind disregarded Lena, who had been chattering beside him, curious about how those white sugars were produced. As he contemplated the possibility of inviting Ishtar to surrender, in the current north, besieged by demonic incursions and rife with internal noble factionalism, the largest lord was embroiled in a war over succession. The actions of 1 or 2 rebels hardly drew attention. The only dilemma was that Ishtar had already killed a count. Thus, the question remained, was it more crucial to harbor a rebel who had slain a noble or to court a child of destiny? Well, hesitating for even a moment would be a sign of disrespect toward the protagonist. According to the lore, Ishtar was not merely a mortal designated by the goddess but a true saintess, capable of manifesting divine miracles in the later stages of the game. Once the chaos in the north reached its zenith, with a mere wave of her hand, she could easily establish a new religion by showcasing the divine wonders from the game. This did not even account for the protagonist's extraordinary fortune. The parchment described how, during an assault on a castle, meteors had rained down to slay Count Jaeger, which Lind deemed entirely plausible, as for the forces Ishtar brought along. They were, more accurately, a collection of refugees. Were they mere refugees? They represented labor. Having just earned a tidy sum from Jefferson, Lind was at a loss as to how to spend it, if he could accommodate the refugees brought by Ishtar. The reclamation and cultivation of the territory could commence at an accelerated pace, including the multitude of experiments Lind had long yearned to conduct without the concern of depleting the territory's vital populace. Moreover, Whether viewed through the lens of the game or the current context of Ishtar leading the refugees in rebellion, she was undeniably a rare talent in management. Surely, she could be thoroughly exploited? The thought brought a mischievous smile to Lin's lips, more difficult to suppress than an AK. Brother? Brother? Observing Lind, who had been lost in thought and suddenly broke into a silly grin. Lena, concerned, gently shook him, worried that his relentless management of the territory had rendered him dazed. Yet, Lind snapped back to attention, adopting a serious demeanor to discuss matters with Lena, saying, Miss Lars, what is your perspective on the rebel Ishtar? Seeing Lind return to normalcy, Lena felt relieved and casually pulled up a chair, retorting, What? Is that Ishtar Nebbit your relative? Close enough, Lind deflected, as he had inherited aspects of the protagonist, so calling her a relative was not entirely untrue. I wish to arrange for her to come to the territory. You know how we lack personnel. Our grandfather's assistance is merely a distant solution. But she is a rebel, Lena furrowed her brow slightly. A rebel is still a military achievement. It is one of the criteria for evaluating heirs in the eyes of Duke Lars. Tiomi, Ishtar Nebbit appears to be a walking military merit. Previously, Lena had ventured into the mountains not solely for hunting, but also to scout for any bandits or rebels claiming dominion over the area. Yet, unfortunately, a battalion of fully armed professional cavalry was far too conspicuous, leaving Lena with nothing to show for her efforts. Moreover, most bandits were merely the underhanded agents of nobles. Who would be foolish enough to target the granddaughter of the North's most prominent noble? Although Lena opposed the idea, persuading her was hardly a challenge for Lind, who immediately shifted into a playful mode. Miss Lars, do you think the people Ishtar brought along are refugees? Lena, caught off guard by Lind's question, replied, of course, while they have killed Count Jaeger and are considered rebels, they indeed originated from the northern border as refugees. Then our grandfather issued a relief decree, providing us with food for the refugees. Did he not? Indeed, I had assumed that no refugees would arrive in such a remote territory. Duke Lars had distributed relief supplies to the lords of the north, and Grey White had naturally received a portion. Yet this allocation felt more like a personal gift from Duke Lars to his granddaughter, given the improbability of refugees reaching such an isolated place. Then let me pose a question. Since the people Ishtar brought are refugees, and our grandfather has decreed that Lars's kin must assist the refugees, should we not extend our aid to these refugees? Huh? Lena's mind was momentarily overwhelmed, as the reasoning seemed sound, yet something felt off. But they are also rebels. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lena's mind, pinpointing the crux of the issue. She simply needed a moment to catch up, not that she was truly dim-witted. Lind was taken aback that he had not been able to hoodwink her. It seemed Lena was even sharper than he had anticipated, which meant he could trust her on the battlefield without fear of her being led astray. Indeed, they are rebels. Thus, after they receive their relief supplies, I shall ensure they work diligently on my territory to atone for their transgressions. Is there any problem with that? And no. Lena felt an unsettling sense of something being amiss, yet she could not articulate it. Her earlier assertion that Ishtar's group were rebels seemed to have exhausted her cognitive resources for the day. As for Ishtar Nebbit, the leader of the rebels, she was to be captured and brought to the territory. Naturally, as a captive, she would be obliged to work for them on their land. Was there any issue with that? None at all. Seeing the hollow gaze and the dazed response of Reyna, Lind knew he had successfully deceived her. Satisfied, he called over Lori and Lila, both of whom were overworked, to discuss how to accommodate the refugees brought by Isha. Upon hearing that assistance was available to share their burdens, the two readily endorsed Lind's proposal. Even Lila, who typically maintained a stoic expression, revealed a wicked smile. This sight sent a chill down Reyna's spine as she contemplated telling Lind that such treatment of captives was inhumane, but it was evidently too late. Chapter 16. The current state of the protagonist at this moment, Isha Nebbit, the heroine of this game, or rather this world, was leading the refugees towards the Grey-White territory. Though many refugees had perished during the initial assault on the castle of Count Jaeger and along the way, the influx of new refugees continued to grow. Just as Lind had surmised, despite Isha's conquest of Count Jaeger's castle, she could not hold it. Once the news of Count Jaeger's death and the castle's fall reached the neighboring nobles, they would rally under the banner of vengeance against Isha. Regardless of whether their motives were sincere or merely opportunistic, once they subdued Isha, they would all claim their share of the spoils. Unable to replicate the miraculous meteor shower from that fateful day, Isha found herself powerless to resist the onslaught of these nobles and decided to abandon the Liyue territory, heading west instead. Indeed, when Isha relinquished her hold, the nobles did not hastily pursue her. Instead, they commenced the dismemberment of Liyue, dividing the spoils among themselves. After acquiring the nearly spoiled provisions stored by Jaeger, Isha initially believed she could safely settle the refugees in the western part of the north. But as more and more refugees joined them, the food supplies were rapidly depleted. Coupled with harassment and oppression from some nobles along the way, by the time Isha approached the gray-white territory, many were already suffering from hunger. Fortunately, there were no nobles in sight, allowing Isha to finally settle down with a sense of relief. Although it was rumored that a noble territory called Gray-White was not far off. It had only just begun to develop, with a population of a mere few hundred, and was still predominantly a campsite filled with tents. This was also the reason Isha chose to head west. Such minor nobles lacked substantial professional support, and their combat capabilities were generally low in the event of conflict. Any rational noble would turn a blind eye to Isha's force of over 1,000 people. Managing a group of over 1,000 was exhausting for Isha, but fortunately, the refugees who had witnessed the meteor shower during the conquest of Liyue were eager to assist her. They believed this was the manifestation of divine favor bestowed upon Isha by the goddess, and their loyalty to her was unwavering. Moreover, the village elder, who had previously consumed Isha's holy water, had miraculously recovered and was able to alleviate some of her burdens. Saint Lady, do not forget to send scouts to observe the situation in the gray-white territory. The suggestion to refer to Isha as a saint came from Jack, the old village elder. With the number of rebels in the north being overwhelming, and the church's influence being weak, having multiple rebel saints was a trivial matter for the church. But it greatly aided Isha in uniting the people. Rest assured, old elder, I have already dispatched Bruno, and by now he should be returning shortly. Isha handled these minor matters with apparent ease, yet the current situation was far from optimistic. Most of the people were still hungry, and at night they had to huddle together for warmth. If the neighboring territory had only tents, Isha found herself in a position where even a tent was a luxury. As soon as Isha finished speaking, a man named Bruno, carrying a shovel and accompanied by 2 robust-looking refugees, returned. Since burying his wife and child, Bruno had emerged from his state of despair. However, the typically composed and succinct Bruno now appeared troubled, unsure of how to address Isha. What troubles you, Bruno? Did you encounter difficulties while scouting the gray-white territory? Isha inquired, her gaze filled with concern. Bruno's demeanor suggested he had not faced danger, but rather something peculiar. Saint Lady, tell me, are all nobles truly wicked? Bruno's abrupt and disjointed question left Isha perplexed. She did not believe that every noble was malevolent, as she had observed during her studies in the capital. Many nobles, though primarily concerned with appearances, genuinely cared for the common folk. Moreover, while rare, some nobles truly fought for the interests of the commoners. At this moment, Isha had begun to grasp the concept of individuals betraying their class rather than entire classes betraying one another, though she had yet to articulate it fully. What puzzled her, however, was that it was Bruno, whose wife had been killed by a noble and whose child had perished from tainted food, asking this question. There might be some, but at least we haven't encountered any on our journey, have we? Upon hearing Isha's response, Bruno and the 2 scouts appeared to see a glimmer of hope, finally revealing what they had observed in the gray-white territory. Saint Lady, I saw them boiling porridge in the direction of our camp, and they even put up a sign. I can't read well, but this scout I brought along said it stated that it was a place for receiving relief grain from the Lars family. Ah? This time it was Isha and Elder Jack who were taken aback. Could it be true that nobles were offering relief supplies? But wait, this could also be a scheme by the nobles. The well-informed Elder Jack remained skeptical of the scouts' claims and continued, Look, that gray-white territory has only a few hundred inhabitants. Even if they are willing to provide relief, where would they get enough supplies for our over 1,000 people? Surely, Duke Lars isn't constantly supplying them with provisions. Upon hearing this, both Isha and the scouts realized the situation was indeed too incredible, and Jack's reasoning seemed more plausible. However, Isha felt that the Lord of the Gray-White territory was not entirely unapproachable. As they had made a relatively mild overture, she decided to send Bruno back to see if he could establish contact with the Lord. Just then, the ground beneath Isha trembled, causing many refugees to grow anxious. Having fled from danger, they were all too familiar with this sensation. The Lord's heavy cavalry was on the move. While these cavalry forces typically acted only to intimidate, they instilled an indelible fear in the hearts of the refugees. "Prepare for battle," as Isha shouted. The refugees, who had witnessed the meteor miracle, began to restore order to the camp. Considering that the opposing force hailed from a territory with only a few hundred people, Isha believed that as long as her side maintained composure, their numerical advantage would at least instill some caution in the adversary. However, Isha soon realized her error. The heavy cavalry that approached was mounted by knights clad in blue and white armor, wielding enchanted long spears and war hammers that emitted a faint glow, and carrying longbows strung with sinew from the beastly creatures. Most striking was the leading female knight, whose armor, far from luxurious, was absurdly formidable. As if defensive runes from a castle had been forcibly transferred onto her armor, a feat impossible for anyone below a high-tier profession to don. Most critically, their armor and capes bore the insignia of the Lars family, the Northern Wind Bear. They were knights of the Lars family, and all were professionals. "I deeply apologize, Saint Lady. This is all my fault." Bruno was filled with remorse, realizing that the cavalry had appeared immediately after his return to the camp. Clearly having tracked him. "No, this is not your fault. They are simply far superior." Isha fell into a profound despair. Chapter 17. Punishment for the rebels. Although Lind had been reluctant to employ Reyna's knights, this did not imply that the knights, who spent their days hunting with Reyna and constructing water wheels, were inept. On the contrary, each knight was a carefully selected elite, all of noble birth, holding genuine knightly titles rather than being mere common soldiers. 50 professional heavy cavalry represented a formidable force, even amidst the turmoil of the northern borders. Not to mention that they faced a group of defenseless refugees who could not even breach the knights' defenses. Thus, in this moment, Isha was engulfed in profound despair. These were not the half-hearted mercenaries or underhanded thugs of Count Jaeger's castle, but rather seasoned soldiers, elite warriors of the most powerful noble family in the north. The Lars family. The leading female knight then spoke, her voice resonating with authority. Though her helmet obscured her expression, the aura she exuded was overwhelming. "All rebels here, listen." Her voice, enhanced by magical amplification, boomed across the refugee camp. "I am Reyna Lars, granddaughter of Duke Lars, and I come to convey a message from the Lord of the Gray-White territory." Due to the terrifying aura emanating from these knights, the refugees dared not utter a sound, including the visibly anxious Isa, especially when the leading female knight referred to them as rebels. "Though you are indeed rebels, you are also displaced individuals. According to the relief decree issued by my grandfather, the Gray and White Lord is obligated to provide you with assistance, so you may proceed to the nearby Gray and White encampment to receive your rations." This statement left the refugees momentarily stunned. How could they be labeled as rebels one moment and then be directed to collect aid the next? Before Isa could step forward to inquire, Reyna continued, "While you will receive rations, given your status as rebels, the Lord of the Gray and White has decreed that after you collect your provisions, you must remain in service to the Gray and White, repaying your sins through labor. You will only be allotted 2 meals a day, and you are permitted a single day of rest each week for prayer. It is only on this day that you may partake of meat broth." At this juncture, the entire refugee camp fell silent. So quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Isa, who had intended to interject, found herself rooted to the spot in astonishment. Meanwhile, Reyna faltered slightly, despite her initial confidence in conveying Lin's instructions. The prospect of addressing over 1,000 individuals made her increasingly nervous. Just then, Susan, urging her steed forward, arrived beside Reyna and discreetly passed her a small slip of paper. Without a hint of embarrassment, Reyna read aloud from the note, "You are to commence your work at the first crow of the rooster and continue until sundown, and in order to atone for your sins, you are only permitted to undertake tasks that others have deemed undesirable. For little recompense, within the Gray and White domain, all acts of theft, humiliation, and robbery are strictly forbidden. Any infractions will result in immediate punishment as a rebel. I swear by the name of the Lars family that these terms will be enforced without exception. So consider carefully before coming to claim your rations." Reyna endeavored to imbue her voice with authority, and once she had finished speaking, Susan discreetly withdrew, as if fearful that her actions might tarnish the young lady's image. In the north, the Lars name is inescapable. Having dominated the region for centuries, the Lars family has amassed considerable prestige, and even the most ignorant peasant, who has never ventured beyond their village, is aware that the greatest nobility in the north is the Lars. Long live the Lars family! Long live the gray and white! The refugees, simple and straightforward, immediately believed Reyna upon her utterance of the Lars family name. Even Isa's most loyal followers appeared somewhat swayed. Having just heard Bruno mention that the gray and white was indeed preparing relief supplies, as Reyna observed the once despondent and hollow-eyed refugees suddenly ablaze with hope, she found herself puzzled. In her view, Lin's conditions were excessively harsh. What sort of existence did the vassals of the gray and white lead? Those laboring under strenuous conditions enjoyed 3 meals daily, could rest upon completing their tasks, and were rewarded with bonuses and merits for additional labor, while on prayer days, they not only dined on meat, but were also recognized for their outstanding contributions each week. Yet, these refugees, soon to enter the gray and white domain, would be deprived of such privileges, a reality she deemed excessively cruel. However, the refugees were unconcerned with these matters. Given that Reyna spoke in plain terms, they quickly grasped that the gray and white was not only providing rations but also offering work that included 2 meals a day. Was this punishment? No, it was a reward. Furthermore, this female knight was the granddaughter of the Duke of Lars, and with the endorsement of the Lars family name, how could she possibly deceive them? Observing the increasingly fervent, even frenzied crowd, Isa cast a pleading glance towards old Jack, who, resigned, nodded in agreement. With sustenance in sight, they could only take it one step at a time. Isa hurried forward and addressed Reyna, "Lady Lars, I am the leader of these refugees. I will assist in maintaining order, and I kindly request that you lead us to the gray and white relief station." She then gestured towards one side of the encampment and continued, "Moreover, I ask for your forgiveness. There are some injured and frail individuals unable to move. Might it be possible for you to send someone with a supply of food for them? I will keep a portion of our group here while the rest accompany you to the gray and white." Reyna nodded, casting a sympathetic glance toward the direction Isa indicated, where a number of emaciated, elderly individuals and women with children resided. "I will arrange for some bread to be baked. There is no need to rush. The Lord of the Gray and White has said that people are of utmost importance." "You are the kindest and most generous noble I have ever encountered," Isa said, bowing respectfully, employing the etiquette she had learned in the capital. "No need for such formalities," Reyna replied, removing her helmet with a smile. "In the capital, I was even labeled a disgrace to nobility. You are the first to commend me for my kindness." Isa was momentarily taken aback. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of nobility, she did not know how many granddaughters the Duke of Lars had, but the most renowned one, the one even Isa had heard of, was the abandoned Reyna. "I too have heard rumors about you during my studies in the capital, and I sincerely apologize for having spoken ill of you in the past." In response to Isa's heartfelt apology, Reyna replied with composure, "All of that is in the past. There is no need to dwell on it. One day, I shall return to the capital and reclaim all that is rightfully mine." Chapter 18. The art of dragon slaying. To cope with the influx of refugees, which nearly doubled the population of his territory, Lind had made preparations well in advance. The most significant of these was the temporary training of a cadre of grassroots officials capable of basic literacy to register the refugees. As for the issue of food, there was no cause for concern. Not only had Lind just received full payment of 20,000 silver leaves from Viscount Jefferson, but there was also a substantial surplus of provisions transported by the Duke of Lars. Like Count Yag, the nobility did not lack for food. Indeed, vast quantities of grain were languishing in their granaries. The remaining challenge lay in sanitation. In addition to the hastily constructed latrines, group leaders repeatedly emphasized to the refugees receiving aid that public defecation was strictly forbidden. Violators would face disqualification from food distribution, with severe offenders risking confiscation of their means of transgression. However, in practice, enforcement was somewhat lenient, as the distribution sites were located on the periphery of the territory, conveniently allowing the surrounding lands to be fertilized. The repeated admonitions served primarily to instill a sense of decorum among the refugees once they entered the territory. With Isawa's assistance, the refugees proved remarkably compliant. Lind had anticipated significant challenges in accommodating such an influx, yet the process unfolded far more smoothly than he had envisioned, likely due to Isawa's unique charisma. "It is an honor to meet you, my lord," Isa said, bowing before Lind, who suddenly felt an absurd sensation. Even this young lady, who had only studied in the capital for 3 years, exhibited a more refined bow than Reyna. "You are Isa Nebbit, the so-called white saintess among the refugees?" Lind inquired, curiously circling around her. "Merely a spurious title," Isa replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. Did this seemingly youthful lord harbor an interest in her, prompting his kindness towards the refugees? However, recalling the ample bowls of wheat porridge, Isa resolved that even if the lord intended to take advantage of her, she would simply close her eyes and accept it. Yet, the scenario she envisioned did not transpire. Lind's gaze held no ulterior motives, only genuine curiosity. The title of White Saintess had originally been bestowed upon the protagonist by the church in the game. It was surprising that the protagonist had inadvertently adopted it herself, leading Lind to question whether this world indeed possessed a mechanism for self-repairing timelines. Moreover, in the game, whenever the protagonist found herself in dire straits, aside from miraculous interventions, a young, handsome, and mysterious male figure would invariably appear to assist her. Lind found himself wondering if such a character had also manifested beside the current protagonist, given the territory's pressing need for manpower. "What is it, my lord?" Isa asked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Lind's scrutiny. As if he were observing a rare creature. "My apologies. I was merely curious about what sort of individual could lead refugees to seize a count's castle." This was no mere pretext. Lind was genuinely intrigued by the events that transpired following the protagonist's deviation from the original timeline, prompting him to request Isa recount her experiences since leaving the capital. The more Isa spoke, the more astonished Lind became, particularly when she recounted her conquest of an adversary using a meteorological phenomenon reminiscent of a legendary archmage. The rumors were indeed true. It was clear that she was no ordinary protagonist, her fortunes far exceeding what one might expect. It was fortunate that he had not chosen to oppose her. However, what astonished Lind even more was Isawa's almost heretical reinterpretation of the Church's doctrines. After hearing Isawa's new insights regarding the Church of the Goddess of Light, Lind tentatively inquired, "Courtly elixir. What, my lord? Do you wish to drink?" Isa asked, puzzled by Lind's sudden, seemingly unrelated question. Was it true that a lord willing to assist refugees might possess an eccentric disposition? The strange remains unchanged while the familiar transforms. Lind, unwilling to concede, posed a second question. This time, however, Isha did not respond. Instead, she gazed at Lind with the same look he often cast upon Reyna. "Apologies, let us forget those 2 statements from earlier." Lind rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Upon reflection, although Isha's thoughts were remarkably close to liberation theology, it was evident that they still bore a certain naivety, lacking clarity in numerous aspects, and did not emphasize secularization as liberation theology does. While it could be attributed to the undeniable existence of a divine entity necessitating such accommodations, Lind, observing Isha's gaze, 3 parts sympathy and 7 parts bewilderment, realized he had indeed overthought matters. The true transcendent individual was likely the one who had supplanted the heroine's identity in the capital. "My lord, I have come to believe that all nobles are villains. Even those affluent individuals in the capital are mostly hypocrites. Yet after encountering you, I find myself in a quandary. Could it be that my previous convictions were erroneous?" Of course, Isha bore no remorse for the earlier act of slaying Count Yagbo. She was simply experiencing a moment of confusion. As the heroine, her intuition told her that the lord before her might very well elucidate many of the questions she had encountered along her journey. In that fleeting instant, despite having exchanged numerous signals, Lind found himself questioning whether the heroine had been replaced by someone else from another world. This matter delved into class theory. Isha, the original heroine, was more progressive than Lind, who had traversed into this new realm, while Lind had increasingly adapted to the role of a feudal lord. Noticing Lind's silence, Isha did not press further and prepared to take her leave. Wait, though it was but a brief moment, Lind contemplated extensively. Would these thoughts be advantageous or detrimental to himself and to this world? He shook his head, questioning when he had become so selfish. Had he, perhaps, become so entrenched in his position that his considerations had narrowed solely to self-interest? First, you must comprehend what class truly means. There is no deliberation, only impulse. Lind resolved to assist Isha in refining her theories, for he feared that in the future he might lose the ability to articulate his thoughts, and while he still possessed the courage to speak, certain matters must be addressed, regardless of what the future held. And whether the slayer of dragons might indeed become a dragon themselves, these ideas must be disseminated. The original liberation theology did not possess a definitive stance on class theory, yet it analyzed class contradictions within social structures and advocated for class struggle as a means of achieving social liberation. Combining these perspectives with phenomena inherent to this world, Lind introduced Isha to class theory. When discussing the inherent exploitation of serfs by the noble class, Isha raised an objection. But my lord, are you not the exception? Lind found it challenging to explain to Isha that he was not fundamentally different from those nobles. Instead, he merely replied with a hint of uncertainty, that was the question you posed at the outset. What I must convey is that while there may not be a class that betrays its kind, individuals may indeed betray their class. To be honest, Lind felt unworthy of this statement, as he merely had not exploited as ruthlessly as others. Yet even this meager distinction left the people of his domain overwhelmingly grateful. Progress is made step by step, and sustenance is consumed bite by bite in a world rife with demons and monsters. Lind's actions could be considered an advancement, yet he always felt that he had not done enough and dared not slacken his efforts. Upon hearing Lind's response, Isha seemed to unlock a profound understanding akin to a sudden realization. As if her comprehension of class theory had been illuminated. She resembled a somewhat naive student grasping the essence of physics, immediately beginning to draw parallels. Since you assert that society is comprised of conflicting classes, what then of the contradictions between these classes? Lind felt this inquiry exceeded the bounds of their discussion. He pinched the space between his brows, uncertain of how to respond to Isha's question. It was not that he had not studied contradictions. Rather, he lacked access to the original liberation theology texts. It was not that such discussions were entirely absent, but liberation theology, akin to class theory, did not maintain a fixed stance on contradictions, nor did it deny the existence of supernatural forces. Some individuals, while engaged in struggle, placed their hopes for resolving contradictions upon these mighty forces, and this world indeed possessed such supernatural power. Thus, Lind found himself compelled to transcend the confines of liberation theology, discussing the nature of contradictions, explaining to Isha that the development of things spirals upward through contradiction. He delineated what constitutes a principal contradiction and what is a secondary contradiction. Although these concepts were learned in high school political science classes, they nonetheless struck Isha with the clarity of enlightenment. To be candid, Lind was now drenched in sweat, yet Isha's inquiries showed no signs of abating. If things continue to develop in this manner, is there a possibility of constructing a truly egalitarian world? How might one achieve such a reality? Dear student, please refrain from posing questions even the author cannot resolve. Though he said this, Isha keenly sensed that Lind had yet to disclose something. According to etiquette, both parties should have concluded the discussion, especially given Lind's expression, which clearly conveyed his reluctance to continue on this topic. My lord, it seems you have not fully conveyed your thoughts, have you? However, Isha felt it insufficient. Lind's discourse on class and contradiction had directly illuminated the myriad issues she had encountered along her journey. This methodology surely had been practiced by someone before, and Lind now appeared akin to someone who had merely recited an internal martial arts manual, requiring the accompaniment of genuine external techniques to form a complete sequence. That would be the true art of dragon slaying. With the internal teachings in hand, combined with Isha's own practical experience, mastering the external techniques was merely a matter of time. Lind was uncertain whether sharing this knowledge with the heroine was wise or foolish. Ultimately, to prevent her from becoming overly absorbed, he resolved to impart these internal teachings to her. Having bolstered his own resolve, Lind turned to Isha and declared, "Very well, I shall explain the entirety to you." provided that in the future, should you cause any calamity, you refrain from attributing it to your teacher. Lind was earnest, for some matters, once articulated, could result in certain astute nobles wishing to see him harmed. The heroine, shielded by divine fortune, would likely remain unscathed, but Lind had no such protection. Chapter 19. The hydraulic hammer at the first crow of the gray-white rooster. Isha rose promptly, thanks to the special attention from Lind and Reyna. She was assigned a tent of her own. Whether it was the comfort of the soft padded tent or the fact that she had finally settled in, Isha had the rare fortune of enjoying a good night's sleep. The previous night, Lind and Isha had conversed late into the evening, discussing not only class theory and contradictions, but primarily the secularization issues surrounding the cult of the goddess of light, essentially the aspect of liberation theology. Naturally, by the conclusion of their discussion, although they had proposed numerous measures regarding secularization, Lind ultimately did not agree to construct a church within the territory. It was not that it was impossible. Rather, it was simply not feasible at present. Additionally, Lind had assigned Isha an even more significant task. "Good morning, shall we have breakfast? Come on, I still have that brick-moving task from yesterday to finish, and I could use another breakfast." On the way, two robust young men were chatting merrily as they made their way to the breakfast distribution point. Isha noticed that the refugees she had brought the previous day were already awake. Casting envious glances at the two men heading for breakfast, they had only just arrived at the territory and could only select from the remaining tasks. Although they could still enjoy 2 meals a day, it was ultimately not as favorable as for those engaged in labor. In the eyes of these refugees, any work that did not involve hard labor, yet offered a chance to earn more food, was something everyone would eagerly vie for. Lind had also implemented a points system among these refugees. However, unlike the previous group, most of these refugees had uncertain original household registrations. Consequently, Lind categorized them uniformly. Except for a few individuals with skills as craftsmen or other specialties, the remaining individuals were required to work for a period, accumulating points before they could officially become denizens of the territory. This condition was met with almost unanimous acceptance, as the refugees were quite satisfied with their current situation, especially since diligent work would eventually lead them to become free citizens. Witnessing the privileges enjoyed by the formal denizens, these refugees were motivated to labor even more fervently, with many who had previously worked as artisans seeking out relevant officials in hopes of favorable opportunities. Isha observed that Bruno had also risen early, collaborating with several refugees to construct that remarkable water wheel. Inventing a similar device was not particularly challenging. Yet, even if other nobles were to create one, it would likely serve only as a trinket for amusement, whereas the Lord of the Grey-White Territory had genuinely implemented it in agriculture. Beside Bruno, an official named Lori, who appeared to be a member of the Lord's Guard, was circling around him, praising him as a promising recruit and persistently inquiring whether Bruno would consider working under his command. However, the honest and somewhat simple-minded Bruno was merely engrossed in examining the dragonbone water wheel in his hands. "Good morning, Teacher Nebert." Isha turned towards the source of the voice and discovered Reyna approaching her, riding a peculiar two-wheeled contraption. "Miss Lars, please refrain from mocking me." Linda assigned Isha the role of the territory's teacher, while also serving as the principal of the first school established in the region. Reyna felt no sense of injustice regarding this punishment, for in her recollection, her own teachers often ended up tormented to the point of despair, even regretting their choice of profession, weeping to their grandfathers about their desire to resign. "I am off to have breakfast. Would you care to join me?" Reyna said, patting the back seat of her bicycle. "No. I too must atone for my sins as a rebel, and I have no desire to engage in strenuous labor." "How could I possibly go for breakfast?" Isha firmly declined. Yet Reyna casually remarked, "If you're unwilling, so be it. Come find me when you're hungry." Moments ago, she had overheard Linda condemn that scoundrel, Yage, for defying his grandfather's orders, though after all, you did slay a nobleman. With a thumbs up directed at Isha, Reyna added, "Make sure to reform yourself in school and strive to return swiftly. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Following this, Reyna pedaled away with a throng of fellow cyclists, exuding a carefree demeanor. Isha found herself somewhat dazed. This woman, notorious in the capital as a jealous harpy, the disgrace of the nobility, a vile spawn of the north, appeared remarkably affable, evidently not a villain, albeit perhaps lacking in intellect. Yet, it was said that the marvelous water wheels in the territory were also designed by this so-called disgrace of the nobility. Leaving one perplexed, the 1,000 refugees had not yet been fully processed. Many were still awaiting registration at the relief grain distribution site. However, most were no longer as anxious as they had been upon their arrival the previous day, as they had already filled their stomachs. Numerous local officials, brandishing makeshift megaphones crafted from rolled paper, stood with wooden signs, elucidating the territory's regulations to the refugees. Issa, too, squatted among the crowd, listening intently. It was no wonder Issa had previously heard old Jack, the village chief, mention that this territory had an abundance of rules. In the gray-white district, even the act of relieving oneself required the lord's oversight. The nobility possessed peculiar quirks and delighted in proposing abstract demands. Issa had once witnessed a viscountess instructing her gardener to ensure that all flower petals in the estate were trimmed to the same quantity. Yet, the regulations of the gray-white district did not evoke such an impression. These rules were not the mere whims or eccentricities of the lord, but genuinely beneficial statutes for the subjects. Soon after, Reyna's hydraulic hammer was finally completed, thanks to the diligent efforts of the knights. Issa arrived by the river to observe this so-called miraculous tool, personally designed by the Lord and Lady. As she beheld the transmission mechanism and hammer spring to life with the rotation of the water wheel. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. This was a machine that operated without any magical energy, akin to the water wheels in the territory. Could it be that humanity was capable of such seemingly impossible feats without relying on magic? The interlinked transmission mechanisms formed a breathtaking dynamic tapestry that captivated all present. Even those knights who had been toiling under Reyna's command gazed in astonishment at their handiwork. Linda, too, was taken aback. Not solely by the hydraulic hammer's successful initiation, which did excite him to a degree, but even more so by the efficacy of the alchemical materials. Though costly, they perfectly aligned with the standards Linda had set. The hammer's force was consistent and stable, with smooth gear shifts and transmissions. Provided it received proper maintenance, this hydraulic hammer could easily last for 100 or more years. These materials had even reached the standards of modern material science. Linda had once heard a saying before his crossing: all the problems encountered by modern science are material science problems. And now, the material issues had been resolved in a straightforward and forceful manner. Could it be that as long as there was magical energy, those mages could even conjure a superconducting greenhouse by hand? That might be an exaggeration, but it was certain that the materials created by alchemists using magical energy had far surpassed the demands of this era. Meanwhile, Reyna, elated by the successful activation of the hydraulic hammer, which she had tirelessly labored over with the knights, embraced Linda and exclaimed, "Brother, I did it! We succeeded!" Clad in armor, Reyna's exuberance nearly caused Linda to stumble as he struggled to regain his balance. Eventually reaching up to pat her head, saying, "Indeed, Miss Lars, you are nothing short of a genius. With this, we can consider large-scale production of armor." Theo conceived the general idea of a hydraulic hammer without ever having seen one. And to bring it to fruition, Reyna was undoubtedly a remarkable engineering prodigy. Hearing such sincere praise made her eyes well up with tears of excitement. Since childhood, Reyna had harbored countless imaginative ideas. Yet due to her status, most of her education consisted of etiquette classes, an area in which she possessed little talent. Coupled with her inability to read social cues and a lack of political acumen, even members of the royal family, including the fourth prince, had seldom treated her kindly. Linda was the first individual, aside from Duke Lars, to wholeheartedly support Reyna's whimsical thoughts, making her feel as though she had found a kindred spirit. Excitedly, she turned to Linda and declared, "Once I return to the capital, I will ensure you become the chancellor, so you can support me in pursuing these fanciful endeavors." Upon hearing these words, Lind could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. He had not anticipated that Reyna would still be preoccupied with the matter, as he observed her tirelessly discussing plans for what they would do upon returning to the royal capital. Lind suddenly felt a desire to retract his earlier statement. Chapter 20. Cement and the Great Ivan. Thanks to the influx of new inhabitants, Many laborious tasks gradually became manageable amidst the reclamation efforts. There was finally sufficient manpower to support Lind in executing some production plans. Lind had contemplated abandoning the reclamation endeavor in favor of constructing numerous workshops to initiate a capitalist model. Although this idea promised swift profits, it was fundamentally akin to building castles in the air, especially if he intended to continually rely on the assistance of the Lars family. Currently, setting aside other matters, the production line for snowflake candy was already ready to be established. The advantages of a production line over traditional workshops are self-evident. Most importantly, there was minimal concern about leaks. Even if one or two workers were bribed, it would be inconsequential. Of course, Lind did not expect that in a world with alchemy, the recipe and production methods for snowflake candy could remain confidential for long. After all, this was merely the first pot of gold. It was unrealistic to rely solely on this for future income, particularly since sugar was a vital strategic resource that would inevitably need to be prioritized for the territory once development took off. Compared to sugar, Lind was more focused on the production of cement, as it was untenable for over 1,000 residents to sleep in tents in this world. Aside from the noble castles and palaces, most construction materials were quite rudimentary, primarily consisting of wood, stone, and some earth. Building a two-story structure was considered a significant undertaking, not only due to the slow pace but also because it required a considerable number of skilled artisans. The traditional method of making cement was, in fact, remarkably simple, much simpler than sugar production. In his previous life, Lind had once witnessed an elderly neighbor attempting to concoct traditional cement at his doorstep due to a leak in his home. However, Lind yearned for industrial cement. The scenarios depicted in those time travel novels, where protagonists effortlessly produced industrial cement based on their past knowledge and immediately began to develop infrastructure, were far from realistic. After all, even if an ordinary person knew how to create industrial cement, the numerous processes involving high temperatures, grinding, mixing, and calcining made it exceedingly difficult to achieve mass production in a short time. Moreover, industrial cement was merely a material for making concrete. Without concrete, achieving miraculous infrastructure was impossible. Nevertheless, Lind's aspirations for industrial cement were merely speculative. In reality, traditional cement was already a significant technological leap in this era, boasting an absurdly high cost-performance ratio. Given that the River of Tears flowed through the territory, it was even possible to source materials on site. Furthermore, there were no immediate constructions requiring industrial cement, so it sufficed to simply use cement and stone to begin building, simple and efficient, seamlessly integrating with the experienced artisans. Fortunately, the development of cement progressed smoothly, unlike the fundamental differences encountered when boiling water in his previous life. This world was not chaotic. It adhered to basic principles, merely incorporating the variable of magical power. The primary issue at present was that the quality of traditional cement for road construction was somewhat lacking. If Reyna, accompanied by her knights in full armor, traversed the road a couple of times, it might begin to falter. However, even if it did, it would not reach the point of being unusable. Compared to dirt roads, it was already a significant improvement. Moreover, the fully armored Reyna and her knights were akin to heavy cavalry, their overall weight exceeding that of historical heavy cavalry from Lind's past life due to their status as professionals and mounts with beast bloodlines. The necessity for employing these knights and their equipment would not arise under ordinary circumstances. Thus, following the naturalization of over 1,000 refugees, the cement factory by the River of Tears officially commenced operations. The expressions of the veteran craftsmen upon seeing the cement were indeed filled with astonishment, not because of the strength of the cement once dried, but due to their surprise that the Lord would utilize such precious alchemical materials to construct houses and schools for the common folk. It was beyond their comprehension that something they had never encountered could be made from ordinary clay and sand. Even after witnessing the cement-making process, they could only perceive it as the Lord, a master alchemist shrouded in mystery, performing some form of magic or secretly introducing a wondrous powder. Observing the craftsmen prostrated on the ground, Lind could not help but reflect on the long journey ahead for compulsory education. Alongside the study of cement, gunpowder was also being researched. Given its significance, Lind chose not to delegate this task to Lori or Lila, opting instead to personally manage it. The personnel involved in the gunpowder production were largely longtime residents of Lin's territory, whose loyalty was unquestionable. Furthermore, this was the only location in the territory where Lind had requested Reyna's knights to provide protection. Though those knights often regarded others with disdain, their loyalty to Reyna's commands was absolute. Lind did not conceal the gunpowder research from Reyna. Rather, he reported on all matters pertaining to the territory to her every night, regardless of her interest. Even if she fell asleep shortly after he uttered the first syllable. It was a matter of maintaining an attitude. Although Reyna might seem frivolous, she undoubtedly had eyes and ears from Duke Lars close by, and even if it were merely for appearances, she could not be entirely excluded from the territory's management. Initially, Lind had prepared for the worst-case scenario, fearing that gunpowder, like steam, would be rendered ineffective in this world due to elemental interference. After all, unlike cement, gunpowder could indeed produce flames, if it were to be harmonized with water elements as steam was. Everything would have to be started anew. However, the process turned out to be unexpectedly smooth. In fact, due to the refinement of purchased materials through alchemy, the purity was even higher. From the outset of the research, Lind created something akin to firecrackers. Although the workers had become accustomed to their lord's remarkable alchemical materials, witnessing their handcrafted creation explode a steel basin still elicited looks of awe and trepidation directed at Lind. Whether magic was involved remained uncertain, yet it was undeniable that the Lord had managed to produce effects akin to magic from these seemingly mundane materials. No wonder the management regulations at the gunpowder facility were more stringent than those in any other part of the territory. Even more so than in Lind's own tent. One misstep could result in a severed limb. However, Susan, who observed from the side, was visibly yawning. Such explosions were merely loud without significant power, suitable for frightening people, but possibly less effective than a first-tier magic scroll. As a fourth-tier professional, Susan, when fully equipped, could easily endure the explosions without concern. Moreover, the utilization of such materials was rather cumbersome, leaving Susan perplexed as to the practical purpose of Lind's research. Such thoughts were entirely normal. Until Susan witnessed the mass production of explosives and their application in industrial mining, she could not fathom the scenes that would unfold. Even having seen more extravagant displays of magic did not prepare her. How long would it take to train a mage capable of mining with magic? What would be the cost of hiring one? Mages required rest and mana replenishment, but explosives did not. Your mana is nearly depleted, while my explosives are inexhaustible. Moreover, this was merely traditional gunpowder, as the saying goes. 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, and a bit of sugar for the great Ivan. If successful granulation were achieved, Lind could potentially elevate the technology level of explosives to a near-modern standard within a short time. The remaining challenge lay with firearms. Lind had never been an enthusiast for firearms in his previous life, and his understanding of gunpowder was limited to the fact that its formula was as well known as a signpost at an intersection. Yet firearms were an entirely different matter. In order to create firearms akin to modern designs, the first hurdle to overcome was the issue of smokeless powder. Black powder was the extent of Lind's comprehension. Beyond that lay a blind spot in his knowledge. At this juncture, Lind's gaze shifted to Reyna, who was dozing off while listening to his report, pondering whether, akin to the creation of water wheels, he had unwittingly provided her with an idea from which she could directly design a functional firearm. It is utterly impossible. Firearms are not as simple as hydraulic hammers. Even if Reyna has some ideas, it would likely take a considerable amount of time to experiment. Sighing, Lind chuckled at his own unreliable thoughts and resolved to embark on a grounded study of firearms. The research could only focus on 2 types, flintlock and percussion guns. Aside from differing ignition methods, percussion guns require higher quality gunpowder. It would be prudent to start with flintlocks, establishing a foundation before gradually updating the ignition devices and gunpowder to that of percussion guns. After all, historically, percussion guns were indeed an improvement upon flintlocks, so commencing research from this angle is undoubtedly sound and, of course, one could attempt to utilize customized alchemical materials for an immediate leap, directly achieving immense power. But such an approach would be impractical for mass production. It would merely result in a prototype for Lind's personal amusement. However, these are matters for another time. The pressing issue at hand is to produce viable gunpowder for practical use. Chapter 21. detonation. The research on cement and gunpowder at the gray-white territory gradually found its rhythm, particularly with cement, which has accelerated the development of gray-white. Many of the original tints have been dismantled, and people have begun constructing new homes. Next, Lind intends to delve into steel smelting. This is a monumental task, but since the gray-white territory has yet to find iron ore, Lind had previously not prioritized this endeavor. Now, he plans to explore how steel is refined in this world. As long as the territory can yield steel, combined with the hydraulic hammer, future military needs will certainly be met. The craftsmen in the territory are primarily those who originally accompanied Reyna to the gray-white territory from the Lars family. Among them are several low-tier professionals. The current steel smelting site resembles more of a blacksmith's workshop than an actual steel mill. Initially, there were not even blacksmith shops. It was Lind who assigned these craftsmen their tasks, which mainly involved repairing tools for the residents each day. Today, having heard that the Lord would be inspecting, the craftsmen were all geared up to put on a good show, especially since the Lord was known to lavish rewards when pleased, though those rewards came from the Lars family's coffers. However, after the craftsmen demonstrated their steel-making methods, it appeared that the Lord was somewhat disengaged, completing a brief inspection before departing the smelting site. Initially, one might have expected the Lord to engage with the craftsmen as he had with others, proposing fantastical mechanical ideas and improvements. An old craftsman stroked his beard, reflecting on whether he had done something wrong to displease the Lord. Otherwise, why did it seem that the Lord was treating them differently? Upon returning to the tent, Lind began to pace restlessly, repeatedly flipping through the introductory manual on rune magic formations, learning in conjunction with the memories of the original owner. It was quite astounding. Although Lind had previously made minor impacts on this world, this time it was the distorted technological tree of this realm that provided him with a small magical shock. Lind had anticipated numerous improvement methods for the steel-making technology in this world, such as blast furnace techniques. Having read countless transmigration novels, he felt he could at least suggest ideas to inspire the craftsmen. Yet, he was unprepared for the sheer forcefulness of this world's approach, which seemed to obliterate all alternatives. The temperature insufficient, heating too slow, prone to impurities. A combustion magic formation can be employed, allowing a few first and second-tier rune mages to raise the temperature and violently resolve all issues. Of course, while it sounds simple, executing it is far more challenging. Only those who have studied runes can control the magic formations, and rune mages are professionals, not just common folk. Moreover, rune magic formations require constant fine-tuning and maintenance, making them costly. Essentially, they can only be used for steel smelting, lacking any practical combat application. Nonetheless, this still provided Lind with a minor sense of otherworldly shock. For a fleeting moment, Lind questioned whether everything he was doing truly held significance, wondering if this world had already developed alternative magical solutions that could perfectly replace his endeavors. For instance, had cement and gunpowder not already been perfected? From Reyna's reaction, it seemed they had not. But given her nature, Lind sought reassurance from Isha, and after detailed inquiries, he felt somewhat relieved. Subsequently, Lind took Reyna on an expedition into the giant God Mountain range, as today marked the day for experimenting with mining gunpowder. Although Reyna had been hunting and frolicking in the mountains prior to the construction of the hydraulic hammer, she had also been engaged in some serious work. The giant God Mountain range harbored numerous mineral deposits. Lind was currently at a jade ore vein recently discovered by Reyna. Though it was not massive, Lind's primary objective in mining was merely to practice for the gunpowder venture. The mineral wealth of the giant God Mountain range is abundant, yet due to its remote location and high transportation costs, it has never been effectively developed. Furthermore, the Sword region, located north of the Northern Snow Territory, not only boasts higher quality ores, but also offers more convenient transportation routes, making it unappealing for anyone to mine in the giant God Mountain range at a higher cost, especially with the elves on the other side of the mountains sometimes demanding their share. As the overall strength of the Capet kingdom waned and the upper-class nobility grew increasingly extravagant, fewer professionals were willing to toil in this secluded corner, using their magical powers daily to assist the nobles in mining. After instructing a craftsman to chisel a large hole in a designated spot, Lind ordered the explosives to be placed inside, then retreated to a safe distance to ignite the fuse. Initially, No craftsman dared to take on this task. So Susan, who was near Reyna, impatiently approached the fused. Susan's understanding of the explosive's power was still limited to its initial demonstration of blowing an iron pot into the air, and she felt no fear. After snapping her fingers, the fuse ignited with a roaring flame, and she struck a pose, waving her cloak as she made her way toward the shelter where Reyna was. Boom! A powerful shockwave surged forth, akin to an enraged dragon's roar, shaking the mountains and sending debris flying, the sound of the explosion echoing deafeningly. Unprepared, Susan was thrust forward by the explosive force, the defensive runes on her armor activating in response to the attack. Protect the lady! The knights surrounding Reyna immediately raised their shields and formed a defensive formation as the explosion exceeded their comprehension. They assumed it was an assault from the enemies of the Lars family. As the flickering flames within the smoke dissipated, a chaotic scene unfolded. The mountainside was shattered, massive boulders collapsing like fortresses. Lind observed with satisfaction the astonished expressions of Susan and the knights, realizing that his previous concerns had been unwarranted. Although this world contained many elements beyond his understanding, it appeared that gunpowder remained an invention far superior to anything this world had to offer. Recording the quantity of explosives used and the effects of the mining operation, Lind reminded the bewildered craftsman behind him to take note as he began to survey the explosion site. The rubble could be collected, perfectly suitable for use in conjunction with cement as building materials, but he made sure to remind the workers to sort and sift through it first. Glancing at the still tense knights, Lind merely smiled slightly, and after they exchanged awkward looks, they lowered their shields. Yet, instead of the expected barrage of questions from Reyna about how he accomplished this feat, she began to stroke her chin thoughtfully. Deep in contemplation, "Brother," Reyna exclaimed excitedly as she approached Lind, her expression lacking the shock he had anticipated. "Do you think this so-called gunpowder can be launched using magic? For instance, employing a second-tier wind spell to deliver the explosives to the enemy and ignite them. Wouldn't that equate to using a second-tier spell to create the power of a fourth tier? Or even greater, magical effect?" Lind blinked in disbelief, double-checking that he was indeed conversing with Reyna. How had this child become so astute today? She was already contemplating the fusion of gunpowder with magic to create a fantastical form of artillery. Before Lind could respond, Reyna continued, "Using the wind spell alone won't suffice. We should seek a more powerful and precise magical method of delivery." Had she really conceived the rudiments of a missile? No, that wouldn't do. Such a method was impractical. If one were to use high-tier magic for long-range delivery, why not simply unleash high-tier magic for direct assault instead? Reyna swiftly dismissed her own proposal, then turned her gaze toward the craftsman beside Lind. "Is there a possibility of reducing the quantity of the gunpowder you created, brother, and embedding it within rocks, so that when these stones are thrown, they explode like magic? This way, the fragments could injure the enemy." Lind gazed at Reyna in astonishment. Had she truly conceived the idea of shrapnel grenades so swiftly? Moreover, she had not insisted on the use of magic in conjunction with it this time. At that moment, a disheveled Susan, having risen from the ground, remarked, "But, my lady, if we reduce the quantity, it won't effectively harm high-tier professionals. How many high-tier professionals can a noble truly muster?" Reyna cast her gaze upon her knights. The majority were third-tier professionals, slightly inferior to Lind. Nevertheless, among their peers, they were regarded as prodigies. Coupled with their formidable equipment, they transformed into terrifying machines of slaughter amidst the chaos of battle. Susan, considering the recent explosion, which has diminished in power to a mere fifth of its original strength, do you believe you can withstand it head-on? In response to Reyna's inquiry, Susan confidently tapped the shield on her wrist and replied, "If it's a frontal assault, I'm certain I can block it 5 or 6 times without sustaining any injuries." Reyna then turned her attention to Lind. "So, brother, how much gunpowder can our territory produce in a day? If all the alchemical apparatus and workers were devoted solely to gunpowder production, we could undoubtedly supply the ordinary soldiers with a continuous stream of it, correct?" Upon finishing, Reyna elaborated on the remaining alchemical materials and the current production status of gunpowder in their territory. Susan fell silent, recalling that her previous remarks pertained solely to deflecting an attack with her shield. The mere thought that such weapons could be wielded by ordinary individuals perhaps even multiple times by each, sent a chill down her spine. Indeed, high-tier professionals were not as common as cabbages. Even a sixth-tier professional like Reina was a rare genius, appearing once in a century. Lind refrained from responding, instead circling Reina as if seeking to ascertain whether she had been possessed by some entity. "What's wrong, brother? Have I said something amiss?" Reina, lacking confidence, traced circles on the ground with her foot. "No, quite the opposite," Lind encouraged. "To be honest, many of the ideas you've presented haven't even occurred to me. You are doing remarkably well, and I will carefully consider the plans you've proposed." Indeed, her insights were not merely accurate but rather somewhat exaggerated. It must be noted that the gunpowder of the former world had undergone extensive research and practice before it truly dominated the battlefield. Yet, Reina, having observed the process of gunpowder mining merely once, had confidently predicted its future. Lind even felt that Reina embodied the essence of a time traveler more so than himself. After all, in this world where magic truly existed, Lind could not guarantee that gunpowder would retain its former battlefield status. However, Reina's vision was unshackled by magic. Rather, she harnessed it to delve into the study of gunpowder's applications. She was not only a genius in engineering, but perhaps also a born commander. Chapter 22. The current Saintess. As the Grey-White territory embarked on a grand development, the newly appointed Saintess, Lilith Doran, had just concluded a charitable event in the royal capital, Dear. Why not take a moment to rest? The fourth prince, Clan, gazed at the weary Lilith with concern. "It's quite all right, your highness. I can manage, as long as I am by your side. An inexhaustible strength surges within me," replied Lilith, her delicate demeanor only intensifying Clan's concern. With a decisive wave of his hand, he declared, "You need not attend the next ball. Rest here, for this is the command of your future king, and you must not defy it." He then called out to Lilith's maids, "Ensure that the Saintess receives ample rest, understood? But your highness, the upcoming ball is hosted by the Duke of the Western Territories. As a member of the future royal family, I feel compelled to attend." Lilith insisted, not wishing to miss the next ball, as it was, in fact, organized by the firstborn of the Duke for her benefit. Failing to attend could jeopardize her standing in his favor. "I do not care what you think." "I care about what I think." With that, Clan Augustine left with an air of nonchalance, striking a charming pose without looking back. Lilith's maids watched apprehensively as the domineering prince departed, but once he was out of sight, they quickly relaxed. Several maids approached Lilith with chilled beverages, magically frozen, as she reclined with her legs crossed. Lilith took a generous sip, her expression softening as she fanned herself with her hand. Goodness, constantly having to feign composure is utterly exhausting. What a ridiculous notion of a future king. How tiresome. While enjoying the maid's massages, Lilith lamented, "Were it not for the prospect of becoming the future queen, I would hardly bother with you." The maids quickly chimed in with flattery. "Indeed? How could a mere prince without status be worthy of our esteemed Saintess? Clan must at least wait until he officially ascends the throne before he can speak." She savored the exquisite massages and luxurious chilled tea. Lilith's thoughts drifted back to 3 years prior, when she first arrived in this world. Initially, she had felt a mixture of anxiety and excitement at having truly traversed into a dating simulation game she had played in her previous life. Although she hadn't become the main character, merely a minor noble, it was still noteworthy that she was at least attending the same academy as the leads, and before their fateful meeting. When Lilith intentionally delayed the female lead, preventing her from encountering one of the male leads, she realized that the game's narrative could indeed be altered at will. However, the more she changed, the more unforeseen circumstances arose. After all, her greatest advantage lay in her knowledge of the subsequent plot. Should her butterfly effect distort the storyline beyond recognition, she would lose her edge. Hence, Lilith conceived a bold idea: to replace the main character in the narrative. By doing so, the original plot would remain intact, allowing her to exploit her advantages flawlessly. The plan unfolded smoothly, as Lilith consistently outpaced the female lead, Isha, in serendipitously encountering various male leads, thereby diligently increasing their affections according to the game's options. Ultimately, she not only maximized the favor of all, including the fourth prince, achieving a reverse harem ending, but also circumvented the influence of the original female protagonist, relegating her back to a life of farming. As for the game's ultimate antagonist, Rhaena Larx, Lilith whimsically arranged for her to marry a minor noble with the same name as her brother from her previous life. However, life after reaching the conclusion did not unfold as Lilith had envisioned. The tale did not mirror the fairy tale narrative where the prince and princess lived happily ever after. As the fourth prince's fiancée, Lilith found herself attending an endless array of balls and social engagements alongside him. Moreover, due to her status as a saintess, she was obligated to partake in numerous ecclesiastical decision-making meetings. The incessant meetings and social obligations shattered her idyllic visions of life. To maintain her persona, Lilith was compelled to speak in a high-pitched tone daily, revealing her true self only in the privacy of her intimate maid's presence. Although the fourth prince, Clan, allowed her to skip the next ball, she soon noticed on the schedule that following it, there was a joint meeting between the Capet Kingdom and the Church. In this world devoid of mobile phones, she couldn't even afford the luxury of slacking off during meetings, which left her clutching her head in agony, though she quickly regained her composure. Let us prepare. The next meeting is about to commence. Upon Lilith's conclusion, the maidservants swiftly sprang into action. The garments for the princess consort attending various occasions and those for the saintess participating in numerous meetings were distinctly different and exceedingly intricate. Lilith felt as though she squandered a considerable portion of her day merely on the act of dressing. Life in this autumn world seemed more agonizing than that of an overworked employee. She had long grown weary of the male protagonists, whose faces resembled that of male escorts, and now found them even more greasy than the infamous Huang Jiaozhu. Reflecting on this, Lilith couldn't help but reminisce about her previous life. Wearing a simple tank top and gaming at home with her brother. Despite their daily exchanges of disdain and her brother's constant jibes about her unlikelihood of finding a suitor, those days were blissfully carefree. Moreover, her brother was genuinely there for her. He had been the one assisting her in conquering the challenges of the game. Regrettably, her brother had departed early due to an act of valor. Not long after, Lilith donned the specially tailored attire of a saintess and accompanied Prince Clan, the fourth prince, to the joint conference of the Capet Kingdom and the Church of the Goddess of Light. Lilith had always been somewhat indifferent to such meetings, at most keeping an ear out for news concerning the former heroine, Isha. Upon hearing of Isha's rebellion and the impossibility of her return, Lilith had simply resigned herself to the situation. After all, she was not the heroine and lacked the goddess's favor. Having become a saintess had not bestowed upon her much power, and she found herself unable to comprehend much of the discussion at the conference. The gathering was attended by many, including her fiancé, the fourth Prince Clan, hailed as the kingdom's hope for the future, who sat beside the elderly king, gazing at Lilith with infatuation. There was also the king's eldest son, Prince Cliff, who was now in his middle age and showing signs of balding. However, like Lilith, this prince was merely present to fill the numbers, fidgeting in his seat even more than she was. Due to his timid and foolish nature, the old king held little affection for his eldest son, and after Clan exhibited remarkable talent and bravery, Cliff swiftly lost his status as the crown prince. Nevertheless, Cliff harbored no grievances and even felt relieved, as there was scant support for him among the kingdom's nobility, making the transition of the crown prince remarkably smooth. Next, discussions turned to the topics concerning the war with the Northern Territories and the demon race. Chancellor Cao K raised his hand, and various documents were distributed among all participants of the meeting. The conference was conducted in a roundtable format, a tradition of the Capet Kingdom, symbolizing equal dialogue and negotiation among the parties involved. The border war in the Northern Territories had persisted for 5 years, with no resolution in sight. Continuing the conflict would only strain the kingdom's finances. As the kingdom's chancellor, I advise our esteemed sovereign to cease assistance to the Northern Territories and command a truce between them and the demon race. Both sides ought to sit down and engage in meaningful dialogue for the sake of peace and their respective peoples. After stating this, Cao K bowed to King Augustine III, signaling the formal commencement of this topic. Chapter 23, The Royal Conference. Cao K, I must express my disagreement with your perspective. Naturally, the first to oppose was the Lord of the Northern Territories, Grand Duke Lars, the grandfather of Rhaena. The elderly Grand Duke, with his flowing white beard, leaned back in his chair, his hands resting naturally on the table. His towering figure occupied a significant portion of the round table, resembling a bear poised to pounce on its prey, exuding an air of danger. Although over 70 years of age, this was merely a sign of being somewhat aged for a high-ranking practitioner. Typically, such individuals could live well beyond a century, even without the aid of various potions or magic. Firstly, the kingdom has never provided any assistance to our northern territories. A.S. Grand Duke Lars's gaze swept across the room. Several nobles, feeling guilty, averted their eyes. Not only had the kingdom failed to offer aid to the north, but it had also been secretly courting northern nobles. Moreover, some merchants were openly and covertly selling weapons and salt to the demons, contributing to the reason why the vast northern territories had been pushed back to a corner, unable to retaliate. Secondly, I do not believe that compromise will yield peace. Yielding to aggressors merely makes them more insatiable. Grand Duke Lars's voice boomed, but he received little response. Nearly all the nobles sided with the royal family, and at worst, they merely observed the situation. The northern territories were not only under foreign invasion but were also embroiled in a succession war, rendering their decline inevitable. The only question was how much they would weaken. Would you care what the meat on the dining table had to say? Though the meat appeared somewhat tough, the crimson blood staining it caused the surrounding nobles to lick their lips. County K refrained from a direct rebuttal, instead clapping his hands, prompting servants to unfurl a painting on the conference table. The artwork depicted an infant and a child appearing no older than 10. Amidst two corpses clutching weapons, while soldiers bearing the Lars family's Northern Bear emblem seized compensation from the slightly older child, surrounded by numerous corpses of starving refugees. Several nobles present began to murmur among themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Northern Territory under the governance of the Lars family. When I first heard the bards recounting these tales, I was reluctant to believe them until I beheld this magical scroll that captures the plight of the North. Following this, County K adopted a heart-wrenching demeanor, passionately recounting the perils of war. What has war brought us? Recall the blood-soaked turmoil when nearly a third of the kingdom's elite perished in that internal strife, leaving the populace destitute and rebels rampant across the lands. In order to survive, these people were even forced to sell their own children. Subsequently, County K linked his own exploitation of the serfs to the actions of the Lars family. His tone grew sharp, and with exaggerated gestures, he pounded his chest, seemingly overwhelmed with sorrow. Some noblewomen present began to weep, gripped by fear, for while the practice of exploitation had long existed in the kingdom, most nobles were not well acquainted with these grim realities. Of course, many nobles were also intrigued by these morbid details, eager to engage County K in conversation afterward. Meanwhile, the lesser nobles, who lacked the standing to sit at the table and could only listen, displayed disdainful expressions, some even stifling laughter, mocking County K for his lack of professionalism and the numerous flaws in his narrative. "You are blatantly slandering us," Grand Duke Lars erupted, slamming his fist on the table, his magical energy swirling around him, yet ultimately dissipated under the warnings of the enforcers and the scorn of the other nobles. Some nobles privately muttered that it was no surprise that a family producing such disgraceful nobility would have a flawed heir. However, upon receiving a warning glance from Grand Duke Lars, they immediately fell silent. In recent years, the demon army had rebranded itself as the Demon King's Army, seemingly due to the emergence of a new king within the demon ranks. Under this new ruler, the northern territories found it increasingly difficult to withstand the incursions from the border demons. Initially, the royal family and the northern territories coexisted peacefully, even considering a marriage alliance with Rhaena, the eldest daughter of the north. However, with the disappearance of Rhaena's father, the royal family's stance gradually shifted from uniting with the north to undermining it in the maintenance of royal power. The northern territories had become too weak. When the time for an actual marriage alliance came, it was uncertain who would be providing support to whom. Nevertheless, this was merely the public speculation. After the astrologers from the tower visited the old king, his attitude underwent a complete transformation, becoming vehemently hostile towards the northern territories, even willing to sell land and ally with the demons. Observing Grand Duke Lars's silence, the atmosphere thickened. County K no longer concealed his intentions, shifting his tone. "However, there is no need for concern, esteemed colleagues. Previously, the emissary of the Demon King graced our capital and engaged in an intimate dialogue with me. the Demon King is not unlike us. In fact, he is even more fond of peace and more approachable than we might have imagined. The Demon King, too, abhors war. At this point, Cao K directed his gaze toward Grand Duke Lars, seemingly mocking him as a warmonger. Therefore, the Demon King hopes that both sides will step back and promote peace. I, lacking qualifications, have taken it upon myself to represent His Majesty the King in signing a new accord with the Demon King. Although the details remain to be discussed, I firmly believe this agreement will usher in lasting peace for the Northern Territories, the Capet Kingdom, and the Demon Race. Though Cao K proclaimed this, when copies of the agreement were distributed among the noble and ecclesiastical representatives at the Round Table, nearly all displayed expressions of confusion and shock. The accord stipulated the cession of the land north of the Northern Snow Territory to the Demon Race, the complete opening of trade between the Northern Territories and the Demons, and an annual tribute of 300,000 silver leaf coins from the Northern Territories to the Demons, who in turn would provide a certain quantity of demon beast pelts and ores. Each of these conditions was outrageously excessive. Was this not tantamount to ceding land and paying reparations? How could the Demon King claim to love peace? Was he dissatisfied with the current level of chaos in the Northern Territories? This was clearly a treaty of defeat. A multitude of individuals stood transfixed, gazing at the colossal figure exuding an aura of danger, instinctively retreating as if apprehensive that Duke Lars might launch an attack at any moment. Even members of the clergy had commenced preparations for on-site rescue. The Sword region, located north of the Duanxue territory, is renowned for its mineral wealth. We ceded these lands, yet now find ourselves compelled to purchase their ores from the demonic race? Duke Lars vociferously questioned, almost finding a twisted amusement in the absurdity of the contract. This is merely a preliminary agreement. We can still negotiate the specifics. However, the Demon Lord is adamant about acquiring these mineral-rich territories. The vast north, abundant in resources, would not suffer significantly from the loss of this land, would it? Cao remained undaunted by Duke Lars, his tone laced with unrelenting sarcasm. Humph! I hope you do not ultimately fall prey to the very wolves you have nurtured. With those words, Duke Lars abruptly rose and departed from his seat. The current roundtable conference had rendered the absence of the Lars family inconsequential. Cao was not there to negotiate, but rather to inform. In the ongoing power struggle between the royal family and the North, the crown had promised immense benefits at a great cost, resulting in a comprehensive encirclement of the weakened Lars family. And the time to reel them in was drawing near. Your Excellency, what of our holy cathedral of relief in the North? At last, a representative from the Church of Light spoke, not to oppose the treaty, but to inquire about the fate of Cao's church in the North. Rest assured, the Demon Lord's army is a civilized force. I have already communicated with them, and they shall ensure the safe evacuation of the personnel from the Cathedral of Relief. Cao, exuding confidence, glanced at the silent Augustine III. Augustine III, whose aging face bore no discernible expression, merely nodded. Subsequently, Cao resumed his role in presiding over the meeting, initiating discussions with various nobles on how to partition the North immediately after Duke Lars's departure. Chapter 24. A letter from Reina. Upon returning to his estate, Duke Lars downed an entire bottle of wine to steady his trembling hands. However, just as he regained his composure, a cacophony erupted outside the manor. We want peace, not war. We want peace, not war. A throng of students from the royal capital paraded outside Lars's estate, brandishing the magical scroll that Cao had showcased during the roundtable meeting. Some enraged students hurled refuse towards the manor while vociferously cursing, demanding that the North compromise with the demonic race for the sake of the common people. When Duke Lars returned home, the meeting had only just concluded, and it was alarming how swiftly the Academy's students had procured the magical scroll and organized a protest. Reina sensed something was amiss. Why, Lord, shall we drive them away? The butler inquired solicitously, but Duke Lars simply waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. That would only exacerbate the situation in that moment. Duke Lars harbored a degree of resentment towards his heightened auditory perception as a high-ranking practitioner. Could it be that he was indeed mistaken? The North undeniably required recuperation, yet capitulation to the demonic race was out of the question. Duke Lars felt somewhat helpless regarding this treaty. The North had already been unable to withstand the onslaught of the demons, Retreating to the Duanxue territory was merely a more conservative version of the original withdrawal plan. The annual silver leaf coins were not beyond the means of the Lars family. If the heir war could proceed without complications over the next 2 years, swiftly designating an heir to stabilize public sentiment, perhaps the lost lands could be reclaimed. Although the nominal heir was to be determined by comprehensive strength and military merit, Duke Lars had his own inclinations. Rhaena's brother, Sean Lars, was the ideal candidate in Duke Lars's eyes. Despite his youth, he had inherited his father's composure and decisiveness. The territory itself was the most affluent valley region in the north, hosting the largest slave market with countless capable subordinates, making him a frontrunner in the heir war. Of course, this was primarily due to Sean's relative humanity compared to his 2 uncles who colluded with the demonic race, his tyrannical younger brother, and his young sister. As for Rhaena, Duke Lars felt a twinge of guilt. He had initially viewed her merely as a tool for political marriage and had failed to rescue her during the clandestine struggles with the royal family. Ultimately, it was the church's saint who refrained from pursuing her further, allowing her to emerge unscathed and marry an obscure noble. Reflecting on this, Duke Lars retrieved a letter that Rhaena had pinned for him from his drawer. This letter served as a rare source of solace. Whenever he read the missives from his beloved granddaughter, all his troubles faded away, and he felt as joyful as an old man could be. Besides simple greetings, the letter primarily recounted amusing incidents occurring in the gray-white territory, such as the invention of a peculiar contraption called a bicycle by a young noble named Lind. According to Rhaena's sketches, Duke Lars found the notion rather ludicrous. How could such a device possibly remain upright? Furthermore, this bicycle required a smooth surface, rendering it impractical for the rugged terrain. Nonetheless, as a whimsical toy, it was indeed intriguing. In addition to the bicycle, Rhaena had also devised a hydraulic hammer, though at the time the letter was sent, the hydraulic hammer was not yet completed, so only a rough sketch was included. Duke Lars scrutinized it carefully but did not pay it much heed. While the hydraulic hammer might enhance the quality of equipment, he believed the true determinant of victory on the battlefield was the number of practitioners each side possessed, rendering the hydraulic hammer merely a large toy. Originally, Duke Lars envisioned Rhaena leading a life free from calamity, and seeing her husband crafting toys for her did not strike him as a sign of frivolity. Rather, he appreciated Lind's efforts. As long as he could keep Rhaena happy, that was of utmost importance. Despite reports from spies around Rhaena indicating that the young noble, Lind, had virtually usurped all authority in the territory, managing all affairs alongside his subordinates, even the head maid, Lila, had betrayed them, Duke Lars felt reassured upon learning that Lind devoted every evening to recounting the day's events and policies to Rhaena in detail. From the reports, it was evident that his granddaughter, who still harbored thoughts of returning to the royal capital for justice, stood no chance against Lind, yet regardless of the circumstances, the young noble maintained respect for Rhaena and could amuse her, which was sufficient and even exceeded Duke Lars's expectations. Duke Lars was not fearful of Lind fully assuming control of the territory. Rather, he feared that Lind might be too inept, allowing Rhaena to lead him around by the nose, potentially leading her to make irrational decisions. If he truly wished for Rhaena to manage the territory, Duke Lars would have explicitly stated so in the marriage contract. As for the governance and policies of the gray-white territory, Duke Lars held little concern. It was merely a small place, and Lind could tinker with it as he pleased. The Lars family could sustain that territory for a lifetime. As he reached the conclusion of the letter, where Rhaena requested that he send more craftsmen and magical apprentices to create toys for the gray-white territory, even offering to exchange them for fewer luxury goods, Duke Lars gently tapped his fingers on the writing desk. It was evident that Lind had prompted Rhaena to write this. The territory was just starting out and indeed required more craftsmen and magical apprentices. However, Duke Lars had initially envisioned the gray-white territory as a paradise for Rhaena. Did it truly necessitate so many craftsmen and magical apprentices? Nevertheless, upon seeing Rhaena boast about the new toys Lind had made for her in the letter, Duke Lars couldn't help but smile contentedly. At the very least, his granddaughter genuinely wished for more craftsmen and magical apprentices, which was sufficient. He decided to select a batch of idle craftsmen and apprentices, recruit some unwanted magical apprentices in the royal capital, and send them to the gray-white territory. After articulating his intentions, the butler immediately departed. This was not due to Duke Lars's stinginess or reluctance to support the gray-white territory, but rather because crafting toys did not require exceptionally skilled craftsmen or magical apprentices. This also served as a form of reprimand for his grandson-in-law, who had a penchant for clever tricks, warning him not to presume that his ability to amuse Reyna would grant him free rein to make demands of the Lars family. At least, that was how Duke Lars perceived the situation. Chapter 25. A prophecy of the future. Meanwhile, in a realm of abstraction, Lilith finally returned to reality at the gentle prompting of Prince Clan. Your Highness, I apologize. I was merely... These recent meetings have indeed been rather dull. Only the sight of old Lars's grim countenance provides me with some amusement. Clan rudely interrupted Lilith's statement, though well-intentioned, which left her feeling somewhat displeased. As long as Kautik can finalize this treaty, peace between the North and the Kingdom will be within reach. How about hosting a ball tonight to celebrate? Upon hearing Clan's proposal for yet another ball, Lilith hurriedly waved her hand. Your Highness, your sister Claire has already invited me for this evening. I regret to inform you that I cannot attend the ball. Having finished speaking, Lilith hurriedly departed with her maids. Observing Lilith's retreating figure, Clan murmured softly, Women, you remain ever so intriguing. Lilith's assertion that Claire had invited her was not a mere pretext, for it was undeniable that Lilith's rise to prominence was significantly aided by Claire. The most cherished little princess of Clan and Augustus I. Do not take it to heart. My brother is simply that way. He attends balls 6 out of 7 days a week. One eventually gets accustomed to it. Claire consoled Lilith while delicately sipping her red tea. Moreover, without these frequent balls, how could you have met my brother? But this is excessively frequent. 6 times a week? Who can endure that? Lilith slouched languidly in her chair. This gathering, organized by Claire, was one of the few social events where Lilith could relax. By the way, what are your thoughts on the treaty discussed with the Chancellor and the Demon King? Claire inquired, setting down her teacup. Must we delve into serious matters now? Lilith gazed at Claire in exasperation. She had come to Claire precisely to escape such discussions, yet Claire insisted on addressing them. Lilith harbored a certain disdain for the treaty, perceiving it as akin to a policy of appeasement. Would relinquishing portions of the northern territories truly usher in peace? Furthermore, many of those regions were rich in mineral resources. The demon race would likely swiftly digest these gains before reigniting hostilities. However, Lilith found herself firmly aligned with the royal side, compelled to echo, Yes, yes. Before Lilith could voice her thoughts, a striking woman with long black hair and an imposing presence interjected. Lord Kautik is correct. The Lars family is nothing but a disgrace. The embarrassment of noble lineage that was Reyna is just the beginning. Their mismanagement of the northern territories necessitates peace negotiations with the demon race. And only by ousting the Lars family can we resolve this crisis. Upon raising her gaze, Lilith recognized the new president of the Royal Capital's Magic Academy Student Council, Caroline, a staunch supporter of Lord Kautik, who had led the recent march to the Lars estate. We plan to travel to the northern territories to interrogate the Lars family. Holy Maiden, would you care to join us? You? Lilith looked at Caroline and Claire in perplexity. Indeed, Lord Kautik is set to depart for the front lines, soon to negotiate with the Demon King, and we intend to make a detour to see how Reyna is faring in her gray-white domain. Claire said with a slight smile, for nothing could delight her more than witnessing Reyna's misfortune. Would you like to come along, Lilith? Faced with Claire's invitation, Lilith hesitated briefly before declining. Perhaps it would be better for me to remain and attend the ball. In her past life, Lilith had been a recluse. Having already completed her game in this new world, running about seemed a waste of her journey, as well as her accomplishments. Meanwhile, the first prince, Cliff Augustus, sat stiffly in a corner of the ball, having promised to attend the festivities hosted by the fourth prince, Clan Augustus. He had anticipated an evening filled with the usual lightheartedness and joy. Yet none expected King Augustus III himself to grace the event with his presence. After exchanging a few words with his heir, the king settled beside Cliff, rendering the typically timid Cliff nearly breathless. As the king gestured, the guards cleared a space around the reveling nobles, allowing ample room for father and son. During today's meeting, I noticed you seemed to have something on your mind, despite his age. Augustus III's keen perception spared no detail. No, I would never presume to have anything to say, father. You know I have long since abandoned any other thoughts, Cliff stammered, nervously rubbing his hands as beads of sweat trickled down his face. Do you also believe we have been too harsh in our dealings with the northern territories? The king's voice retained the same authority Cliff remembered, and he understood that when his father spoke in such a tone, deception was no longer an option. Yes, perhaps to a degree, father. The northern lands comprise over a third of the kingdom, nearing half. What if we push them too far? Augustus III nodded, responding, many share your sentiments within the capital. They believe that since the demon race has invaded us, we ought to support the northern territories in retaliating. However, Cliff, do you know what I beheld within the Holy Grail during my time atop the tower? The tower was the most enigmatic, noble, and wise organization of practitioners in this world. Its origins almost lost to history, maintaining neutrality in worldly matters for millennia, seemingly stirred only by discoveries related to magic. The Holy Grail served as an artifact for the tower's astrologers to foresee the future and divine secrets, its prophecies having invariably come to fruition. This was no mere legend, but a veritable historical truth. I witnessed the kingdom's downfall at your hands. The words slipped from Augustus III's lips, cold sweat drenched Cliff's attire. So it was that his father foresaw the future following his ascension to the throne. It was no wonder that upon the arrival of the tower's astrologers, his father had swiftly ousted him from the position of heir, replacing him with his more esteemed and astute younger brother. Cliff felt clarity dawning upon him, yet Augustus III's discourse did not cease. I saw an army bearing the banner of the northern wind entering the capital, and shortly thereafter, you, now king, voluntarily relinquished the crown to a member of the Lars family. Though I could not discern the individual's visage, they were surrounded by the upper echelons of the Lars family. At this juncture, Augustus III coughed in indignation, quickly regaining his composure, and questioned, Now, Cliff, my child, do you still harbor grievances regarding your loss of the title of heir? No, father, absolutely not. I shall always support my younger brother. Even if you were to exile me now, I would have no objections. Cliff was nearly reduced to kneeling in fear. He had not anticipated that the Lars family would turn against him in the future, nor that he would indeed abdicate to it. Was no wonder his father had swiftly appointed his more astute younger brother after receiving the tower's astrologers, while ruthlessly suppressing the Lars family, employing even the dirtiest of tactics. Good, as long as you understand, Augustus III concluded, rising to depart. In truth, Augustus III had initially intended for his timid eldest son to inherit the throne. Some might label him as cowardly, while others might praise his ability to compromise and maintain balance. During the kingdom's stable development, such a character was not merely suitable, but arguably the most effective in maintaining harmony. In fact, in terms of balancing various interests, the fourth prince clan paled in comparison to his elder brother, which explained Clan's frequent balls to enhance his social skills and comprehend the needs of the nobility. Moreover, while Cliff displayed a degree of timidity, he was by no means foolish. Regrettably, Augustus III had glimpsed the kingdom's demise. And to alter that fate, he was willing to cede territory to the demon race, prioritizing the longevity of his reign above all else. Even the heinous acts perpetrated by Caudic went unnoticed by Augustus III, who would merely turn in confusion at the cries of the common folk and respond, Commoners? Indifferent. Chapter 26. Arrival at Grey-White Domain. The Chancellor of the Capet Kingdom, Caudic, duly proceeded to the northern frontier to negotiate with the Demon King's army. However, rather than a negotiation, it resembled an act of surrender. Nevertheless, the capital remained abuzz with celebrations, as the populace believed that Caudic's endeavors would finally secure peace between humanity and the demon race, an achievement that had eluded them for millennia. All felt a sense of pride, especially in the verses sung by the bards Caudic had bribed, portraying him as a revered figure, akin to the legendary heroes of ancient epics. Meanwhile, the young Princess Claire and the current president of the capital's academy, Caroline, accompanied Caudic to the north, perhaps driven by an eagerness to witness the blend of disappointment and anguish on Rhaena's face. Claire soon detached from Caudic's entourage, making her way directly to the Grey-White Domain. A grand vessel, adorned with the royal double-headed lion crest, traversed the River of Tears, as Claire rose early to gaze toward the direction of the Grey-White Domain. Initially prepared to revel in Rhaena's misfortunes, Claire was taken aback by the dock, which, after several expansions, bore little resemblance to the humble port of a mere viscountcy. For a moment, Claire questioned whether she had woken up incorrectly that day, considering a return to bed for a more accurate awakening. Beside her, Caroline frowned, indignantly remarking, "Is it truly necessary to construct a dock of such magnitude? It must be a product of that disgraceful noble Reina, conscripting the people to fund its construction. Such an extravagant size surely serves only to facilitate the rapid transport of the plundered wealth of the Lars family." Although Claire felt something was amiss, she nodded and remarked, "I have heard that this dock was constructed with the assistance of Duke Lars, which makes sense. After all, considering the timeline, Greywhite is currently nothing more than a rudimentary campsite, and it is inconceivable that it could possess a dock of this magnitude. In fact, the dock on the Tears River at Greywhite had also been funded by the downstream Viscount Jefferson, as the development of the territory necessitated an increasing demand for daily supplies and a burgeoning trade volume with Fasten Town. Moreover, Lind had been diligently experimenting with gunpowder and cement, technologies from his past life, resulting in a steady influx of small vessels transporting alchemical materials between Greywhite and Fasten Town, which left the original dock somewhat overwhelmed. Although Lind had intended to continue utilizing the dock as is, the prosperous merchants of Fasten Town and Viscount Jefferson could no longer stand idly by and contributed funds to expand it. There should have been numerous cargo ships traversing the Tears River, but due to the royal visit today, the considerate Jefferson had halted all freight transport for the day to accommodate Her Highness the Princess. However, this led Claire to mistakenly believe that Greywhite was inherently this desolate. As the fleet gradually approached Greywhite, Claire and Caroline finally sensed something amiss. Wasn't Greywhite still a mere encampment, with tents scattered all around? How, then, had so many two-story gray-white dwellings sprung up along the shore in such a short span of time? The audacity of the nobles, to indulge in such superficial projects. Did she not realize how many families would be torn apart by hastily constructing such houses? Caroline clenched her silver teeth. These buildings could not have been erected without the use of alchemical materials in such a short time frame. It was evident that it was only possible through Lena's frenzied conscription of labor, or perhaps through the use of expensive alchemical materials, which Caroline believed were also extracted from the impoverished populace, leading to the same dire consequences. Of course, such two-story houses were not abundant in the territory, and it wasn't until Claire and Caroline drew nearer to the shore that they observed that aside from these two-story buildings, there were more rudimentary structures, predominantly simple huts. Yet even these huts were primarily made of stone and shared a uniform style. Coupled with the gray-white color scheme and orderly arrangement, Claire felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. As the fleet slowly neared, Claire and Caroline also spotted the enormous water wheels. Having only caught a distant glimpse, neither of them discerned their purpose, with Caroline first voicing her criticism. "What a frivolous endeavor!" Claire nodded in agreement, yet the immense water wheels left her with an unsettling feeling. She could not articulate why she felt uneasy, but the sight of those non-magical mechanisms instilled a sense of fear within her. At that moment, Lind had been waiting on the dock for quite some time with Lena. Although Lena appeared exceedingly excited, Lind was on high alert. Claire Augustine, the hidden boss in the game, merely stood by the protagonist's side. It could be said that without Claire, the protagonist would have never had the opportunity to meet the fourth prince, and Lena would not have found herself in such dire straits. Yet Lena, the most direct victim of Claire's machinations, remained blissfully unaware of this reality, counting money for Claire as if she were a sister, even fantasizing about returning to the capital to seek justice from the royal family, primarily referring to Claire. As Claire descended from the ship, Lena, who had not truly passed her etiquette lessons, was nearly overcome with eagerness to rush forward and embrace her. However, Lind, having anticipated this, swiftly intervened to stop Lena. "It has been a while, Your Highness." Claire, in response to Lena's warm greeting, Claire offered a standard polite reply, but upon seeing the unreserved smile on Lena's face, Claire felt as though she had ingested a fly hidden in sugar. The most troubling aspect was that Lena's smile was not merely a reaction to Claire's arrival. It was genuine joy, which greatly displeased Claire. This was not how she had envisioned the scenario. Wasn't it supposed to be that after her arrival, Lena would cling to her like a lifeline, desperately pleading for her to take her back to the capital? Claire had planned to refuse vehemently, shattering Lena's last glimmer of hope. Why, then, did it seem that Lena was rather content to remain at the border? Meanwhile, Caroline observed her surroundings, seeking evidence of Lena's disgrace as a noble exploiting the common folk. Ideally, she wished to find scenes depicted in the magical scrolls to fulfill the task assigned by Chancellor Cordy and expose the Northern Territory's disgrace before the Academy's attendees. While Claire feigned sisterly affection with Lena, she secretly scrutinized Lind, pondering what kind of enchantment he possessed that caused Lena to linger so long in the north. Lind, too, noticed Claire's gaze and began to grow wary. This individual was certainly not a pure-hearted flower. Though he did not comprehend the reason behind Claire's animosity toward Lena in the game, he understood that as the primary benefactor and military power of Grey-White, Lena absolutely could not afford to encounter any mishap. Despite Lena's enthusiastic introductions between the two parties, Lind and Claire merely exchanged brief pleasantries before heading toward the embassy designated for receiving guests. The journey was short, yet Claire's apprehension only grew. Had Duke Lars's affection for Lena truly reached such heights? Had he utilized all the treasured alchemical materials of the Lars family to develop Lena's territory? In merely a few months, Grey-White had transformed from a desolate wasteland into a nascent viscountcy, and perhaps even larger and more prosperous. Not to mention, Claire was astonished to see that the inhabitants along the way were all wearing shoes. What did shoes signify? Even in the capital, there were many who could not afford shoes in the surrounding suburbs. Typically, those who could afford them would only wear them on holidays or during prayer gatherings, of course. The majority of shoes worn by the people of Grey-White were certainly not luxurious items like leather boots, which ordinary folk could scarcely afford, but rather simple straw sandals or cloth shoes. Nevertheless, this was enough to raise alarm bells in Claire's mind. After all, it was only when individuals had sufficient purchasing power that they would consider covering their feet. Given that shoes were not inexpensive in some noble territories, it was indeed illegal for the impoverished and serfs to possess even a single pair. For nobles, under their oppressive exploitation, it was simply impossible for commoners to afford shoes. If an ordinary person possessed a pair of shoes, it meant they either hoarded wealth without paying taxes or earned their money through illicit means, and thus detaining them would be the right course of action. Although abstract, this was a highly practical judgment standard for the nobility in the Capet Kingdom. Chapter 27. Observations, my lord. May I wander freely within the territory? Caroline gracefully lifted her skirts next to Claire and added, I am not particularly fond of socializing and would prefer a bit of personal space. There is no need for guards, as most ordinary guards would not be able to best me. Though her etiquette was impeccable, Caroline's tone carried an air of aggression, suggesting that this was less a request and more of a demand. Lind, who had been tempted to question why someone who disliked socializing would accompany Claire to the north, ultimately held his tongue. Facing this NPC he had never encountered in the game, he nodded and replied, Miss, feel free, but please be cautious not to stray beyond the territory. You know, the north can be somewhat perilous. Caroline nodded with a smile and promptly detached herself from the group. Lind was not particularly concerned about any confidential information being leaked within the territory, aside from matters concerning gunpowder. The security of the gunpowder factory was already at the highest level, guarded by Lena's knights in full armor, which would be impossible to breach. Watching Caroline depart into the distance, she pulled out paper, a pen, and a magical scroll, preparing to document her observations and revelations about the dark secrets hidden within the Lars territory. For this moment, she was even prepared to make sacrifices. First, she approached the houses near the dock without a second glance, heading directly toward the edge of the territory. These were undoubtedly mere facade projects orchestrated by Lena to deceive her. The north must resemble the hellish landscape described by Chancellor Cordy, and perhaps the inhabitants had already begun selling their children to survive. She could just as well save some innocent children in this process. However, as Caroline continued on her path, she increasingly felt that something was off. Why were there so many of these houses along the way? Moreover, Grey-White lacked the nauseating stench of refuse found at the edges of the royal city. There wasn't even a single ordinary beggar in sight. Everyone she encountered appeared hurried, engrossed in their own affairs, and brimming with vitality, showing no signs of hunger whatsoever. Excuse me, sir, Caroline interjected, stopping a worker pushing a wheelbarrow filled with bricks. clearly on his way to construct new houses. May I ask you a few simple questions? Though the individual before her was a commoner, Caroline still employed respectful language, not merely out of long-standing habit, but also due to the fact that the man's attire did not resemble that of a serf or a slave. Only serfs and slaves were deemed less than human. When faced with free citizens, a cultured noble would not hesitate to extend additional respect to display their own generosity. I apologize, but I must transport these stones. The worksite is waiting for me. The earnest laborer, although unaware of Caroline's identity, recognized her noble status from her attire. Otherwise, he would not have paid her the slightest attention in pursuit of his work and productivity. Caroline chose not to elaborate further, instead retrieving 2 silver leaf coins from her pocket. The moment the laborer spotted the coins, his eyes gleamed, yet his outstretched hand quickly retracted. I'm sorry, but I must continue moving stones. If I delay, I'll be surpassed by old Joe's crew next door, and I'll miss out on tonight's meat stew. With that, the laborer pushed his wheelbarrow and departed without delay. Despite this initial setback, Caroline grew increasingly convinced that these individuals were merely performing, as there was no other explanation for their fine attire or their indifference to the 2 silver coins. However, a saying from her family echoed in her mind. Money is omnipotent. If it fails to yield results, it simply means the sum invested is insufficient. Finally, upon raising the price to 10 silver leaf coins, equivalent to half a year's income for a wealthy farmer, a laborer emerged from the lumberyard, ready for a shift change, and paused in his tracks. Speak up. Did Raina receive advance notice, prompting you all to don new garments for a performance in the territory? Caroline, who had begun with grace, was gradually becoming somewhat irritable and impatient. After circling the area, she had not only failed to find anyone selling children, but hadn't even spotted a beggar. Everyone was diligently at work. Perform? What sort of play? The Lord merely mentioned that guests would be visiting today and instructed us to keep our distance from the docks. The lumberjack regarded Caroline with confusion, unable to comprehend why this noblewoman was offering silver coins, and her questions were utterly bewildering. Are children being sold in your territory? Has the North turned into a hell on earth? Caroline stepped forward with an air of authority, causing the lumberjack to retreat in alarm. Sell what? Is it considered selling if the Lord compels my child to attend school? After uttering this, the lumberjack seemed to open up, continuing, the Lord and Lady are commendable in many respects, but they impose too many rules. The Lord insists that all children over the age of 7 must attend school for half a day. Those who do not comply have their performance evaluated and may even have their work points deducted. You see, a 7-year-old can already assist at home. My child, in any case, is unlikely to achieve much, so why not let him help his mother in the fields? But thankfully, it's only half a day, so he can still lend a hand at home. Although the lumberjack's face bore a frown, Caroline was left utterly astonished, stepping back as if she had heard something incomprehensible. Were these people truly acting? How else could one explain their ability to afford sending their children to school? Families capable of such expenditure could not possibly have one member laboring in the lumberyard while another tilled the fields. It was common knowledge that this era favored elite education, presenting only 2 choices, to study or to abandon learning altogether. Even though the church had recently initiated some schools teaching basic knowledge, the curriculum primarily focused on theology. Caroline simply could not fathom or visualize a scenario where all children in a territory were mandated to attend school. Aha! This must be Raina's insidious method of exploiting the populace under the guise of noble intentions. By imposing exorbitant tuition fees, she sought to oppress these people, subsequently indoctrinating their children in schools to ensure they remained her perpetual slaves. How vile Raina was! Just as Caroline began to indulge in these thoughts, a smile of contentment appeared on the lumberjack's face. But it's free schooling, so why not take advantage of it? The school even provides breakfast and lunch, and the lessons from Teacher Nebit are quite beneficial. My child even snuck a lunch egg home for my wife. He has certainly become more considerate. Nevertheless, I did give him a good thrashing. That egg was a gift from the Lord, and our family isn't in need of just 1 egg. Yet he dared to defy the Lord's command. Observing the happiness on the lumberjack's face, Caroline experienced a profound sense of disillusionment. How could these people seem so different from what Lord Cordic had described? These commoners were even boasting about how their children had become more responsible at the local school. To be honest, Caroline did not find this feeling unpleasant. Deep down, she hoped what the lumberjack said was indeed true. However, the imprint of her previous beliefs was not easily dispelled. Moreover, her confusion grew. Not only were children in this territory compelled to attend school, but they were also not charged tuition. Furthermore, the surname Nebit had been mentioned in prior reports from the church, identifying a rebel who rose against the regime under the banner of the White Saint. With this realization, Caroline retrieved 2 more silver leaf coins and inquired of the lumberjack, "Could you take me to your school?" Chapter 28. The school. Lind had yet to leave his tent, yet the school had become one of the most well-constructed edifices in the territory. Although it consisted merely of a row of single-story buildings and a handful of teachers, it boasted both a playground and a dining hall. Lind held the nominal title of principal, but the actual management was predominantly entrusted to Isha. To be frank, Isha struggled to comprehend why Lind dared to place the education of the territory's future in the hands of a rebel such as herself. The curriculum also diverged significantly from Isha's initial expectations. She had presumed Lind believed it inappropriate to construct a church at present, opting instead to establish a church school as a temporary measure. However, the primary subject of theology in the church school had morphed into a course resembling moral philosophy. The weekly schedule was disappointingly sparse, and there were no stringent examination requirements. Isha began to grasp that this was what Lind had referred to as secularization. In stark contrast, the emphasis on literacy and mathematics had surged remarkably, especially literacy. Isha felt Lind had become somewhat obsessive, insisting that all children in the territory must be literate and capable of basic reading and writing. Moreover, after these children returned home, their parents were required to study alongside them, allowing the children to teach their parents to read. Those who excelled were rewarded, while those who struggled faced no formal punishment, yet they would inevitably feel a sense of shame among their peers. Consequently, parents ceased to adopt the prior attitude of indifference, recognizing that their children would ultimately contribute to the labor force, and began to encourage them to study. As the living standards in the territory improved, the incentives for education transformed from simple meals to more substantial rewards. The territory also introduced night classes for those without children or for those wishing to self-study due to their children's poor academic performance. Although these classes were free, attendance was limited due to potential effects on the following day's labor. Nevertheless, many forward-thinking individuals made the effort to learn despite the added strain. To be honest, it wasn't until Lind truly began managing a territory of over 1,000 people that he realized the importance of literacy. Only with a high literacy rate could governance be conducted smoothly, ensuring that his commands would not be distorted. The territory also offered an accelerated training program. Anyone who passed the assessment could apply for administrative positions. This examination was no easy feat, primarily providing opportunities for those already literate. When Caroline arrived at the school, the recess had ended and children of various ages sat in classrooms, listening to Isha as she guided them through newly learned vocabulary. Isha had become somewhat of a celebrity in the capital, not because she had slain a count. Though the count's demise may have sounded impressive on the border, it held little weight in the capital, especially considering that Yag was killed by unarmed refugees, rendering him utterly incompetent in the eyes of the nobility, marking him as a disgrace, second only to Reina in the capital. The true reason for Isha's fame was the propaganda campaign led by Cordic. Students in the capital did not perceive Isha as a rebel, but rather as a hero fighting against the cruel rule of the Lars family in the north. In the capital's discourse, all blame was directed at the Lars family. The plight of the people stemmed from their failure to secure the borders, and the widespread famine was attributed to their refusal to open the granaries. Although Yag had secretly aligned himself with the royal family, he remained nominally a vassal of the Lars family. Thus, Isha naturally became a symbol of resistance against their tyranny. Moreover, Isha was an exemplary graduate of the academy, making her an idol for many students, including Caroline. However, none of Isha's ideological beliefs had reached the capital. The focus remained solely on her rebellion against the Lars family. Yet, this paragon of resistance, now teaching in the territory of the Lars family, left Caroline struggling to reconcile her thoughts. After finally waiting for Isha to finish her lesson, Caroline intercepted her as she prepared to organize her teaching materials. "Sister Isha, did you not lead the refugees in rebellion? How can you now teach in Lars's territory? Moreover, are these the heretical teachings being imparted? Caroline, as if witnessing the fall of her idol, spoke with a hint of hysteria in her voice. Observing the bewildered expression on Isha's face, Caroline became acutely aware of her own rudeness. I apologize, Senior Isha, I am merely a student from a lower year at the academy. Hearing of your valiant efforts on behalf of the refugees moved me deeply. I aspire to rescue the people of the North from the brutal rule of the Lars family, just as you have. But why? Why are you teaching on enemy territory now? Is it the shame of that noble that has coerced you? Although a barrage of questions descended upon Isha, she finally grasped the essence of what this somewhat agitated dark-haired beauty was articulating. You hail from the royal capital? Instead of hastily responding, Isha scrutinized Caroline from head to toe. Indeed, I am your ardent admirer. To be candid, many in the academy regard you as a paragon. While preparing to resist the Lars family, I know that someone as courageous as you would never easily surrender. It must be that shameful noble who has threatened you, correct? Upon hearing Caroline's final inquiry, Isha smiled gently and replied, It is not Rena who has coerced me, but rather the lord of this gray and white territory. Before Isha could finish her thought, Caroline clutched at the lifeline she felt she had found and exclaimed with fervor, So you truly have been coerced? That lord of the gray and white territory, a beast in human form, is in league with that shameful noble. Perhaps due to the volume of Caroline's voice, other teachers and security personnel within the academy turned their gaze upon her with disapproval, while several children passing by after school cast dubious looks in her direction. Isha quickly seized Caroline's arm and continued, It is not a matter of threat. The Lord has provided us refugees with relief provisions and employment. Even if I wished to rebel again, no one would stand by me. This statement was somewhat self-deprecating, for if Isha truly desired to incite rebellion, she could indeed rally a significant number of loyal supporters. Resisting the Lars family is a noble cause. How could these refugees abandon it for a mere meal and a pittance? Upon hearing such a somewhat delusional remark, Isha sensed something amiss and hastily inquired, What is the current news from the royal capital regarding the North? Prompted by her idol's inquiry, Caroline promptly relayed the entirety of Kordik's statements. Isha's initial astonishment transformed into empathy, then confusion, ultimately leading to an inability to comprehend. The situation in the North is indeed dire, but is it solely the fault of the Lars family? Faced with Isha's question, Caroline answered without hesitation, of course. Once the Lars family falls, everything in the North will improve. However, this query was less of Isha asking Caroline and more of Isha questioning her own convictions. Under the feudal system, my vassal's vassal is not my vassal. The Lars family may indeed be the most powerful force in the North. Yet a greater portion of land remains governed by other lesser nobles. Are those lesser nobles truly innocent? The smaller the territory, the more severe the exploitation. Ironically, the Lars family at least issued orders for the distribution of relief provisions. In times of chaos, those smaller nobles are often the first to exploit the situation for profit, indifferent to the deluge behind them. This does not imply that the Lars family are benevolent, but rather that the instability in the North ultimately affects them the most. Chapter 29. Serving the people. Has Isha abandoned the idea of rebellion? Not in the slightest. Even during her lectures, Isha continued to instill the principles of liberation theology in the children within her classroom. However, at Lin's behest, Isha removed certain theological concepts, effectively secularizing her teachings. This did not raise eyebrows, as the faith of the Caption kingdom is diverse. The goddess of light holds the most significant sway among the official doctrines, yet in the North, numerous adherents of the god of winter and the god of war also exist in such a heterogeneous religious environment. Lin's request to eliminate some theological content was entirely reasonable. Of course, Lind did not impose a complete prohibition. After all, divine magic genuinely exists in this world, and Lind himself can wield the divine arts inherited from the heroine's archives. To deny the existence of gods would instead veer into idealism. Moreover, once the theological elements were stripped away, the majority of the ideas Isha conveyed revolved around equality and resistance against injustice. Urging the clergy and nobles to diligently serve the people, an essence of reformist ideology. Yet in extreme circumstances, Isha taught these children to learn to oppose authority, specifically the nobility. Overall, it embodied a more radical form of reformism. Even so, this content was considered deeply subversive within any noble territory, yet Isha articulated it boldly in the gray and white territory. Lind not only permitted this, but even assisted in revising the curriculum. For those students who attended Isha's lectures are prime candidates for political commissars. However, Lind was acutely aware that this so-called reformism was merely Isha's compromise with herself. If Lind were to adopt more brutal methods of exploitation, he suspected Isha would not hesitate to incite a rebellion. After hearing Caroline's response, Isha did not hastily refute, but instead regarded Caroline as a student, sharing her observations since leaving the Cathedral of the Holy Mother of Relief. Caroline, once filled with excitement and impatience, gradually fell into silence. A.S. Kordick had stated, "The North is indeed in disarray, but is it truly the doing of the Lars family?" The Lars family not only gathered the majority of their military forces to resist foreign invasions at the borders, but also genuinely delivered relief provisions. Compared to the likes of Yag, who are the dregs of humanity, they can even be considered noble. Isha's perspective was far more radical. Rather than condemning the Lars family alone, she asserted that the entire nobility was fundamentally corrupt. Just as Lind had once taught Isha, there are no classes that betray their own, only individuals who do. Conversely, it is equally true that only individuals betray their class. The class itself remains untainted. Now, Isha projected her views onto Caroline. "No, it is all the fault of the Lars family. It must be. As long as the Lars family surrenders to the demon race, everything will improve." Though Caroline continued to feign resolve, she was evidently wavering from Isha's insights along the way. If one were to concede that the Lars family was indeed corrupt, then the noble class, at least the nobles of the North, could be deemed utterly rotten. The Lars family, at least for the sake of their own status and authority, must strive to maintain overall stability in the North, while those lesser nobles exploit the common folk and conspire with foreign enemies, engaging in nefarious acts, often colluding with merchants to sell supplies to the demon race while remaining ensconced in high positions. Particularly that shameful noble, Rena, who is said to have brought untold suffering to the North. Caroline found herself in a state of hysteria, caught between her idolized senior and the chancellor who had nurtured her into the student council president, leaving her uncertain whom to believe. Isha refrained from directly countering and instead inquired, "Caroline, do you know what it feels like to be hungry? Not the kind of hunger endured during a day of fasting to honor the goddess, but the genuine absence of food. Initially, one experiences dizziness, fatigue, and a lack of strength. Soon, the body begins to compel one to eat. At that moment, one could even gnaw on moldy black bread that has been left for weeks. But eventually, the black bread runs out, and each day one is left to scour for edible weeds and tree bark. Then, a type of soil is discovered that not only satiates hunger but is also difficult to digest. Many who consume it find themselves bloated and perish by the roadside. Yet this becomes irrelevant, for the body insists that if one does not eat, death by hunger is imminent. Eating, at least, allows one to stave off death for a while longer. At this juncture, ethics and morals cease to exist. The gospel of the goddess cannot reach the ears of these people. It is no longer strange for cats and dogs raised for years to end up on the dinner table. But this is not the end. What do you think will happen next? Though Caroline had mentally prepared herself halfway through Isa's account, she could not help but cover her mouth in shock when Isa finally uttered the words. Isa's subsequent descriptions were so vivid, they felt as if she had witnessed the horrors firsthand, detailing even the precise shades of color that accompanied the cooking of flesh. It dawned upon Caroline that she and the nobles of the royal capital were utterly ignorant of the dire circumstances in the North. What talk of harvesting lives? The current state of the North was such that it did not require the intervention of those shadowy nobles. The streets were already filled with grotesque deformities and cripples. Moreover, to say nothing of harvesting lives, there were scarcely any professional beggars left in the North. If the apparent absence of beggars in gray-white was attributed to Lind's stringent regulation and the Lars family's generous support, then in other parts of the North, the reality was starkly different. Poverty had reached such depths that even beggars were a rare sight. As Caroline struggled to suppress her retching, Isa refrained from continuing her narrative. Instead, she produced an application form meant for positions within the territory. Once the assessment was passed, one could assume office immediately. I once heard the Lord of Grey-White say, "Without investigation, there can be no right to speak." In the early days of the territory's development, he even spent a day erecting tents himself to establish standards. And what about you? Are you not considering staying in the north to investigate? Caroline, dazed, accepted the application form, her mind clouded with thoughts of class and nobility. The ghastly images of living beings being cooked, as described by Isa, swirled in her mind, alongside the self-righteous rhetoric of Kodak. And the stark reality of the North's plight clashed violently within her thoughts. Finally, under Isa's worried gaze, Caroline vacantly left the school with the application form in hand. Yet, just as she exited the school, she noticed a number of children seemingly waiting by the roadside. "It's her." She spoke ill of the Lord and Lady. As soon as the words left their lips, several eggshells were hurled at Caroline. Having undergone night training, Caroline instinctively caught the eggshells with her hands, but soon after, stones and mud followed. One child shouted as he threw. "The lady simply wants to steal my toys. You nobles even wanted to take my mother away. Get out of Grey-White, get out, get out." The other children joined in the cacophony, clearly emboldened by Isa's teachings. These children showed not the slightest respect for the nobility, and they were unafraid of Caroline's opulent noble attire. In fact, their sentiments towards nobles, aside from Lind and Reyna, could be described as nothing short of hatred. Feeling insulted, Caroline contemplated casting a spell to retaliate against these lower beings. However, confronted by the children's venomous glares, she found herself unable to summon her magical powers, despite her usual ability to construct spell models with precision. Hadn't she come to the north to save these suffering souls? How had she become the villain in their lives? Lost in thought, Caroline gazed at the eggshell in her hand, beginning to grasp the meaning behind Isa's assertion that without investigation, one lacks the right to speak. These children attending Grey-White were indeed able to eat eggs. Fleeing in disarray, Caroline looked down at the eggshell and the application form, as if having made a resolute decision. During her subsequent wanderings, she no longer sought out individuals to question whether the North had truly descended into a hellish realm, as Kodak the Chancellor had claimed. Instead, she earnestly inquired about their daily lives, their earnings, and family circumstances. The urgency to prove her previous opinions dissipated, as Caroline became a mere observer, attentively listening to the tales of the workers in the territory. Upon hearing one worker recount how Lind had led his family from their war-torn homeland to safety here, selling their possessions along the way to provide sustenance for his people, Caroline suddenly found herself believing that this obscure viscount could indeed elevate the territory to its current state in such a short time. Moreover, when she listened to another worker describe their escape from the Cathedral of the Blessed Mother, Caroline gained new insights into the North's plight, particularly when these individuals spoke of the demon race. It became apparent to her that the demons were far from being a peaceful race. They had waged war, abducted human women and property, and trampled upon the fields. They not only ravaged and captured infants, eliciting their cries, but also used these cries to lure humans to their doom. And during warfare, they would employ captured humans as living shields, slaughtering children before the eyes of the defenders to bait them into attack. Moreover, there were numerous rumors of the demons conducting cruel experiments on humans. This was a stark contrast to the noble wars she had been raised to understand, which emphasized decorum and etiquette, where losing merely entailed paying a ransom. The demons even claimed that because they were born with the ability to wield magic, they were a superior race, akin to elves, and thus had the right to slaughter the inferior human race at will. This notion had also been mentioned by Chancellor Kodak, albeit without any reference to the massacres occurring at the borders, only stating that the demons, like elves, were innately magical beings who cherished peace and civilization, and that it was the evil North that had encroached upon their territory, prompting them to retaliate. After hearing these accounts, Caroline felt a chill run down her spine. What had the North been fighting against all this time? How could these demons present themselves in the royal capital as victims who cherished peace? Once she stepped outside the perspective of the nobility in the royal capital, Caroline finally recognized the absurdity of her previous beliefs. In the eyes of the North's populace, these demons had initially sought refuge from the eternal frost of the far north, petitioning the Capet kingdom for a parcel of land, as the kingdom was embroiled in the blood-mist turmoil. And to stabilize the borders, they indeed granted the demons a small tract of land for survival. Yet now, these demons were relentlessly encroaching upon the territory that had been delineated for them, asserting that the North had always belonged to them, that their god had designated it for them a millennium ago, and they intended to drive the inferior humans from their land. Meanwhile, the version of this narrative circulating in the royal capital was entirely different. The demons were purportedly retaliating because the North had invaded their territory, stripping away the divine aspect the demons claimed, and ignoring the fact that the North had originally granted them land, framing the North's response as aggression, with the demons being the true victims. After listening to the workers' accounts, Caroline increasingly felt how laughable her past self had been. The most horrific scenario she could envision for the impoverished was merely selling their children to the lord or the wealthy. She had even entertained the notion that the demons were the righteous party, with some in the royal capital believing that the demons had come to liberate the oppressed citizens of the North from the clutches of malevolent nobles. But if it were true that under noble rule, people in other territories lived in a hellish existence, what could be said of those desperately fleeing towards such a hell, merely to escape the dominion of the demons? Having questioned the locals, Caroline finally arrived at the office to submit her application. Curiously, she noted that nearly all the staff there were maids and stewards, or individuals dressed in maid and steward attire. Yet those coming to register their applications exhibited profound respect for these servants, showing no disdain for their attire. People not only referred to these individuals in servant garb as comrades, but also frequently brought gifts of eggs, bread, or wild fruits to the clerks, prompting one maid to step out and place a sign prohibiting feeding. Though largely ineffective, as most remained illiterate, they continued to gleefully offer various gifts to the clerks. After inquiring further, Caroline learned that the term comrade denoted like-minded companions, a word coined by Isa, applicable not only among peers but also between superiors and subordinates. It was said that the Lord of Grey-White wore a complex expression upon hearing this term, yet ultimately said nothing, even encouraging people to address one another in such a manner. Although no one addressed the Lord as such, a maid occasionally remarked that the Lord would say things like, "I am not worthy to be called a comrade," suggesting that the term carried an unimaginable weight for him. Comrade, Caroline pondered the implications of this term, questioning what the people of this territory truly meant by shared ideals and the path they were united upon. "Excuse me, comrade, are you here to submit an application?" The sweet yet somewhat weary voice of the maid roused Caroline from her reverie. Following the sound, she beheld the bold inscription carved into the wall behind the maid. And in that instant, everything became clear to Caroline, who discovered a purpose worthy of a lifetime of devotion. The wall behind the maid bore the powerful words, "Serve the people." Chapter 30. The banquet was held in a grayish-white palace. Although referred to as a palace, it was actually a modest villa still under construction, with tools and wheelbarrows from the ongoing work left strewn about outside. Nonetheless, for Claire, it was a breathtaking sight, especially since she had prepared herself for a rustic campfire gathering upon her arrival. When Lena set off for the grayish-white territory, Claire had personally seen her off. The number of craftsmen and knights barely exceeded 200. Yet in just a few months, it had burgeoned into a domain of a viscount. At this humble banquet, Claire sought to subtly probe Lena, eager to learn how she had developed the territory to its current state. Lena, ever cooperative, spoke freely, displaying the same foolishness as when they were in the capital. However, each time Lena was on the verge of revealing crucial information, her fiancé would deftly deflect all inquiries directed at her. Although Claire failed to extract any substantial information, even the simplest fool could discern that the territory's growth was entirely managed by Lena's new fiancé, Lind. Moreover, it seemed that Lind regarded her with considerable wariness. While not openly hostile, his caution was palpable, which irked Claire immensely. Having just managed to dissolve Lena's engagement to her brother, Claire found herself further displeased by the arrangement of a new fiancé for Lena, who not only appeared to share a good rapport with Lena but was also a clever individual not easily manipulated. Yet, considering Lena was the granddaughter of a duke, obtaining her affection was no simple task, a reality Claire had resigned herself to from the outset. When Claire first encountered Lena in the capital, she was captivated by her taut skin, clear gaze, and perfect figure, complemented by the innate charisma of the Lars family. The mere thought of such a noble knight pleading before her sent shivers of excitement through Claire. Seizing the moment when Lena inquired about the current state of the capital, Claire responded smoothly. The capital is not particularly peaceful at the moment. However, I sense that my brother and father are rather fond of Miss Lars. Perhaps you might accompany me back to the capital, and I shall speak favorably of you before my father. Even if we cannot restore your former status, you may still reside in the capital. This statement clearly acknowledged Lind, who stood nearby as Lena's fiancé, causing him to furrow his brow. Not only did Claire's assertive demeanor dismiss Lind as the current fiancé, but if Lena were to depart, the Lars family's support for the grayish-white territory could be abruptly severed, a scenario Lind could not countenance. Moreover, believing that the fourth prince and Augustus III would have a change of heart was akin to believing Lena was the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. Once back in the capital, would Lena not still be at the mercy of Claire? However, Lena was undeniably intrigued. After all, Claire had continuously fed her notions in the capital, claiming that the situation compelled them to act, and that the new saint had bewitched clan and the old king. As long as Lena returned to the capital, she could reclaim everything as effortlessly as in the plays. Yet, after a fleeting moment of temptation, Lena cast a worried glance at Lind, noting his displeasure, which solidified her resolve. Your Highness, I appreciate your kind offer, but I would prefer to return to the capital through my own efforts. By her own efforts. Lena referred to her previous conversation with Lind about becoming the legitimate heir of the Lars family to return to the capital. But Miss Lars, do you not wish to know who it was that conspired against you? Claire spoke in a tone of calm, revealing the most shocking information. Your Highness, have you uncovered the truth about that night? Is there finally evidence to prove that someone intended to harm me? Lena exclaimed, rising abruptly from her seat, leaving even Lind momentarily stunned. From the perspective of the game's protagonist, who was also ISA, in an alternate timeline, it was indeed Lena who, after being reprimanded by the fourth prince, had an emotional outburst and irrationally attacked the protagonist and the royal family. However, it seemed there was more to the story. In truth, the hidden agenda was not particularly difficult to surmise. Some segments of the game were narrated from a divine perspective. And given Claire's obsession with Lena, it was likely that she was not only the puppet master behind Lena's downfall, but also one of the instigators of the attack. After all, the prince was surrounded by a sophisticated security system, and Lena had managed to evade all the bodyguards while donning armor and wielding weapons. It was only when the protagonist and her allies finally subdued Lena that the guards hurriedly arrived on the scene. Were this a game, such occurrences could be attributed to gameplay mechanics, but in reality, Lind found himself drawn to conspiracy theories. With a knowing glance, Lind studied Claire, for as the royal family's most cherished little princess, it was entirely plausible that she could have manipulated her brother's security, perhaps even colluded with or bribed them. Given the royal family's growing apprehension towards the northern territories, it was not out of the question that a more powerful figure was backing her. This brief exchange of glances between Lind and Claire resulted in both parties adopting polite smiles, nodding at one another before retracting their scrutinizing gazes. If Claire had any particular talent, it was her keen ability to read people. This skill allowed her to quickly bond with Lilith, as she recognized they were kindred spirits. It was also this talent that led her to fall for Lena, who was refreshingly different from the pretentious nobles. Although her affection was somewhat twisted, however, Claire now found Lind to be an enigma. His earlier gaze was imbued with such confidence, it bordered on certainty that Claire was being deceitful. Moreover, Claire's instincts suggested that Lind harbored the belief that the attack was orchestrated by the princess herself. Unfathomable yet undeniably intriguing, that was Claire's assessment of Lind. With a playful lick of her lips, she contemplated how to package Lena and this man together for a return to the capital. Meanwhile, Lind was mulling over the conspiracy surrounding Lena's attack on the fourth prince and the protagonist, pondering how to keep Lena in the northern territories, at least until the grayish-white territory had fully developed. To their surprise, Lena, oblivious to the thoughts of the two, interjected, "When I return, can I have my brother appointed as chancellor?" Lind nearly choked on his tea, while Claire inquired with curiosity, "Brother? Which brother? Is it Sean from the valley? Or the younger one?" No, it's this one. Lind is also my brother." With that, Lena casually draped her arm around Lind's shoulder. Claire struggled to maintain her composure but ultimately found herself awkwardly stating, "You both truly have a rather unique bond." At this moment, Lynn stood by Claire's side, countering, "Your Highness, has she always been like this?" Claire face-bombed, looking at the grinning Lena, and asked, "Why? Lindroll is not even part of the Lars family. And once you return to the capital, your engagement will be dissolved. What benefit does this hold for you? Because the Chancellor is the highest official. Your Highness, look at how well my brother has managed the grayish-white territory. If he were Chancellor, wouldn't he be able to transform the entire kingdom into something like this?" Lena's tone was filled with excitement and fervor, as if she were genuinely contemplating the idea. "You truly have taken a liking to this place, Miss Lars," Claire sighed, realizing from Lena's tone that she was genuinely enamored with the territory, even wishing for the entire nation to mirror it. Upon recognizing this, Claire ultimately conceded, "That is quite improbable, Miss Lars. You know that Chancellor Cowdy currently enjoys a stellar reputation, and my father would never appoint an unqualified viscount to such a position. Is it really impossible?" Lena scratched her head, yet her radiant smile remained, as if she were lost in her delightful fantasies. Claire, however, understood that Lena had effectively rejected her offer, showing no interest in uncovering the truth of the past while preferring to remain in this place. Afterward, the banquet concluded in a lukewarm atmosphere, and Claire refrained from broaching the topic of Lena's return to the capital again. Yet, Claire was not in a hurry. After all, the intelligence she had gathered suggested that the northern territories were perilously close to complete disintegration and ruin. Having failed to persuade Lena, Claire had little interest in lingering in the grayish-white territory and prepared to depart the following day. "Caroline, what on earth are you wearing?" Upon seeing Caroline clad in a maid's uniform, Claire was left utterly speechless. "Were you not tasked with documenting the dire conditions of this territory? Why have you changed your attire?" "Firstly, Your Highness, please refer to me as Comrade Caroline. I have now successfully passed the assessment and am a proud secretary of the Gray and White Territory." "What does your maid outfit signify? Is it some peculiar preference of that lord?" "It symbolizes our service to the people, representing our eternal role as their servants." Upon finishing her statement, Caroline elegantly lifted the hem of her dress. In truth, there is no standardized uniform for secretaries. It is merely that most of those currently serving in this capacity are maids brought by Reyna. Furthermore, the administrative head, Lila, consistently dons the attire of a head maid. Hence the maid outfits have persisted without any special significance. Claire paused for a moment, then suddenly seemed to grasp something, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "I understand now. You intend to infiltrate the enemy? Do you not?" Yet Caroline promptly refuted this. "I serve the people now, no longer catering to you nobles." Claire could not help but marvel at Caroline's commitment to her role, then patted her shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, I will explain matters to your family. You simply focus on your duties here in the Gray and White Territory. Thank you very much, Your Highness. I will witness what the true North looks like." "Excellent. Once you have seen it, do remember to write to me." Although the two were not entirely on the same wavelength, Claire nodded with satisfaction, encouraging Caroline before returning to the ship to prepare for departure. While she did not witness Reyna's pleading submission nor manage to lure her back to the capital, Claire considered her success in leaving a spy beside Reyna as not entirely fruitless. As for the northeastern insights requested by Cordy, whatever, just write something. After all, those frogs in the capital will believe anything, as long as it aligns with the royal interests in the end. Observing Lind and others seeing them off from the ship, Claire emulated her brother Cran with a dismissive snort. "Ha, what an intriguing man." Chapter 31. Nightmare. The sky over the capital remained persistently overcast, and Reyna, as usual, prepared for Prince Cran's ball with the assistance of her maids. At some point, the once amiable old king had begun to regard her with cold indifference, while her childhood companion, Prince Cran, displayed open disdain and contempt in his gaze. Nevertheless, Reyna encouraged herself, patting her face and donning the same smile as always. Since her father's disappearance, Reyna had instinctively taken on the responsibilities of the eldest sister, caring for her younger siblings, even resuming the etiquette lessons she had previously struggled with. However, the internal struggle for succession among the family soon commenced. With her siblings all being distributed elsewhere, leaving Reyna to fulfill her role as a competent fiancée to the crown prince. How could that wretch still have the audacity to come here? The thought of Prince Cran marrying such a person fills me with sympathy for him. The shame of the nobility. How could the Lars family produce such a tactless descendant? The Lars family is not composed of virtuous individuals. This person is merely the daughter of an executioner. For some reason, on the way to the ball, the chatter of the nobles was particularly loud, showing no regard for Reyna. She dared not meet their gazes, offering only a strained smile as she greeted acquaintances. At this moment, a crowd had gathered at the entrance to the ball, seemingly captivated by something, rather than entering the venue. Driven by curiosity, Reyna squeezed into the throng. Discovering that the nobles were gaping at two deformed beggars on the ground, who appeared to be a brother and sister, huddled together in fear as they gazed at the surrounding nobles. Suddenly, the chancellor, Cordy, who was tethering the two beggars with collars and ropes, pointed at Reyna and shouted, "It is this wretch. It is the Lars family that has turned these children into such." The nobles, who had only moments ago been gleefully observing the deformed children, transformed into self-righteous defenders of justice, directing accusatory fingers at Reyna. Outrageous. How could they act thus? I once thought Duke Lars a hero safeguarding the frontier. Is it true that Prince Cran intends to marry into such a family? To hell with it. To hell with you. The nobles began to stir with fervent indignation, launching verbal assaults on Reyna. To hell with you. You are unworthy of the prince. How could you commit such cruel acts against innocent children? As the nobles continued to shove Reyna, she desperately attempted to explain, "I did not. I did not." Yet the nobles seemed entirely deaf to her pleas. "I did not. I truly did not. The Lars family has not either." In a state of despair, Reyna cried out, until at last, Prince Cran arrived on the scene. "Your Highness!" Reyna rushed toward Cran, as if she had found her anchor, but unexpectedly, the fourth prince shoved her away with force, snarling, "You barbaric harlot, get lost!" In that instant, it felt as though the ground had vanished beneath Reyna's feet, plunging her into an endless abyss. As she fell, Reyna suddenly opened her eyes, finding herself reclining on a chaise in the Lord's tent, cold sweat soaking her back. "Did I have a nightmare? Is everything all right?" Lind, as always, sat at his desk reviewing documents, casually inquiring with concern. Though it was merely a commonplace question, Reyna felt an unprecedented sense of security. She realized she was still in the gray and white territory, and her brother was working as usual. It seemed she recalled something from the past, but whether it had truly occurred, she could not clearly remember. Reyna, sporting a silly grin, scratched her head as she thought, "If I regret not returning to the capital with the princess, it's not too late." Once Lind finished reviewing the documents, he glanced at the midday sun outside the tent and remarked. However, Reyna shook her head. "I have already sensed it. Returning to the capital now would change nothing. Only if I truly become the heir of the Lars family might those people regard me properly. Moreover, if I were to leave, grandfather might no longer send supplies for you, brother." Upon uttering these words, Reyna noticed Lind looking at her with an expression of disbelief. "What is it, brother?" "Nothing, really." Lind suddenly felt as if he were witnessing the growth of his foolish younger sibling. A wave of unexpected pride washing over him. It appeared Reyna was not as foolish as she had seemed in the game. Yet, why would Reyna, capable of such thoughts, later resort to rebellion? Suppressing his underlying doubts, Lind called for lunch and began recounting the day's happenings in the territory to Reyna. "There is a student council president from the capital who has remained here to work. That student council president is Caroline." Lind had learned of this during the banquet, for Caroline, lacking residency in the gray and white territory, would certainly need to report to Lind to apply for a position. However, upon discovering that the application had been obtained from Isha, Lind had given the green light, eager to learn the nobility's perspective on his current vertical management system. Yet, after meeting Caroline, he felt she exhibited a somewhat zealous fervor, even requesting to take on additional work that very day. "Why stay here? This place is utterly destitute. There is nothing of value." As Reyna spoke, she crouched down, preparing to roast the leftover food from the banquet, a position that would have sent her etiquette instructor's blood pressure soaring. Although Reyna's words implied disdain, her tone brimmed with pride. It was unfathomable to her that the gray and white territory could attract high-caliber talent from the capital in just a few short months. Indeed, there is nothing of worth here. We must devise a means of generating revenue. Lin sighed, reflecting, and joined Reyna in her crouched position, as the two highest leaders of the gray and white territory unceremoniously roasted leftovers together. Though sugar proved exceedingly lucrative, even if the gray and white territory merely served as a supplier, they had amassed considerable wealth. However, relying solely on sugar exports was unsustainable, especially since their sales channels were predominantly reliant on the downstream town of Farsen. This left Lind feeling rather insecure. As for perfumes and soaps, staples for any time traveler, Lind had previously inquired with the head maid, Lila. Unfortunately, she had replied that such ventures were difficult to profit from. In reality, due to the issue of body odor among Westerners, the development of perfumes had occurred quite early in the medieval period, though initially, it remained at the level of church incense until later, when specialized perfumers emerged. Yet, this world, endowed with alchemy, was different. Not only were perfumes available, but even bathing soaps had been developed. In fact, soap makers had become a profession akin to perfumers, catering specifically to the nobility. While the majority of commoners remained oblivious to such trades, as the truly exceptional resources circulated only within elite circles, inaccessible to ordinary people. So why did Reyna not bring specialized soap makers and perfumers with her? Well, glancing at Reyna, who was beside him savoring roasted duck and licking her fingers, Lind felt a bit foolish for pondering this question. If summoned by his thoughts, Lila appeared, holding a document and casting a slightly disdainful glance at him and the crouching Reyna. Judging by her expression, Lind could easily imagine the despair of the etiquette instructors upon witnessing Reyna's posture. My lord, are you truly going to allow that noble from the capital to operate freely in our territory? Lila, now the human resources director and part-time head maid, had seen her status and workload transform dramatically. Is there a problem? Or have you discovered she's a spy? Lind hastily wiped his hands with a handkerchief and accepted the document Lila offered. No, not at all. Lila adjusted her glasses and replied, it's just that she is rather excessively enthusiastic, to the point that it frightens me. Young people's abundant energy is a positive trait, Lind remarked, his tone somewhat ancient and reminiscent of a former leader's discourse. As long as they adhere to the rules, their origins should not matter. Haven't you expressed your desire for someone to share some of your workload several times? But my lord, she is a noble from the capital, accompanying the royal family. Lila, with her background as a dedicated maid, understood the intricate ties between the royal family and the nobles of the capital. Indeed, then let us assign more people to keep an eye on her. However, if she deserves a promotion, let it be so, and there's no need to conceal her responsibilities. After some contemplation, Lind decided to allow Caroline to shine in the territory. He had previously discussed Caroline with Isa, who believed Caroline and Reyna were of similar ilk. Although Lind could not comprehend how the graceful Caroline resembled the gluttonous Reyna, who was currently gnawing on a duck bone, he chose to trust the judgment of the lady in question. What's wrong, brother? Reyna noticed Lind's gaze and innocently looked at him while holding a duck bone. Nothing at all. Well, it seems even this lady can misjudge character at times. Why, lord, there is one more thing. The list of individuals secretly monitoring the young lady has been compiled. Upon saying this, Lila extracted a list from a pile of documents and handed it to Lind. Upon hearing it was related to him, Reyna finished gnawing on her duck leg and leaned closer. Let me see. Reyna snatched the list and began to read it with a serious expression, but the more she read, the more shocked her face became. How is this possible? This knight has been with me since childhood. How could he possibly be my grandfather's person? This maid too. I found her on the road. How could she also belong to my grandfather? What? Even Susan? Lila, you too? Reyna looked disbelievingly at Lind and asked, brother, are you also in on this? Does that mean my grandfather knows about all my daily slacking off? With that, Reyna nervously stood in front of Lind, blocking his view of the remaining roast duck. Though he wanted to ask Reyna if she was in her right mind, Lind explained, if I were, why would I need this list? Oh, that's true. After saying this, Reyna returned to her seat, resuming her enjoyment of the leftover meal. Wait, brother, my grandfather wouldn't harm me. Why are you investigating this? Are you only just realizing something is off? Lind felt at a loss for words. Rest assured, it's just that some matters in the territory are not convenient for the Duke to know. Remember last time when you wrote too much about the territory's situation? The quality of the craftsmen sent over declined. If the Duke discovers our territory is capable of self-sustenance, how can we expect Duke Lars to continue supplying us with resources? Upon hearing this explanation, Reyna unhesitatingly believed it and said, "Then you should instruct those monitoring me to speak positively, emphasizing that I am diligently studying and not slacking off. That would certainly reveal a flaw. Reyna, you daily indulge in laziness, bullying the children in the territory and stealing their toys. If those spies report that you are studying earnestly, Duke Lars would probably realize immediately that his spies have failed." Nonetheless, Lind nodded, giving her a reassuring look. Chapter 32. The last member of the Rune Sanctum. So this is the entirety of the Rune Sanctum's personnel? Lind's face exhibited a rare expression of astonishment, comparable to witnessing Reyna displaying intelligence. "Indeed, I did warn you." The Rune Sanctum fell into chaos after the passing of the former president, the proprietor of the Shining Gold Trading Alliance, whom Lind had not seen in a long time, was still puffing on her exquisite smoking pipe. "That may be so, but upon seeing the girl before me, I still feel a sense of the surreal. In a society of alchemists that once boasted dozens of members, only a single little girl remained. The girl bore an unsightly scar across her face, seemingly inflicted by a blade, and wore exceedingly thick glasses, timidly following behind the proprietress. The Rune Sanctum did have some members," the proprietress explained while exhaling smoke. "However, after the death of the former president, the Sanctum faced financial ruin. Some individuals sold off all its assets and fled with the nobles, leaving only the former president's daughter. It was evident that the proprietress had a strong smoking habit, but this time she seemed to have used some herbs, as the second-hand smoke in the tent was nearly odorless and not irritating. Had you not paid 3 times the deposit initially, to be honest, we would have likely refunded you." After a moment's hesitation, the proprietress continued, "Considering you have engaged in considerable business with us recently, you are regarded as a valued client. I must first introduce you to the last member of the Rune Sanctum, Leisha Derrick." With that, the proprietress nudged the girl forward, bringing her before Lind. "First-tier Rune Master, Alchemist Apprentice, she is fundamentally incapable of independently channeling magical energy, yet she remains the final product of the Sanctum's research." "Final product of the research?" Lind questioned, glancing at Leisha with curiosity, habitually rising to circle around her in an attempt to discern any peculiarities about her. "I'm not entirely sure, but the late Derrick, the former president of the Rune Sanctum, expended the entire savings of the Count's territory solely to enable Leisha, an ordinary person, to wield magic. From the results, it seems to have failed, and even Leisha's magical ailment was not cured. From a traditional mage's perspective, the Rune Sanctum was indeed a failure in an era where nobles could exploit commoners without limit. The financial resources of an entire Count's territory yielded merely a first-tier Rune Master and a half-hearted alchemist apprentice. This was utterly inconsequential to mages, who could easily purchase vast tracts of land with a single staff, considering it a tremendous waste. From old Derrick's standpoint, the Rune Sanctum also failed, as its establishment aimed to cure his daughter Leisha's magical ailment, yet it ultimately did not succeed. The full name of the magical ailment is Magical Energy Mismanagement Syndrome, indicating a person who, although born with the ability to absorb and store magical energy like a mage, cannot perceive or channel that energy, ultimately either becoming a human battery for a magical tower or suffocating on their own magical energy. "What a pitiable child," Reyna remarked compassionately, gazing at Leisha. Although she had not fully grasped the previous explanations, she understood that Leisha, like herself, had lost a father. However, Reyna at least had a loving grandfather, while Leisha had been robbed of her family's fortune by the others in the Rune Sanctum. "Brother, let us take in this child. It is merely about finding another first-tier Rune Master artisan for the territory." Lind nodded, tacitly agreeing with Reyna's suggestion, and proceeded to pay the remaining balance to the proprietress. Adhering to the full amount stipulated in the contract, "Thank you for your generosity." Although Lind's actions resembled those of a naive fool, the landlady still exhibited a professional demeanor, maintaining her ever-present business smile. Subsequently, Lind placed an order with the landlady for various alchemical materials and foundational texts, bidding farewell to the caravan of the Shuajin Merchant Alliance as it departed from the gray-white territory. In truth, even without Lina's urging, Lind was resolute in fulfilling his contract to acquire Lixia. From the perspectives of both traditional mages and Lixia's father, the research conducted by the Symbolic Sacred Society had been deemed a failure. However, for Lind, the situation was markedly different. Transforming an individual incapable of perceiving or manipulating magical energy into a first-level rune master and alchemical apprentice was not merely a matter of job classification, but rather a profound process of creation, enabling an ordinary person to wield magic. Lind believed that any progress in this research, no matter how small, justified the investment of resources, especially considering that a living testament to such research now stood before him. After the landlady of the Shuajin Merchant Alliance departed, Lixia appeared visibly anxious. Just as Lina had suggested, Lixia believed she would merely become a rather ordinary first-level rune craftsman in the territory henceforth. At best, she would enjoy a slightly better life than that of a common craftsman, thanks solely to the benevolence of the Lady of the Lord. Yet, even such modest comforts brought Lixia immense satisfaction. Observing Lixia's flustered demeanor, Lind was reminded of the introverted students who sat at the back of his class in a previous life. Individuals plagued by profound insecurities, unable to connect with either the popular students or the high achievers in the front rows, yet possessing commendable intellect. With this in mind, Lind chose not to engage Lixia in business matters as he would with his other subordinates. Instead, he summoned a maid to arrange accommodations for Lixia. To reach the inner world of such individuals and encourage them to converse earnestly, it was essential to first provide them with a sufficient degree of personal space, or, in other words, a safe zone. Quite frankly, Lixia was taken aback by this arrangement. The dwelling Lind had provided far exceeded her expectations, even significantly so. After all, Lixia had been assigned to the Rune Craftsman district, where rune craftsmen enjoyed the best in the territory, with benefits surpassing even those of managerial positions. Although Lixia was the daughter of an earl, her father had nearly exhausted their family assets in pursuit of medical treatment since her childhood, leading to considerable dissatisfaction among the elder members of the family and resulting in internal divisions. Consequently, Lixia's childhood was far from joyous. Family members blamed her for the near depletion of the Derrick family's finances. Additionally, those affiliated with the Symbolic Sacred Society criticized Lixia for her inability to manipulate magical energy, despite the substantial resources invested and the extensive research conducted. Mages, who could manipulate magic as easily as they could eat and drink, simply could not fathom how someone with such promising potential could be rendered impotent by the affliction of magical illness. As Lixia organized her room, she placed a photograph with her father on the bedside table and dumped the contents of her backpack onto the bed. The heap consisted of research notes, ink, various types of markers, carving tools, and jars of magical stone powder, materials essential for drawing magical runes. After arranging these items, Lixia opened her father's research notes. This was a text she reviewed daily. Without it, devoid of the densely packed formulas, she might not even be able to function as a first-level rune master. The pages were adorned with a plethora of annotations, most of which Lixia had added later on. Although she felt somewhat guilty towards her deceased father and those who had labored in research, upon recalculating, she discovered that several critical aspects of the original content were erroneous. Lixia surmised that aside from her father, no one in the Symbolic Sacred Society had taken this notebook seriously. Many seemed merely intent on siphoning funds, given the multitude of errors contained within, prompting her to incessantly scribble corrections and additional notes. However, Lixia felt somewhat unjust in her accusations against those members. While many were indeed fraudulent, there were also individuals genuinely assisting the elder Derrick. Mathematics, after all, is a discipline that heavily relies on innate talent. While emotions might compel one to act irrationally, mathematical principles remain steadfast. Either they are understood, or they are not. Chapter 33. Trust in Science. The following day, Lind, accompanied by Lina and Isa, visited Lixia, both to check on her well-being and to ascertain the research outcomes of the Symbolic Sacred Society. Lind had prepared himself for the worst-case scenario, that the Society's research would yield no significant results, but even in that event, the territory would merely gain a first-level rune master afflicted with magical illness. Although the territory faced some fiscal strain due to a growing population and a singular industrial structure, it was far from a state of destitution where even one additional mouth could not be fed. "Good morning, Miss Lixia," Lind greeted casually as he entered her quarters. Confronted with the personal visit of the lord and lady, Lixia appeared flustered. Despite her father's higher title compared to Lind's, the family title had since been inherited by others, leaving Lixia without any noble status. Furthermore, her life had been consumed by illness and research, rendering her unfamiliar with the etiquette of the nobility. However, upon witnessing the landlady's casual demeanor as she unceremoniously pulled out a chair and sat down, Lixia felt a wave of relief wash over her. This territory seemed different. Both the lord and lady appeared to disregard formalities, especially the lady, who seemed to have never even attended a basic etiquette course. Her actions conveyed a sense of simplicity and directness. "Good morning, my lord," Lixia said respectfully, clutching her research notes as she bowed to Lind. Lind nodded slightly, and as Lixia stole a few furtive glances at Lena, she began to relax. Lind mused that bringing Lena along had indeed been a wise decision. Helping the insecure find confidence was truly a noble endeavor, and of course, bringing Lena was not solely to alleviate Lixia's anxiety. Lena and Isa were, in fact, the two highest-ranking professionals in the territory. While Lind had inherited the magical abilities of the female protagonist from the archives, he himself had no understanding of why he could wield such magic and divine powers. The divine abilities Lind possessed were a pure black box technology. Akin to riding a bicycle, everyone knew that pedaling could maintain balance. Yet the underlying principles had eluded the scientific community until Lind's arrival in this world. "Are you comfortable in your new accommodations? I am not well versed in magical illness. Is there anything you require assistance with?" Lind inquired, showing concern. Lixia lowered her head, hiding her expression behind the thick lenses of her glasses. "This is already better than my stay at the symbolic sacred society. I will manage my magical illness on my own." "Thank you for your concern, my lord." Her response was clearly an act of bravado, yet Lind chose not to press the matter further. He produced the documentation provided by the landlady the previous evening and remarked, "I reviewed your detailed dossier last night. Although you are a first-level rune master, you do not actually rely on perceiving magical energy to draw runes and magical arrays, do you?" Despite Lind's belief that his tone was gentle, Lixia immediately tensed up, responding anxiously, "Rest assured, my lord. Even though I cannot perceive or manipulate magical energy, I assure you that my rune drawings will be flawless." Lind quickly identified the key term in Lixia's statement. "Flawless? How can you guarantee that the runes you draw will be without error?" To this day, there remains no standardized template for drawing runes or magical arrays, as each practitioner infuses their work with personal idiosyncrasies. The reason these highly personalized runes are rarely erroneous lies in the fact that those capable of perceiving and manipulating magical energy can continually validate whether the runes function correctly, ensuring the smooth flow of magical energy and identifying areas requiring adjustment. For Lixia, however, the situation was different. Unable to perceive or manipulate magical energy, she was akin to writing code in a notepad. Only upon completion could she determine whether her code would execute properly. Even in the event of an error, she would be unable to pinpoint the source of the problem. "I sincerely apologize. My lord, I cannot guarantee that the runes will be error-free. I merely feared that you would dismiss me, so I spoke hastily," Lixia said, retracting her head in distress, prompting Lind to realize that his tone had been overly grave. If Lixia were genuinely fearful of dismissal, she would not have expressed such sentiments. It was evident that she possessed alternative methods to ensure her runes would not fail. Just as Lind contemplated how to further reassure Lixia, Isa gently interjected, "Do not be anxious. My lord merely wishes to understand how you ensure the runes remain error-free. He does not intend to dismiss you. This is not the rigidly formal magic association. There are no excessive protocols here. Simply share what you know, and if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to communicate with us directly." Lena chimed in, adding, "Exactly. Isa was once a rebel herself. Our Lars family is certainly capable of supporting a rune master." Linda cast a bewildered glance at Reyna, silently wishing she would refrain from speaking if she had nothing to say. Perhaps it was due to the distinct charm that seemed to emanate from Isa as the heroine. But Lixia, glancing at the notebook cradled in her arms, proclaimed to the group, "It is a pattern, not a pattern?" This time, it was Isa who was taken aback, as the sole individual among the three who had received formal magical education in the royal capital and had diligently studied. She understood just how absurd Leisha's three-word assertion was. The magical arrays currently available on the market, including those presented in textbooks, bore the strong personal imprints of their respective rune masters. There was no unified pattern or style to be found. Was there a pattern to the arrangement of runes? Indeed, there was, but unless one was well versed in all the runes and arrangements in this world, it was impossible to combine the ever-changing runes merely based on a pattern. Yes, it is a pattern, and furthermore, this pattern can be deduced through logic and calculation. Perhaps because the discussion had ventured into her area of expertise, the girl suddenly radiated enthusiasm, brimming with confidence. More precisely, it is a formula. Once the position of one rune is established, by considering its ultimate purpose, output power, and possible connections, one can derive the position of the next rune through a calculated formula. Moreover, if the positions of 3 runes are confirmed, theoretically, the locations of the other runes within the magical array can also be deduced. Upon finishing, in order to facilitate understanding among the onlookers, Leisha produced her rune-drawing tools and began crafting a magical array right there in the room. For instance, if we were to draw a water vapor magical array, we would need to utilize the essence of water, spraying grass powder, and moonflower to create a condensation rune, thus allowing us to ascertain the output power and connection method for this particular rune. Leisha, fully engrossed, crushed, mixed, and then applied the mentioned materials onto her carving knife, commencing the drawing of the runes upon the floor. She then confirmed the positions of the other 2 runes that were not aligned with the condensation rune from all possible connection methods. As the carving knife danced gracefully across the floor, Leisha swiftly completed the other 2 runes. With the 3 non-collinear runes established, the general shape of the magical array could be confirmed, allowing for the deduction of the remaining runes based on this shape. In the astonished gazes of Isa and Reina, Leisha appeared as a composed artist, simultaneously calculating on her draft paper while etching the magical array with her carving knife. Linda observed the draft paper beside Leisha and found it increasingly familiar. This was because, while Leisha was engraving the magical array with her knife, she had concurrently drawn an axis on the ground as a guiding line. Following that, she scribbled various numbers and incomprehensible formulas on the axis. Mathematics, or more accurately, geometry, equations, and linear algebra. There were numerous symbols and formulas that Linda could not fathom at all, and the draft paper filled with flying numbers and symbols reminded Linda of a particularly brilliant mathematics professor from his past life. A professor whose intellect often left students bewildered and hesitant to approach him in his office. Just as Linda was still in a state of confusion, Leisha completed the magical array, removed a necklace from around her neck, and placed it at a specific position within the array. Immediately, the magical array was successfully activated, and droplets of condensed water appeared along the edge of the table, causing the air in the room to become slightly humid. Well, that's about it. After completing the magical array, Leisha reverted to her former anxious and insecure demeanor. "May I take a look?" Linda, emerging from his daze, pointed to the draft paper on the ground. "Of course. You are the Lord, and having purchased me, you certainly may," Leisha replied respectfully, handing the draft paper to Linda. Linda gazed at the incomprehensible scrawl on the draft paper, feeling a wave of despair as he inwardly cursed, "Damn it. I thought this world was steeped in mysticism, yet you tell me to believe in science." Chapter 34. The villagers share a mysterious technological secret with you. Is this the research outcome of your rune sanctum? Linda flicked the draft paper in his hand and inquired. "No, my lord. This is what it truly is." Leisha presented a thick research notebook. It was only upon opening this notebook that Linda realized Leisha's solo array drawing performance was merely the tip of the iceberg of the rune sanctum's successful research. The derivation processes of the formulas and symbols within the research notebook were remarkably thorough, allowing even someone like Linda, who was not a specialist in this field, to grasp a few concepts based on his retained foundational knowledge. As time passed, while Isa could patiently wait, Reina continuously cast curious glances at Linda, who was wholly absorbed in the contents of the notebook, while Leisha stood nearby, too tense to breathe as the latter portion of the notebook was reached. Linda's page-turning accelerated, as the records became increasingly incomprehensible. Initially breathing rapidly, Linda gradually became hesitant to breathe at all, fearing that even the slightest sneeze might ruin this invaluable research notebook. This presented a brand new rune system, distinct from those that relied solely on intuition and magical adjustments. This research notebook confirmed that runes operated on a ternary system, whereby 3 subordinate runes could be considered as one superior rune. In his previous life, Linda had heard that exceptionally clever mathematics professor mentioned that ternary systems were more efficient than both decimal and binary systems, and that a certain superpower had once explored ternary computers, though various reasons had prevented further development. The professor had brought this up because some nations had recently resumed research into ternary computing. Now, in this other world, Linda was astonished to discover that some extraordinary individuals had begun employing ternary systems for rune research. Moreover, the research notebook listed all common materials numerically, with the most frequently utilized alchemical material, pure water, assigned the value of 0, stronger materials as positive numbers, and weaker materials as negative numbers. This categorization of positives, negatives, and 0 had been established. By applying formulas based on the rune connection methods and positions, one could directly derive the final properties of the magical array. In other words, once the final properties and functions of the magical array were determined, it was theoretically possible to reverse engineer the materials, connection methods, and positions required for the magical array, with the results reflected directly on the auxiliary coordinate axis. How to ascertain the final properties and functions of the magical array? After all, the final magical array was merely the spell model constructed by practitioners during their casting. By confirming the final spell model, one could indeed deduce the rune magical array, perfectly converting the spell into a rune magical array. Furthermore, through these numbers, one could even calculate the property transformations between different materials and their interference values. As long as the interference values within the runes remained below the theoretical thresholds, it would indicate that the rune could, in theory, be directly interconnected using the formulas. The notebook also contained formulas and deductions for calculating theoretical interference values, the maximum connection numbers for runes of the same or different attributes, and the experimental processes involved. It detailed the layout patterns that composite magical arrays should follow and the theories of divergence and unity when converting spell models into rune arrays. Additionally, it addressed how to enhance the stability of magical arrays through verification calculations and concluded with a half-finished section on the 3-dimensional rune magical array model and magical energy circulation, which was the most crucial content of the research notebook, as it pertained to how to treat Leisha's magical illness, and was the only topic in the notebook that had been practically attempted without conclusive proof. The research direction for the 3-dimensional rune magical array was singular: how to utilize rune magical arrays for the extraction and regulation of magical energy. In the research notebook, it bore a more direct name: the magical energy trigger. However, this world lacked the term trigger, as it referred to an activation device. Theoretically, all magical energy could only be manipulated by the power of practitioners, although there were means to extract magical energy from the natural world. Without practitioners to control and use it, it would quickly dissipate back into the natural realm. The magical energy trigger was designed to enable non-practitioners to control and manipulate magical energy through runes. The necklace Leisha used to activate the humidity magical array was the first, and currently the only, magical energy trigger produced by the rune sanctum. Generally, magical arrays are constructed from individual runes within a planar circular array framework. However, the magical energy trigger transcended this framework, transforming the magical array from a flat plane into a 3-dimensional network, adding a z-axis to the original coordinate system. Leisha was utilizing this device to absorb the excess and chaotic magical energy within her body. Yet due to its imprecise control over magical energy, it could inflict irreversible damage on the user's body. Nevertheless, the significance of this magical energy trigger necklace was akin to that of Prometheus's spark. Once this technology matures, magical energy could become as ubiquitous and commonplace as electricity, harnessed by humanity as a source of power. Who else is aware of these research outcomes? Linda carefully set down the research notebook. Most of the subsequent research findings were developed by my father, myself, and a practitioner from the tower. Others believe that after so much calculation, it was still more convenient for rune masters to directly adjust using magical energy, and thus they all abandoned the effort. Fortunately, the mages remained oblivious to the value of this notebook. allowing Lind to seize the opportunity. He set aside his concerns and continued, "And what of the practitioners in the tower? I am uncertain. They may have returned to the tower. The mages of the tower have always behaved in such a manner, appearing suddenly when intrigued by a topic, only to vanish just as quickly." As he listened to Leisha's response, Lind recalled the information regarding the tower from the game.it is a mysterious organization of mages that exists solely within the background lore, somewhat akin to the secret society. Characterized by its elusive nature, the trend among researcher-type practitioners to construct magic towers stems from the tower itself. They believe that residing at greater heights brings them closer to the secrets of the divine and the arcane. However, members of such secret societies typically show little interest in mundane affairs. "May I have someone transcribe this notebook for me?" Lind inquired, but quickly amended, "No, I shall undertake the transcription myself in the coming days. Please assist me in completing this task, of course, my lord. After all, you have acquired the symbolic society, and this knowledge is theoretically yours." Observing Leisha's timidity hidden behind her thick glasses, Lind was suddenly struck by an absurd sensation. It felt akin to playing a farming simulation game when a notification suddenly pops up. "A villager has shared a mysterious technological secret with you. Your understanding of nuclear fission has greatly increased. Have confidence, my lady. You are about to usher in a grand era," Lind said solemnly, patting Leisha's shoulder, hoping to instill a bit more self-assurance in the future chief runesmith of the territory. "Really? Is that true?" Leisha responded, her voice trembling. "Actually, during the association's financial struggles, my father attempted to sell this notebook to other lords, but most found it incomprehensible or deemed it worthless." As she spoke, Leisha's voice caught in her throat. "You are the first lord to say such words. Alas, my father will never hear them." Beside them, Issa quickly comforted Leisha, as she had been a respectable nun before the rebellion. Before long, Leisha calmed down and began to explain the necklace at the center of the moisture magic array, which was the world's first magical trigger. However, Lind soon found himself unable to grasp the details, only managing to comprehend the general principles, as his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Why had he been so fortunate to stumble upon such a valuable find? According to Leisha, this notebook had nearly fallen into the hands of minor nobles or rogue mages, yet it ultimately found its way to him without incident. Lind glanced at Issa, who was striving to keep pace with Leisha's explanation. And a ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this notebook had not merely come into his possession, but had instead gravitated towards Issa, the heroine. He himself was merely a recurring handsome helper in Issa's story. Surely, that cannot be the case. Chapter 35. Magic Stone, Activate. The development of industry is never an instantaneous affair. Even a humble stainless steel cup or a commonplace polyethylene pipe represents the culmination of modern industrial advancement. Reality does not unfold as it does in certain anime, where the mere excavation of a magic stone territory catalyzes immediate industrialization and instant access to running water, at least not in this world. Even if mechanical deification were to grant such technology, Lind would prioritize its application for mine drainage. Thus, the primary challenge Lind faced was how to convert the knowledge contained within this research notebook into the lifeblood of industrial development. Applying its theoretical insights to practical use in the days that followed, with Leisha's assistance, Lind diligently transcribed the research notebook while also discussing various issues encountered within its contents with Issa and Reyna. To Lind's surprise, aside from Leisha, it was Reyna who demonstrated the deepest understanding of the notes. "If we connect this node in such a manner, won't we derive the connection constant?" Reyna exclaimed, gesticulating animatedly. Lind and Issa exchanged awkward glances, entirely lost. Reyna's descriptions were far too abstract. While her conclusions were correct, the reasoning was laden with pronouns that rendered it incomprehensible. Nevertheless, this only underscored Reyna's brilliance. Her previous moments of folly often overshadowed the fact that she was a sixth-tier powerhouse at a young age, capable not only of effortlessly slaying a bull, but also of constructing exceedingly intricate sixth-tier spell models. After praising Reyna, she departed with a satisfied demeanor, leaving Lind to address Issa and Leisha. He tapped the copy of the Derrick notebook on the table, named after Leisha's surname. "I have marked certain sections in this notebook. I need you to compile these highlighted points into a textbook. It need not be overly complex, but it should ensure that even the average person can comprehend it. Initially, Lind had considered having Reina, who understood the notes best after Lisha, undertake this task. However, after witnessing Reina's previous performance, he realized that the thought processes of geniuses are not easily followed by ordinary individuals. Clearly, Issa was far more suited for this endeavor. In the game, she was the diligent scholar, and now she was responsible for education within the territory, possessing ample experience in textbook compilation. Yet, Issa hesitated to ask, "My lord, are you certain? Even if we produce a textbook, the majority may still find it incomprehensible. Many would need to start from the most basic mathematics, making it difficult to achieve immediate results." "Issa, you misunderstand," Lind clarified. "While I do intend to simplify the contents of this notebook for future mandatory study among the gray-white ranks, I now wish for you and Lisha to summarize the theorems and formulas contained within and compile them into a textbook to teach the foundational runecrafters in our territory. Magic should not serve as a weapon for the elite to exploit and oppress, but rather as a tool for liberating productive forces." Upon hearing the familiar term productive forces, Issa understood and nodded, accepting the task. Lisha, on the other hand, was somewhat perplexed, assuming Lind wished to cultivate numerous runesmiths like herself, not realizing that the theorems and formulas she would summarize would ultimately become common knowledge for every practitioner. After arranging everything, Lind retrieved the contact information and product list for the Shining Gold Merchant Alliance. While he spoke boldly, the practical application of the knowledge contained within the Derrick notes would necessitate addressing the issue of magical energy sources. Where would the magic power come from? Not all the notes are composed solely of formulas and theorems. In fact, a small portion contains Lisha's father's grievances regarding the association's financial shortfalls, lamenting that most members merely hold nominal positions while idly passing time. The financial woes of the association are primarily attributed to Count Derrick, whose relentless purchases of magic stones, a stable source of magical energy, have led him to the brink of insolvency. Although magic stones, as naturally occurring crystalline minerals, are not rare in terms of their production, their soaring demand has kept prices exorbitantly high. Even for the wealthy mages who spend lavishly, acquiring these stones constitutes a significant expense. Moreover, large aggregates of magic stones exhibit changing properties. They can autonomously absorb, restore, and store magical energy. Thus, possessing a semi-perpetual magical tower primarily composed of magic stones is the ultimate aspiration for all mages. However, due to their slow recovery, it is common to encounter scenarios where the tower outlasts its owner, passing down through generations, necessitating continuous purchases of new magic stones to replenish magical energy. This characteristic has resulted in those scholarly factions that have successfully accumulated capital and constructed semi-permanent magical towers, amassing even more resources, intensifying their collection of magic stones, subsequently diminishing the availability of these stones in the market and making it increasingly challenging for ordinary practitioners to possess their own semi-magical towers. The Shuo Jin Trading Alliance's inventory indeed lists magic stones for sale, albeit at prices so steep that even Lind, who is accustomed to spending his fiancée's money without remorse, feels the weight of the burden. It is no wonder Count Derrick has faced bankruptcy from his magic stone acquisitions. Of course, the situation has not reached a point of complete unaffordability. In fact, purchasing a few for experimental purposes can be comfortably managed through the territory's sugar trade. Nevertheless, the financial strain is considerable, to the point where even Lind, who has been frequently relying on the resources of the Lars family, feels the pinch. How splendid it would be to possess a magic stone vein of his own. He muses, however, how could such veins be easily discovered? Throughout history, many have sought to exploit the properties of magic stones for the storage and absorption of magical energy, yet sadly, unrefined magic stones show no response to external magical manipulation. The locations where magic stones manifest are shrouded in mystery. Areas rich in magical energy may yield them, as scholars contend that such locales are more conducive to the crystallization of magic stones, though they remain uncertain about the origins of these stones. Conversely, areas lacking in magical energy may also produce them, as the scarcity of magic in such places could be attributed to the presence of magic stones. Despite the slow absorption rate of magical energy by these stones, leaving unanswered questions about their potential environmental impact. Both perspectives have garnered their fair share of devoted followers, and records exist of substantial magic stone production in both types of locations. Leaving no one able to convincingly sway the other. In summary, the recorded locations of magic stone deposits are exceedingly random and offer no reliable reference. It appears that the discovery of magic stones ultimately hinges on the luck of the seeker. Yet, speaking of mysticism and fortune, a sudden idea sparks in Lin's mind. Is there not a fated maiden within his territory? Days later, while still engrossed in compiling textbooks and summarizing formulas, Leisha finds herself bewilderedly following Lind and Reyna into the mountains in search of minerals. Chapter 36. The Elves. Is it sufficient to simply point at any location? Leisha's expression, more one of confusion than embarrassment, reflects her bewilderment at how the typically rational lord has taken on a suddenly serious demeanor. Accompanied by a troop of craftsmen into the mountains on a mining expedition, was it merely a stroke of luck that, at the most perilous moment, a meteor descended from the heavens to aid in vanquishing his foes? Must he truly resort to such extraordinary measures to uncover minerals? Indeed, a mere intuitive gesture would suffice. Lind is merely treating it as a trial. After all, there is little to lose, and should no discoveries be made, it could simply be regarded as a team-building exercise, allowing Leisha to impart foundational knowledge from Derek's notes to the craftsmen to help them acclimate. Very well, that spot will do. Leisha casually points to a hill. Harboring no expectations of unearthing any minerals, Lind nods in agreement and instructs his craftsmen to set explosives for mining. Meanwhile, Reyna's knights, still haunted by past experiences, diligently safeguard the group. Despite having invested considerable resources into training, these craftsmen are adept at calculating the use of explosives for mining, yet the inherent unpredictability of explosives necessitates caution. The craftsmen are even more perplexed than Leisha herself. The hill, in every conceivable aspect, appears utterly incapable of harboring any mineral deposits. While explosives are not particularly precious, this venture feels excessively wasteful. Several courageous craftsmen approach Lind to advise against the chosen hill, citing both its topography and terrain as unlikely to yield any treasures. Urging him to reconsider, Lind acknowledges their concerns yet remains resolute in his decision to proceed with the mining operation, prompting Leisha to consider intervening. However, at that moment, Reyna interjects, stating, even if no minerals are found, we can still test the efficacy of the new explosives, can't we? Furthermore, I trust my brother's judgment. If he believes this location merits a trial, then it must be worth exploring. With Reyna's directive, the craftsmen of the Lars family complete the placement of explosives. As the fuses ignite, the anticipated explosion occurs, sending tremors through the forest, causing countless birds and beasts to flee in panic. Smoke and debris surge forth like a colossal wave sweeping across the land. Fortunately, the knights have prepared, casting protective magic that allows Leisha to vividly experience the power of this man-made phenomenon for the first time. Though she had previously heard rumors of a substance capable of inducing explosions akin to magic, witnessing it firsthand leaves Leisha incredulous that such power could be wielded by mere mortals. To describe it as earth-shattering would be no exaggeration. Once the dust settles, seasoned craftsmen with experience in mineral exploration approach with their tools. The process is slow, and as dusk approaches, a wild-eyed craftsman rushes towards them, exclaiming, "We struck gold! We struck gold, my lord!" An extensive vein of magic stones. In that instant, as Leisha sips her tea, the cup slips from her grasp in astonishment. Her casual gesture has indeed uncovered a rare vein of magic stones. Could it be that she is truly favored by the divine? Yet, when did the goddess expand her portfolio to include the management of meteorites and mineral veins? This is not mentioned in the scriptures. Could she perhaps be the saint of the earth goddess? Should she seek certification from the Golden Dawn Association? Leisha is engulfed in profound self-doubt. Meanwhile, Lind and Reyna rise in excitement, with Reyna disregarding the knight's attempts to restrain her as she rushes to the newly unearthed vein. Truth be told, Lind himself had not anticipated such success. It seems Leisha, the fated maiden, is indeed capable of achieving the extraordinary. However, one cannot help but wonder how such a fortunate individual was supplanted from the role of saintess. The thought of another time traveler in the royal capital raises Lind's concerns, yet given his current inability to communicate with them, he decides to postpone any action. Who knows what their stance is regarding other time travelers? At the very least, he must wait until he is sufficiently powerful before confronting them. All present are filled with excitement as the old craftsman describes the magic stone vein. Yet as night approaches, the construction of a mining site is unfeasible, and Lind resolves to leave a portion of the group to keep watch while the remainder returns to the territory for further arrangements. Reyna's knights willingly accept the task of staying behind, and Lind acquiesces to their request, recognizing their loyalty and formidable combat prowess. Thus, the group descends the mountain amidst laughter and joy. Meanwhile, in the shadows, several long-eared rangers record the events unfolding before them, returning to the outpost of the Haigu Empire. Despite Lind's gray-white domain having developed at the foot of the giant God Mountain range for some time, it had not drawn the attention of the elves, as he is merely an unremarkable lord among the many surrounding the mountain. What has now prompted the rangers to designate Lind as an object of observation is the success of the explosive mining experiment. Somehow, the elven queen of the Haigu Empire has learned of this development and regards it with utmost seriousness. My queen. Today that human lord not only continued using an explosive tool known as gunpowder for mining, but has also successfully discovered a vein of magic stones. It seems that one among them specifically indicated the location of this vein. Given the presence of a high-tier practitioner among them, I dared not approach too closely. After the golden-haired ranger reports to a shadowy figure, a commanding female voice responds, "I understand. As with our usual dealings with these humans, we must collect a portion of the rare minerals extracted from the giant God Mountain range." Noticing a slight shift in the queen's phrasing, the ranger inquires, "Will we take our customary 30% as an environmental maintenance fee?" The ownership of the giant God Mountain range is a lingering historical issue, with humans and elves entangled in a complex relationship. Eventually, both parties reached a compromise, establishing an agreement for joint development, with humans and elves each managing one side of the mountain range. However, due to the multitude of human factions and their incessant squabbling, the elves were specifically invited to act as overseers, preventing any breaches of boundaries and excessive exploitation. In return, humans were required to surrender 2 to 3% of all resources extracted from the giant God Mountain range to the elves. Although this contract remains effective among the elves, the passage of time has led most humans to forget its existence. Many clauses of the agreement have become impossible to fulfill. For instance, the original stipulation that a portion of any resource must be handed over to the elves or exchanged for equivalent items has devolved to a situation where only precious resources are collected by the elves. Fortunately, the inertia of tradition is powerful. Even if humans have forgotten the rationale behind surrendering their resources to the elves, few human lords would dare to violate what has become an unspoken rule. The most they might do is grumble about the elves' unexpected greed. Despite the fact that the ancient human empire has splintered into 2 major kingdoms and numerous smaller states, while the elves' esteemed empire has remained steadfast on the opposite side of the giant God Mountain range. Seemingly unchanged, "That lord demands 50%, came a voice from the shadow. The tone was one that brooked no argument. Perhaps due to the high status of the ranger, she directly inquired of the shadow. "I understand, my queen, but why is that the case?" The elf queen did not respond directly, instead stating, "That lord will come to understand." After ending the conversation, Queen Avelia slumped into her ancient chair, stretching lazily. Contrary to Lind's expectations, elves are not solely characterized by their stern, serious, and noble demeanor. While there is some truth to this stereotype, elves are also quite secular, experiencing a range of emotions like joy, anger, and sorrow. "Mother, I don't understand. Is there really a reason to pay attention to humans? We are short on rangers even for the ancient forest, yet we must continuously send rangers to observe human actions. They are merely a lower race that must learn to wield magic. After all, they're truly a threat." In response to her daughter's inquiries, Avelia remained calm and asked, "Have you been reading the newspapers and books published by the demon race?" The elf princess, addressing Avelia as mother, blushed like an adolescent caught in a secret, turning her head away. Although most of the demon race's publications are poorly crafted and often laughable, the princess still found some merit in them. "You believe that we, as a superior race, can innately sense and manipulate magical energy, while humans, with their scarce practitioners and imbalanced strengths, are an inferior race, correct?" Faced with the queen's question, the princess did not provide a direct answer. Implicitly agreeing, "If that is the case, Why is our elven nation established amidst untamed forests, while the demon race once lacked even a patch of land, relegated to the frozen north? Why do we not seize the continent's most fertile lands, allowing humans to cultivate and develop them? Do we not desire to? Of course, it is because we elves hold nature in high esteem, garnering the favor of the nature deity, which is why we choose to dwell in forests and atop trees. To better connect with nature. That is merely the official narrative. Tia, you are my heir. You should know that the nature deity does not concern itself with whether we reside in trees. Our choice to live among the branches is simply because sunlight and faith are difficult to reach beneath the forest canopy. Chapter 37. Why only 50%? As night fell, Lind prepared to explain the policies of the territory to Reyna, as usual, when he received word that an elven ranger wished to see him. This marked Lind's first encounter with this enigmatic race in this world. After all, the original game provided little description of elves, primarily using them as foreshadowing for the sequel, which had yet to be released when Lind arrived. Perhaps due to the original's predominantly Japanese worldview, elves do not seem as transcendent as those in traditional Western fantasy works, nor do they possess the intricate subtypes like tree spirits or night elves. However, they are also not depicted as the lovesick beings of Japanese lore, nor are they treated as slaves to be sold. Lind's initial impression of this elven figure was that of a civilization that had evolved differently from humanity. So, today we must surrender half of the discovered magical stone veins to your nation, correct? Lind cautiously confirmed, as the demands were quite substantial. Reyna, who had previously regarded Lind's policy explanations as a lullaby, suddenly snapped to attention, slamming her hand on the table and exclaiming, "On what grounds? Was it not said that elves would only take 30% of the rare resources from the giant God Mountain range?" The ranger, unfazed, replied, "The queen has stated that the lord here will understand why." She also cast Lind a knowing glance. Understand? What nonsense! Lind despised cryptic individuals. Not only was he being asked to relinquish half of his precious resources without justification, but he was also being told he would comprehend the reasoning. However, the ranger promptly handed him a contract. After scrutinizing the document, Lind hesitated for a moment before ultimately signing his name. "I understand. Please convey my thanks to your queen." The ranger seemed to have anticipated this outcome, swiftly collecting the contract and disappearing from the lord's tent without delay, leaving Lind unable to retain her for further inquiries about the elves' true stance. "Brother, are we truly obligated to give the elves 50% of the magical stones?" Although Reyna was unaware of the specifics, she could discern that Lind had tacitly agreed to the elves taking half of the magical stones. "It's just a windfall mine. 50% is acceptable. Besides, we were originally meant to give them 30%, so we are merely providing an additional 20%. 20% is still a significant amount. Do you realize how much we could trade for that?" Reyna interjected, counting on her fingers, making it hard to reconcile this with her earlier fervent discussions with Lixai on the formulas and theories from Derek's notes. "Will 20% of the magical stones buy us the elf support?" Lind, refusing to indulge in riddles, directly revealed the answer. "This vast magical stone mine is far beyond our capacity to fully exploit, and it would be impossible to defend. Once word spreads, our days may not remain peaceful, as many will likely covet this mine. The elves' contract stipulates that this mining site will be jointly exploited by us and the elves. If the site is attacked, it shall be deemed an assault on the elves' rangers, and they will intervene directly. Of course, the elves would not actually mine themselves. The responsibility would fall primarily on them, with the 20% merely serving as a form of protection fee. Other nobles would likely demand far more than that." Once Lind had finished explaining, Reyna countered, "But with me here, who would dare lay claim to this magical stone mine? Anyone who tries will be met with my strength, and those who cannot defeat me will face my grandfather. The Lars family is not to be trifled with." Reyna struck a proud pose, hands on hips, chest out, and head held high. While she appeared confident and impressive, Lind, who knew her well, found the gesture somewhat endearing. "And what if other members of the Lars family desire this mine?" Lind countered. "Well, that," Reyna faltered, realizing the truth in Lind's words. The Lars family was still embroiled in a succession war, and a magical stone mine could significantly influence the outcome of that conflict. Lind's intentions to assist her in winning the succession war became clear. "Reyna, This marked the first time Lind addressed her simply by her first name, rather than as Miss Lars. What if there is a divergence in the development of our territory and Duke Lars's interests? This scenario resembled the classic dilemma of choosing between saving one's mother or oneself, albeit with roles reversed. Without a moment's hesitation, Reyna replied, "Brother, you would never betray me. I choose to trust you. I will help you explain things to grandfather." Lind was taken aback, not expecting to hold such weight in Reyna's eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. After Reyna departed, Lind found himself alone, staring into the flickering candlelight. Contemplating future plans. One detail he had not shared with Reyna was that among those who might covet the magical stone mine were members of the Lars family, including Duke Lars himself. Yet Reyna's response had clarified Lind's course of action. Although everyone believed that Reyna, the abandoned daughter of the Lars family, was unqualified to participate in the succession war, the presence of this magical stone mine would change the narrative. Once the word got out, Reyna would have no choice but to enter the fray of the succession war. Lind attempted to think from Duke Lars's perspective. How would he handle the situation? The answer is patently clear. The mining rights should be appropriated for the Lars family, thereby placing it directly under their governance. This course of action would not only augment the family's power but also safeguard Reyna, shielding her from becoming an object of contention in the inheritance wars or being directly embroiled in the conflict. Furthermore, it is plausible that the Duke of Lars might parachute in other individuals to manage the gray-white territory, potentially sidelining Lind and relegating him to a subordinate role. Regardless of the outcome, Lind finds either scenario unacceptable. From a political standpoint, the elves residing on the far side of the Titan mountain range are far more trustworthy than the Duke of Lars, who can easily manipulate the gray-white territory at will. The list of the Duke's spies within the territory, which had been meticulously compiled earlier, has finally proven useful. Lind summoned Lila, who had been working overtime due to the discovery of the magic stone mine, and those spies were swiftly neutralized. This control was not absolute. Rather, all messages transmitted by them would undergo scrutiny, ensuring no information regarding the magic stone mine would leak. While this alone could not entirely conceal matters from the Duke, it would certainly buy time, allowing the Duke to fully establish control over the mine before he could react. Upon receiving the notification, the spies exhibited little resistance, as the operation did not infringe upon the fundamental boundaries set by the Duke concerning Reyna's personal safety. In fact, this maneuver might align more closely with Reyna's interests. Next comes the pressing question of what to do once the inheritance war officially commences. Relying solely on the 50 knights brought by Reyna is undoubtedly insufficient. Although each knight possesses unique strengths and unparalleled skills, their collective might is inadequate to establish a formidable defense. Moreover, from Lind's perspective, the era of overpowering adversaries through sheer individual prowess has long since passed. The future lies in the collective might of organized military units, particularly with the successful production of gunpowder on the horizon. This assertion may seem somewhat arrogant, considering that Lind has yet to truly step onto a battlefield since his arrival months ago. Nevertheless, as he has previously contemplated, the advantage of a time traveler does not stem from gunpowder or steam, but from the ideas and perspectives that accompany such advancements. An individual from the information age absorbs more knowledge in a single day than a bard of this era does in a lifetime. This is the true advantage of a time traveler. In fact, following a period of stable development, the gray-white territory has consistently trained soldiers. The long-absent Lori has been tasked with overseeing these soldiers for Lind. Due to the additional merit rewards for soldiers and benefits that far surpass those offered to other noble lords' troops, the number of applicants has been substantial. However, the stringent requirements for enlistment have kept the actual number of soldiers only slightly above that of Reyna's knights. For a territory with a total population of just over 1,000, having several dozen full-time soldiers is already quite remarkable, especially when many lesser noble families struggle to maintain fully dedicated knights. These few full-time soldiers are not merely trained as foot soldiers, but are instead cultivated as officers. In addition to basic training, all must be literate, learn tactical planning, and possess an understanding of gunpowder. The true soldiers are those residents of the territory who engage in regular military training. Chapter 38. The arcane mathematical array. The magic stones, having undergone rudimentary processing by the territory's craftsmen, are now ready for official use. The next step is to experiment with whether the magical energy within the stones can be harnessed by the magical trigger to successfully activate the magic array. Although countless experiments have been documented in Derek's notes, this marks the first practical application for Lind. He opted for the molten fire array, characterized by its simple rune composition and clear magical energy pathways, which had previously been utilized extensively by the craftsmen in steel smelting. With Lind's assistance, Leisha modified the magical trigger into a genuine trigger mechanism, transforming it from an automatic activation at the center of the array to a device controlled by a rotary switch that allows for the activation and deactivation of the magical trigger. As Lind gradually turned the switch, invisible magical energy flowed from the crystalline black magic stone beside him, coursing through the runes and into the array beneath the boiler. The crimson flames erupted, roaring with the intensity required to smelt all matter. Success! We have succeeded. The exclamations of joy did not come from Lind, Leisha, or Reyna, but rather from the seasoned craftsmen present. In truth, these veteran artisans had previously been tormented by the formulas and theories detailed in Derek's notes, spending decades adjusting runes with magical energy only to be told that their future work would hinge on mathematical calculations to ascertain the properties and positions of the runes. Nevertheless, rune craftsmen, as professionals, possess a foundational understanding of mathematics, for even the most gifted practitioners must construct spell models during casting, which inherently involve calculations concerning the required magical energy, angles of projection, force of launch, and other variables. A single miscalculation could lead to failure or even backlash. Practitioners, in essence, learn foundational mathematics while studying magic, much like Reyna, who, despite appearing somewhat dim-witted and lacking political acumen, possesses a profound understanding of Derek's notes due to her status as a sixth-tier practitioner. Unfortunately, most practitioners fail to realize that the spell models they initially learned can be translated into mathematical models. Subsequently, even though these seasoned craftsmen were reluctant, they diligently studied the revised edition of Derek's notes under Lind and Reyna's encouragement, ultimately spending over half a month relying solely on calculations to meticulously inscribe the molten fire magic array. This begrudging state of being forced to learn while struggling to comprehend is indeed the most arduous experience. However, this pace is remarkably swift. Despite the assistance of geniuses like Reyna, Leisha, and Isha, the absence of computers, indeed, even abacuses, in this era means that the gray-white territory relied solely on manual calculations to create the world's first rune array. Designed for practical application through mathematics, Lind whimsically dubbed these arrays arcane mathematical arrays, as mathematics has, in a true sense, become magic. Of course, to avert any unforeseen accidents, Lind instructed the veteran craftsman to verify the calculations of this arcane mathematical array using magical energy before officially activating it. As they gazed upon the glowing array and the bubbling molten iron, the elder blacksmith overseeing the workers expressed his astonishment. The temperature is stable, the flames are consistent. It is truly remarkable. We can merely manage the output of the magical trigger to adjust the flame's intensity. If this continues, the old craftsman suddenly halted, realizing the terrifying implications of what he was about to say. Yet, Lind seized upon the elder's words and continued, if this continues, even ordinary individuals could become rune craftsmen. The notion that ordinary people could attain the status of rune craftsmen implies that, provided there is a sufficient supply of raw materials and magic stones, the gray-white territory could operate at full capacity, continuously producing steel. Moreover, the applications of the arcane arrays and magical triggers evidently extend beyond mere steel production. However, the rune craftsmen of the gray-white territory need not worry about losing their jobs. Quite the opposite. According to the documents Lind had previously drafted, these artisans are already earmarked for managerial positions, ensuring that, as long as their performance is not woefully inadequate, they will find themselves comfortably counting their earnings in the future. This is a veritable boon for those craftsmen who have only ever served as assistants to mid to high-tier practitioners, existing at the bottom of the professional hierarchy due to their lack of personal prowess, and who have now found their way to the gray-white territory. In truth, steel production is not the primary focus, at least not for the gray-white territory at present. The existing steel production capacity is already more than sufficient, let alone the anticipated steel output from the onset of magical industrialization. The arcane array at the steel mill serves more as an experimental endeavor, The next significant project Lind intends to oversee involves utilizing arcane arrays to simulate alchemy for the purpose of creating alchemical potions. In tumultuous times, aside from food, what other commodity holds such value? That refers to weapons and potions. In this tumultuous northern realm, rife with conflict and banditry, adventurers thrive amidst the chaos. Whether they are those who venture to the north in search of the long-lost treasures of an ancient empire, or the hired hands of lords, the demand for alchemical potions is substantial. It has been previously noted that the alchemists of this world differ significantly from those of the Renaissance era. They do not subscribe to the notion that merely stirring a cauldron will yield results. Each school of alchemy possesses its own unique transmutation magic, and the spells required for each alchemical item vary accordingly. This time, the aim is to replicate the most common potion in this world, known as the recovery potion, often regarded as the introductory examination for alchemists. Indeed, the name of this potion is the recovery potion, identical in both name and function to the red elixirs contained in transparent vials found in RPG games. Of course, reality diverges from games. This recovery potion does not guarantee healing from all injuries. Its primary purpose is to treat external wounds and restore vitality, suitable for both internal and external use, with readily available ingredients, making it exceedingly popular among mercenaries and adventurers. As a fundamental potion, its spell models are ubiquitous, with many modified versions in circulation. My lord, we may begin at any time, Leisha stated, standing beside the magical trigger, awaiting Lind's command. The current alchemical apparatus remains rudimentary, apart from channeling magical energy to enable the runes for the recovery potion's transmutation. All other operations must be performed manually. This includes stirring the alchemical boiler, mixing the ingredients, and retrieving the finished product for storage in vials, among other steps. Fortunately, these tasks do not require magical energy, except for the crucial stirring, which necessitates some worker training. Industrialization is not an instantaneous process. For now, we can only lay the groundwork, yet achieving this foundation is no small feat. Very well, let us commence. With Lind's decree, the trained workers began measuring and mixing the ingredients, stirring, activating the magical trigger, and after a series of procedures, a crate of recovery potions was produced. Isa opened a vial of the recovery potion, inhaled its fragrance, and exclaimed, "The color is rich, and the scent is impeccable." She proceeded to open several more vials, repeating the same motions, and remarked, "My lord, I cannot find the words to express this adequately." If the alchemy professors at the academy were to evaluate this, they would undoubtedly proclaim it as the quintessential recovery potion, as if it had been extracted directly from a textbook. Most alarmingly, the properties of these recovery potions are nearly identical, as if they were crafted by a tireless automaton endlessly repeating the same transmutation spell. One can only imagine the despair that will befall the low-tier alchemists who rely on selling recovery potions once this batch floods the market. However, Lind remains indifferent. Should they collapse, they can seek work in the gray and white-collar sectors, as the newly established factory is in constant need of labor. The territory has once again fallen into crisis, and the workforce is dwindling, particularly as the harvest season approaches, when the demand for hands will become even more pressing. Even those unemployed alchemists, who may not be accustomed to physical labor, could serve as perfect human calculators, providing computational power for future research and rune disassembly. Chapter 39. Has the divine perished? Observing the steady production of recovery potions, Lin suddenly turned to Isa and inquired, "Do you think it possible for us to utilize the arcane array to produce holy water?" Holy water, in the context of the game, is the highest grade potion the female protagonist can create, capable of dispelling all abnormal statuses, thus rendering it exceedingly precious in the game. By the conclusion, the female protagonist can only craft a handful of holy waters. Reality diverges slightly. In this world, holy water manifests as a universal antibiotic, effective against plagues and curses, and, most crucially, it does not lead to antibiotic resistance. However, it is likely that due to its rarity, most individuals do not utilize it in quantities sufficient to develop such resistance. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Isa fervently shook her head and explained, "My lord, the transmutation array for holy water requires not only magical energy but also the power of faith. Otherwise, the church would not openly disclose the formula and transmutation methods for holy water. Otherwise, alchemists would have long since begun mass production. Say's expression dimmed suddenly. She had lost her own power of faith. Once, Isa might have been able to produce a vial of holy water every month or so. But now, even summoning a single ray of holy light proved exceedingly difficult for her. Lind did not directly counter Isa's claims. Instead, he approached an unoccupied mixing station within the factory, began gathering the alchemical materials required for holy water, and employed the skills inherited from the game's protagonist, namely, Isa's abilities, to construct the spell model. The transmutation spell for holy water does not strictly belong to alchemy. It is divine magic. A gentle holy light descended from the void above Lind, illuminating the transparent vial filled with materials in his hand. Under the radiance of the holy light, the contents of the vial began to dissolve and merge, ultimately transforming into a vial of luminous, translucent liquid. Goodness, brother, you can actually wield divine magic. That's incredible. Rena clapped her hands in delight, while Lind could only respond with a look of bemusement, realizing that he had almost forgotten he was a character endowed with a perfect save file, given that he rarely utilized these skills. After all, the protagonist's abilities in the original work seemed to hold little relevance to the development of the territory. The entire process left Isa and Lisha dumbfounded. Particularly Isa, who Lind had never seen so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This was the first time he had witnessed such an uncharacteristic display from the chosen protagonist. My lord, you are such a devout follower of the divine, Isa stammered. Why did you not tell me sooner? The stronger an individual's faith, the quicker the process of crafting holy water becomes. Even the most devout priests in the capital require 2 to 3 weeks of continuous infusion of faith to produce a single vial of holy water. Yet, Lind astonishingly crafted a vial within less than 3 minutes, right before the eyes of everyone. One could only imagine the disbelief that would ensue if even the current pope were to witness this. Were Lind a woman, the pope might even kneel and plead for her to become a saint. Alas, Lind is and I in truth. The ordinary notion of a saint could hardly encapsulate Lind's identity. Isa mused that the pope might directly proclaim Lind a living embodiment of the divine, a manifestation of the goddess walking among mortals. Those cardinals and bishops might even reconsider their rigid views on the gender of saints. Who says a man cannot be a saint? After all, the goddess has not bestowed miracles for quite some time, and anyone capable of crafting holy water in 3 minutes could be considered a walking miracle. Lind scratched his head, recalling that the crafting of holy water in the game was represented by an extended cooldown time based on in-game days. While the transmutation process itself was rapid, after all, one cannot expect players to remain glued to their screens for 24 hours straight brewing potions. This adjustment was a normal modification for gameplay purposes. To his surprise, the skills he inherited upon transmigrating were perfectly replicated in this aspect. Therefore, while Lind could craft a vial of holy water in 3 minutes, he would be unable to utilize this skill again for an entire month. However, this was already sufficiently astonishing. If the church were to discover this, not even Rena would be able to protect Lind. After all, the ability to craft holy water by hand is a skill said to be reserved for the divinely appointed saint, who, according to legend, crafted a vial of holy water in mere minutes to save her followers. Yet, the legend also explicitly states that the saint is a messenger of the divine, inherently female. Reflecting on this, Isa instinctively gazed at Lind's lower half, and sensing a chill, Lind subconsciously crossed his legs. When he followed her gaze, he found that Isa had already shifted her attention away, leaving him perplexed. After temporarily dismissing the surrounding workers, who were bewildered by the unfolding events, Lind turned to Isa and said, regrettably, I am merely a superficial follower of the light goddess. In strict terms, I am not even a true believer. I have not performed a single prayer or mass in these past few months. I do not worship any deity. Isa felt her worldview shatter. A non-believer had crafted holy water with his own hands. To be honest, Isa found it easier to believe that Lind was the offspring of the goddess herself, or perhaps even her illegitimate child, unaware of his own lineage. Alternatively, she considered the possibility that Lind was simply a saint in disguise, which she found more palatable. Soon after, Lind made an even more astonishing proclamation. Shall we attempt to use the arcane array to construct my spell model and see if the magic stone can produce holy water? Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Before Lind's words could be fully articulated, he was abruptly interrupted by Isa, whose fierce demeanor startled even Reyna standing nearby, while Lisha instinctively sought refuge behind Lind. Upon noticing their reactions, Isa hesitated momentarily, took a deep breath, and expressed her apology, saying, "I beg your pardon. My lord, I merely feel that such actions not only constitute a desecration of the goddess, but may also lead to terrifying consequences." Lind himself was taken aback. Unlike the light-hearted atmosphere of the game, this version of Isa had indeed taken lives with her own hands. However, he could comprehend her perspective, for in this world, gods truly existed, and Isa was the chosen saint of the goddess. The idea of invoking divine magic through inanimate objects would likely be seen as an affront even by the most radical of cultists. This issue touched the very roots of faith. "Brother, perhaps we should reconsider." Even Reyna grasped the gravity of the situation. "I can pretend I am unaware of this experiment, but I must know its outcome." Lind unexpectedly adopted a more assertive stance, as his policies and actions had long been constrained by the so-called gods, including the protracted construction of a church in his territory and the question of whether to initiate minor religious reforms. These seemingly insignificant matters, which appeared not to affect production, were in fact the most perilous. The decision to replace old beliefs with new ones would directly influence the future visage of the territory and its relationship with the church. "Isa, do you not wish to know whether the goddess you have faithfully worshipped can still respond to her followers?" Lind turned his gaze towards Isa, understanding through their prolonged interaction that she was not an inflexible individual. Her reluctance to undertake this experiment stemmed from the hasty nature of the proposal. Her enduring faith made it difficult for her to accept such a sacrilegious notion. Isa looked at the holy water in Lind's hand. If the goddess could truly respond to her devotees' prayers, why then did she allow these devout followers to suffer? Isa believed herself to be more pious than most priests and followers, yet why did the power of the holy light seem to drift further from her grasp? What perplexed Isa most was that Lind, who possessed no faith whatsoever, could still conjure the holy light. In fact, during their earlier discussions, Isa had already realized that many of Lind's underlying thoughts were entirely detached from the divine, even predicated on the premise of the non-existence of gods. Yet, this individual possessed the ability to conjure holy water in mere minutes. Still, Isa struggled to convince herself, as a long-held belief is not easily discarded. Ultimately, she reluctantly concocted a rationale. "If even my lord, who is rumored to be the goddess's illegitimate child, does not fear this experiment, why should I, a person abandoned by the goddess, be apprehensive?" Having resolved to categorize Lind as the goddess's illegitimate son, Isa finally declared, "My lord, let us commence the experiment. I shall assist you in transforming the spell model into an arcane array." Unlike Isa, Reyna and Lisha, though somewhat frightened, were predominantly curious and did not ponder the matter as deeply as Isa. Reyna felt that if her brother thought this way and could still conjure the holy light, it must imply that the goddess had no objections. If the goddess had no objections, then neither would she. Thus, the dismantling of the spell model swiftly commenced in utmost secrecy. The spell model Lind employed, derived from the game's archives, left Lisha in awe of its intricate structure and astonishing algorithms. Seemingly beyond human comprehension, as if conceived by a superintellect with formidable computational abilities, the spell model could be seamlessly transformed into a mathematical model, which could then be directly converted into an arcane array, with the entire process flowing effortlessly as if the spell had originally been derived from the arcane array itself. What was initially expected to take weeks, if not longer, was accomplished by the group in just a few days. In a concealed corner of the gray-white ridge, a location impervious to any detection spells, Reyna's knights dispersed to maintain vigilance, with Reyna herself overseeing the area, awaiting Lind to trigger the magical mechanism. As Lind turned the dial, the familiar sequence began. Invisible magical energy coursed through the runes towards the array, and the arcane array sprang to life. Isa's emotions were tumultuous. This was the first time she hoped the research and experiments within the territory would fail. Yet, as a beam of holy light descended from the void above the array, and the raw materials within the transparent vial began to dissolve. Isa realized her hopes had been dashed. Closing the array, Lind picked up the vial of prepared holy water and looked at the others. Reyna, Isa, and Lisha all bore expressions of shock or terror. It was inconceivable that an inanimate object, devoid of faith and even human essence, could produce holy water solely through magical energy. Lind then repeated the production process using the arcane array. Interestingly, while the arcane array, like Lind, had a cooldown period, merely adjusting the output power allowed them to bypass the system and continue production. This was akin to having no skill cooldown at all. As long as there were enough magic stones, the production of holy water could enter an infinite firepower mode. It seemed that the power of faith was not a requisite for the creation of holy water. Lind articulated his conclusion, gazing at Isa, who appeared devoid of vitality. In fact, faith may not even be necessary for the use and manifestation of divine magic. Before Lind could elaborate further, Isa, her voice trembling, interjected, "The deity is dead. Calm yourself, Isa. This merely suggests that the use of divine magic, or the creation of holy water, does not necessarily require faith in the goddess." Lind did not believe this indicated the goddess's demise. After all, the game's background clearly stated that the goddess had chosen the female protagonist as her emissary, implying that regardless of her current state, she retained the capacity to intervene in the human realm. No, Isa countered from an angle Lind had never considered. The moment humanity can wield divine magic without the need for a deity, that is when the gods perish. Chapter 40. The wild folk hidden within the vast and imposing giant god mountain range are numerous individuals who have sought refuge from noble exploitation. Commonly referred to as wild folk. Due to the meager resources available and their fierce disposition, many wild folk, their faces obscured, are akin to bandits, leading the nobles beneath the giant god mountain to largely neglect them. As long as these wild folk dutifully paid taxes during their transactions, of course, the cost of pursuing wild folk for tax evasion is exorbitant, so as long as they provide some form of protection fees in the form of mountain goods, the nobles tend to overlook their existence. Darcy is one such wild folk. Given the abysmal sanitary conditions of the forest, Darcy's mother passed away shortly after giving birth to him. When Darcy turned 8, his father vanished after squandering their money while trading, leaving Darcy to fend for himself and care for his bedridden sister. "What are you dawdling for? Get moving!" A bandit kicked Darcy in the rear, sending him sprawling into the dirt, much to the amusement of the other bandits nearby. Due to the ongoing conflicts in the Northern Territories, more individuals have sought refuge in the mountains, while many have opted to turn to banditry. Initially, the displaced wild folk could stand their ground against these bandits, but at some point, the bandits acquired superior equipment and even employed professionals among their ranks. Darcy's village was soon raided, and with a second-tier mage in their midst, the bandits effortlessly captured everyone, including Darcy and his sister. With his hands bound, Darcy struggled to rise but was quickly tripped and fell back into the mud. Be gentle. This lad might just be the future brother-in-law of the Lord. Upon hearing this, the bandits erupted into laughter. "If we take care of that woman, wouldn't that mean we've taken care of the Lord's wife as well?" The bandits engaged in boisterous banter, showing no qualms about their actions. Despite being part of the underworld, their ties to the nobility were tenuous at best, rendering them disposable tools. One of the second-tier professional mages in the group interjected, "You're dreaming. That sort of woman is merely a diversion for the Lord. She is not worthy of any real consideration." However, upon concluding his words, the sorcerer licked his lips, seemingly contemplating the suggestion made by the brigand earlier. Darcy once again struggled to rise from the mud, his fists bound tightly behind him, his eyes bloodshot. Although he longed to deliver a swift kick to the faces of these marauders, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, inheriting both his father's hunting skills and physique. Darcy, though merely 14, had already established himself as the most formidable fighter in the village. With a sharp mind and nimble hands, he could effortlessly set various traps and, armed with a family heirloom bow, he could even contend with the wolves and bears of the forest. Yet, against the superior equipment of the bandits, all of this was rendered futile. Even if Darcy could strike at the unarmored parts of the brigands, the other villagers could not. Their axes, meant for chopping wood, could barely scratch the brigands' leather armor, causing no significant harm whatsoever. Moreover, among the bandits were professional spellcasters, who, with just 2 fireballs, scattered the villagers in a frenzy of fear. This was the innate terror that ordinary folk felt towards professionals. Even Darcy felt his legs weaken at the sight of that blazing fireball. Thus, Darcy was captured by these brigands, the overwhelming disparity in strength plunging him into utter despair. As the crude words of the brigands grew increasingly vile, Darcy's fists clenched tighter, the blood vessels in his eyes bursting further, yet he found himself powerless. Those villagers who lagged behind were ruthlessly slain by the brigands, and Darcy believed that if he made any move, they would not hesitate to slay him without mercy. In a moment of heightened excitement, the brigands yanked his sister, bound and helpless, from her horse and hoisted her over a shoulder. Preparing to delve deeper into the woods, Darcy fervently prayed within, beseeching the goddess for salvation, yet, as he had feared, his prayers went unanswered. Indeed, how could a man who prayed daily without ever offering tribute to the goddess expect a divine response? Darcy chuckled bitterly, suspecting that the goddess would only heed the pleas of those noble lords who tossed gold coins into donation boxes. Watching the brigands hoist his sister, who was barely clinging to life, while lewdly patting her backside and laughing, Darcy tightened his fists, steeling himself for a final, desperate struggle. Even if it bore no fruit, he wanted those brigands to experience the taste of their own vile deeds. At that moment, as if the goddess truly responded to Darcy's earlier prayers, the brigands at the forefront suddenly began to shout, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Before the remaining brigands and captives could react, a series of deafening explosions erupted, and Darcy, standing at the back, felt the overwhelming heat and shock waves. Was this magic? Or a miracle? Darcy, utterly bewildered, could scarcely believe his eyes, as it seemed even the brigands' leather armor could not fully shield them from the debris generated by the explosions. Those struck by the fragments fell to the ground, writhing in pain. This was already fortunate. Some unfortunate souls were hit directly by the blasts and perished on the spot. The brigands quickly abandoned Darcy's sister, drawing their blades in confusion as they gazed at the area of the explosions, still unaware of what had transpired. Though not fear. Such powerful spells surely cannot be cast repeatedly. Find the enemy and retaliate. Retaliate! The professionals within the group quickly began to give orders, helping the brigands regain some semblance of composure. Soon, they clustered together, shielding their spellcasters. Darcy immediately crouched beside his sister, uncertain if this was a case of black on black. But none of it mattered anymore. He simply hoped this band of brigands would perish. Darcy, the stone. His sister opened her eyes, moving her body to signal him. Darcy promptly followed her gaze and spotted a jagged stone, quickly using it to saw through the ropes binding his hands. While the initial wave of explosive magic appeared formidable, Darcy sensed that the combat strength on both sides was at best evenly matched. He had first-hand experience of the brigands' capabilities. The fact that they could quickly regroup and protect their spellcasters after the explosions indicated they were no ordinary bandits, even among the brigands of the giant god mountains. This group's military discipline was undoubtedly among the finest, and their ability to follow commands surpassed that of many noble private soldiers. Chapter 41. Celestial soldiers. As if to validate the words of the professional among the brigands, after another round of bombardment, the seemingly endless explosions finally ceased. The brigands collectively exhaled, while the professionals began to formulate their spells in preparation for a counterattack. Enjoyed your explosions, did you? Now it's my turn. The brigand spellcaster mocked the enemy's ignorance and lack of practical experience, constructing his spell model while taunting them. It was evident that such a powerful explosion was launched by a team primarily composed of spellcasters. Although the identity of this force was unknown, it was clear their experience was severely lacking, likely comprising newcomers to the giant god mountains. After such a relentless barrage, the sudden calm made the brigand spellcaster almost certain that the enemy had exhausted their magical energy. Since a spellcaster's magic was incredibly precious, they typically employed ordinary soldiers to ascertain the enemy's location before unleashing magical attacks. To haphazardly bombard without even glimpsing the enemy was the hallmark of utter incompetence. Unless, of course, every single one of the enemy could cast explosive spells, and those spells were free of cost. How could that be possible? The brigand spellcaster chuckled, dismissing the absurdity of such a notion, convinced that he had been dazed by the explosions. But soon, the spellcaster's amusement turned to horror as a battalion of soldiers clad in silver-black armor emerged from the smoke of the explosions. The brigand at the forefront instinctively drew his blade, only to find it deflected with a crisp clang. It was then that the brigands realized that these soldiers were fully armored, and not in flimsy leather or custom armor, but in identical segmented plate armor. The silver-black soldiers appeared as merciless killing machines, emerging from the smoke to confront the brigands, drawing their swords and slicing with the certainty that the brigands' pathetic weapons could not harm them. Like specters of death, and indeed, the brigand swords, while superior to those of commoners, were mere toys against these soldiers. One touch and they shattered, with even the spellcasters falling victim before they could complete their incantations. At that moment, Darcy had forgotten about using the stone to sever his bindings, instead standing transfixed as he beheld the battlefield. Those brigands, who had once treated him like a fledgling chick, were now felled one by one before the fully armed soldiers. The leather armor that Darcy had struggled for years to assemble was rendered as flimsy as paper under the soldiers' blades, and the weapons that had slaughtered several commoners could not even scratch the soldiers' defenses. Boom! A brigand spellcaster finally completed his spell model, unleashing several large fireballs that struck one of the silver-black soldiers. The soldier fell, rolling on the ground, and immediately retrieved a healing potion from a pouch strapped to his leg. Consuming it with fluidity, and without a hint of hesitation, it was worth noting that while these healing potions were essential for mercenaries and brigands, most would only dare to consume them at the brink of death, often diluting a single bottle to last a year. Yet these soldiers treated the healing potions as if they were mere spring water, downing them in one go. The brigands were more despondent than Darcy had imagined. While Darcy could only surmise the soldiers' formidable equipment, the professionals among the brigands recognized the truth. These soldiers, who consumed healing potions like water, not only wielded enchanted weapons, but every piece of their segmented plate armor was also enchanted. No wonder they could afford to consume healing potions so liberally. Which lord's soldiers were these, who had come to the giant god mountains to prey on the weak? The brigand leader quickly raised his hands, surrendering his weapon. Indeed, a towering silver-black soldier, upon witnessing this, spared the brigand leader and instead executed a professional who attempted to flee past him. The remaining brigands also raised their hands in surrender, and the battle swiftly turned lopsided. Secure them all. We must search their bodies. Not a single one shall escape. At the forefront, Laurier removed his helmet, directing the soldiers to maintain control of the scene. It must be said that this band of brigands was the strongest Laurier had encountered in recent days. However, under the overwhelming advantage of superior equipment, these marauders stood no chance. At most, a few soldiers sustained minor injuries from stray magical attacks. The exhilaration of the moment was indescribable. Laurier had never engaged in such a prosperous battle. Even though Lind demanded continued practice of marching in step and reciting the 3 main disciplines and 8 points of attention, Laurier felt it was all worthwhile. Soon, a portion of the soldiers began to search and detain the brigands, while others focused on rescuing the captives. Remarkably, the ropes binding the captives could swiftly be repurposed for the brigands. A clear case of poetic justice. The soldiers kindly produced their own healing potions to administer to the weakened captives. One soldier even retrieved a small booklet, inquiring about the ages and family backgrounds of each captive, offering comfort to those newly liberated. His tone was so sincere, and his demeanor so genuine, that the captives believed they were graced by divine intervention, sent by a paladin to rescue them, prompting many to kneel and bow their heads in reverence. The soldier tasked with recording the information quickly helped the captives to their feet, saying, "All men are created equal. There is no need for you to kneel. If you wish to express your gratitude, simply cooperate with the investigation." Yet, these words only strengthened the captives' belief that they had been saved by the legendary paladin, leading even more of them to the ground in fervent bowing. Laurier, unable to bear the sight, urged Secretary, "If they wish to kneel, let them kneel. Once the registration is complete, we can move on. I have a date with a drink to attend." The soldier referred to as the secretary immediately countered, "Comrade Laurier, this is not merely about kneeling. It is essential for these people to understand that they need not fear us, so we can better facilitate our work. Furthermore, Comrade Laurier, military orders prohibit drinking during the execution of tasks. If you insist, I am obliged to report you to Lord Lind. Upon hearing this, Laurier recalled the last time he was caught drinking and subsequently punished by transcribing the 3 main disciplines and 8 points of attention 200 times. He found himself at a loss for words, pouting, all right, oh, you who attended ISA's lessons all speak in the same manner. It truly lacks excitement. Chapter 42. Recruitment due to the overwhelming and brutal display of the heavenly soldiers subduing the brigands. The rescued wildlings showed no resistance to their impending relocation to a new territory. All of the liberated wildlings boarded a cart, preparing to journey to the gray-white territory, while 2 armored soldiers were assigned to protect them. The soldier tasked with safeguarding the group was the one Laurier referred to as the secretary. Along the way, the secretary diligently informed everyone about the regulations of the gray-white territory, explaining that from this point forward, they would all be citizens of gray-white, with their debts erased and protected by its laws. In truth, the wildlings were somewhat resentful of the sudden transition to being subjects of a territory, as most had become wildlings to escape the exploitation of their lords. Even though the secretary painted the gray-white territory as a veritable paradise, where even the lord adhered to the laws he established. Who could believe such a tale? Laws could be altered at the whim of the lord. Despite the secretary's heartfelt explanations, most still regarded the earlier assault on the brigands as nothing more than a case of black eating black. And only the oppressive presence of the burly soldier beside the secretary, along with their trust in him, kept anyone from contemplating escape. Darcy's attention was not on the new territory they were approaching. Instead, he shifted his position in the cart and moved closer to the intimidating soldier. While the secretary continued to expound on the policies of gray-white, Darcy turned to the fierce-looking soldier and inquired, "Is your army still recruiting?" The soldier glanced at Darcy and replied, "Bruno." Darcy paused for a moment, then realized the soldier was introducing himself. He promptly responded, "My name is Darcy." Bruno nodded and began to address Darcy's question. "Indeed, we are recruiting. However, the Lord has stipulated that we must be selective, only enlisting those with a reputable background, individuals who have never committed wrongdoing. Additionally, our military has numerous regulations, and many from the initial recruitment have resigned due to their inability to adapt." Darcy understood, yet it seemed contradictory. Wasn't it sufficient for a soldier to simply be capable of fighting? Furthermore, how could a soldier resign? In Darcy's perception, soldiers were merely bandits with noble lineage. After all, bandits sought to make a quick profit, while soldiers engaged in systematic exploitation. Noticing Darcy's perplexed expression, Bruno pulled out a small booklet from his pocket, pointing to the title printed on it with his large, dark fingers. "If you can accept these, then you may give it a try. I cannot read." "I do not know letters," Darcy replied, shaking his head. Bruno's expression remained unyielding, still bearing his fearsome demeanor. He pointed to the first word in the title and began to read it aloud. Syllable by syllable, 3 main disciplines, 8 points of attention. Then, flipping open the booklet, Bruno began to read its contents. It appeared that Bruno was just beginning to learn to read, as he stumbled over the words initially. However, having memorized the booklet from repeated readings, he gradually became more fluent as he progressed. Darcy gaped in astonishment at the content of the booklet, recognizing that one who could adhere to such standards would undoubtedly merit the title of paladin. The moral character described could easily be considered a benchmark for becoming a legendary knight of virtue. Subsequently, Bruno elaborated on the benefits and welfare of being a soldier, causing Darcy to drool with envy. As the most astute individual in his village, Darcy grasped the magnitude of these benefits. It was no wonder the standards for character were so high. With such advantages, it was outrageous to engage in robbery. Darcy calculated that if he lived frugally, he could support his sister while serving as a soldier, perhaps even afford to seek treatment for her ailments, as for the daily training regimen Bruno mentioned. Although it seemed arduous, Darcy perceived it as manageable. After all, it spared him from the need to hunt for sustenance, provided a stable income, and allowed for the opportunity to earn military merit, until he heard Bruno distinctly enunciate, "You must also learn to read." This revelation left Darcy momentarily stunned. Must one be literate to enlist? Yet Bruno continued, "It is not mandatory, but you should at least be able to comprehend orders. Without literacy, advancement is unattainable." In truth, all that Bruno stated were not insurmountable issues. The real hurdle lay in the prejudices held by the people. In this era, enlisting as a soldier was never considered a favorable choice, as it implied the constant threat of death on the battlefield, the possibility of never returning home. There was no concept of an honorable discharge in this age. One either perished in combat or was abandoned by the army when they could fight no more. Moreover, non-professional soldiers bore little difference from bandits or vagabonds, both leading precarious lives. Nevertheless, after a moment of hesitation, Darcy declared, "I want to be a soldier." This was an opportunity, a chance to rise above his circumstances. Darcy keenly perceived the exaggerated equipment of these soldiers, indicating that the Lord placed significant value on this cohort, ensuring their mortality rate was likely very low. Serving as a soldier might indeed offer greater safety. "No," Bruno replied, casting a glance at Darcy. "You are too young. The Lord has decreed that one must be at least 16 years old to enlist. I am already 16, just a bit shorter," Darcy retorted. Flexing the muscles he had developed from years of hunting, Bruno scrutinized Darcy's physique thoughtfully before responding. "Even if you have reached adulthood, newcomers to the gray-white territory cannot enlist as soldiers. You must first accumulate enough work points to qualify." Darcy looked over at the secretary, who was still explaining the regulations, and began to ponder. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked Bruno, "Why does your lord want us wildlings to become citizens?" Bruno, well aware of the answer, explained, "Before each mission, Lind emphasizes the purpose behind our battles, to bolster the population of the territory. The Lord stated that the current population is still insufficient, and we are tasked with persuading the wildlings from the mountains to come down." "Then why not simply issue a bounty to capture the wildlings?" Darcy blurted out, only to realize he had posed a foolish question. How could a lord, capable of articulating such detailed regulations and disciplines, possibly resort to such crude methods for population expansion? Issuing a bounty would undoubtedly be far more convenient. However, 9 out of 10 would resort to the simplest and most violent means of capture, akin to the previously encountered bandits. Bruno, however, simply replied, "The Lord remarked that it serves as training for us. I know many wildling villages. I can guide the Lord to find them, if I successfully persuade them all to join Grey-White. Would I earn work points?" Observing Darcy's enthusiasm, Bruno maintained his fierce expression and nodded, saying, "Certainly, that is possible." Chapter 43. Kaudiku wields toilet paper in the capital city. Throngs of people crowded along the sides of King's Avenue, entirely oblivious to the foul stench emanating from the refuse and excrement that littered the ground. They fervently waved their hats and cheered wildly, welcoming a carriage that slowly rolled by. Inside the carriage, Chancellor Kaudiku opened the window and waved to the gathered crowd, causing several individuals to faint from excitement upon realizing he acknowledged them. As the carriage reached its destination, the Royal Academy of Magic, Kaudiku emerged slowly, surrounded by a throng of admirers, while a band that had been waiting began to play jubilant and rousing music. It was within this vibrant atmosphere that Kaudiku commenced his speech. "I can feel that this visit to the north, to engage with the demon race, is the most monumental journey of my life. I have proclaimed that I would resolve the issues of the north. And now, I have indeed accomplished that." The surrounding students and nobles erupted into fervent applause. "I believe this is merely the prologue to a grander solution that will bring peace to the entire kingdom. Last month, as the chancellor of our realm, I held a significant conference with the Demon King, and now I possess a document bearing our signatures." With that, Kaudiku brandished a contract filled with text, raising it high, and the atmosphere reached a crescendo. "Long live peace! Long live!" The cheers reverberated around them, as everyone reveled in this jubilant ambience. It was not until Kaudiku lowered his hands and signaled for quiet that the crowd began to settle. "Some of you may have already heard about its contents, but I still wish to read it aloud for you." As the crowd hushed, Kaudiku continued, "On behalf of His Majesty, the King of the Capet Kingdom, the illustrious Augustus III, and His Excellency, the Demon King of the North, we engaged in an in-depth discussion a month ago, recognizing that the relationship between our two nations is of utmost importance. We believe that the agreements previously signed, alongside the Northern Troop Withdrawal Accord, symbolize our mutual desire to never wage war against one another. Once more, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. War is exceedingly brutal. The dead do not return. It is not like the tales of chivalry where one can survive grievous wounds or take a moment to utter last words. The enemy is not a villain with deep-seated hatred towards you, but rather a farmer, a mason, a cobbler, ordinary people like yourselves. Each time a blade is drawn, it brings only the agony of mothers, the wails of wives and children, and the cruel laughter of those who profit from conflict. It was evident that this last reference was aimed at the Lars family. "You speak nonsense," two students from the north stood up, vehemently rebuking him. "The demon race is not innocent. They have plundered our lands, violated our families, and slaughtered our kin. How can there be no deep-seated hatred? On the battlefield, we only wish to take down a few more with us." These students pointed out the flaw in Kaudiku's rhetoric, asserting that the war with the demons was a defensive one. Yet Kaudiku had cleverly framed it as a mutual conflict. Frowning, Kaudiku retorted, "Do you not possess a shred of conscience? Do you feel no pain for your fallen comrades? I see now. You must be the ones who benefit from this." With that, guards promptly dragged the two unruly students away. Clearing his throat, Kaudiku continued, "Therefore, to prevent any further meaningless casualties, we have resolved to address any other matters concerning our bilateral relations through negotiation." Although Kaudiku unwittingly acknowledged the demon race as a legitimate nation by engaging in dialogue, no one seemed to notice any impropriety, as this narrative had long been propagated. "We shall persist in our efforts to eliminate our differences, thereby ensuring contributions to future peace. I bring a generation of tranquility to the Capet Kingdom." As Kaudiku's final words echoed, raising the signed contract high, the crowd's cheers surged to new heights. The bards of the capital continuously sang praises of Kaudiku and the king's grand achievements, embellishing tales of how the Lars family had conspired to obstruct the peace talks, all of which were deftly countered by Chancellor Kaudiku. Thus, many ventured to the Duke of Lars' residence in the capital to provoke, and some minor nobles even took pride in inciting the Lars family's ire. The contract brought forth by Kaudiku was meticulously sealed and displayed at the academy for students to marvel at. It could be said that, apart from the north, the entire kingdom was in a state of celebration. Meanwhile, the Duke of Lars, residing in his estate, was not as frantic as the rumors suggested. The alliance of the other three dukes with the king had already formed a stranglehold over the north, making any lingering concerns over lost territories futile. Following the death of his eldest son, Reina's father, the Duke had been pursuing a strategy of contraction and stability. Feeling the weight of his years, the Duke lamented that if he were younger, he would have confronted the orchestrators of this charade. He wished to convey the true state of the North, that the demons had grown increasingly unhinged, and that a portion of the northern territories could never satiate their ravenous ambitions. However, after enduring the loss of his son in his twilight years, the Duke found himself lacking the energy for such seemingly futile endeavors. Realizing that the narrative had slipped from his grasp, what troubled the Duke even more was the protracted struggle for succession. Now, he resembled a weary elder, indifferent to external affairs, merely hoping to swiftly identify a suitable heir from within. The Duke could have easily declared that his chosen successor, Sean, the brother of Reina, had triumphed due to his vast and prosperous territory. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Sean's uncle seemed to have formed an alliance. Their combined strength not significantly weaker than Sean's. Moreover, Sean's territory was already the wealthiest. Thus, such an enforced declaration would hardly be accepted. The Lars family, being a large clan, meant the Duke held the most power, but that did not equate to absolute authority within the family. Without sufficient credibility and evidence, forcibly elevating Sean to the position of heir would only lead to calamity. However, that was not the most formidable challenge the Duke faced. Among the letters from various lords and potential heirs, the Duke finally recognized a matter he had previously overlooked. Reina was stepping into the fray. The Duke had long been aware of the sugar trade but had dismissed it, believing that her husband merely possessed some secret family recipe to earn a little extra for the territory. How much could a territory of a few hundred produce in snowflake sugar? It was only when whispers about the gray-white territory reached him through the lords that he realized something was amiss. The gray-white territory was rapidly absorbing refugees, expanding into a proper vassal holding of over 1,000. And it was still growing. Then came the news of the magic stone mine. The Duke's first reaction was to seize control of the gray-white territory and summon Reyna back to transform it into a mining domain, preventing the vital resources from falling into other hands. However, he soon learned that the gray-white territory's magic stone mine was already being jointly mined with the Hyge Empire, home to the elves. Anyone who dared to act against the mine would be seen as attacking the elves' rangers. No one dared to exploit the rigid elves, and the surrounding lords could only watch the gray-white territory's mine with envy, including the Duke himself. Most crucially, the Duke received this information from other lords. Reyna's letters had not mentioned this, and even the watchers he had placed near Reyna were covering up the matter. At this moment, the Duke realized that his vassal's vassal was not his vassal, and even his own vassal might not be obedient. The feudal system had become a complicated web, and the gray-white territory had, in essence, achieved independence. Reyna was entirely qualified to participate in the succession war, yet for personal reasons had remained in the background. The moment the magic stone vein was discovered, whether or not she joined the succession war was no longer within her control. The Duke could easily surmise that it was the doing of the grandson-in-law he had chosen. If his granddaughter possessed such ambition and capability, what need was there for a succession war? With regard to the intellect of the eldest granddaughter, Duke Lars harbors grave suspicions that she has been betrayed by her son-in-law, who may have even gone so far as to help count the prophets. After all, this is not the first instance of such treachery. This suspicion deepens particularly when Duke Lars observes that the Grey and White Order continues to produce restorative potions, despite no longer requiring his financial assistance. Voices within the Lars family have begun to emerge, suggesting that there is no longer a need to supply resources to the Grey and White Order, and some have even started to regard Reyna as a candidate for succession. After much contemplation, Duke Lars ultimately resolves to continue his support for the Grey and White Order, albeit with a reduction in the materials provided. Regardless of the circumstances, the war for succession must be expedited. Reyna and Sean, being siblings, naturally find themselves aligned against their scheming uncles. In Duke Lars's vision, he intends for Reyna to act as a benefactor, ensuring that her son-in-law feels the weight of his decisions. Even if he were to acquire independent capital, it would merely amount to that of a viscounty. Industries such as sugar, magic stone mining, and potion production are indeed lucrative, yet they pale in comparison to the century-long accumulation of wealth by the Lars family. Could a mere youth truly stir up significant waves? Although the progression of the upcoming succession conflict does not unfold as smoothly as Duke Lars envisions, indeed, it may very well seem like a chaotic upheaval at present. These are the thoughts that occupy his mind. Chapter 44. The Scarlet Saintess, just as the capital of the Capet Kingdom rejoices in celebration, lost in the reverie of peace, the demon race has completed its control over the territories north of the Snowbreak Duchy, effectively surrendering the vital mineral and resource regions of the north to them. Countless refugees flock to the Snowbreak Duchy, yearning to return to human lands, yet Duke Lars, stationed at the Snowbreak, turns a blind eye to their plight. Of course, the gates will occasionally open, either for those with wealth or for the demons allowing entry. Open the city gates, remember. Ensure that the priests from the Holy See establish purification barriers, and knights. Keep a close watch. No one is to come into contact with this batch of refugees. With Duke Lars's command issued, the gates of the Snowbreak Duchy creaked open, and a group of nuns clad in tattered habits, accompanied by even more ragged refugees, began to enter the city. Within the city, a woven carpet was laid out to guide those entering. They were permitted to walk only upon this carpet. Should any refugee attempt to step off the designated path, knights stationed throughout would swiftly eliminate them. Surrounding the carpet, numerous priests cast purification barriers to prevent any strange diseases or curses from infiltrating the city. Many priests, however, were bewildered by the purpose of this command. When they noticed the insignia of the Rescue Mother Cathedral on the leading nun's garb, they considered approaching her to extend their greetings. After all, the Rescue Mother Cathedral is the most influential church in the north, renowned for its loyal nuns across the kingdom. Yet, as the priest scrutinized the face of the leading nun, he instinctively recoiled, amplifying the power of his purification barrier. The nun's visage was marred by foul, festering sores with greenish fluid oozing from several ruptured boils. Her tattered habit could not conceal the multitude of scars adorning her body, many still bearing the marks of dark bruises and numerous curse sigils. It was evident that this nun had endured inhumane torment. Simply surviving with such a plethora of curse marks seemed nothing short of miraculous. Flora. It is the Scarlet Saintess Flora. A priest seemed to recognize the red-haired nun, exclaiming in shock. All priests and knights turned their gazes toward the nun now identified as Flora. Some expressed sorrow, others lamented, while some remained perplexed. Given the influence of the Scarlet Saintess, it was expected that she would be honored wherever she went. Those who had received her aid could be found queuing from the academy to the city gates. In fact, her title as Saintess was merely a grassroots honorific, and the church had already prepared for her official canonization, awaiting Flora's return to the capital to formally bestow the title upon her. However, Flora chose to remain at the Rescue Mother Cathedral in the north to assist and heal those in need before the church could officially recognize her. Now, confronted with Flora, covered in sores and curses, everyone instinctively took a step back, fearful of the contagion and curses she bore. Upon closer inspection, the priests realized that every member of this refugee group appeared to be afflicted with varying degrees of disease and curses, particularly the nuns, who were in a state that was almost unbearable to behold. It was no wonder that the Lord had taken such a grave stance regarding their entry. This resembled a veritable bioweapon brigade. The leading Scarlet Saintess, upon being recognized, felt compelled to cover her face with her nun's veil, only to find that the tattered fabric was utterly inadequate to conceal the festering sores. Lady Flora, how could this happen to you? A church priest inquired, exerting his utmost to maintain the strength of the purification barrier. I heard that the demon race implanted diseases and curses. This is not the first instance. But I have never seen Lady Flora afflicted with so many curses. Surely the holy water could cure her? He continued. The church would be willing to use holy water to save Lady Flora. Wouldn't they? Clearly, the priest still held on to a glimmer of hope, yet his colleague retorted, holy water is not akin to the milk of the pasture. Given Lady Flora's condition, it would likely take an extensive amount of holy water to cleanse her. Does the church truly possess such an abundance? Moreover, his colleague whispered conspiratorially, because Lady Flora has been resisting the demon race at the Rescue Mother Cathedral, she has been branded a sinner by the lords of the capital, and it seems that her title as Saintess has been revoked. How could this be? The priest's brows furrowed with mounting frustration, yet his colleague continued, if you ask me, Lady Flora is not blameless. Otherwise, why would she not take her own life? She returns, cursed and diseased, perhaps to ally with the demons, intending to spread the plague. A nun walking on the carpet overheard the hushed conversation between the two priests and angrily retorted in a hoarse voice. What do you know? Do you understand what these demons used to coerce us? If it were not for Lady Flora, who knows how many lives would have been lost outside? At that moment, a demon cavalryman accompanying the refugees unleashed a wind blade, striking the nun's back, tearing it apart and spilling yellow-green viscous fluid onto the carpet. Indeed, what of it? You lowly beings should be grateful to the Demon King for sparing your miserable lives. The green-skinned demon, mounted on horseback, did not deny his actions and instead cast a brutal gaze toward the priests present. Flora turned back to assist the nun who had fallen to the ground, lifting her as though she were a mere automaton devoid of emotion. I'm sorry, Lady Flora, the nun said, tears welling in her eyes. She wished for death, yet under the watchful gaze of the demon cavalryman, even that was beyond her reach. They had no choice but to comply with the demon's demands, wandering through the north, always under the surveillance of the licensed demon cavalry, who had even been granted permission to receive provisions from the lords of the north. When did this world become so fantastical? A group of demon cavalrymen could freely spread disease within enemy territory and even receive supplies. Let us move on. Flora's eyes had long since dulled. Lacking any glimmer of hope, she no longer understood the meaning of survival, for the goddess had abandoned her devoted followers. Now, Flora could only guide this afflicted throng toward the sparsely populated western north, hoping that the curses and diseases would claim them on the road, at least minimizing the number of lives affected. May Isa and the others be safe. Flora fervently prayed within her heart. though she had come to believe that the goddess would no longer respond to her supplications, much like the waning sanctity of her own divine light. Yet, she still instinctively hoped that Isabella, who had previously aided some refugees in their flight, would manage to survive. Chapter 45. Jefferson's observations. This marked Jefferson's fourth visit to the gray-white territory this year. As he gazed upon the gray-white edifices, the immaculate streets, and the bustling pedestrians, a sense of numbness enveloped him. In truth, although Jefferson held the title of Viscount, the actual territory of Town far surpassed that of any viscountcy. However, in comparison to the gray-white territory, he felt somewhat diminished. The vast domain granted by Duke Lars had largely remained uncultivated and wild. Perhaps the Duke had not anticipated the rapid progress of its development. The remarkably low taxes had prompted many merchants from the Champagne Fair to either establish a permanent presence in the gray-white territory or open branches there. Some shops even allowed the exclusive use of labor points from the gray-white territory as currency, providing merchants with additional subsidies from the Lord. Such measures transformed the gray-white territory from a barren land lacking in profit to a place of interest, enticing numerous itinerant traders to take a detour. Unbeknownst to them, the gray-white territory had carved a substantial portion from Town's resources. However, Jefferson was indifferent, for at least at present, the relationship between the gray-white territory and Town was one of mutual benefit, with cooperation yielding win-win outcomes. In previous visits, Jefferson had come primarily for the sugar trade, while his last visit had involved procuring large water wheels from the gray-white territory. The Kiel water wheel had already been imitated by the time Jefferson first arrived, but he discovered that the cost of replicating the large water wheel exceeded that of the original, leading him to abandon the endeavor. This time, not only did Jefferson come alone, but he also brought along merchants and nobles who had close ties to Town. For Lind had mentioned a lucrative venture even more profitable than sugar. Given Lind's long-standing good credit, Jefferson dared not be negligent. Right this way, my Lord Viscount. Lila, clad in her customary maid attire, guided Jefferson's party towards Lord Lind's grand tent. However, none, including Jefferson, dared to underestimate the maid before them. Those merchants, typically unruly, obediently placed their hands behind their backs to exhibit their gentlemanly demeanor. Jefferson had repeatedly warned them beforehand that this head maid was, in essence, the second in command of the gray-white territory, akin to the secretary of a king. Though seldom seen, the execution of the territory's policies was largely orchestrated by Lila. A regiment of soldiers marched by, their steps synchronized. Clad in a uniform type of segmented light armor, the soldiers presented a solemn beauty, prompting Jefferson to slow his pace in order to observe them. Lila, may I inquire why your soldiers wear identical armor? Is it not customary for soldiers to provide their own? Though Jefferson's question might seem peculiar today, in the medieval context it was quite normal. Knights and serfs accompanying nobles into battle were expected to supply their own armor and weapons. Distributing armor to soldiers was considered heretical. These soldiers formed a professional army, funded by the Lord, hence their equipment was provided by him. Lila did not shy away from the inquiry, responding forthrightly to Jefferson. If there were any military units in the medieval era equipped uniformly, it would be the fully professional soldiers, typically found in royal armies or elite contingents. Then why not provide proper plate armor? Or is this merely for training, with full plate donned during combat? It was no wonder Jefferson was probing so meticulously. The territories upstream trained professional soldiers, while those downstream, regardless of their amicable relations, would inevitably feel the pressure. The Lord has stated that the soldier's primary task is to eradicate bandits in the mountains. Wearing full armor while scaling mountains would be somewhat impractical, hence they have switched to this segmented armor to lessen the burden. Lila's response was astute, and Jefferson nodded in agreement. In truth, beyond this rationale, the primary concern was ease of maintenance and replacement. However, as previously mentioned, the nobility predominantly required militia to provide their own armor, prioritizing personal defense, leaving the practicality of segmented armor largely overlooked in contemporary society. Are those enchanted weapons? One discerning merchant in the group gasped, realizing that the soldiers wore armor imbued with enchantments. Although the enchantments were of the most basic sort, the fact that they were equipped for all soldiers was nothing short of astonishing. Jefferson was equally taken aback and instinctively voiced, with so much enchantment, Where do you procure the funds? While he had heard rumors of the gray-white territory striking a lucrative vein of magic stones, this manner of expenditure seemed excessively extravagant to Jefferson, particularly given the low efficacy of such low-tier enchantments. Yet Lila appeared ready to answer any query, confidently stating, "You shall learn more upon meeting the Lord." Jefferson swallowed hard, pondering the magnitude of surprises Lind had in store for him, and what enterprise could support such an ostentatious military. Presently, Jefferson found himself less enamored with his newlywed wife, eager instead to meet his brother Lind. The soldiers soon departed, seemingly oblivious to Jefferson's party, as their duty lay in maintaining the territory's security amidst their training. Shifting his gaze, Jefferson and his companions soon beheld a large congregation in the central square of the gray-white territory. "Lila, what event is transpiring there?" As a noble from Champagne, Jefferson was notably open-minded and perceptive. He sensed that such a massive influx of people indicated a thriving business opportunity for any shop established in that square. However, Jefferson's keen instincts also detected a hint of bloodshed. That is due to the Lord's men searching the mountains for wayward folk while simultaneously rooting out bandits. Lila explained with a sense of responsibility. Most of the bandits had been sent to the mines for labor, but a select few leaders, deemed irredeemable, faced the Lord's judgment. The Lord had decided to publicly announce their crimes before all the subjects of the territory, subsequently rendering judgment in accordance with the LAW.AS. Lila elucidated. An official had already begun to recite the crimes of the apprehended bandits from a platform in the square. With each item detailed, Jefferson felt a chill run down his spine. The bandits' offenses paled in comparison to those of his fellow nobles. Had these bandits fallen into his hands, he likely would have spared them to showcase his own benevolence, only to later covertly employ them as his own clandestine agents. Yet, Lind had resolved to execute them outright. Upon the conclusion of the recitation, the secretary declared their heinous crimes deserving of death. To be executed immediately. Excellent, excellent, kill him. My sister was defiled by him. Spare him not. The crowd below, upon hearing the bandits' misdeeds, erupted in righteous fury, particularly those forest dwellers who had been lured to the gray-white territory by Lind. They had been the most profoundly affected by the bandit scourge. The executioner's blade fell. Many who had suffered under the bandits' assaults were moved to tears, kneeling and exclaiming, "Long live the gray-white territory! Long live the Lord!" This scene left Jefferson feeling unnerved, as he sensed his own time of reckoning would inevitably arrive, envisioning the surging crowd engulfing him like a relentless tide. "Let us depart," Jefferson urged. Chapter 46, Business Brother, How I've Missed You. Jefferson embraced Lind warmly upon their meeting, and Lind graciously reciprocated. "It has indeed been a long time, Mr. Jefferson. You remain as vibrant as ever. You too, dear brother. I hear you've struck gold with a vein of magic stones. Congratulations. Do not forget to assist your elder brother in the future." Though their enthusiasm was palpable, both understood the need to address matters directly. "Of course, I have recently produced a new batch of goods. Mr. Jefferson, you may wish to take a look." After introducing everyone present, Lind produced several vials of restorative potions. Once assured that the soldiers and reserves in the territory had ample supplies, Lind finally offered these potions for sale. "This is..." Jefferson's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following him, the merchants clad in gray and white were equally impressed. The quality of this batch of restorative potions was nothing short of impeccable, and their uniform color indicated a remarkable stability and efficacy. For those daring adventurers who tread the perilous line of danger, a potion with such consistent effects was akin to a second chance at life. Although these restorative potions were merely the most basic type, ordinary adventurers often could afford only these inexpensive elixirs, creating a vast market for them. One could easily imagine the tremendous impact it would have on this market if the gray and white merchants could produce these alchemical potions as effortlessly as they did sugar. 5,000 gold shields. I demand exclusive purchasing rights for these potions, declared one astute merchant, eager to monopolize the lucrative pharmaceutical industry, which was already rife with exorbitant profits. Although 5,000 gold shields seemed a hefty price, it paled in comparison to the potential subsequent gains. Jefferson cursed under his breath, regretting his decision to bring these merchants to the gray and white enclave, and interjected, Brother, name your price. As long as it isn't too outrageous. I shall not protest. Unbeknownst to him, Jefferson began to cozy up to Lind, prompting other merchants to chime in with increasingly outrageous bids. Even though Lind had yet to disclose retail prices or production capacities, the solid reputation of the sugar trade lent credibility to his endeavors, and many sought to usurp Jefferson's position as Lind's partner. After all, Jefferson had already significantly elevated his standing among the Champagne aristocracy solely through sugar dealings. In truth, it wasn't just the monopoly on restorative potions that was appealing. As long as they could avoid losses, countless merchants were willing to shower Lind with gold. Among the merchants and nobles present was the son of the foremost Champagne aristocrat, eager to explore any potential alliance with Lind. Lind raised a hand gently, and the crowd of merchants fell silent. Esteemed guests, while I completely understand your excitement, I must clarify one point. I will not supply restorative potions to any single entity exclusively. In fact, I have already engaged with the Shua Jin Merchant Alliance, which has become one of the distributors for these potions. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. The existence of these low-priced restorative potions was no secret among the Champagne nobles and merchants. As Lind had previously sold a batch through the Shua Jin Merchant Alliance, the frenzy displayed by the attendees was a testament to the anticipated demand. Surely you are aware that our northern territories have suffered greatly from warfare in recent years. Thus, I have brought forth my ancestral formula and refined the production process for these restorative potions. I intend to offer them to you at prices below market value, hoping to aid as many of our northern compatriots as possible. Regardless of its veracity, Lind adeptly crafted a persona of a patriot, and the merchants eagerly applauded his magnanimity. Although they had never encountered the term distributor before, they could surmise its meaning from the context. Indeed, what our northern territories require is a noble like Lord Lind, exclaimed a young noble, clapping in appreciation of Lind's declaration. This young man, none other than Jim Evans, was a representative sent by the head of the Champagne aristocracy. Jim, the youngest son of the esteemed Weskier Evans, lavished praise on Lind's altruistic demeanor, claiming it embodied true aristocratic virtue. Lind, seeing no alternative, engaged in conversation with him. Jim stood in stark contrast to the seasoned merchants surrounding him, exuding youthful fervor. Lind sensed that Jim was an idealistic youth, and while he didn't harbor disdain for such passion, he prioritized finalizing the business dealings concerning the restorative potions. After several exchanges, Lind deftly redirected the conversation back to business matters through Jim's dialogue. However, to become a distributor of these restorative potions, certain stipulations were necessary. Firstly, the seals and the emblem of the Northern Wind Bear on the potion bottles must not be altered or removed. Secondly, the pricing of the restorative potions must remain unchanged. You may sell them only at the prices I stipulate. Of course, I will ensure you reap sufficient profits. Should there be any exceptional circumstances, feel free to write to me, and I will consider your requests. Thirdly, the locations of sale must clearly indicate that these restorative potions are produced by our Gray and White Enclave, and they must be referred to as Gray and White potions. Lind's conditions were audacious, seemingly eager for all to recognize the origins of these potions. In truth, however, if one were to investigate, they could easily uncover the truth. Thus Lind opted for transparency in declaring his production of the potions, which could yield him some prestige. Jim was a prime example of such admiration. As for those who coveted his territory, Lind could only rely on his defenses, cleverly hinting that this technique was a gift from the elves, a tactic that would likely deter the more timid competitors. Initially, the merchants harbored some dissent, but upon the presentation of the contract, their demeanor shifted. Although monopolization was prohibited, the absurdly low price for the potions, combined with the guaranteed demand for restorative potions, led all merchants to reach a joyful accord with the Gray and White Enclave. Jefferson, of course, signed the contract as well, gazing at the crystalline potions. He felt a surge of optimism. His ascension among the Champagne aristocrats was imminent. Yet, he also sensed the indifference of the current head of the Champagne aristocracy, Jim's father, Weskier. Regarding this venture, it was peculiar that he had sent his youngest son, known for negotiating trifling deals, to engage in such a significant matter. Jefferson felt an inkling of unease. After all, in the realm of shrewd merchants, anything amiss was often a harbinger of trouble. Jefferson harbored other concerns as well. the gray and white enclave was expanding rapidly. Having recently discovered a vein of magical stones, drawing the attention of many, rumors circulated that the gray and white enclave was still under the control of the Lars family and that Rhaena Lars intended to leverage the enclave's resources in the upcoming air war. This rumor was no mere fabrication. After witnessing the soldiers stationed in the territory, Jefferson became increasingly convinced of its authenticity. After all, Lind had immediately begun bolstering his military capabilities upon acquiring funds, indicating a premeditated agenda. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jefferson approached Lind during a subsequent banquet, inquiring, "Lind, my dear brother, have you heard that a band of demon soldiers has entered the northern territories? Is the border army taking no action?" Linda furrowed his brow. From the original owner's memories, it appeared that although the border troops of the northern frontier were retreating steadily, they had not yet reached a point of collapse. From Linda's limited military perspective, as long as the Lars family was willing to consolidate their lines, they could sustain the fight for a considerable length of time. After all, the northern territories possessed a profound strategic depth, making it difficult to suffer a swift downfall. Observing this, Jefferson began to recount the recently signed Surd Treaty, leaving Linda utterly flabbergasted. Such a treaty, in a past life, would have made even Li Hongzhang hesitate to endorse it. To illustrate, it was akin to being 30 kills behind in a battle during a game in the canyon, where a teammate glances at the score and declares it was merely 15 points lost, only for the team to collectively surrender within a mere 15 minutes, without even managing to destroy a single tower. While this may sound somewhat exaggerated, given that the Surd Treaty could at most be said to have retreated to the second tower's lines, it was still exceedingly absurd. Even Jefferson, a noble solely driven by profit, expressed significant discontent, for not only had they lost territory, but also markets. Moreover, the green-skinned demon tribes had been fervently promoting a theory of human inferiority, and this treaty only served to amplify such rhetoric, suggesting that humans, who required arduous training to wield magic, were indeed inferior to the demon race. There were even voices advocating that demons ought to rule over humanity, insisting that humans should simply acquiesce to their dominion, while demons had far more considerations to ponder. This sentiment irked Jefferson, who prided himself on his noble lineage, yet he felt powerless to change the situation, resorting instead to an impassioned discussion of the treaty with Linda. Not only that, but do you know why this demon army has come to the northern frontier? They are here to spread plague. They have captured nuns and civilians from the sanctuary of the Blessed Virgin and implanted them with diseases and curses, only to cast these afflicted individuals back into the northern territories, all while claiming to escort our citizens. Among these captives was even the esteemed Saint Flora. How could this be tolerated? Jefferson grew increasingly agitated. Nearly throwing his cup to the ground in his fury, Jim, sitting nearby, joined in, expressing his deeper understanding of the treaty while vehemently condemning the incompetence of the nobles in the capital. Unlike Jefferson, who was steeped in despondency, Jim was more radical, asserting that since Duke Lars had not signed the treaty, it was nothing more than a piece of toilet paper. No, it should be regarded as mere waste paper, unsuitable even for wiping. Alarmed, Jefferson quickly silenced Jim, fearing that if old Evans were to overhear, Jim would surely find himself in dire straits, especially since old Evans had just recently paid a protection fee to this very demon horde. This reflected the attitude of the more conscientious nobles of the northern territories. Despite their anger, they felt utterly helpless. When the demon army passed through, they still had to be treated to fine food and drink to prevent them from discarding those plagued and cursed individuals into their own lands. Linda felt his head spinning, grappling with the absurdity of such fantastical events. He sensed a troubling undercurrent. For some inexplicable reason, the current king appeared to harbor greater apprehension towards the northern territories than towards the demon race, willing to compromise the integrity of the North, even going so far as to betray the kingdom if it meant achieving this end. This might also relate to the kingdom's system, as Augustine III seemingly did not regard the northern territories as his own, although in truth, that perception was not entirely unfounded. Yet, once the precedent of willingly betraying vassals was set, would the other dukes truly follow the kingdom's lead without hesitation? Would they not feel a sense of loss akin to a rabbit mourning a fallen fox? Linda could not fathom the urgency with which the current Augustine III was acting. Furthermore, He had heard that the demon army was already advancing towards their direction, with hopes that his younger brother would prepare ample provisions to entertain them. For it was unwise to act rashly. Jefferson's demeanor shifted rapidly. One moment he was filled with righteous indignation, the next he was contemplating how best to host their guests, urging Linda to remain calm. There was no other option, after all. The Gray-White territory lay upstream of Faison Town, and should the Gray-White territory succumb to the plague, the downstream Faison Town would inevitably suffer. Jefferson's capacity for compromise as a noble was starkly evident. "Thank you for the reminder. I shall prepare diligently," Linda acquiesced. He clinked glasses with Jefferson and Jim, and aside from Jim, both parties tacitly shifted the conversation, discussing the finer details of resuming the potion business. Linda personally escorted Jefferson to his ship. As he watched Jefferson's caravan drift away with the current, Linda turned to his maid and instructed, "Summon Miss Raina, Miss Isha, and the supervisors for an urgent meeting." Linda had always envisioned a strategy of quietly developing and stabilizing his position, preserving strength so that no matter who emerged victorious in the air war, the Gray-White territory could remain unaffected. The longer the air war dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for the Gray-White territory, which was continuously absorbing refugees. However, he had never anticipated that while the front lines were resisting the demons, the rear was simultaneously contending with the front, and given that the sanctuary of the Blessed Virgin was involved with the protagonist Isha, Linda could not afford to be careless in addressing the incoming demon squad. Indeed, during the meeting, Isha nearly overturned the table upon hearing the news. How dare they? Using living beings to spread plague and curses, and the church turns a blind eye. Furthermore, even Lady Flora, Isha could not continue. Tears streaming down her face. When she had led the refugees away from the sanctuary of the Blessed Virgin, it was to avoid burdening the church further, yet now, she found herself as the one who had found a path to survival. Her overly gentle disposition filled her with guilt. Why had she not contacted the sanctuary of the Blessed Virgin sooner to bring Lady Flora and the others over? In truth, Isha had sent letters to the sanctuary. But the front lines were in such disarray that news had proven difficult to relay. However, this did not alleviate her feelings of regret. Raina also struggled to accept that the most accessible and vital mining area in the Northern Territories had been so easily surrendered to the enemy. The atmosphere within the Lord's tent grew palpably oppressive. In that moment, Isha seemed to have an epiphany. She looked up at Linda, who understood her unspoken thoughts and gestured for the less senior officials to temporarily exit, leaving only the core decision-making members of the Gray-White territory. "My lord," Isha began, but Linda interrupted her. "I understand your intent, Miss Isha. You wish to resume the production of holy water, am I correct?" The commander of the army, Lowry, inquired with confusion. "Holy water? What holy water? Is it not the restoration potion?" Lila, standing beside Lowry, explained, "In fact, the territory has already mastered the method of mass-producing holy water, but due to your unreliability, we had not informed you. No. Lowry shook his head in disbelief. "The holy water you speak of, is it the kind that requires high-level clerics to pray for a month to produce even a single vial?" "What else?" Lila seemed to have already known this and accepted it with remarkable composure. "Wait, do we have such high-level clerics in our territory? Surely, you jest." After all, this was exceedingly beyond the realm of reason, and it was no wonder that even Lowry, a shallow believer, found it hard to accept. Even Lila, who was aware of the matter, did not fully understand how holy water was produced. Only 4 individuals in the territory knew the truth. Ultimately, Linda had no choice but to concede. "There's no need to dwell on this issue. Just consider it as my creation." "Huh?" Lowry exclaimed, his mouth agape. Wait. The matter of holy water is clearly more outrageous than the demon army or the church's saint. Do you not have anything to add?" The others shook their heads slightly. Seeing this, Lowry's expression mirrored someone whose ears had caught the lyrics. "The world isolates me. Let them jeer." Chapter 48. Preparing for battle not far from the Gray-White territory, an entire squad of demon soldiers indulged themselves in a feast. The human lord had proven to be even more hospitable than they had initially anticipated, sending over food that was not only exquisite but also far too abundant. Birkin, leading this contingent, was simultaneously directing a few human slaves in setting up the camp while savoring roasted meat seasoned with spices. Reflecting on the servile demeanor of those human nobles, Birkin felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Although the higher-ups continually emphasized that the so-called theory of human inferiority was merely a tactical necessity, many in the demon race genuinely believed in this narrative. Birkin had initially held a half-hearted skepticism, but now he had become a fervent believer in the notion of human inferiority. It was a pity that such a bountiful land was under human dominion. Indeed, it ought to be ruled by a far more formidable demon race. "Boss, should we not be concerned about the previous reconnaissance team?" A soldier, whose belly had grown round from feasting, lazily inquired. Birkin dismissed him with scorn, replying, "What does it matter if those humans choose to observe us? Our 20-person squad is equivalent to 20 professionals in their eyes. Those scouts are likely just here to see what we like to eat so that their lord can prepare accordingly." "Ha ha ha, the boss is right. I personally enjoy foie gras. Let us have those scouts make another visit so I can inform them to prepare well for their lord. Champagne would be delightful, and beef would be even better." As the soldiers continued to jeer, the band of demon soldiers lounged on the ground as if they were on an outing, casually debating what to eat next. In stark contrast, the plague-stricken cohort was enveloped in a deathly silence. Flora tore a corner from her garment to dress the suppurating wounds of a feverish refugee. To prevent the spread of disease and curses, Flora dared not allow anyone to fetch water to cleanse the wounds. For every soul present was afflicted by a severe contagion and curse. Should these maladies be disseminated further, all that Flora had strived for would be rendered futile. The only solace was that, due to their previous hospitality, the demon soldiers had not coerced the refugees into actively spreading the plague. Moreover, under Flora's guidance, they had been able to traverse towards the sparsely populated western regions, thus far avoiding a widespread outbreak. However, Flora sensed she was nearing her limit. The demon soldiers had already discerned the unsettling atmosphere. Merely feigning indifference, it was likely they would soon receive orders to ensure that the surrounding territories succumb to the plague and curses. After all, if these refugees, the unwitting vessels of disease, could not endure any longer, they would soon be compelled to spread the affliction. As Flora lifted her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, she realized one of the boils on her forehead had burst, forcing her to use the already soiled fabric of her nun's habit to dab at it. "Saint Lady, do take a moment to rest," urged one of the nuns, unable to bear the sight any longer, attempting to persuade Flora to pause. Yet Flora pressed on, gathering a barely perceptible glimmer of holy light in her hand, hoping to dispel a fragment of the curse. "I am no longer a saint," Flora contemplated surrendering, for no matter how fervently she tried, healing the refugees and nuns was beyond her reach. Prolonging their lives felt akin to complicity in their suffering. For those infected, perhaps death was the truest solace, while survival merely transformed them into vessels of plague and curse. Over these past days, Flora had pondered extensively, yet all her musings ultimately circled back to a singular question. Does the goddess truly exist? Or, more pointedly, is she still alive? Why do the devout prayers at the sanctuary of the suffering mother go unanswered? As a would-be saint, Flora possessed insights that ran deeper. The church had not proclaimed a new divine edict in ages, and the goddess's responses to her followers had dwindled to nearly nothing. Flora's thoughts were more radical than those of Isa. Either the goddess was deceased, or she had forsaken the current Holy See. Yet, none of this mattered anymore, as the new ideals would perish alongside Flora's weary form. The nuns huddled together, seemingly awaiting the final judgment, with some surreptitiously preparing flint, intending to end their suffering in flames. Simultaneously preventing the spread of the plague, in truth, Flora had noticed numerous pairs of eyes observing the nuns and refugees from the outset, likely scouts of a nearby lord. However, Flora had relinquished hope. She once fantasized that the northern lords possessed the fortitude to dispatch troops to eliminate the mere 20 demon soldiers, yet the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The lords encountered along their journey had shown increasingly obsequious attitudes towards the demons, practically branding themselves as their hounds. Even if a lord were to vanquish these demons, the sheer volume of plague and curses could not be remedied, as Flora had suspected. even if all the holy water in the church's reserves were utilized. It would scarcely suffice, unless the goddess deigned to bestow a miracle once more. Meanwhile, in the gray-white stronghold, the scouts dispatched for reconnaissance reported the dire conditions of the demon soldiers and the plight of the nuns and refugees at the sanctuary of the suffering mother. Isa trembled, rendered speechless by the horror. Due to the non-classified nature of the demon situation, the rapidly ascending Caroline sat beside Lila, attentively listening to the scouts' report. Caroline completely forgot her earlier anti-war rhetoric in the capital. Kneeling before the Lord, declaring, "My Lord, I am an exemplary student from the Capital Academy, a third-tier practitioner. I request to lead troops into battle. I stake my family's name to rescue these people." The knights under Reyna's command echoed her sentiments. As members of the Lars family, they had little regard for the so-called Surd Treaty. After all, Duke Lars, the Lord of the North, had never signed it, rendering the treaty nothing more than a scrap of paper. Upon receiving the news, Lind had already prepared for battle. With Isa present, even if he abstained, Isa would likely rally her followers to charge forth, even if it meant calling down meteors. In truth, none present held any confidence. Lind fought out of sentiment, while abstaining was simply his duty. He concocted various justifications for this battle. The necessity of safeguarding the fated child, Isa, preventing the gray-white stronghold from succumbing to the plague, testing whether the demons were truly as fearsome as rumored, and flexing their muscles to warn those who coveted the stronghold's mana stone mine. Yet ultimately, Lind realized he need not overthink. As he listened to the scouts' report, rational thought eluded him. Upon hearing of the refugees' plight, a primal rage against the invaders surged within him, as if some dormant genetic memory had awakened. Lind considered that perhaps, even when he heard Jefferson's account, he had already known in his heart whether to rescue the refugees. "We will fight. Lori, you shall lead the main assault, armed with the latest grenades. All losses are inconsequential. We seek only victory." "Yes," Lori responded, his blood surging with fervor as he saluted with military precision. Lori was not inherently a soldier. He was merely a passionate youth crushed under the weight of accumulated disappointments. Yet at that moment, he felt the stirrings of his former self awakening. "Reyna, you shall bring all the Lars cavalry to stampede. Not a single demon is to escape. Understood, brother? If even one demon escapes, I shall present my head." Reyna and her knights were eager to engage, completely oblivious to Lind's quiet addition. "That may not be necessary. Isa, you and Caroline take some soldiers to protect the nuns and refugees. Ensure they are not taken by the demons. But do not force it. Prioritize safety, I understand," Isa replied calmly, though her bloodshot eyes revealed the wildness within her. "Lila, clear an area to welcome our new members. As you wish." Lila gracefully lifted her skirt. "Lisha, restart the production line for that potion. Given the current circumstances, our previous estimations were overly conservative. If necessary, I shall assist you alongside Lila. I comprehend." Lisha stepped forward, feeling her frail body ignite with fervor for the first time. With each order issued, the gray-white stronghold hummed with the low, fiery roar of a finely tuned machine, comprised of thousands. Chapter 49. To fight or not to fight? Soon after, Lind stood upon a high platform, addressing the soldiers and citizens to announce the mobilization. Initially, Lind had prepared extensively to quell the fears of the populace and soldiers alike, to maintain their mental well-being, and to convey the necessity of this battle, lest anyone succumb to war weariness. Yet, upon stepping onto the platform, he suddenly felt that he had overthought matters, just as before. Most individuals in the territory, including the original occupant of Lind's current body, harbored an indelible hatred for the demons. Rather than needing to reassure them, Lind felt he must first calm their tumultuous emotions. "I recall that among the selected soldiers, many had fled alongside me, and many more had accompanied Isa to the gray-white stronghold. I prepared a plethora of words to convey, having spent an entire afternoon drafting my speech." Having uttered this, Lind tore his script to shreds. "Yet, what I truly wish to discuss is the vile acts committed by that approaching horde of beasts. St. Flora is known to many along the northern borders, especially those who accompanied Lady Isa to the gray-white stronghold. You have all journeyed from the sanctuary of the suffering mother, and I trust you are more familiar with Saint Flora than I." At this point, those soldiers who had come from the sanctuary clenched their fists, a foreboding feeling washing over them. Currently, Saint Flora is alongside other refugees, afflicted by the very plague and curse that has been sown within them. Each day, she can only protect the refugees while being driven by those beasts, wandering the north. Yet, due to this very horde, the saint cannot even take her own life to prevent the spread of the plague. Before the soldiers below could fully comprehend the situation, Lind summoned the scouts he had previously dispatched. The scouts relayed, amidst tears, the dire circumstances surrounding Flora and the refugee nuns. To be honest, anyone coming from the border had, to some extent, benefited from the grace of the Mother of Mercy Cathedral, and it was entirely possible that among the refugees were family members of the soldiers and citizens present. Before the scout could finish speaking, some soldiers could no longer contain their emotions. Years of obedience training prevented them from speaking out, yet they were all wiping away their tears. Affected by this atmosphere, the scout also found himself unable to continue. Breaking down into tears on the platform, Lynn stepped forward, saying little, merely standing atop the platform and addressing all the soldiers and citizens. "Shall we fight? Yes, damn it. Let us annihilate them. Kill, kill." As he observed the increasingly synchronized war cries from below, Lind gradually understood why soldiers from the past often suffered from PTSD. While the rabbits wished they could have slain a few more, very well, then let us engage. Meanwhile, due to Bulkin's arrogance, the scouts from the Gray-White Brigade had ample opportunity to observe the encampment of the demon soldiers. Fortunately, the uncontrollable plague and curses afflicting the refugees and nuns had established a manageable distance between the demon soldiers and the refugees, with alchemical powder employed for isolation. This provided the Gray-White Brigade with a sufficient buffer zone for rescuing and protecting the refugees. In fact, the 50 heavy cavalry led by Reyna alone could have trampled the demon forces with ease. Nevertheless, Lind opted to deploy the well-trained ordinary soldiers, in the ongoing conflict between humans and demons. Tales circulated of a demon race composed entirely of professionals, suggesting that ordinary humans stood no chance of victory. Such myths even included the notion of an invincible demon army. If Lind were to defeat the demons using Reyna's heavy cavalry, there would undoubtedly be those who stubbornly insisted that only professionals could contend with demons. In the future, when facing actual demons, the mindset of ordinary soldiers would also be affected. Thus, Lind's objective was to shatter these myths and dismantle the mental shackles imposed on ordinary people. The demons were far from invincible. The notion that they were all professionals was merely exaggerated by those with ulterior motives. While it was true that demons could wield specific magic upon reaching a certain age, known as bloodline magic, this magic was fixed, making it exceedingly difficult for a demon who possessed bloodline magic to learn new spells. This was the stark contrast between demons and elves. Elves were innately capable of sensing and mobilizing magical energy, learning all their spells through training, truly embodying the essence of a magical race. In contrast, demons resembled NPCs with a fixed set of skills, entirely oblivious to the concept of magical energy and its manipulation. Their reliance on bloodline magic rendered them dependent on it, leading to a situation where their attempts to utilize other forms of magic, be it spell models or energy manipulation, gravitated back toward their bloodline magic. Consequently, many talented demons faced greater challenges in learning magic compared to humans, rendering their spells outside of bloodline magic rather grotesque. Among humans, these demons would be akin to the most rudimentary apprentices in a mage's tower, possessing only a couple of tricks, unable to even qualify as professionals. Yet on the battlefield, their ability to unleash a few wind blades could instill terror in ordinary folk. The demons' most infamous tactic involved utilizing bloodline magic for ranged harassment, striking and retreating, waiting until their opponents were exhausted before launching a decisive charge. This revealed a fundamental flaw in their strategy. Despite claiming to be entirely composed of professionals, they could neither withstand a hail of arrows like knightly warriors nor unleash devastating firepower like wizards. Instead, they resorted to harassment and attrition, ultimately relying on a physical charge to deliver the fatal blow. However, the demons' advantages had now been mitigated by equipment and gunpowder. Once firearms were successfully developed, the balance of power would truly shift. The Gray-White Brigade set forth, all soldiers equipped with full gear, an ample supply of grenades and healing potions. Among them was Darcy, who had misrepresented his age, standing shorter than the others, yet excitedly caressing his segmented plate armor. Thanks to the recruitment of numerous woodland inhabitants into the Gray-White Brigade, Darcy had accumulated a significant amount of labor credits, which he chose not to exchange for supplies, but instead requested to join the military. Although he was shorter than his peers, his years as a hunter had rendered him remarkably sturdy, and at the age of 16, still growing, no one found it suspicious. Hearing that the mission involved confronting demons, many in the group, who harbored deep grudges against the demon race, were eager to engage. While Darcy, having grown up in the mountains, did not possess such intense hatred, he also lacked the indoctrinated belief in the invincibility of demons. With this armor, even if the Lord declared rebellion, Darcy would not so much as flinch. Moreover, behind this army followed 50 heavily trained professional cavalrymen, the Knights of Reyna, who, while not directly participating in combat, were tasked with maintaining order and preventing any potential escapees. Lind, having grown up in a time of peace, was entirely inexperienced in warfare. His knowledge of conflict was limited to films and novels, and perhaps the occasional glance at war simulations. Thus, he resolved to entrust command entirely to Lowry, the sole veteran in the territory with battlefield experience. Lind himself would only oversee coordination and resource allocation. This might seem somewhat exaggerated, considering the adversary was merely a 20-strong demon unit, but even when hunting rabbits, a lion exerts its full strength. If possible, Lind would have liked to bring over experimental artillery. "Boss, it seems a human army is approaching us," remarked a green-skinned demon, belching as he pointed toward a distant military force displaying the Northern Wind Bear banner. "How many? Are there any professionals?" Vulcan sprang to his feet, questioning the demon soldier whose eyes were enhanced by bloodline magic. "The numbers seem comparable to ours, all infantry. Although they are clad in armor, there appears to be only one professional among them." Upon hearing this, Vulcan reclined back down. "Only one professional, and their numbers are similar to ours, all unmounted. They must be here to deliver themselves to us, regardless of being noble demons or merely a bunch of lowly humans." Once mounted, the disparity in combat efficacy would be insurmountable. It was possible that the nearby lord had panicked, sending a squad of soldiers to put on a show before contact. With this thought, Vulcan yawned, utterly oblivious to the fact that, from another direction, Lowry had started a flanking maneuver with a different squad of soldiers. "Boss, something feels off," muttered the demon soldier, who sensed an unusual shift, shaking Vulcan, who had just settled down. "What is it? Are those soldiers flying?" Vulcan scratched his belly, which had swollen from overeating, lazily sitting up. "No, it's not that, boss. They aren't coming toward us. Instead, they're heading toward the refugees. Isn't that even less of a concern? I was just fretting about how overly hospitable the human lord was, making it difficult to dispose of these plague-stricken curses." With that, Vulcan pulled out a sharpened bone from his waist and began to pick his teeth. It was a human female's collarbone, which he had once found quite appealing, even becoming somewhat infatuated. However, after hearing the demon lord's theory on the inferiority of humans, Vulcan suddenly found her repugnant and killed her. Yet after her death, he regretted it, using her collarbone as a toothpick. Every time he used the toothpick, Vulcan felt quite romantic and devoted. Chapter 50. Combat. Just as Vulcan was tending to his teeth, the scout suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, trouble! Another group of people has appeared from another direction." Vulcan tucked away his rib bone and inquired, "Is it another professional leading the way?" "That's right, boss, and this professional seems even weaker. They're transporting their army using carts." Vulcan, not foolish, quickly deduced the situation in his mind, springing to his feet and addressing the surrounding soldiers. "Mount up, quickly!" The two factions charged forth not only with a pincer movement, but also fully armed. And even Birkin, despite his arrogance, could sense the malevolence of the approaching forces. Though he lacked a clear understanding of the pincer tactic, he surmised that one group was tasked with separating the demon kin from the refugees, while another was designated for the main assault. Thus, the demon soldiers would find themselves ensnared in a predicament where neither attack nor retreat was viable. Naturally, this scenario was predicated on both sides possessing equal strength. Yet the arrogance lingering in Birkin's mind led him to believe that human soldiers were as fragile as mere parchment, shattering at the slightest touch. Consequently, although mounted, Birkin did not immediately defend the area where the refugees were located. Instead, he prepared to confront the opposing main assault force directly. This strategy would strike a severe blow to human morale, as Birkin derived immense pleasure from witnessing the despair and terror etched upon human faces during war, relishing their cries for surrender. Furthermore, this marked the first human contingent that dared to engage him since his incursion into the snowbreak territory, and he had long been deprived of the thrill of slaughter. Now, the desire for bloodshed surged within him. Even if, hypothetically, these human soldiers employed some despicable tactic to secure victory, as long as a single demon soldier managed to escape, it would spell disaster for these humans, and the territory from which they had emerged would soon be subjected to the wrath of their demon lord. Birkin's squad consisted entirely of cavalry. How could a mere band of infantry hope to capture a troop of mounted warriors? It is well understood that in this world, steeds reign supreme. Thus, Birkin's arrogance was entirely justified, to the point that it rendered him increasingly lethargic in thought, prompting him to issue a command for an immediate engagement. Ordering his men to charge from a distance, upon witnessing Birkin charging towards them, Laurie found himself momentarily stunned. Did the enemy intend to expend their steed stamina so recklessly, commencing their charge from such a great distance? This was entirely at odds with the measured approach exhibited by the demon kin he had observed on the front lines. In an instant, the experienced Laurie even began to suspect a ruse. However, he could not afford to dwell on this uncertainty, for he was wholly unaware that the demons, having secured territories beyond the snowbreak, were descending into a rapid decline, with Birkin among the more slowly corrupting. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Laurie promptly commanded, "Dismount. All troops dismount and prepare for engagement." Soon, the soldiers aboard the carriage disembarked in an orderly fashion, swiftly forming a battle line, drawing their grenades with movements ingrained through countless drills, ready to unleash a devastating assault upon the mindless onslaught of the demon kin. Not far off, Birkin, no fool, recognized something amiss upon observing the humans' organized formation, and he quickly began to orchestrate the most effective tactics against them. This entailed employing bloodline magic for manipulation. Most bloodline magics among the demon kin were ranged attacks, with few functional applications, and while such spells could reach considerable distances, their effective lethality diminished to approximately 70 meters, akin to that of arrows. Although arrows might have a longer maximum range, bloodline magic was universally accessible to all demons and did not require the extensive training that mounted archery demanded. It relied heavily on the physical prowess of the cavalry. The sheer volume of bloodline magic unleashed could yield a destructive force no less formidable than that of arrows, even boasting a more dramatic visual effect, which contributed to the demon kin's string of victories along the frontier. However, Birkin's squad consisted of only 20 members, predominantly cavalry, with several possessing reconnaissance-focused bloodline magic. Upon engaging, Birkin quickly realized the enemy's equipment was astonishingly advanced. It was well known that during campaigns along the frontier, the majority of human soldiers lacked even proper armor, donning only makeshift cotton gear, and most wielded nothing more than pitchforks, their equipment akin to that of the commoners Birkin had slaughtered. Thus, bloodline magic striking the enemy would inflict tangible harm. Now, however, Birkin faced a contingent of human soldiers clad in enchanted plate armor. The distant wind blades and fireballs striking against their armor inflicted negligible damage. And these soldiers exhibited no fear of the demon's ostentatious bloodline magic. Not only did their formation remain unbroken, but they did not yield even an inch. A sudden wave of fear surged within Birkin. His arrogance prevented him from considering retreat, yet his extensive combat experience quickly birthed a new strategy in his mind. If long-range attacks could not breach their defenses, then he would close the distance. Bloodline magic, akin to conventional magic, lost potency with distance. At approximately 20 to 30 meters, its full strength could be unleashed. Even with the enemy's enchanted armor, it was not entirely composed of plate, and it appeared that some defensive capabilities had been sacrificed for agility. Perhaps bloodline magic could yet inflict some damage. Given that Birkin's forces were entirely cavalry, even at a distance of 20 to 30 meters, he believed they could easily outmaneuver the enemy. Thus, he commanded his soldiers to cease casting spells and continue their charge. The effective throwing range of grenades was generally around 40 to 50 meters, but Laurie was not anxious. He understood that the enemy was cavalry and that his own soldiers possessed little mobility, making it difficult to contain them. Although even if the entire enemy force fled, the knights of the Lars family would pursue them, Laurie was unwilling to relent. Until he achieved a decisive victory over these demons, he could not shake the lingering bitterness of defeat from the frontier. 50 meters. Laurie clenched his fists. He did not issue a command, and none of the soldiers present, despite the tension, dared to hurl their grenades prematurely. Such discipline was something Laurie could scarcely have imagined during his time on the frontier. Yet now he commanded a force whose obedience was nearly terrifying. Perhaps the Lord's training methods were indeed effective, or perhaps the ideological education imparted by teacher Isha had borne fruit. Laurie believed it was likely a combination of both that yielded such results. At 40 meters. Laurie reflected that had he been leading a contingent of ordinary soldiers from the frontier, they would likely have already fled in the face of a cavalry charge. Those who remained would have been deemed elite, let alone those who stood resolute and refrained from taking action. Yet, this still was not sufficient. At 30 meters, Laurie discerned that the moment had arrived. The act of throwing would entail a slight delay, and by the time the grenades were released, the enemy cavalry would probably be within 20 meters. Laurie resolved that this strike must not only wound but also strip the enemy of their confidence. At the very least, it must yield some tangible results. Throw. With Laurie's command, the soldiers pulled the pins and, in synchronized motions, hurled their grenades. Chapter 51. No need for captives. Birkin had envisioned numerous scenarios. He even anticipated that the enemy might launch arrows in suppression. It was important to note that archers were still a rarity to train in this era. When the enemy initially refrained from firing, Birkin speculated that they could not possibly all be trained marksmen, merely a ragtag bunch, forced to wait until they were closer to shoot. However, Birkin did not expect the enemy to hurl a peculiar object. Was it a stone? Or something else entirely? Before he could contemplate further, an unfortunate scout on the flank met a grenade head-on. Boom. Suddenly, a piercing explosion reverberated in Birkin's ears, followed by a suffocating cloud of dust and a whirlwind of debris. The cavalry abruptly reined in their steeds, which neighed in terror. To the side, the scout's figure was instantly engulfed by a blaze and a shower of shrapnel. The shrapnel grenade detonated mid-air, releasing a torrent of lethal metal fragments, akin to a storm of steel descending upon them. The scout's armor was rent asunder by the blast's force, and the nearby cavalrymen found their armor stained almost instantaneously with the scout's blood. The hearts of those soldiers, now doused in blood, tightened as if gripped by an unseen hand, their faces betraying unmasked anguish and terror, utterly bewildered by the chaos unfolding around them. Though additional grenades landed around the cavalry, causing no further casualties, the cacophony of explosions, coupled with the sight of their comrades' demise, rendered it nearly impossible for the demon soldiers to maintain their composure. Having not faced an uphill battle in ages, the demon cavalry soon succumbed to panic, frantically tugging at the reins as their steeds, already spooked, propelled the entire cavalry unit into disarray. Birkin, at the forefront, was no better off. He believed they had fallen into an ambush. Assuming the enemy had dispatched powerful professionals employing undetectable spells to attack, Birkin had intended to wait until the enemy's magic was exhausted before rallying his forces. Yet the relentless barrage of explosions revealed to him the terrifying nature of those magical devices resembling grenades. Laurie had even employed a three-stage technique to ensure suppressive fire, and due to the demon cavalry's forward charge, most of the grenades had landed behind them. Charge! Charge! Press forward, Birkin cried, somewhat maddened. Did these magical devices hold no cost? How can one cast aside their feelings so easily? Birkin, in a fleeting moment of reflection, recalled the lords he had offended since entering the realm of Snowbreak, realizing the peril he had placed himself in. Yet, it was far too late for regrets. The fundamental qualities of a warrior compelled Birkin to charge forward. The terrifying explosion of the opposing magical device rendered close combat impossible, and retreat was not an option. The only solution lay in closing the distance for a brutal melee. Although a few demonic soldiers were halted by shrapnel injuries to their steeds, the cavalry surrounding Birkin surged ahead in his wake. Without hesitation, Laurie unsheathed his sword, bellowing, "To arms, brothers! 1 kill equals a return on investment. 2 kills are a profit. Slay them." With that, he led the charge alongside the clerk, despite the startled horses causing a reduction in the momentum of Birkin's advance. The oppressive presence of the cavalry remained palpable as they crashed into the enemy formation. Under the influence of adrenaline, the fully armed soldiers morphed into terrifying upright apes. Some targeted the horses' legs, while others wielded hammers to shatter armor, quickly plunging the scene into chaos. Birkin soon recognized the disparity in equipment between the two sides. In close-quarters combat, he found himself utterly outmatched by these inferior humans. The only significant damage inflicted upon them came from the initial cavalry charge. The remaining humans fought with the frenzy of battle-mad warriors, encircling the cavalry in a relentless assault. What was most alarming was the orderly nature of their attack. With 3 soldiers coordinating as a unit in the ensuing melee, the numerical advantage became starkly apparent, and Birkin's small squad of a mere dozen felt as if they were sinking into a quagmire. The most despairing realization for Birkin was witnessing some soldiers equipped with healing potions, fighting without regard for cost, bent on annihilating his cavalry. This was utterly outrageous. "I surrender. I surrender." Some demonic soldiers, recognizing the widening gap in their fortunes, raised their hands in capitulation. However, the bloodthirsty soldiers paid no heed. One hammer came crashing down on a demonic soldier's head, accompanied by a curse. "We don't need your kind for mining." Generally, a refusal to surrender would ignite the fighting spirit of a retreating army, prompting them to make a final desperate stand. Yet, the demonic soldiers could not fathom that these humans were already fighting with the mindset of a last-ditch effort. Some soldiers from the Cathedral of the Blessed Mother fought while weeping, their madness instilling even greater fear in the demonic ranks. Fortunately, the number of human soldiers was not overwhelming enough to crush them completely. Birkin managed to escape, aided by his only horse clad in armor, alongside 2 loyal attendants. After all, these humans were all infantry, and the cart horses were merely draft animals for transport. Once he evaded the chaotic fray, Birkin could make his escape. "You lowly humans, suck my dust," Birkin taunted as he fled, yet inwardly vowed never to set foot in human territory again. Upon returning to the demon realm, he would report to the Demon King that these despicable humans had broken their agreement. Had he not conducted experiments on them, infecting them with a myriad of plagues and curses, only to send them back to spread the contagion further? Yet, these humans had the audacity to breach their contract and attack him instead, truly egregious. Humph, these inferior humans are nothing more than this. In a bid to reclaim some semblance of demonic superiority, Birkin remarked to his 2 attendants as he rode, "If I were in command of this army, I would set an ambush right here." And then, before he could finish his thought, the 2 attendants suddenly spotted fluttering banners ahead. An entire battalion of fully armed cavalry awaited them. If the previous soldiers' equipment had been astounding, the sight of this cavalry was nothing short of despairing. Even without reconnaissance scouts, Birkin could sense that every rider among them was a professional. Not one was an exception, clad in pure white armor adorned with the northern bear crest of the Lars family. Each rider's steed was eager for battle beneath them. Birkin could feel that, despite their full armor, these cavalrymen would gallop across the battlefield with unmatched speed. This was no ambush. Their combat prowess surpassed that of regular troops, and even the human main force Birkin had seen on the battlefield paled in comparison. As the leading female knight waved her hand, several knights at the front leaped forward, charging directly at Birkin. He and his 2 attendants attempted to resist with bloodline magic, but the magical blades merely dissipated against the knights like raindrops. Before he could utter a word of surrender, Birkin felt the world spinning. And it was only upon seeing his own body that he realized the only thing spinning was his own head. Chapter 52. The Lord is too kind. Caroline was utterly bewildered. Having come to the location of the nuns and refugees with her soldiers after Isa lost her holy light, the scouts' accounts paled in comparison to the shock that struck Caroline upon witnessing the scene before her. A hellish tableau more horrifying than the one described by Cowdy K unfolded in vivid reality, Yet Caroline could not find joy in it. She wished fervently that this was merely a nightmare. My Lady Flora, upon seeing Flora, imbued with curses, Isa felt no repulsion but rather an urge to embrace her, as long as they were alive. Isa found joy in the mere presence of any survivor from the Cathedral of the Blessed Mother. When Flora noticed the arrival of human soldiers, her first instinct was concern, fearing that the plague surrounding her would infect them, but her face lit up with surprise upon seeing Isa. Little Isa? Flora exclaimed, rising with excitement, wanting to embrace Isa as in times past, but as she stood, she immediately recoiled, warning loudly, "Do not come near." Isa stood frozen, the foul stench invading her nostrils, reminding her of the once hellish refugee camp. The soldiers remained outside the white lines drawn with alchemical powder, preventing the spread of infection while observing the distant battle to prevent any return of demonic soldiers, as they beheld the wretched state of the nuns and refugees. Some soldiers regretted not being among those who had fought the demons from afar. Caroline produced 2 silk scarves, handing one to Isa. The scarf was soaked in alchemical powder and herbs, intended for disease prevention. Nearby, carts laden with medical supplies, hot water equipment, and holy water continued to arrive. Little Isa, is it truly you? Flora struggled to believe her eyes. 2 squads of human soldiers had suddenly appeared, orderly and well-coordinated. A team protecting the refugees and another combating the demons. And Isa stood before her, with supplies arriving continuously from afar. For Flora, who had endured despair, this felt like a dream. She thought perhaps the goddess was granting her final comfort. Why, Lady Flora, what is the current situation? What curses and plagues have the demons sown? I will prepare the medicines. Observing Isa's eagerness, Flora came to her senses but lamented, "It's futile. Dear Isa, no medicine will help us. We are on the brink of death. Many of our brothers and sisters are close to succumbing on the road. The demons have forced me to extend their lives, but we are nearing our limit. Thank you, little Isa, but perhaps for us, a swift death by fire would be the best outcome, followed by a burial in lime. That would suffice." Just as Flora and Isa conversed, a nun rushed to Flora's side, exclaiming, "My lady, it's bad. One of our sisters is about to drown." Drown? Caroline, her head wrapped in a silk scarf, could not comprehend. Was there not a water source nearby? How could anyone drown? Flora and Isa hurried over to find a nun whose mouth and nostrils were spewing forth a yellow-green liquid. And Caroline finally understood what drowning meant in this context. In an instant, Caroline felt an urge to vomit, not from disgust at the nun nearly suffocating in her own pus, but from questioning what she had been doing in the past. Following County K to rally for the demons, Isa quickly reacted, unhesitatingly positioning the nun upright and forcing her fingers into the sister's mouth, extracting the foul liquid from her throat and nostrils. The nun collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as Isa could only comfort her by patting her back. "Why save me?" The revived nun cried out in despair. "I was so close to death. If I died, I would no longer suffer. Why save me?" In a moment of utter bewilderment, when Isha felt completely at a loss, Flora stepped past her and gently embraced the nun. "Sister, regardless of the circumstances, we must not treat our Savior in such a manner. I apologize, Lady Flora. I simply—" The nun broke down in tears. "Lady Flora, the Lord of the Grey-White Territory has prepared potions for you. Once they arrive, while they may not guarantee complete healing, they will at least alleviate everyone's suffering." Isha attempted to grasp Flora's hand, but Flora swiftly withdrew it. "I am grateful to this benevolent Lord, but unless the goddess bestows a miracle, bringing forth an endless supply of holy water, I fear we are beyond salvation. Any measures taken would merely serve as a temporary reprieve. Therefore, I implore you, Isha, please do not exacerbate our sins any further." Meanwhile, Lind and Reyna had arrived at the refugees' location. The Scarlet Saint Flora bore little significance in the original narrative, and Lind was not well acquainted with her. However, he held immense respect for someone who, even in such desperate circumstances, could heal the afflicted and soothe the spirits of her companions. Truly, she was the mentor of Isha in this timeline. Just a glance at the nuns and refugees was enough to send shivers down one's spine. It was hard to fathom how Flora had made her way here. Reina's knights even forcibly pulled her back, fearful that she might contract the plague. Why, Lord? Caroline was the first to spot Lind and bowed to him. Isha then introduced Lind to Flora. This is the Lord of the Grey-White Territory, Viscount Lindrals, along with his fiancée, Miss Reina Lars. Upon hearing Reina's surname, Flora momentarily froze but quickly regained her composure. With her frail form, Flora performed a courtesy towards Lind. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Your wisdom and courage are evident to all. Lind graciously accepted the gesture and reciprocated with equal formality. Lady Saint, you are the strongest person I have ever encountered. I wish for the recovery of all. Unless the goddess herself bestows a miracle, Flora replied with a wry smile of resignation. There will be miracles, Lind said as he turned his gaze towards a carriage approaching in the distance. At that moment, Lori arrived, dragging along 20 disheveled corpses of demons with his soldiers. Lind glanced at the bodies. Knowing that these demons had indirectly perished due to his actions, yet he felt no guilt whatsoever, not even the disgust typically felt by protagonists in novels during their first kill. Perhaps there was a hint of discomfort. But Lind was aware it was not due to the act of indirect killing. Create a spectacle, Lind instructed Lori. A spectacle? Yes, pile these demon corpses together. Upon hearing Lind's explanation, Lori glanced at the nuns and refugees and burst into hearty laughter. All right, leave it to me. I will arrange these fellows beautifully. Following Lori, Darcy, who was participating in a battle against demons for the first time, shivered at Lind's explanation, thinking to herself that the Lord was exceedingly cruel. Was the Lord truly such a terrifying and brutal person? But as Darcy moved forward and witnessed the grim state of the nuns and refugees, she nearly retched, contemplating if her sister were to endure such torment. Darcy shook her head, realizing that the Lord was, in fact, far too kind. Chapter 53. Clean and sanitary. Before long, the scene was taken charge of by Reina's knights, and the entire camp was placed under lockdown. The holy water was also delivered, accompanied by Lila and several maids fiercely loyal to the Lars family. The level of security was so high that even Caroline had to return to the territory with Lori. After discussions between Lind and Isha, the holy water was poured into a large wooden barrel as if it were of no value at all. Lady Flora, please go ahead. Flora looked perplexedly at the bottles of liquid being poured into the barrel and asked, Little Isha, what is this? You will know once you step in, Isha urged incessantly. With no other option but to resort to desperate measures, Flora removed her tattered nun's attire. Lind, ever the gentleman, moved to the outskirts of the camp. Squatting on the ground with Reina as they began to review the battle, the icy sensation quickly enveloped Flora's entire being, her vibrant red hair gradually spreading across the surface of the holy water. Initially, Flora had no realization that this was an entire barrel of holy water, for it was utterly contrary to common sense. Each precious drop of holy water should be meticulously preserved. How could it be poured by the barrel? As the coolness from the wounds and curses on her body began to wash over her, Flora suddenly stood up, filled with indignation, glaring at Isha. Where did this holy water come from? Flora struggled to suppress her emotions. Yet her voice trembled with anger. At her words, the other nuns and refugees turned their attention towards her. Holy water? Is that large barrel that Lady Flora is soaking in truly holy water? How is that possible? Flora's fury morphed into a sob as she cradled the holy water slipping through her fingers, questioning Isha. Do you have any idea how many lives this holy water could save? Have you forgotten how I taught you? Isha, you could have used this much holy water to save more people. Before Flora could continue, another cart unexpectedly rolled into the camp, with two maids skillfully unloading barrels filled with holy water and placing them beside Flora. Flora was momentarily struck dumb. Her words caught in her throat as she stared in disbelief at the two barrels of holy water beside her. Indeed, no longer in a daze, Flora could now clearly confirm that the two barrels, treated like river water and poured into wooden containers, were incredibly precious holy water. Holy water that the most devout nuns and priests could only obtain a single bottle of after a month of fervent prayer. Isha personally carried the most afflicted nun and refugee, placing them into those 2 barrels. Thank the goddess, thank the goddess, thank the divine lady for bestowing this miracle, the nun, feeling the holy water continually healing her, fervently prayed towards the goddess. However, Isha interrupted the nun, stating, "This is not a miracle bestowed by the goddess. All of this is produced by the Lord of the Gray-White territory. You should be thanking him, not the goddess." A profound silence fell over the area, as everyone abruptly ceased their conversations. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Flora quickly continued Isha's sentiment. "Let us thank the goddess for sending the Lord to save us, and let us praise him." The crowd promptly followed Flora in prayer. "Thank the goddess, thank the Lord." Observing the expressions of relief on the faces of the nuns and refugees, Isha realized just how sacrilegious her previous statement had been. Moreover, she had nearly positioned Lind against the goddess. Fortunately, Flora had rectified it, preserving the faith of the people while simultaneously expressing gratitude to Lind. At the same time, Isha loudly proclaimed, "These are not holy waters, but the ancestral potions of the Lord. He has brought them forth to save everyone, and once they are used, they will be gone." The nuns understood her implication, while the refugees, though uncertain of its meaning, nodded in agreement. However, looking at the barrels of potions continuously being brought in, it was hard to believe that they would truly be exhausted. Merely soaking in holy water would not suffice for a complete cure. Long-term treatment would be necessary to eliminate the curses and plague afflicting them. The amount of holy water, or rather potions, required for subsequent treatments would be astronomical. Did the Lord truly possess so much of his ancestral potions? But who cared? At the very least, that was what the Lord had stated. The ultimate interpretation lay with the official stance of the Gray-White territory. Lind intended to shift all responsibility onto the original owner's ancestors. After all, the original territory had been destroyed, and even if someone wished to investigate, there was no evidence left. As the maids, bundled up tightly, entered to begin applying the holy water to the nuns and refugees. Those who had once been engulfed in despair began to rekindle their hope for life, even sparking a bit of liveliness. At least no one was contemplating death anymore. Merely soaking in holy water would not provide a complete remedy, but it significantly alleviated Flora's suffering. Although the ghastly sores and curses still plagued her, Flora began to regain her former dignity as a saint. Gazing at the continuous influx of holy water, Flora remained in a state of utter astonishment. Had her mind not grown clearer, she might have genuinely suspected she was trapped in an illusion crafted by the goddess. "Little Isha, is everything you said true? Did the Lord truly produce all of this?" Isha recounted the origins of the holy water to Flora, but not a word was mentioned about the manufacturing process, allowing all the credit to fall upon Lind. "Indeed, the Lord can produce a bottle of holy water in 3 minutes. All of this holy water has been made by him." "What? Are you certain that Lord is a man, not a divinely chosen saintess?" "He is nothing short of a walking miracle." Flora felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and verify this for herself. It was simply too astonishing. If the church were to learn of this, they would probably wish to drag Lind back with them. Was the Lord truly not the illegitimate child of the goddess? Flora echoed the same question Isha had once posed. "Lady Flora, such words are disrespectful to the goddess." Once plagued by uncertainty, Isara unexpectedly began to cast blame upon Flora. "Forgive me, O divine one, but this is simply—" Flora turned her gaze, observing as the maids commenced enlightening the nuns and refugees on the customs of the gray-white collar. Many had already begun to weep, perceiving the gray-white collar as a terrestrial manifestation of the goddess's divine realm, with Lind as her new representative. There were even murmurs circulating, speculating that the Lord had received divine inspiration from the goddess, unearthing the holy spring, or rather, a magical potion from his homeland to rescue the masses. Although Flora felt utterly astonished and bewildered by the relentless flow of holy water from the gray-white collar, she remained acutely aware of the tenets of the Church of the Light Goddess, having pondered extensively throughout her journey. Did the Scarlet Saint Flora still adhere to her faith? Gazing at the dim light of her sacred aura, she claimed to still be the devout saint, though she feared even she would not believe it. Yet, Flora did not abandon her faith. She had even defended the Light Goddess, recognizing that people still required belief. Those who had recently traversed the depths of despair needed a stable and just faith to uplift their spirits. The goddess they once worshipped was the most readily accepted by these individuals. Unbeknownst to her, Flora and the refugees had already partitioned the goddess from the Church of the Light Goddess. They could worship the goddess, but devotion to the church was not guaranteed. Should Lind appear now? Proclaiming he had received a divine oracle to become the new pope, it was likely this crowd would bow in reverence. This realization served as the ultimate answer to Flora's contemplations throughout her journey. The goddess had forsaken the current, corrupt church that contradicted divine will and gradually descended into depravity. Now they ought to follow the goddess's guidance rather than the church. In essence, it was a matter of the ultimate interpretation of scripture and divine revelation. Chapter 54. The finale a few days later, under the scrutiny of Isara and Flora, having confirmed that all nuns and refugees present had escaped mortal peril, Lind began preparations for the settlement of this group in the gray-white collar. Of course, even with daily immersion in holy water, the plague and curses could not be eradicated completely. The faces and bodies of many still bore ugly scars and festering wounds. However, at least no repugnant fluids flowed from them any longer. The highly contagious plague had been vanquished or purified by the holy water, and as long as personal hygiene was observed, the risk of cross-contamination was minimal. Thus, this battle could be deemed a resounding success. Soldiers escorted the nuns and refugees to their designated settlement beside the gray-white collar. Pride adorned the faces of all the soldiers, particularly those led by Lori, whose expressions seemed almost comically exaggerated as they boasted about their effortless victory over the demon race. Now, Lind instructed these soldiers to march at the forefront, fully equipped, further inflating their egos, each one striding with vigor, exuding an air of majesty. A few injured soldiers, still nursing their wounds, insisted on joining the procession. While this battle had not claimed lives, injuries were not absent, primarily due to a cavalry charge that had resulted in several unfortunate souls being struck by the horses. Fortunately, at that moment, the demon forces had charged recklessly, and the startled steeds, now slowed, had only minimal momentum remaining, allowing those involved to survive with the aid of restorative potions. The populace was fervent. The battle report clearly stated that the primary force was led by Lori, while Lars's knights merely ensured the enemy could not flee. Even ordinary citizens, when commanded, could stand against the demon race. Many who regularly participated in militia training felt invigorated, believing no enemy was insurmountable. This was precisely why Lind insisted on utilizing these ordinary soldiers as the main fighting force. Unlike the professionals who were entirely disengaged, the militia, accustomed to routine drills, thrived on morale, requiring a victory to bolster their spirits. Only then could they stand firm in true combat alongside the seasoned soldiers. However, upon the emergence of the head displayed atop the city gates, some were indeed taken aback. Given the enemy's relatively small number, merely 20 heads, they could only construct a modest display. Lori had chosen to stack these severed heads into a small tower, suspending it like a banner. Although doused in lime, it remained a gruesome sight, prompting many parents to shield their children's eyes. As some questioned the Lord's apparent cruelty, the nuns and refugees finally caught up with the procession. Though clad in clean garments, their disheveled hair and the scars and scabs visible on their arms and faces spoke volumes of the treatment they had endured. The crowd, once jubilant, fell into a hushed silence, seemingly recalling their own days on the frontier. A few individuals shouted a name, prompting a response from someone among the refugees, calling back with equal fervor. As if they were long-lost acquaintances from the Mother of Mercy Cathedral, the atmosphere gradually grew lively with these exclamations. Indeed, those days were behind them, and the Lord had recently triumphed over the demon race with such ease. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the severed heads displayed seemed far less terrifying. Many expressed eager aspirations to enlist in the military. To annihilate 20 demons seemed an ordinary feat, yet in the past, who among the commanders or leaders could present such a trophy? The Lars family would surely commend this achievement, particularly given the composition of the forces primarily consisted of commoners. As it pertained to military merit and the Lars family, and given the undeniable superiority of the demon forces, reports from the frontier resembled the accounts of the late Ming dynasty in Lin's past life. where slaying a double-digit number of foes was already considered a grand victory. Numerous nuns and refugees marveled at the buildings lining the streets, confirming the maid's descriptions. Two-story structures and impeccably clean streets, reminiscent of a terrestrial paradise. Lind and Reyna awaited the crowd at the end of the road. As soldiers excitedly saluted Lind, who reciprocated with military courtesy. This was a display, not only to instill confidence in the citizens, but also to strengthen the bonds among all. Not just the newly arrived nuns and refugees, but also the wild individuals recently persuaded down from the mountains. Now, no one regarded themselves as belonging to any particular frontier territory or as unrestrained free folk. All proclaimed long live the gray-white collar. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Lind presented a mask and a set of garments to the leading refugee, Flora. It was a beaked mask, akin to those worn by medieval plague doctors, urgently commissioned from the shining gold mercantile. Unlike the beaked masks of his past life, this one was stuffed with genuine alchemical materials, designed to aid the nuns in treating their facial scars and to assist in their recovery. This peculiar attire would also help distinguish these nuns from the ordinary citizens of the territory. Adhering to the principle of utilizing resources to their fullest, Lind did not intend to grant these educated women excessive respite. While other refugees could wait until they were free of infectious diseases before resuming work, the nuns could not be wasted. The nuns who had previously assisted others in the northern border had become seasoned healers. Yet the territory lacked a church, forcing the sick to seek unreliable itinerant physicians in the downstream town of Faison. Now, these nuns could undertake the church's duties within the ordinary territory, including but not limited to healing the sick, caring for children, and managing various tasks. Naturally, the spread of faith would be restricted, ensuring divine authority remained subordinate to Lind's power. Most crucially, the proportion of practitioners among these nuns was not insignificant. Otherwise, they could not have endured so long against the demons on the frontier. Flora herself was a fifth-tier practitioner, though leaning towards supportive roles, yet that mattered little, as their capabilities were equivalent. "Welcome to your new home, my lady." Lind personally donned the beaked mask upon Flora, perfectly concealing her visage, which, despite bearing scars, remained strikingly beautiful. "I shall serve you, my lord." The specific details had already been thoroughly discussed by Lind and Flora earlier. The gray and white leader designated an area where houses had been constructed for the afflicted nuns and refugees suffering from plagues and curses to reside. The original inhabitants of this area were generously provided with materials to build new homes, along with a sum of money, commonly referred to as relocation compensation. Judging by the envious gazes of other subjects, it was evident that this group of relocated residents was quite satisfied. Although the ordinary refugees were unable to leave the quarantine zone until the infectious plague subsided, the nuns, adorned with beaked masks, were permitted to do so. Their already tightly wrapped habits, combined with the beaked masks and gloves, essentially constituted complete isolation attire, allowing them to carry out their duties outdoors. The nuns not only voiced no complaints but were, in fact, pleasantly surprised. To them, Lind's actions were not merely a form of exploitation but a manifestation of divine love for humanity. Even if they bore a curse, they were still called to contribute their strength for the greater good. Was this not a perfect embodiment of the goddess's teachings? To many nuns, there existed only one son. The Pope? A figure they were not particularly familiar with. In the future, the masked nuns became a distinctive feature of the territory, a legacy that endured. Chapter 55. The iteration of weaponry. After all arrangements had been made, Lind, along with Reyna and Lori, commenced their final review. The range of the grenades proved to be too limited. Should they encounter a proper demon army, they could find themselves at a disadvantage. Lori handed Lind a somewhat damaged chainmail breastplate. Upon inspection, Lind noted the visible scratches and damage. It was astonishing that the demons could inflict harm on soldiers with superior equipment, even while at a disadvantage. It was no wonder the Lars family struggled so much against the demon forces. Unless all our soldiers were rigorously trained and prepared to fight to the death, it would be challenging to wait until the enemy closed in for a grenade throw. Those militiamen who merely participated in routine training would likely succumb to panic and throw their grenades during a demon charge. Despite the overwhelming victory achieved, Lind had to concede that luck played a significant role. The enemy had underestimated them and provided the gray and white leader with ample opportunities. Lind acknowledged Lori's perspective, nodding as he remarked, "I never intended to rely on grenades as primary weapons. Dio, you recall the artillery from the laboratory? That should be the backbone of future battlefields. Resolving the issue of mobility would be even better." Lori shrugged, casually mentioning that he had grown somewhat numb to the artillery's power. Unfortunately, there were still minor issues. While it might suffice for defense, it became cumbersome when deployed in an offensive capacity. Simultaneously, the artillery in the testing grounds fired, sending dark projectiles arcing gracefully toward the pure white knights. Of course, this was not an actual assault on Reyna's knights. Lind sought to gauge the damage the territory's artillery could inflict upon the elite soldiers of this world. The results of the experiment left Lind somewhat concerned. According to the knights, even if well prepared defensively, no one dared to claim they could withstand a direct hit from artillery, as the outcome depended heavily on the differences in skills among knightly professionals. However, the residual effects of an explosion seemed unlikely to significantly disrupt the knights' charge. Witnessing the explosive power of the artillery for the first time was indeed frightening, yet the knights, having grown accustomed to it, even dozed off within the blast radius. This exemplified one of the artillery's shortcomings. Its effectiveness was somewhat random. While it might be highly effective against ordinary armies, it struggled to maintain its efficacy against elite professionals after they had witnessed its lethal potential. Although Reyna had informed Lind that few armies could withstand an artillery charge, and not every army comprised solely of elite professionals clad in luxurious armor, she believed that deploying artillery could disorient over 80% of the nobility. Nonetheless, Lind's anxiety regarding the insufficient firepower resurfaced. The current level of artillery offered him no sense of security. The only consolation was the rapid progress in the production and development of artillery. Unlike other transmigrators who had to first refine steel and figure out how to increase furnace temperatures, Lind could rely on the traditional methods of this world, utilizing basic rune formations to achieve sufficient temperatures for casting wrought iron. The primary concern at present was the alarming production rate, along with room for optimization in weight. Nevertheless, it was more than adequate for defensive purposes. Conversely, the development of firearms had encountered some obstacles. Despite Lind providing fundamental concepts and having a usable firearm, the crux of modern weaponry lay in granular smokeless powder. While Lind had come across ancient techniques for granulating gunpowder, he had little interest in them at the time. Moreover, he was utterly clueless on how to create smokeless powder. Had he known, this book would likely have been banned. The disparity between handmade gunpowder and modern powder was still vast. Unlike artillery, firearms could not rely on brute force. If the gunpowder issue remained unresolved, the only option was to slowly experiment. The gunpowder dilemma also hindered the development of artillery, leaving it in a rather primitive state, at least in Lind's view. Bang! Reyna fired a test shot with a firearm crafted by the rune artisans based on Lind's descriptions, resembling a 19th-century flintlock, directly bypassing the matchlock stage. However, it was not yet ready for mass production. The bullet struck the chainmail, and judging by the straw behind the armor, the recipient of that shot was likely to be in considerable discomfort, though not fatal. Lori picked up the piece of chainmail struck by Reyna's shot. Falling into a contemplative silence, it was worth noting that the chainmail currently utilized by the gray and white leader had undergone basic enchantment. Even enchanted armor could not fully mitigate the damage from firearms, transcending mere mechanical ingenuity to the realm of magical artifacts. "Boss, are you planning a rebellion?" Lori approached Lind stealthily, half-jokingly seeking confirmation. "Not enough," Lind replied simply, shaking his head. Lori found himself at a loss for words. Was the power truly insufficient? Could it be that his lord was genuinely contemplating rebellion? Lori's mind began to wrestle with conflicting thoughts. Meanwhile, Reyna continued to fire a few more rounds, seemingly struck by inspiration. As she began to disassemble the firearm and ponder its workings, Lind gestured for Reyna's knight, Susan, to serve as a target. He wished to observe the firearm's performance against the elite troops of this era. Initially reluctant, Susan ultimately donned her helmet and stood a short distance away. Bang, bang, bang. Lacking the shooting prowess of Reyna, Lind took some time to familiarize himself with the firearm's feel before managing to hit Susan's enchanted armor. Yet she exhibited no reaction. As she would put it, it felt akin to being struck by a pebble. In reality, firearms had already surpassed the capabilities of the entire era, showing no deficiency against chainmail or plate armor. However, it appeared that the unique enchantment mechanisms of this world significantly diminished the bullet's power. Originally, these enchantments were designed to prevent knights from being easily staggered by blunt weapons like hammers and flails during close combat. Yet, unexpectedly, this had inadvertently allowed them to withstand firearms that had yet to be fully realized. The more advanced the enchantment, the less damage the firearms could inflict in a world where high-ranking knights were renowned for their resilience. Conventional kinetic weaponry proved limited in effectiveness against fully armored knights. However, they could still serve as specialized armaments against vulnerable magic users. After all, casters were typically characterized by high attack power and low defense, relying on defensive spells primarily for magical protection. Gunpowder lacked magical responses, making it easy to evade detection by mages. If one were to get close enough, it might very well take down a fragile spellcaster in one shot. However, these thoughts were merely echoes of Reyna's words. The Lars family was most famed for its knights, with little regard for spellcasters, even sometimes looking down upon magical professions. Had Laurie been aware of Lynd's musings, he would surely have deemed Lynd insane. Elite professionals were not easily toppled. Yet, it was still too early to make such judgments. Firearms were primarily produced through alchemical methods, with numerous steps involved, making them more akin to experimental prototypes. The current technological level in the territory could only be described as rudimentary. The normal sequence of development should entail first creating a magical steam engine or a magical capacitor, followed by constructing industrial lathes, and then proceeding to weapon development for mass production. However, the gray and white leader currently lacked lathes. Although Lynd harbored standardized concepts, such as the chainmail being easily replaceable for damaged sections, he found it impossible to apply such standardization to firearms, which required intricate craftsmanship. Lynd could only provide the master craftsman with dimensions and hope for the best. He was well aware that lathes were the mother of industry, but having only encountered CNC machines, he had no choice but to explore the most primitive foot-powered lathes for the time being. Why foot-powered? Due to Lynda's lack of clarity regarding the utilization of the arcane magic array as a stable power source, or which specific array to employ, he found himself at an impasse. Having not studied engineering, Lynda could only scratch his head at the prospect of converting a steam engine into one powered by magical energy, or directly creating a magical engine in one fell swoop. Fortunately, he was well versed in the underlying principles, and perhaps in the future, he could manufacture something similar within his territory. However, with manpower in short supply, Lynda could only focus his efforts on weapon production. Meanwhile, Lena had disassembled the firing mechanism of a gun to a considerable extent, her verdant eyes darting around as she inquired of Lynda, "Brother, do you think it is possible to use this device to launch magic?" The room fell silent, and in that moment, Lynda felt as though a light had dawned upon him. Indeed, he realized he had been constrained by his previous experiences, approaching every challenge with a mindset steeped in the past. In contrast, Lena's unconventional thinking resembled that of a time traveler. Of course, if we were to install a magical trigger onto a firearm, igniting the arcane array within, would that not be akin to a magical firearm? He exclaimed. Lena, you are a genius. The ordinary firearm and the magical firearm could even be used interchangeably. Against tenacious dog knights, one could deploy magic directly, while facing mages who favored magical shields, they could opt for the conventional firearm instead. The ordinary firearm could also complement magic for firepower suppression. Lynda lavished praise upon Lena, causing her to bashfully scratch the back of her head and awkwardly respond, "But brother, doing so would require simplifying the arcane array to its utmost limits. I fear I cannot accomplish this alone. And moreover, the angle and force of the spell's launch would need to be recalibrated. This is tantamount to inventing a new spell altogether." Lynda nodded in agreement, adding, "Furthermore, energy charging poses a significant challenge. This is a weapon, and we cannot treat it like a production line where adjustments can be made on the fly. In summary, while the project held great promise, it necessitated substantial investment, particularly from those who have formally studied the magical system. It would be difficult to rely on Lena's knights, as most of them, like her, employed ancient methods of spellcasting based on intuition. Compared to Lena, their systematic learning was limited, with most having learned through combat experience, rendering them unfamiliar with spells beyond knightly magic, and their computational abilities were lacking. Linda pondered whether there were any practitioners in the territory that he could enlist for labor, ideally of the academic variety. Chapter 56. Given the circumstances, let us tackle the problems soon. Flora, adorned with a beaked mask, along with the nuns, received their inaugural task from the Lord. Many were exhilarated at the prospect of contributing to the new envoy of the goddess. Their esteemed lord, however, at the moment the task was announced, Flora grasped the hand of the clerk who had come to deliver the assignment and asked, "I beg your pardon, esteemed clerk, but may I confirm that the task assigned by our Lord truly consists of a series of mathematical problems? To be precise, it involved the construction and related research of a second-order fire-type spell model. Indeed, Lady Saint, do not underestimate these mathematical problems. They are all crucial to the future of the territory." These are the Lord's exact words, stating that we must treat them with utmost caution, and each number and coordinate must be verified at least twice for accuracy. The clerk answered Flora with great politeness. As Flora gazed at the thick stack of mathematical worksheets in her hands, she questioned whether she had truly been rescued, or if this was merely an illusion before her demise. Although obscured by her mask, the clerk could discern Flora's confusion and candidly stated, "The Lord has mentioned that if there are any points of confusion, you may seek him out for clarification." Unable to fathom the necessity of solving mathematical problems, Flora, clutching the worksheets, made her way to the laboratory within the territory. After explaining her intentions to the knight stationed at the entrance, she found Linda inside. "My lord, please forgive my rudeness, but I fail to understand why our task involves mathematical problems instead of healing, saving lives, or spreading your renown." Upon seeing Flora's arrival, Linda did not hasten to answer her question, but instead began to introduce her to the magical trigger and the arcane array, which left Flora feeling somewhat apprehensive. This was the territory's greatest secret, yet he divulged it to Flora, who had only recently arrived. Given her close relationship with the protagonist, Linda chose to trust her without reservation. After briefly explaining the principles behind the arcane array and the magical trigger, Linda commenced an overview of the laboratory itself. In fact, during their previous debriefing, both he and Lena had concluded that their victory in the recent battle against the Grey-White Knights was largely due to luck. While the grenades, with a range of only 30 to 50 meters, were indeed potent, they could not serve as the primary weapon moving forward. As Linda spoke, he gently caressed the cannon within the laboratory. "Continuing thus, we must persist in updating our weaponry. Not only must our soldiers be capable of confronting those utilizing bloodline magic, but they must also possess the ability to contend with mid- and low-tier practitioners." Flora's immediate reaction was to deem Linda mad. The technology and weaponry he described were already astonishing enough, and now he suggested that ordinary soldiers could stand a chance against mid- and low-tier practitioners? This was simply extraordinary. Did this not imply that with these weapons, even support roles like the nuns could take to the battlefield? Flora's hands trembled with excitement. She had previously thought that as a support practitioner, she would only ever linger in the rear, perhaps serving as a battlefield medic. Yet now she envisioned the possibility of personally confronting the demonic entities. Linda approached a device resembling an oversized firearm, a prototype hastily crafted by Leisha and Lena. He pulled the trigger located beneath the weapon, and the large firearm, connected to a magical stone, unleashed a searing beam that struck a distant suit of armor. It was evident that smoke billowed from the armor's surface. This was a second-order fire-type spell, or rather, a modified version of it. A completely new magic. Essentially, it involved altering the launch angle and force while enhancing stability to produce a molten fire ray. The power of this weapon far surpassed that of ordinary bloodline magic, yet it could not be fired continuously due to the overheating of the barrel, and it was rather unwieldy, resembling a cumbersome device that would have required 2 people to operate in the late Qing period of Linda's previous life. Nevertheless, as a prototype, it had ample room for improvement. If successful, it could address the challenge that conventional kinetic weapons faced when trying to inflict damage on fully armored knights. After an in-depth discussion with Lena, Linda discovered that the knight's enchantment choices primarily focused on impact resistance, largely because, in actual combat, spellcasting practitioners were relatively scarce. apart from the organized mage units of the Anjou Kingdom to the south. The battlefield remained dominated by nightly melee combat, leading to enchantments on armor typically aimed at mitigating impact. In simple terms, the current trend among knights was to enhance resilience and physical defense, without specifically fortifying against magic. Indeed, for ordinary individuals, the terrifying bloodline magic was often merely trivial tricks, failing to pose a significant threat to elite knights. This meant that if the weapon capable of firing molten fire rays could be successfully developed, it would essentially counteract the prevailing enchantments in use. This was simply astounding. Flora marveled, experiencing for the first time the striking beauty of a weapon designed for killing. Unaware of Flora's thoughts, Linda continued, "Thus, your task is to optimize the spell structure of the molten fire ray. I will assign Lisha to coordinate with you to compress the spell structure of the molten fire ray's arcane array to its utmost limits." Linda patted the firing-style firearm resting on the table beside him. It should ideally fit within a weapon of this size. This low-tier spell held significant potential for optimization. However, no one had dedicated themselves to refining such spells. Or rather, the construction of spell models was inherently flexible. Moreover, given the diverse casting habits of individuals, most spell models had not been studied to their fullest extent, and there was no consensus on what constituted a standard spell model. Is it feasible to achieve this? In truth, Lind was filled with uncertainty, for the arcane arrays currently employed within the territory primarily emphasized the ability to run effectively, with brute strength being sufficient, thus lacking any real need for optimization. It was akin to a situation where all projects were originally run on a 4090. No one felt compelled to consider optimization, even desiring to maximize ray tracing. Yet now, with new projects, the requirement was to ensure smooth operation on systems as modest as a 1060, or even a 960. Moreover, the absence of formally trained developers within the territory left Lind with rather low expectations. As long as the technology could be transported by a single soldier, even if it resembled the size of a mortar, he would be amenable. Reflecting on the academic backgrounds of the researchers at the Gray and White League, one could note that the lead, Lisha, was a true autodidact, having learned extensively from her father and the symbolic saints, yet she was not a professional and possessed no knowledge of traditional magic. Demonstrating a marked bias in her expertise, Isa, the most reliable among them, had merely completed 3 years of study at an academy in the capital, possessing solid foundational skills but essentially functioning at the level of a fresh graduate. And she could no longer employ divine arts, though she might still wield the great meteor spell. Reyna, arguably the most competent in overall capability, exhibited the most vibrant thought processes but was exceedingly abstract. Many arcane arrays could only be deciphered by her, rendering her teachings inaccessible to others. Lind himself, perhaps contributing primarily by spending time with Reyna, could grasp some of her thought patterns and occasionally interpret her intentions for the group, all the while lacking formal training in magic. The remainder were a collection of disheartened rune artisans, cast aside by the capital and the Lars family like refuse, forming a makeshift assembly. Nevertheless, this endeavor was worth attempting, as it was merely a second-tier magic, with both the spell model and theory being relatively uncomplicated. Flora nodded in agreement. Compared to the research team at the Gray and White League, the nuns, all of whom had formal training from the church, were far more dependable. Then I shall rest assured. Should you require any materials, feel free to reach out to me directly. Lind, nodding slightly, felt a sense of relief that Flora did not. Like Lori, perceived these weapons as a precursor to rebellion. He failed to notice the fervent glint in her eyes beneath the mask. Flora indeed harbored no thoughts of insurrection. How could the devoted disciple of the great goddess return to her rightful place be deemed rebellion? The beliefs of the old era could no longer reconcile the current conflicts. The people of today were in search of a new faith. Perhaps even Flora herself was unaware that, having undergone a series of events, she was gradually becoming extreme. Chapter 57. The unadorned conspiracy. The obliteration of the demon squad that had penetrated deep into the northern territories garnered little attention, as this squad had originally operated under a one-sided communication status. At most, the liaison felt that Bulkin was merely reveling in the north, as for the newly emerged bird-beaked, masked nuns of the Gray and White League. While there were numerous rumors, the details remained confined mostly to the downstream town of Phazon. In an age where communication relied heavily on shouts and contact was primarily established through travel, the entirety of the Grey and White League appeared as nothing more than flowers glimpsed through mist. In stark contrast, even the slightest disturbance in the capital could ignite a new tempest. For instance, this morning, the kingdom's chancellor, Kautik, had already entered the residence of Duke Lars. At the time, numerous students and nobles lined the streets to bid farewell to Kautik, evoking a sense of foreboding akin to a chilling breeze sweeping through the river. Kautik did not disclose the purpose of his visit, only stating it was for the sake of peace. Many speculated that he was negotiating with Duke Lars regarding matters pertaining to the north, and others worried about how Duke Lars would treat this heroic chancellor of the capital. Their concerns were justified. The enraged Duke Lars was on the brink of losing control over the surging magical energy within him, while Kautik, seated across the negotiation table, sipped his tea with an air of nonchalance. "My Lord Duke, have you made your decision? If you do not sign soon, I cannot predict what may befall your precious granddaughter." Behind Kautik stood a young girl, Ruby Lars, guarded by 2 attendants from the Chancellor's office. Reyna had 2 younger brothers and a sister. Following the disappearance of Reyna's father, Duke Lars had initially anticipated resolving the situation through a war of succession, allowing the most capable among the 4 siblings, Sean, to inherit his father's position, while the other brother and sister were dispatched to bolster Sean's faction. Ruby thus found herself assigned her own territory, albeit generally managed by her brother Sean Lars. Yet now, Ruby appeared in the capital, and in the hands of her political adversary, Kautik, Duke Lars felt as though his head might explode. Ruby's presence here, unbeknownst to him, not only indicated troubles in her territory but potentially signified that Sean's domain was also in peril. "Kautik, I had thought you understood the rules among nobility." Though Duke Lars's words bore no aggression, his demeanor resembled that of a bear poised for attack. This rule was, of course, the unwritten code among noble political struggles. No matter how fierce the conflict, family members were to remain unharmed. This was precisely why Duke Lars felt secure in delegating Ruby to her own territory. Is this rule enshrined in the kingdom's laws? I am unaware of it. All I know is that Ruby Lars has exploited the common folk, inciting public outrage, and has been driven from her territory, her fate uncertain. She is but a child, and her territory has scarcely any subjects. She does not even collect taxes. Duke Lars's furious strike shattered the table beneath him. "Do you suppose the people of the capital believe in you, an incompetent duke, or in me, a heroic chancellor?" Kautik proclaimed with pride, "I have brought enduring peace to your northern territories." Subsequently, Kautik glanced at the remnants of the document that lay shattered on the floor, producing another copy from his robe. Continuing, "Sign here, my Lord Duke. His Majesty has decreed that once you sign, you shall be permitted to leave the capital with your granddaughter. At that point, you may take her wherever you wish." This was a clear display of both coercion and allure. Duke Lars cast a wary glance at his steward, who trembled as he retrieved the treaty. However, at that moment, Kautik produced yet another document from within his robe and presented it to the steward, saying, "My Lord Duke, do not rush. I have another document, but rest assured, it is not a treaty. You need only recite the words inscribed upon it in Queen's Square, and of course, you may only reunite with your beloved granddaughter once you have finished reading." Duke Lars accepted the document, and indeed, it bore absurdities akin to the treaty. To illustrate, this document required recitation, serving as a self-incrimination edict, densely packed with transgressions attributed to Duke Lars, many of which were in fact Kautik's own misdeeds. Cleverly shifted onto the shoulders of the Lars family, Duke Lars prepared to express his fury. Kautik raised a hand, prompting his guards to unsheathe their swords and position them at Ruby's throat. "Grandfather?" The less than 10-year-old Ruby clutched her cherished teddy bear, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Duke Lars. The following day, nearly all the nobles and bards arrived punctually at Queen's Square. Duke Lars had lost his former grandeur, appearing as a weary old man, standing atop the already constructed platform, beginning to recite the contents of the document in order to swiftly ascertain what had transpired in the northern territories. Duke Lars could no longer afford to engage in a war of attrition with these schemers in the royal city. He sensed that the Lars family in the north was surely embroiled in significant troubles. Yet Kautik had employed some means to comprehensively suppress the information. "I am a sinner. I have betrayed His Majesty's trust, and why obstinacy has led to the current state of affairs in the north. Duke Lars, like a bear in its twilight years, mournfully recited the script laid out by Cowdick. As more and more accusations not belonging to the Lars family spilled from Duke Lars's lips. A growing number of individuals began to spread the word, with some passers-by even hurling rotten eggs at the elderly man. The crowd swelled, and some began to shout, "Hang him! Hang him! Make him atone!" Of course, there were also many bystanders who, unaware of the truth, inquired, "Who is this old man? He is the grandfather, the disgrace of nobility. Oh, that one? Truly shameless. A crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. No wonder he raised such a disgrace of nobility." This self-incrimination proclamation swiftly drew the attention of the city guards, who promptly intervened to control the scene, swiftly apprehending those from the north who defended Duke Lars. Among the crowd, a bard began to assert that Chancellor Cowdick had enlightened Duke Lars to his folly. Exclaiming, "Long live Chancellor Cowdick!" Immediately, as if orchestrated in advance, the gathered crowd began to extol the remarkable achievements of Cowdick, while countless rotten eggs, seemingly pre-prepared, were hurled at Duke Lars. Struck in the face, Duke Lars could only wipe away the egg residue and continue reciting the contents of the document Cowdick had provided him. All while the autumn winds whipped around him. In that moment, the entire capital was rife with insults and criticisms directed at Duke Lars, alongside praises and adulations for Cowdick. Bards incessantly sang of Cowdick's wisdom and bravery. Yet in truth, Cowdick possessed little wisdom. He merely operated without any moral boundaries. Chapter 58. Undercurrents. Cowdick, rather unusually, honored his promise. After Duke Lars concluded reading his charges, the court promptly signed the decree, allowing the Duke of the North, long confined within the capital, to finally return to his domain. Theoretically, had Duke Lars wished to leave, no one could have stopped him. However, out of loyalty to the crown, he had remained dutifully in the capital. The elderly Duke Lars keenly sensed the king's shifting attitude towards the north, yet as a member of an established knightly family, he still adhered to the old king's commands, exhibiting a foolish loyalty born from chivalric spirit, while simultaneously lowering his stance to convey to the old king that the north was not an enemy, or at least that was his belief. Yet now, no matter how rigid or faithful Duke Lars remained, he could perceive that Augustine no longer regarded him as a vassal, but rather as an adversary. The act of using the offspring of others as leverage transcended the limits of noble politics in this era. One might argue that true politics could be even more ruthless, at least in this time. Nobles still cared for their reputations, especially in conflicts among themselves, even in the most brutal of battles. As long as a ransom was paid, they could avoid becoming mortal enemies, engaging in actions devoid of dignity, but not to such an extent. Duke Lars, cradling Ruby, took one last look at the capital from within the carriage, still ancient, foul, chaotic, yet brimming with vitality. "My lord, it is time to depart," the aged steward driving the carriage reminded him. "Yes, let us set off to our stronghold, Winterhold. Shall we not first visit young Master Sean in the valley?" The steward, having served the Lars family for decades, shared a bond with Duke Lars that resembled friendship more than that of master and servant. He was well aware of the Duke's affection for his grandchildren. And now with Ruby easily captured by the royal family, Sean must be in even greater peril. "There is no time," Duke Lars sighed. "Regardless of whether Sean is in trouble, we must first go to Winterhold. Only there can we truly regain control of the situation." According to Ruby, the capture in the capital was due to internal strife within their territory, with some of the knights of House Lars having betrayed them. Duke Lars could ascertain with a mere flick of his toes that his troublesome sons had colluded with the crown to take action. Yet, he had not anticipated that those sons would grow so audacious and begin scheming like the royalty. However, once he returned to Winterhold, those rascals would not pose much of a threat in his eyes. As long as he lived, the knights of House Lars would know precisely whom to pledge their allegiance to. "Let us go." We return to the north. Thus, on a bone-chilling morning, the ruler of the north departed the capital, even daring not to make a grand announcement. He took only a small retinue of guards, discreetly erasing the sigil of the Northwind Bear. For once emblazoned with the bear's emblem, he would be pelted with rotten eggs or fresh dung by passers-by along the way. Meanwhile, within the king's castle in the capital, Augustine III lay on his sickbed, clutching a piece of intelligence as he addressed Cordic. Is everything arranged? All is in order, Your Majesty. Rest assured, this plan has the assistance of the demon race, ensuring absolute success. Duke Lars will be utterly annihilated. That is well, cough, cough. Leave no loose ends. All of Lars's young ones must be dealt with, as well as their uncles. Once they have eliminated those young ones, grant them a position to govern the north and encourage infighting. Then, at the right moment, we will eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Cough, cough, cough. Augustine III coughed violently yet continued to articulate his thoughts. The Lars family, having ruled for centuries, was difficult to extinguish entirely. Beyond their physical demise, their influence must also be eradicated. Division was the optimal strategy, nurturing a faction dependent on oneself, inciting discord, scheming, and stoking the flames of conflict. Once this faction grew strong, the same tactics could be employed again, by that time. It would only require the acknowledgement of each of Lars's young ones that they were all the rightful heirs of House Lars, each claiming a stake in the north. This would lead them to turn against one another, and with the demon race lurking hungrily from beyond, the north's downfall would not necessitate royal intervention. Moreover, the Lars family would find themselves in disarray, with no hope of unifying the north again. As he pondered, Augustine III suddenly sensed something amiss. It was not his reasoning that faltered, but rather the surrounding environment began to blur. Where are the maids? Where are the attendants? After coughing for so long, why has no servant come in with water? Unbeknownst to him, the room had gradually emptied, leaving only Augustine III and Cordic in a daze. Augustine glimpsed a cold smile curling at the corners of Cordic's mouth, and his eyelids grew heavier, as if he were about to succumb to a nightmare. Augustine III attempted to call for his guards to activate his magical devices, but found himself unable to utter more than 2 syllables. Your Majesty, you should rest now. With Cordic's words, Augustine III closed his eyes. Is everything arranged? A seductive woman clad in a split nun's garment emerged from the void behind Cordic, holding a lantern, very smoothly. He didn't even realize he had fallen into a dream. Cordic, stripped of his heroic demeanor before this woman, was left with only profound fear and subservience. The magical device on Augustine III reacted. It was instantly suppressed by the dark energy emanating from the lantern held by the alluring woman. You have done well. Go be honest. We never anticipated that you, devoid of any moral compass, could achieve such a level of success. We indeed need to incite conflict, but not to the point of losing control. You have done too well. Some of the discord has already surpassed the limits of our lantern's dream. Do you understand? Cordic stood frozen in place, trembling, too afraid to utter a word in rebuttal. You must be more discreet from now on. Avoid engaging in such reckless actions. Your summoning of the demon race has not pleased the Archbishop either. Before Cordic could process, everything that had just transpired abruptly felt like a dream, coming to an unforeseen end. Your Majesty? Your Majesty. Suddenly, maids and attendants reappeared, frantically calling out at the foot of Augustine III's bed. With a sweating Cordic standing beside the equally perspiring royal physician and the kingdom's finest professor. On the day Duke Lars departed the capital, Augustine III, who had ruled the Capetian kingdom for decades, lost consciousness. However, in the eyes of the public, the official narrative was that Augustine III succumbed peacefully to illness after years of hard work. With the heir already designated, Crown Prince Clan Augustine swiftly stepped forward to stabilize the situation and prepare for his ascension. Yet, due to the old king's sudden demise, the capital fell into chaos. Additionally, among the whispers of the nobles, suspicion surrounded Augustine III's death, with some even claiming he was still alive, breathing normally, yet his consciousness had sunk into the depths of an ocean. Forever asleep. Chapter 59. A sudden turn, countless flames soared into the sky, casting the night into a crimson hue. A few harpoon-like crossbow bolts shot towards the fleeing carriage but were thwarted by an unseen force. What a troublesome situation! From a distant hillside, several nobles observed the unfolding events on the main road through their eagle-eye spells. Do not rush. After all, he is the ruler of the north, and some hidden cards are to be expected. However, at this rate, dawn will break. This is too much. They have been fleeing for nearly an entire night. One of the demons interjected, glancing at his pocket watch. To be precise, it has been 4 hours. 4 hours! A full 4 hours! The initial noble spoke with growing urgency. Do you realize what will happen if old Lars reaches Winterhold? He will immediately learn that his beloved grandson has been attacked by us. And he will discover that we are not only collaborating with the crown, but also entangled with your kind. In truth, Duke Lars was already aware. The demon glanced towards the elite demon cavalry closely trailing the human knights in the distance. Moreover, it is quite amusing how self-aware you humans are. Attacking your own nephew and then your father indeed qualifies you as serpents and rats. However, we demons are of a far nobler lineage than you. So do not dare to liken us to such vermin. Humph! The noble scoffed and continued, if he manages to escape, perhaps you may remain unscathed, but I shall surely perish. The demon, unfazed, replied leisurely, indeed, and in a manner that leaves no trace of your existence. Once Duke Lars returns to his stronghold, his immense prestige will swiftly undo your conquest of his nephew's territory. We must launch a simultaneous assault to eradicate both your father and your nephew, ensuring that you remain the last inheritors of the Lars lineage. Do you not think it prudent to send more men? I have already stated that there is no need for haste. You are well aware that your Lars family produces knights in abundance, each as steadfast as a tortoise. It is not so simple to overcome them, which is precisely why we chose to wait here. The demon's gaze shifted towards the carriage, escorted by a contingent of knights, reflecting on the opulence of humanity. Over the past 4 hours, that carriage had employed no fewer than 10 artifacts of mithril grade, while those of bronze grade were discarded as if they were worthless trinkets. Despite the deployment of an extensive interception force and countless traps and magical devices, the carriage had still managed to reach this location. At one point, the adversary even utilized a crystal-grade magical artifact, silencing all magic in the vicinity, nearly allowing them to escape. Fortunately, they lacked spatial magical artifacts, and shadow magic is not the forte of the Lars family. Otherwise, the individuals on the hillside would not have dared to ambush a Duke of the Kingdom so brazenly. Duke Lars gasped for breath, realizing that the best course of action was to clutch Ruby tightly and ride the finest steed, leading an elite squad to break through. Yet, that would necessitate abandoning the carriage's protective enchantments and most of its magical artifacts. Previously, when employing the crystal-grade magical artifact, Duke Lars had attempted to send an elite knight squad to breach the perimeter. But the enemy's preparations were far too formidable. Even the most elite squad found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate the encirclement. The adversary's onslaught was relentless, and Duke Lars lacked the confidence to rescue Ruby amidst such chaos, especially considering that they had previously wielded a crystal-grade artifact and, more importantly, seemed disinclined to leave any survivors. Observing the kingdom's magical legions and the green-skinned demons in tumultuous conflict, even Duke Lars, who shared a dispassionate temperament with Reyna, could grasp the gravity of the situation. Most disheartening for him was witnessing numerous knights employing the Lars battle formation amidst the fray. It was highly probable that Sean's territory had succumbed. Although he had prepared himself for this possibility, in that moment, Duke Lars felt as if he had aged into a feeble old man of over 70. How far is it to Winterhold? Duke Lars strained to maintain his knightly composure against the barrage of arrows while inquiring of the steward driving the carriage. Of course, this question held little significance. Duke Lars had only just departed from the Grand Fortress, the boundary between the central region and the northern lands, when the attack commenced. Even if he galloped through the night at full speed, reaching Winterhold was an impossibility. The inquiry served merely as a means for Duke Lars to come to terms with his fate. It may be too late, my lord. The heavy panting was audible even amidst the rain of crossbow bolts and magic. Observing Ruby trembling within the carriage, Duke Lars appeared to make a resolute decision. Grandfather, am I to be taken away again? Ruby clutched her teddy bear tightly, cowering in the corner of the expansive carriage. Once we emerge, you must heed your grandfather's words, do you understand? Duke Lars gently caressed his youngest granddaughter. The 4-hour battle had left him utterly exhausted, his hair disheveled, and his form diminished. At that moment, Duke Lars was no longer the formidable lord of the northern realms. He resembled a weary elder instead. This aged figure lifted his granddaughter, concealing her within his cloak, and then composedly made his way to the carriage's frame, mounting another warhorse that pulled the carriage. Seabass, how many years have we known each other? 50 years, my lord, perhaps 52. I cannot recall precisely. Amidst their conversation, the cloak billowed, and Ruby unexpectedly found herself in the embrace of the old steward, leaving only a teddy bear beneath Duke Lars's garment. It is time for me to discipline my wayward children. You must take Ruby westward and seek refuge with the elves, understand? Decades of camaraderie allowed the old steward to comprehend the Duke's intentions. And he nodded in silence, in unison. They swiftly severed the carriage's harness, spurred their steeds, and urged them to extract their final reserves of strength. Warriors of Lars, charge with me. Upon this battle cry, the knights, clad in armor that had turned from pristine white to charred black, raised their weapons and shouted, "For the North!" The enchantments on their weapons and armor began to operate at their utmost capacity, casting a dazzling light that momentarily blinded those present. That moment, the old steward produced a gossamer thin cloth and draped it over himself, while the Lars family was indeed inept in shadow magic. They possessed some shadow-related artifacts. However, this ethereal cloth did not grant the ability to vanish but merely reduced one's presence, rendering them less detectable. It would be ineffective if the individual had already been targeted. Yet now, with Duke Lars clutching a teddy bear, he led his knights in a desperate charge, and no one noticed the old steward, bearing the genuine Ruby, silently slipping away amidst the throng of knights. The old man is making his break. Just as we anticipated, he is heading towards Winterhold. The noble on the hillside clapped his hands in excitement. Under such circumstances, reaching the vicinity of Winterhold was the only glimmer of hope. So it was logical to expend all efforts to break through in that direction. Once they escaped the encirclement and re-established contact with Winterhold, the tides would turn dramatically. This ambush had indeed been designed with that strategy in mind. Yet, no one anticipated that Duke Lars would send Ruby fleeing westward. In a bid to ensure her safe escape, Duke Lars had even entrusted some vital magical artifacts to the old steward. Indicating that this breakout was not an all-out attempt, it was an acknowledgement that the entire North had likely fallen, and that his own breakout would likely fail. All actions had to account for the worst-case scenario. This was the final lesson Duke Lars imparted to his wayward children. Chapter 60. A smile gradually overcomes the firepower. Whoosh, a firearm, seemingly nothing more than a skeletal frame, akin to exposed bones, successfully discharged a molten ray. While its power still fell short of the spells cast by true second-tier practitioners, it undeniably represented a genuine second-tier magic. Lind raised the weapon, which at present resembled little more than a chassis. To be frank, its final form bore a closer resemblance to a compact submachine gun than a rifle. Upon disassembling the barrel, Lind marveled at the intricate multiple magic arrays etched into the metallic rings within, acknowledging that those with formal training surpassed mere amateurs in reliability. The nuns had not only simplified the structure of the molten ray spell to its utmost essence, but had also optimized it with multiple runic arrays. In simpler terms, they had deconstructed the molten ray structure into numerous magic arrays. A complete spell must encompass not only the spell's inherent structure but also parameters such as intensity, launch angle, and force of projection. However, the nuns retained solely the structure of the molten ray, delegating the various subsequent parameters to separate magic arrays. Fragmenting a spell structure into several arrays might typically be viewed as an unnecessary complication. Yet in a weapon that does not require activation by a practitioner, it effectively divides a large magic array into smaller ones, conserving space that if necessary, one could even adjust the weapon's parameters at will. Rather than merely being a barrel, it resembled an automatic staff in the shape of a barrel. Indeed, due to the predetermined launch angle set by the arrays, rifling was rendered unnecessary. Lind suspected that if not for the need to allocate space for the cooling system, this contraption could even be strapped to one's arm as a wrist-mounted projectile. The materials used for these intricate arrays were simply alchemical components imported from Phazantown and the Shuajian Merchant Guild, and there was potential for further optimization. Lori gazed at the completed ray gun with the fascination of a 30-something single wizard encountering a succubus, fondling and polishing the gun's body. repeatedly mimicking the act of aiming and squeezing the trigger, only to lower it moments later, revealing a lewd grin, as if he wished to take it everywhere, even to meals, sleep, and the restroom. Meanwhile, the primary creators of this firearm, Flora and the nuns, were engaged in testing the weapon's firepower against a distant target. Although they claimed the purpose was to trial the gun and identify areas for improvement, the laughter emanating from behind their masks as they unleashed a barrage of firepower sent a shiver down Linda's spine. Had they always behaved this way? Lind inquired of the nearby Isa. No, surely not. I've been away from the St. Mary of Rescue Cathedral for too long. My memories may be hazy. Isa wiped the sweat from her brow as she observed the nuns' laughter merging with the sound of gunfire. Beginning to doubt if she had rescued a group of imposter nuns, as for the issue of charging, as long as the output of magic stones kept pace, it posed no problem. However, the efficiency of charging still needed optimization, not only the charging efficiency but also the charging ratio, aiming to allow a small magic stone to power the weapon several times over. Lind intended to equip every soldier with a tactical backpack, not only to charge the ray gun but also to accommodate other necessary items. If the charging efficiency was too low and the charging apparatus too cumbersome, each gun might require a dedicated logistics officer to transport the charging device. After the gun testing, Lind approached the dazed Reyna and gently patted her shoulder. Startled, Reyna turned to see a familiar face, gradually relaxing. You scared me, brother. How can you move so silently? Could a 6th-tier knight practitioner truly fail to notice Lind's approach? Reyna herself likely found that hard to believe. Are you all right? Lind had noticed Reyna's state had persisted for several days, and he was genuinely concerned. Similarly, the Lars family's shipment to the gray-white collar had also been overdue for several days. With no sign of their vessel at the docks, this was the first time Lind had encountered a missed appointment from the Lars family. Those rigid knights had actually failed to arrive? Even Reyna sensed something was amiss, and the recent rumors exacerbated her unease, only finding solace in Lind's daily reports about the gray-white collar, though she had often relied on such reassurances before. Of course I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Didn't you mention needing a backpack and designing a close combat weapon? Lind replied, having prepared designs for her. With that, Reyna donned her usual smile. Rummaging through her belongings. How strange, I distinctly remember placing it in this pocket. Though Reyna always wore a cheerful demeanor in front of Lind, he could tell that her smile was somewhat forced. Ah, found it, brother. Look. Reyna finally extracted a large design blueprint from her breastplate, only to find it completely blank. How could this be? I clearly remember having it drawn out perfectly. Staring at the empty design sheet, Reyna felt increasingly despondent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Take care of yourself if it comes to it. You can always go hunting to clear your mind. Just like before, if anything arises, I'll inform you immediately. Lind gently caressed Reyna's golden hair, his heart aching for her. The news brought by merchants had evidently taken a toll on her. Yet, Lind sensed that the reasons were deeper. Reyna was perceptive, likely having realized something early on, and the recent rumors merely confirmed her suspicions. However, due to her struggles with expression and organization, she remained unaware of the source of her distress. I'm sorry. Brother, Reyna trailed off, evidently still grappling with her emotions and unsure how to articulate them. I've already asked Lila to gather intelligence. We should receive news soon, if necessary. We can also go directly to Winter Fortress to investigate. All right. Lind's words served as a balm for Reyna's anxious heart. Finally, she returned to her usual self, responding, Yes, brother, I trust you. Lind could almost definitively conclude that something had gone awry with the Lars family, especially as rumors had even reached the western regions of the north. However, the precise nature of the trouble required further investigation and reporting. Lind also recognized the shortcomings in their territory. Their intelligence system was rather weak. Previously, they had focused solely on their own development, passively receiving information, which was perilously risky. Current intelligence primarily relied on merchants and bards for transmission. While the merchants were dependable, being motivated by profit, Lind held a strong aversion to the bards, whose exaggerated tales of epic legends lingered in his memory from earlier inquiries in Phazon Town. Chapter 61. Champagne. Meanwhile, the head of the Champagne nobility, Whisk Evans, had just concluded a meeting with envoys from the capital and excitedly convened a family assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity for the Evans family to rise has arrived. Now, the nefarious Lars family has been vanquished by the enlightened Doug Lars, aided by reinforcements from the capital and allies from the border. All that remains is to eliminate the last remnant of the old Lars hiding in the west, and we can bring an end to their dominion in the north and usher in a new era. All those present erupted into a fervent round of applause, many of them having been privy to the matter long before, yet only upon Westgear's confirmation did they truly exhale in relief. The Lars family had toiled in the north for far too long. Should they fail to eradicate every last member of the Lars lineage in one fell swoop, they would inevitably face a terrifying backlash. Now, the factions within the Lars family had completely aligned themselves with the crown, leveraging the powers of both the royal house and the demon tribe to seize vast territories, including the river valley. And along the way, they ambushed the Duke of Lars while he attempted to return to the north. It could be said that once the last vestige of the Lars family in the north was eliminated, the Lars, who had ruled the north since the kingdom's inception, would henceforth be reduced to nothing more than a mere dog to Augustine. Of course, the means employed by Doug Lars were far from honorable. Setting aside the regulations established by Duke Lars regarding the air wars, the noble wars of this era still adhered to exceedingly absurd and primitive rituals, such as formally submitting declarations of war, agreeing upon time and place, and commencing hostilities on a collective countdown of 3, 2, 1. Regardless of how foolish and inappropriate such customs may be, it was utterly disgraceful for Doug, a member of the Lars family himself, to exploit diplomatic negotiations as a pretext for luring his two elder nephews out of the city only to strike them down. Moreover, allying with outsiders to betray one's kin was a level of shamelessness that bordered on the intolerable. Yet, no one paid heed to these details, for Doug Lars and his brethren had emerged victorious, although they had lured their two nephews out of the city only to allow them to escape. And even a young niece who had attempted to ambush them had managed to slip away. At the very least, Duke Lars was dead. The stronghold of Winter Fortress, while not easily conquered, would soon face starvation, leaving the aged inhabitants within to await their demise or surrender. Now, if they could topple the gray-white territory where Rena Lars resided, a new era would dawn. Westgear, as the foremost of the Champagne nobility, had long been placing his bets in secret, wagering on Doug Lars, or rather, on the royal house that stood behind him. It was abundantly clear that the time for reaping the rewards had arrived. A nascent little viscountcy, for the Evans family, was a prize within their grasp. Should they triumph in this battle, the term Champagne nobility would no longer refer to a collective of nobles, but would singularly denote the Evans family. From that moment forth, the Evans would no longer be a mere provincial noble confined to the western north, but would ascend to the status of a true first-rate house. Though the main forces were preoccupied with consolidating their newly acquired territories and could not advance westward, this was precisely the purpose of the Evans family's existence, not to mention the other allied forces that had come to their aid. Although Westgear preferred that they refrain from joining, as these individuals, upon perceiving the tide of battle had turned, rushed forward to propose a joint extermination of the remnants of the old Lars family, clearly intending to partake in the spoils. This irked Westgear, who had already placed his bets, yet for the Evans family, who had secured the largest share of the pie, it served as a means of ensuring balance in the western north in the future. If all shared in the same carcass, then henceforth, they would all be allies. Esteemed guests, let us warmly welcome the bard who facilitated this coalition, and my personal confidant, the bard Lucanus of the Epic Composition School. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the flamboyantly attired bard, his eyes concealed, made his entrance. The crowd had long grown accustomed to such attire. Just as Lucanus was about to bow, Westgear assisted him to his feet. "My lord, that is unnecessary." Upon uttering this, Lucanus stubbornly completed a bow. "How can it be unnecessary? You are the noble who has pointed me toward my destiny. Were it not for you, I would still be counting coins in my chamber." The assembly erupted into laughter. For those unfamiliar with Lucanus, Westgear elaborated, "Our present accomplishments are largely attributable to Mr. Lucanus's eloquence, which has enabled our family to seize opportunities and ascend to the pinnacle of noble status in the north. Had we been indecisive like that, Jefferson, we would still be a mere household counting coins. Lucanus humbly replied, I merely guided you toward your rightful fate. After all, we are bards of the composition school. Unlike the record school, we do not merely document history. We actively partake in it, creating magnificent epics. And now, my lord, you are the protagonist of my epic. Before the self-satisfied Westgear could respond with modesty, Lucanus fervently continued, it is insufficient merely to await new heroes to forge epics. True bards should endeavor to create their own legends. I believe that under the leadership of the Evans family, humanity shall once again bask in the glory of the Rom Empire. The Rom was the last human empire, a millennium ago, and it represented the legendary golden age of humanity, from which both the Capetian and Anjou kingdoms descended, each claiming to be the rightful heirs of the Rom Empire. Of course, for contemporary individuals, this empire was but a mere legend. Such a statement bordered on the irreverent, given that it was still the age of Augustine. Yet the attendees paid it no mind, rising to applaud Lucanus, even popping champagne in a literal sense. Once the coalition arrives and eradicates the last of the Lars, I shall present to you the meticulously crafted epic I have composed. Henceforth, you shall be the hero who saves the North. Lucanus produced a lute and serenaded the gathering. Amidst this celebratory atmosphere, a discordant voice interjected, Father, Doug Lars not only violated the codes of nobility and honor, but also oppressed local merchants and exploited his own subjects to curry favor with the demon tribe. He even murdered his own father. Are we truly to align ourselves with such a person? Westgear halted his champagne-popping hand, realizing it was his notoriously temperamental youngest son, Jim. While it was common for families to dote on their youngest, Westgear found himself increasingly displeased with this son, thus assigning him numerous arduous tasks, only for Jim to return with an even greater temper and a penchant for opposing the family. Moreover, based on my last visit to the Grey-White territory, their subjects were remarkably united, and the Lord was deeply beloved, making conquest far from a simple endeavor. Westgear scolded, being a good person does not fill one's belly. What can a bunch of commoners achieve? You might as well speak of the remaining 50 cavalrymen of Grey-White. He gestured. Someone, take Jim away and confine him to his room for reflection. Father! Before Jim could utter another word, a nearby guard promptly dragged him back to his chamber. Very well, esteemed guests, I apologize for my son's erratic behavior. Let us proceed with the champagne. Today's expenses are on me. Nonetheless, Westgear inwardly acknowledged that Jim had a point. As the future ruler of the Western North and a soon-to-be elevated noble, Westgear believed he ought not to win in such a disreputable manner as Doug Lars. While it was not necessary to adhere to traditional noble customs such as agreeing on a time and collectively counting down to commence hostilities, a declaration of war must still be issued and envoys dispatched. After all, with victory virtually assured, Westgear desired a more dignified triumph, and achieving victory without conflict would be ideal, preventing those allies preparing to attack the Lars from claiming the largest share of the spoils. However, such matters required consultation with Lucanus, who, upon inquiry, expressed unequivocal support. Subduing the opponent without battle will only enhance the glory of your epic. Upon hearing this response, Westgear stroked his beard, already envisioning the scene where the once mighty Lars would surrender to him. Chapter 62. Jefferson's attitude. Recently, Jefferson had been feeling rather agitated. As a member of the Champagne nobility, he too had received the invitation to join forces against the Lars family, positioned as a significant figure among the Grey-White collars. Jefferson found himself in a crucial role. However, to be frank, he was somewhat reluctant, for the primary beneficiaries of the Grey-White collars' development were the downstream town of Faison. If this stable progression continued, Jefferson would inevitably surpass Westgear and become the spokesperson for the Champagne nobility. Should the Grey-White collar be destroyed, the best outcome would be the division of interests among many, while the worst would see the Evans family monopolizing everything. In such a scenario, forget about being part of the Champagne nobility. Jefferson would likely find himself in a position of servitude to Westgear. It was no wonder that Westgear had previously shown little interest in the Grey-White collar's operations, sending only his least favored youngest son in his stead. Nevertheless, a golden opportunity for merit lay before Jefferson. Each time he routinely collected taxes from the merchant ships bound for the gray-white collar. He unexpectedly discovered Ruby and the old steward, Sebastian, hiding in the ship's cabin. Though they were disguised, appearing as a typical grandfather and granddaughter, Jefferson recognized them instantly, as he had encountered them during a business trip. It was evident that they were headed to the gray-white collar, where, according to the alliance in Jefferson's current position, he ought to detain them to claim credit. Yet, at that moment, Jefferson hesitated, as a well-known fence-sitter. He despised engaging in risky endeavors. Despite everyone believing that the gray-white collar could be easily eradicated, the old steward was already reaching for something behind him. Who knew what final strength Lars might muster? To avoid a disastrous confrontation, Jefferson chose to act as if he had seen nothing, nonchalantly exiting the cabin and allowing them to pass. After all, what was the point of risking his life for a mere morsel? Jefferson's attitude mirrored his dealings with these merchant ships. He was indifferent to what they transported, as long as they paid their taxes. As the downstream beneficiary of the gray-white collar, he felt no urgency. The noble on top would have to be quite foolish to truly engage in battle with the coalition. Jefferson believed Lind was a sensible man. Even if he did not surrender, he would likely seek refuge with the elves in the end. Inside the cabin, the old steward sighed with relief. Even though he possessed sufficient magical artifacts for escape, he did not wish to incite chaos at that moment. The situation on the road appeared increasingly bleak to him. The nobles of the Northwestern Territories were openly uniting, intending to seize this final piece of the pie together. These nobles even rejected aid from other regions, claiming they wanted to rely solely on their strength to eliminate the evil Lars family. While in truth, they feared the encroachment of outside forces that might divide the spoils. The old steward now wished only to escort Ruby safely to the gray-white collar, and then lead the two young ladies into the giant god mountains to seek the elves' protection. However, upon the merchant ship's arrival at the gray-white collar, the steward sensed something amiss. The riverside was lined with well-constructed buildings, enormous water wheels turning slowly, and nuns wearing bird-beak masks inspecting the health of every individual on the merchant ships to prevent any disease from entering the territory. Although he knew Miss Reyna would deliberately downplay the gray-white collar in her letters to secure more assistance, comparing it to the streets surrounding the royal capital, the old steward never imagined the actual gray-white collar would be like this. "Grandfather, have we arrived?" To maintain their disguise, Ruby had to address the steward as grandfather, but it did not matter. She had always referred to him in that manner. "I'm not sure," as they entered the port of the gray-white collar. The old steward still found it hard to believe this was truly the gray-white collar. The crew members nearby regarded the situation with indifference, viewing the newcomers as mere bumpkins from elsewhere. Name, age. The cold voice of the registering nun jolted the old steward back to reality. He then noticed that everything in the territory seemed to be under strict regulation, a familiar sensation that signaled a territory in a state of war. The steward did not directly answer the nun's question, but instead produced an emblem marked with the north wind bear. Ruby. Sister. Reyna and Ruby embraced, tears streaming down their faces. This was the first time Reyna had openly wept since learning of Duke Lars's demise from the merchants. "Sister, I'm so scared that I fear that if I fall asleep, I will be taken away again. It's all right. Sister will protect you." While Reyna cried and wiped her tears, she took on the responsibility of the elder sister. Yet, despite her own sobs being louder than Ruby's, Reyna's reassurances lacked conviction. Observing Reyna finally breaking down after enduring so much, Lind felt a sense of relief. The narrative of this world had indeed turned upside down. He had never imagined Reyna's uncles would dare to assassinate Duke Lars. The astonishment Lind felt upon hearing this news was comparable to his reaction when he first learned of Isa's rebellion. Following this revelation, the gray-white collar entered a state of preparation for war. Though not explicitly stated, it had become an acknowledged fact that the gray-white collar was now the last bastion of the Lars family's strength in the Northwestern Territories. Naturally, strictly speaking, there were others that could represent the Lars family better, such as the still unbreached Winter Fortress, Reyna's two missing brothers, and numerous resistance organizations. However, discussing such matters was futile at this juncture. The focus was solely on eradicating the last remnants of the old Lars family. As for who those remnants were, it was of little consequence. Even Lind, who had yet to marry Reyna, found himself inexplicably branded as a legitimate heir of the Lars family, as he had not severed ties with Reyna immediately. Lind could only lament, "This is bad. I've become legitimate, Mr. Lindroar. I am grateful for all you have done for the young lady, but now, I must take her to the elves. Of course, if you wish, you may accompany us." The old steward remained exceedingly respectful, considering Lind had not sold Reyna out immediately and had even allowed the territory to prepare for war, far exceeding the steward's expectations. "Mr. Sebastian, do you mean for me to flee?" Lind was no coward. Otherwise, he would not have instigated preparations for war in the territory. Yet, he was not the type to recklessly confront the world for a woman either. His relationship with Reyna was akin to what she herself claimed. They were akin to brothers in arms, at least in Lind's current self-assessment. To fight the world for the sake of brotherhood seemed much more reasonable. Did it not? Well, Lind simply felt that surrender was not an option, and that was all there was to it. In the eyes of outsiders, the gray-white collar was undoubtedly the territory of the Lars family. Surrendering was out of the question. Even if they did surrender, the opposing side would merely replace them with enemy uniforms and continue to bombard them. Sometimes, avoidance does not equate to failure. We need to gather strength, connect with other righteous members of the Lars family, and wait for the day of counterattack. This was the most prudent course of action. Reyna's uncles were in a precarious position, currently busy suppressing rebellions in their respective territories. In the old steward Sebastian's view, it was impossible to hold the gray-white collar by itself. It would be all too easy to blockade it. The most sensible course of action was to escape together to seek refuge with the elves. However, if they fled like this, would the weapons they had crafted previously not be in vain? Moreover, the gray-white collar had developed to a size of several thousand people, making it impossible to simply take everyone away. Even if they could only extract the core team, there was no guarantee that the technology would not leak, potentially complicating matters further. And of course, Lind could opt for a French salute, but would a time traveler truly be that cowardly? As Lind pondered, another visitor arrived at the gray-white collar, someone truly here to negotiate a surrender. Chapter 63. Read Lord Lindroar, it has been a long time. It has indeed been a long time. The one here to persuade him to surrender was a familiar face, the very envoy who had previously delivered the marriage decree to Sebastian. Initially dispatched from the royal capital to issue orders to the nobility of the northwestern territories, he had unexpectedly found himself here to negotiate Lind's surrender. "Envoy, it has been a while. I wonder what insights you have during your visit to the gray-white collar." After settling Ruby and the old steward, Lind welcomed the envoy along with Reyna. This was Reyna's own request. She felt exceptionally insecure at the moment, perhaps fearing that Lind might suddenly defect. The once dashing Reyna now resembled a frightened kitten. Huddling behind Lind,